Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. With his head feeling dizzy, Chen Fan opened his eyes. Strange, why am I here? At this moment, Chen Fan found that he seemed to be in a land of ice and snow, with a cold wind blowing, and there was only a vast expanse of white around him. Watching all this, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. He clearly remembered that as a killer, he was betrayed and died during a mission, but why did he appear here? Have you been reborn? When Chen Fan came back to his senses, before he could take a closer look at where he was, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and a torrent of memories rushed into his mind like a giant ship. After several minutes, Chen Fan came back to his senses. Based on the memory just now, Chen Fan clearly knew that he was arrested at this moment. His original identity has a lot of background. He is a general on the ship of the Rocks Pirates and the adopted son of Akoku. And now he was captured by Marine. Not only was he captured, but the master of his body was also captured. As for my cheap dad, it seems his life or death is unknown. Anyway, in the original memory, when he was in a coma, his cheap father was fighting Garp, and his body was only a teenager now. After taking a closer look at the surrounding environment, Chen Fan searched for memories. The original person's last memory before his death seemed to be a conversation between several Marines, who wanted to capture him and take him to the 5th floor of the Marine prison. Now, Chen Fan looked at the vast white area, and his expression became extremely ugly. Because he is a half-time killer, he still knows a little bit about One Piece. Chen Fan originally wanted to reach the top by relying on his knowledge of One Piece. As a result, I am now on the 5th floor of the Advancement City. But it's not that there is no good news, that is, Chen Fan feels that there is powerful power in his body. The original owner of this body, as Akoku's adopted son, is only a teenager. Not only did he learn the 6 marine styles from his apprentice, but he also mastered the 2-color haki. With such strength at such a young age, coupled with Chen Fan's memory as a time traveler, if he were outside at this moment, it would be a perfect start. But it's a pity that I am now in Impel Down City. Chen Fan organized the current timeline in his mind. Although he is now imprisoned in the legendary Impel City, he will be reborn. If there is hope, don't give up. After sorting it out, Chen Fan clearly knew that the time he was in now was 1494 in the Haiwan calendar. During this time, Roger had not yet become One Piece. General Marine is not Akainu or the others. In other words, the current timeline is beneficial to you because you know what will happen in the future. When Chen Fan thought of this, he thought of the mysterious thunder fruit on the Sky Island. At this time, Enel has definitely not eaten the thunder fruit. You know, the Logia fruit can be said to be powerful in the early stages, not to mention the thunder fruit, which has the power of thunder. However, when Chen Fan thought of this, there was no expression of excitement on his face, because he was currently on the 6th level of the advancement layer and could not escape, let alone obtain powerful power. After sorting out his memories, Chen Fan looked a little ugly. He can think of only 2 ways to escape now. Chapter 2. The first way is to wait for the Golden Lion to be caught and then find an opportunity to escape from prison. The second way is to find ways to enhance the strength of jailbreaking. Chen Fan thought about it for a moment, and realized that the probability of implementing either method was low. As for the first method, Roger has not yet become One Piece, and it will take at least several years for Golden Lion to be caught and escape from prison. And if you want to escape from prison, you will need at least the strength of a major general or above. Otherwise, if you can't even defeat some ordinary soldiers, why escape from prison? As for the second method, if you want to jailbreak on the advancement level, the 6th level, the difficulty is self-evident. In summary, both methods require Chen Fan to have strong strength. It seems that now I can only find ways to further enhance my strength and look for opportunities. Although the strength of my body is good, firstly, I have not adapted to the strength. Secondly, this body is at the level of Colonel Marine at most. If you don't have the strength above the level of Major General, trying to escape from Impel Down City is no different than committing suicide. Chen Fan came back to his senses and looked at the place surrounded by snow. Gilu, gilu. At this time, the feeling of hunger in the stomach came. Chen Fan felt hungry in his stomach. He knew that his main goal now was to find food to eat. Otherwise, he might starve to death before he could start his escape plan. Then, he swept towards the distance, because he remembered that there should be animals like ice wolves and ice tigers in this place. Sure enough, within a few minutes of running forward, Chen Fan spotted an ice tiger nearly 10 meters tall appearing in front of him. This huge thing, like a house, was looking at him with bared teeth. Chen Fan, who just felt hungry, smiled. He happened to be very curious, what is the power of the One Piece world? In an instant, relying on muscle memory, armed domineering energy covered both fists. Shave. Chen Fan's body was like a ghost, disappearing from the place at an extremely fast speed and attacking towards the ice tiger. When the ice tiger saw that this human dared to attack itself, it didn't hesitate and pounced directly on Chen Fan. The fist covered with a black object collided with the huge tiger claw in an instant. It looks like a small pebble colliding with a big stone. But the result was exactly the opposite, click. The sound of broken bones sounded, and the huge ice tiger was directly knocked away by Chen Fan. Feeling that his right paw was directly broken by a punch, the giant ice tiger looked at Chen Fan with eyes full of fear. It wants to escape. What a pity, how could Chen Fan let this guy escape? Shave. Perform the sixth form of marine again and shave. Chen Fan's body disappeared from the spot at an extremely fast speed. Marine Type 6. Finger Gun. Chen Fan's 5 fingers on his right hand formed into claws, which contained powerful power, and he grabbed the giant tiger directly. That huge head, with a face full of fear, the giant ice tiger couldn't avoid at all. As blood flowed out, Chen Fan directly scratched the giant tiger's head with his 5 fingers. Then, he started eating raw meat directly. There was no other way. In this environment, he couldn't make a fire at all. Moreover, Chen Fan was too hungry. As he took his first bite of meat, he discovered something. When he ate, green light seemed to be produced in his body, nourishing his body. This surprised Chen Fan, and he immediately started eating. He had eaten 7 or 8 kilograms of meat before Chen Fan stopped. Later, he was surprised to find that as long as he ate, green energy could actually be produced in his body, which could repair his body and seemed to slowly increase his strength. The most important thing is that he can be sure that the original body does not have this ability, that is to say, it was brought here by himself, and this is his cheat. For a moment, a smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. With the existence of this cheat, his plan to escape from prison increased. Afterwards, Chen Fan started to eat the ice tiger's meat, and he didn't stop until his body was almost unable to eat anymore. Chapter 3. After easily dealing with the giant tiger, Chen Fan did not stay where he was, but was going to look for the drainage outlet, because he remembered that there was a 5.5 level in the 5th level. This place is very suitable for training, and the entrance to the 5.5th floor is a drainage outlet. Although Chen Fan doesn't know the specific location, there is still a chance to find it if there are clues about the drainage outlet. 10 days later, the sun shines on the 5th floor, but it does not have much effect on this ice hell that is more than 10 degrees below zero. Chen Fan, who had just killed another animal, now had a smile on his face, extremely happy, because in 10 days, he had completely adapted to the power of this body. He also understood what kind of power he had now, the first level of 2-color domineering, the 6th form of Marine Grandmaster. In this world, 2-color domineering can be divided into 5 levels. Of course, what made Chen Fan even more happy was that after 10 days, he finally found the drainage outlet. During this period, he also encountered several pirates, and without exception, Chen Fan used them as whetstones to kill them all. After all, he did not want to take other pirates with him to the 5.5th floor. Moreover, although the pirates on the 5th level are not as powerful as the pirates on the 6th level, but there are still some strong men at the level of Major General. With Chen Fan's current strength being at the level of a colonel in his headquarters, he is no match for those strong at the level of Major General. Chen Fan looked at the drainage outlet covered with ice in front of him and thought, who would have thought that there was a space under this drainage outlet? Without any further hesitation, Chen Fan directly punched him. As the ice fragmented, Chen Fan collapsed directly, and then he saw a space that was almost several thousand square meters and almost tens of meters high. The most important thing is that there are some chairs made of ice cubes, stored meat cubes, etc. Then, when Chen Fan looked forward, his expression changed somewhat. Because he found a huge middle-aged man, who was almost as tall as the 5.5th floor of the Impel Down City when he stood up. He was obviously a giant. Chen Fan also remembered that this place seemed to be built by a certain giant clan. The person in front of me should be the person who built this 5.5-story building. Who are you and how did you get here? Mori looks very honest and honest. In response, Chen Fan approached him step by step. Sorry, I fell in here accidentally. Did you build this place? It's amazing. Yes, I built this place, but this place is my private domain. Mo Li was thinking with a simple and honest look on his face, as if he was considering whether to let Chen Fan stay here. He didn't want to in his heart, otherwise he wouldn't be the only one in this place all the time. But he didn't realize that Chen Fan was less than 5 meters away from him at this time. Marine 6 style. Shave. Chen Fan's eyes became fierce and his body disappeared instantly. Armed. Pointer gun. The 5 fingers turned into claws and were covered with black gas. Chen Fan made a killing move when he made a move, grabbing Jasmine's head with his right hand. You. Mori quickly used his huge arms to block in front of him. Tear. There was a scratch directly on Mo Li's huge arm, and the bones were visible. Blood was flowing down, which looked particularly scary. UBD, I'm going to kill you. No matter how honest Mo Li is, he still knows that this guy Chen Fan wants to kill him. That huge fist rushed out with the sound of airflow. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan didn't hesitate. Armed. Lanjiao. A black substance covered the right foot, and the right foot was suddenly pulled out like a knife. Bang! The collision of fists and feet caused a strong airflow, and Chen Fan and Mo Li took several steps back. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan thought to himself that it was no wonder that the giants were so powerful even if they were not armed and domineering. UBD, Lao Zi is going to kill you. Mori was completely angry. He punched the ground. Chen Fan found that the original soil was changing and becoming winding. He even covered Chen Fan and saw this scene. Chen Fan immediately realized that this was the ability of the devil fruit. He also remembered who the person in front of him was. No wonder he was so familiar. He turned out to be Mori, one of the future captains of the Revolutionary Army, the owner of the push fruit ability. Looking at the soil that was about to be enveloped, Chen Fan did not hesitate and used his Lan Kao again, making several powerful slashes. Directly destroy the more than 10 meters of soil wall. Then, Chen Fan looked at the giant Mori in front of him, thinking that this guy was more difficult to deal with than he thought. But so what? Since you have offended, then you will die if you offend. The next second, Chen Fan's body disappeared again, and his hands were clawed, like a tiger, attacking Mori. Chapter 4. Earth Wall Fusion. Mori shouted in a sharp voice, and then his fist touched the ground. The countless pieces of soil turned into huge balls and flew straight towards Chen Fan. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan had no intention of evading it. Bang! Bang! The moment the ball formed by the soil touched Chen Fan's claws, the huge ball of soil was directly destroyed. However, this also directly blocked Chen Fan's attack. The next second, Mori's huge fist, containing terrifying power, blasted towards Chen Fan. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately blocked the black substance in his arms in front of him. A powerful impact came, and Chen Fan took several steps back. But the next second, he rushed forward again. The two of them were fighting together in close quarters. Every punch and every kick of Chen Fan was covered with the first level of armed domineering. But even so, they can only fight equally with Mori. After all, the giants are naturally powerful. Feeling the consumption in his body and the slight injury caused to Mori, Chen Fan knew that he could not continue to fight head-on like this. Immediately, Chen Fan started to use shaving. Wanting to win with speed, the battle really paid off. Chen Fan no longer chose to fight head-on, and kept dodging Mori's violent attacks and the earth walls that came at any time. 10 minutes later, sweat continued to flow from Mori's forehead. Hey, hey! Mori kept breathing heavily, and his eyes when he looked at Chen Fan were blood red. "UBD, you have the ability to stop and confront me head-on." Mori swore again in his high-pitched voice. Chen Fan ignored this. In his eyes, as long as he could win, it would be fine. The fists like a violent storm kept bombarding him. No matter how thick-skinned Mori is, under this continuous attack, his whole body is full of scars, and it looks like he has been seriously injured. However, Chen Fan was not much better. He had to dodge the attack while also avoiding the attack of the earth wall. Chen Fan's physical strength was also greatly consumed. The two were fighting fiercely again, blood spurting out, and the surrounding ground was destroyed. As time passed, the scars on Mori's body became more and more serious, and the same happened to Chen Fan. The great consumption of physical strength made him feel that he was approaching his limit. Fortunately, over the past few years, the heat generated by swallowing food has been constantly nourishing his body and enhancing his physical fitness. Otherwise, I may not be able to survive. Chen Fan looked at Mori, who was covered in blood, with fierce eyes. He felt that it was time to decide the winner. Armed. Secret. Collapse fist. Chen Fan picked up the veins in his right fist and concentrated all his strength on one point, which was covered with a black object. This punch was like a cannonball, carrying unparalleled power and blasting towards Mori. This move is the secret of the 6 marine styles that Chen Fan has understood. He mobilizes his whole body's strength at one point and punches it out. "UBD, you finally dare to confront me head-on." Feeling the power of this punch, Mori was not afraid at all. He didn't feel that he would lose in a competition of strength. Dozer punch. At this moment, all the soil on the ground where Mori was sitting was concentrated. Then, he completely wrapped Mori's huge fist and blasted it forward. Boom! Chapter 5. The two fists collided like dragons, causing a huge sound. Everything around them was destroyed. Countless gravel flew across and dust was everywhere. Moli's huge soil-covered fist was directly shattered by Chen Fan's punch until it touched his fist. The terrifying power made Mori feel a powerful shock wave, and his face twitched. This powerful force directly impacted his internal organs and bones. After a while, Mori felt that his bones were broken and his internal organs were also broken. One can imagine how powerful Chen Fan's punch is? "Impossible, how can you be stronger than me?" Mori's face was full of disbelief, and then he fell to the ground in pain and made no sound. Looking at this scene, there was no kindness in Chen Fan's eyes. He only needed to know this place. Then, he first went to the drainage outlet and covered it with ice and snow the same way Mori did before. Unless someone, like Chen Fan, carefully looks for the drainage outlet, basically no one can find it. After doing all this, Chen Fan looked at the stored food and began to enjoy it. With so many pieces of grain and meat, Chen Fan no longer had to worry about food in a short period of time, all thanks to the big guy. In the following time, Chen Fan started training just like he did on the 6th floor. He carried a boulder several meters high on his back and began to do push-ups. One step at a time, he kept doing it, and the sweat kept flowing down. Chen Fan felt that he was slowly increasing his strength all the time. I felt extremely excited, 9,999 times, 10,000 times. Chen Fan continued training until noon before he stopped and had a quick meal. The tiny heat flow spreads out in the body, constantly moisturizing the internal organs and restoring physical energy. In this unknown space, Chen Fan was training alone, sweating. It was not until half a year later that Chen Fan chose to suspend training. He felt that his strength had greatly improved. Prepare to go up and find an opponent. At this time, he glanced at the black object in his hand. He was only one step away from the second level of armed domineering. The same goes for seeing, hearing, color and domineering, they are only one step away from the second level. If I continue training, it will be the same as before, I don't know how long it will take to break through. Therefore, Chen Fan decided to go up and find some opponents. He left the 5.5th floor and looked at the vast white area. Like a hunter, looking for his prey in these 5.5 floors. Chen Fan did not dare to do this before because at that time his strength was only at the level of a colonel in his headquarters, but now, he has a strength close to that of a major general. In this 5th level of Ice Hell, there are very few pirates with the strength of a major general. This is why Chen Fan has to rush out as a hunter at this time. Time passes day by day, the sun and the moon rotate, and the ice bites to the bone. At this time, Chen Fan had a corpse at his feet. This was the 10th pirate he had killed. However, Chen Fan is not satisfied because he has not yet encountered a pirate with the strength of his major general, making him feel that his life is threatened. His armed haki and wisdom haki have never been able to break through to the second level. Shaking his head, Chen Fan sat down on the ground to rest. He did not choose to go on a killing spree on the 5th floor. Chapter 6. Although Marine doesn't care about the life and death of pirates in the prison, if the number of pirates on a certain level decreases significantly, it will still arouse suspicion. What's more, killing those weak pirates will not bring any improvement in strength to Chen Fan. After taking a rest, Chen Fan was preparing to go back and go out to look for prey tomorrow. Suddenly, a burly middle-aged man with short hair appeared. The two looked at each other, and Chen Fan actually felt a hint of danger in them. At the same time, a Gil also discovered the body beside Chen Fan. He glanced at Chen Fan warily and prepared to leave. After finally encountering an opponent who could put his life in danger, Chen Fan was struggling to break through the bottleneck. How could he let him go? Shave. The next second, Chen Fan's body disappeared from the place like a ghost. Armed, meaning gun. The 5 fingers turned into claws, covered with black gas, and they grabbed at a Gil at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, a Gil didn't expect that this guy would take action so decisively. However, since he had been wary for a long time, he would not be caught off guard. Armed. Straight punch. A Gil's wrist was as thick as a basketball, veins popped out in his right arm, and his fist was covered with armed domineering energy, and he blasted directly towards Chen Fan. Boom! For a moment, the fists and claws collided with each other like boulders. Countless ice fragments flew everywhere, and cracks began to appear on the ice surface. Chen Fan took 5 or 6 steps back, while a Gil only took 3 steps back. Obviously, a Gil's power is stronger than Chen Fan. Come again. In this regard, Chen Fan not only did not have the slightest fear, but his face was full of excitement. He leaned forward again, his fists containing powerful power, attacking a Gil. Looking at Chen Fan who was unwilling to give up. A Gil's face was also full of anger. He was a pirate and not a good man. Naturally he couldn't stand being provoked like this. You want to die, Laozi will help you. Agil's fist was also covered with black gas, and his body quickly disappeared in place, heading straight up. Bang! Bang! For a moment, the two collided with each other, fighting with fists and bloody fists, like wild beasts, using all possible means. The battle continued, and the speed of the two was so fast that ordinary people could only see two afterimages colliding. That powerful force caused scars to appear on Chen Fan's body, and blood continued to spill to the ground. However, in this regard, Chen Fan was full of excitement, because Agil on the opposite side was also injured. The two kept fighting, and Agil looked at Chen Fan who was like a madman, even though he was stronger. However, he still cursed in his heart that he was unlucky. He just went out to look for food, how could he meet such a madman? Bang! Bang! Chen Fan didn't care what Agil thought, his fists were covered with armed domineering energy and he kept blasting away. The clay figures all had 3 points of fire, and Agil showed no sign of weakness. His fists were extremely dark and he kept blasting out. Time passed minute by minute, and the blood stained the earth red. The two were still fighting in close quarters. Both of them were pure physical experts. Although Agil was a little stronger, he was still unable to crush him. For a while, there was no way to tell the winner. You madman, Laozi wants to kill you. Agil cursed angrily. Chapter 7. This is best. I am here today and just want you to kill me or me to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan saw that the darkness above his right foot was like a giant pillar holding up the sky, carrying terrifying power and whipping towards Agil's waist and abdomen. With an angry look on his face, Agil moved his arms forward to block. A powerful force came, and Mori couldn't help but feel a burst of pain. However, he still blocked the blow. Then, Agil suddenly grabbed Chen Fan's right foot, and he had no time to dodge. Chen Fan could only watch as his right foot was caught. The next second, his whole body was grabbed by his right foot by Agil, and he was thrown into the air. After a while, he was thrown out after the world was spinning. Bang! A deep hole was created on the ice. Chen Fan stood up and wiped the blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Come again. Shave. Chen Fan's body disappeared from the spot and he attacked Agil again. Seeing this situation, Agil rushed forward with armed domineering energy covering his fists. Boom! The two collided together in a bloody fight, with fists, feet, heads, all becoming their weapons at this moment. They clearly know who can persist to the end in this battle. Who can survive? There is only one outcome for the loser, death. Time passes minute by minute. Hey, hey! Chen Fan and Agil were both breathing heavily at this moment, and their bodies were full of scars. The next second, the two punched each other again and stepped back. Boy, let me send you to death. Agil stared at Chen Fan with blood-red eyes. I will also give you this sentence. Chen Fan looked extremely ferocious. Armed. Overlord Fist. Agil's body was full of energy and blood, his chest was beating, his right arm swelled, and his veins seemed to explode completely. The right fist is condensed with armed domineering energy. It is extremely dark and contains terrifying power as it attacks. Armed. Secret. Collapse fist. Chen Fan didn't look panicked at all. All his strength was concentrated on one point, his energy and blood condensed, and his body was burning like a red furnace. The right fist was covered with black material, and a punch containing all the power was thrown out. Boom! In an instant, the two fists collided like dragons. Everything around them was destroyed. Countless ice fragments flew everywhere, and cracks began to appear on the ice surface and extended outwards. Circles of air waves spread out in all directions. Agil's powerful power seemed to suppress Chen Fan, forcing Chen Fan to keep retreating. You are going to lose. It seems that I will be the final winner. Agil looked at Chen Fan with a ferocious face. Feeling the powerful force and huge impact, blood flowed from the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. Am I going to lose like this? Am I going to die here? No, I haven't become the strongest in the world, I haven't climbed to the top yet, how could I fail here? The next second, Chen Fan's eyes became extremely determined, and the black substance on his fist actually became material. Chen Fan's armed domination reached the second stage at this moment, and his strength increased. All of a sudden, a ghoul was suppressed. Feeling this huge power, a ghoul couldn't believe it. How is it possible? Your armed domineering energy has broken through the second level. How is this? Before he could finish speaking, a ghoul directly heard a click, his fist was broken, his face twitched, and his whole body was shaken by the powerful impact, all the bones were broken. Then, under the look of disbelief on a ghoul's face, his body fell heavily, his eyes widened, and before he died, he stared at Chen Fan closely. Hey, hey! After finishing dealing with his opponent, Chen Fan collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. He could clearly feel that winning this battle was very dangerous. If he hadn't made a temporary breakthrough, he would probably have died. However, it was this battle between life and death that successfully allowed Chen Fan's armed domination to break through to the second level. Holding back the severe pain in his body, Chen Fan quickly left the place. With his current physical condition, he would definitely die if he encountered other pirates again. After a while, Chen Fan returned to the 5.5th floor. As soon as he returned, Chen Fan began to devour the food. Chapter 8. He felt a weak flow of heat in his body, pouring into his internal organs, like nectar after the rain, constantly repairing Chen Fan's injuries. After eating a full 30 kilograms of meat, Chen Fan had exhausted himself. Only then did the wounds inside his body recover a little, and the wounds on the outside began to scab. One can imagine how seriously injured Chen Fan was this time. However, the successful breakthrough of armed color haki to the second level shows that it is all worth it. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Chen Fan felt that his injuries had almost recovered, so he continued to practice as usual. Put the stone on your back and start doing push-ups. After completing 20,000 push-ups, eat food to replenish energy. Then he started squatting. His squatting was the same as push-ups, with a huge boulder directly on his back. Only in this way can Chen Fan feel sore and tired. This shows that Chen Fan's strength and physical fitness are many times stronger than when he came here 3 years ago. Until evening, Chen Fan continued to train armed color haki and wisdom color haki. Just such boring days, day after day, month after month. Time flows by like white sand. 2 years later. At this time, Chen Fan had just finished doing push-ups. He threw away the boulder on his back and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The muscles and bones roared together, and the thunder of tigers and leopards sounded. Chen Fan could wave his fist casually and cause a burst of fist wind. His strength has increased by an unknown amount compared to 2 years ago, and both his knowledge-based domineering and armed-based domineering have reached the peak of the second level. It's just one step away from breaking through to the third level. Moreover, the secret of Marine Sixth Form was also developed by him, the second move. At this moment, there was a corpse beside him, which belonged to a pirate on the 5th floor. His bounty outside is more than 100 million, and he has the strength of a major general in his headquarters. But he was still killed by Chen Fan. It is conceivable that Chen Fan's current strength is close to that of a lieutenant general. Originally, Chen Fan was not very confident about escaping from prison because he was only close to the strength of a lieutenant general in his headquarters. However, he recently heard from other pirates in the 5th level prison that the warden of Impel Down City resigned a month ago. Magellan took office as warden. After hearing this news, Chen Fan decided to escape from prison. Magellan's current strength has not yet reached its peak, and is definitely not at the level of a general. Aim no Ziliu has also not reached its peak. It can be said that the current Impel City is at its weakest. If Chen Fan does not take this opportunity to escape from prison, it will be really difficult to find an opportunity. You know, Impel Down will be called the myth that no prisoner can escape. The main reason is that the warden of Impel City is generally equivalent to a strong general, and he also has 2 or 3 lieutenant general level experts under his command. The most important thing is that Impel City is very close to Marine headquarters, if someone wants to escape from prison. In less than an hour, Marine headquarters will be able to provide support. Therefore, if you want to use hard power to escape from prison head-on, you will need at least general-level combat power, and there is a high probability of failure. After all, the warden of Impel Down City is not a vegetarian. After a brief thought, Chen Fan felt that it was the best time for him to complete the replacement of old and new in Push City. Chapter 9. Without hesitation, Chen Fan prepared to escape from prison. With his current strength, he was already on the 5th floor and could not find an opponent who could make him feel that his life was threatened. Moreover, his strength has also fallen into a bottleneck period. Whether it is physical fitness or domineering power, it is impossible to break through in a short period of time. If it continues like this, I don't know how long it will take before I can carry out my jailbreak plan. The most important thing is that in a few years, Magellan and Aim no Zillia will also grow up. By then jailbreaking will be harder. As soon as he said it, Chen Fan actually made a plan in his heart. He did not hesitate and sat on the 5.5th floor to rest and adjust himself to the best condition. Half an hour later, Chen Fan felt that he had almost reached his best condition in terms of physical fitness and strength. Then, he left the 5.5th floor directly and came to the ice. Chen Fan did not choose to stay on the 5th floor, but went directly to the 5th floor stairs. He did not go down, but was preparing to go up, because he wanted to release the criminals on the 6th floor. In this way, he would create chaos and have a chance to escape. Moreover, Chen Fan also wants to go to the 6th floor to save one person, that is, the master of the original owner of this body. It's not that he has a kind heart. But his master also has the strength above the general level, and the two have a close relationship, and they have an assistant with the strength above the major general level. The probability of breaking out will be greatly increased. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and immediately came to the door of the 5th floor. This door was made of sea-floor stone and could not be destroyed even with his strength. Moreover, there is a video phone bug on top. It can be said that as soon as a pirate wants to destroy this gate, Marine will know about it in a short time. Looking at the door in front of him, Chen Fan really couldn't smash it, but he could match the key. He had sneaked in once before and quietly observed the keyhole. Without wasting time, he opened the iron door with his homemade key. Click, click, click. As the iron door opened, Chen Fan entered the room directly. The two jailers who were dancing around were a little surprised when they saw a pirate who dared to barge in directly. Just when they were about to sound the alarm, Chen Fan directly used shave. Disappearing in place at an extremely fast speed, with their horrified expressions, Chen Fan punched their heads one by one, with blood spurting out. The two jailers turned directly into two corpses. Afterwards, Chen Fan got a bunch of keys on the table. Those keys were filled with numbers, corresponding to each cell on the 6th floor. Even the handcuffs and chains of every pirate. After getting the key, Chen Fan did not choose to go down, but went directly to the 6th floor through the stairs. Tick-tock tick-tock. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the prison, and Chen Fan knew that the Marines had discovered something was wrong in the room through the video phone bug. He immediately picked up speed, as he pushed open the door. A flash of light entered the 6th floor. Many pirates were attracted by this look because they also heard the siren. They were a little surprised when they saw a man wearing prison uniform opening the door. Did I see it wrong? Is that guy also a criminal? Yes, how did this guy get here? Many pirates had doubts on their faces. Boy, why are you here? did you cause that alarm sound? You were trying to escape from prison. Good guy, I didn't expect someone to really dare to escape from prison. Let me out quickly, and I will escape from prison with you. Yes, let me out, I'm outside. But for a big pirate worth 400 million, if you let me out, I will be your crew member. That's it, little guy, let me out, and I will follow you from now on. Chapter 10. Those pirates looked at the bunch of keys in Chen Fan's hand, thinking that he would let them out, and even did not hesitate to give Chen Fan a cake. However, Chen Fan ignored them as he had his own plan. He immediately came to Budik and threw the key in his hand. Teacher Budik, this is the key. Open it immediately and follow me out. How did you get here? You are going to start a jailbreak, are you sure? Budik looked at Chen Fan coming here with surprise on his face, but no one wanted to escape. He opened the cuffs with the key, hope in his eyes. There's no time to explain, teacher. I'm not completely sure, but I have to give it a try anyway. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he took Budik directly to the door. Seeing that Chen Fan was about to leave like this, the pirates immediately shouted. Boy, where are you going? Let me out together. I can help you escape from prison together. That's right, little guy, don't run away. You can't escape by yourself. Unlock the cuffs and let me out. I can help you out. Let me go out with you, and I will give you all my wealth. Please, don't go, let me out, I want to get out. The pirates looked at Chen Fan who had already reached the door and immediately panicked. They see hope and want to go out. They don't want to be trapped here for the rest of their lives. Some people say they want to become Chen Fan's crew, and some have even begun to beg Chen Fan. However, Chen Fan didn't care about this. He had a greater role for these pirates. He wanted these pirates to help him escape. Chen Fan, let's go. After Budik opened the door, he quickly urged Chen Fan to leave quickly. No rush, trust me, just wait a few seconds. Chen Fan stood there and heard the sound of the elevator stopping and the chaotic footsteps on the stairs. Budik's face was full of anxiety, but he could only choose to believe Chen Fan. 3,2,1. After Chen Fan silently counted for 3 seconds, he accurately threw the keys in his hands into the corresponding cells. The pirates were extremely excited when they saw the key thrown over them. Most of them didn't even bother to thank Chen Fan and directly started to open the handcuffs that restrained them and prepared to escape from prison. Let's go and take a gamble. Chen Fan said something and walked directly towards the stairs. Budik, who had been extremely anxious, immediately followed him. Chen Fan naturally wanted to release these pirates. He had to create chaos so that he could take advantage of the chaos and escape. As for why he deliberately waited for a while before releasing him, it was because he wanted to ensure that he was the fastest runner. The most important thing is that the theoretically strongest person in this prison is Magellan. As the warden, if he encounters such a thing, he will definitely come to the rescue as soon as possible. There are only 2 places to go up, stairs and elevators. That's why Chen Fan said he would take a gamble. He chose to bet on the stairs and bet on not meeting Magellan. With Chen Fan's speed, they quickly arrived at the stairs. At the same time, the big pirates in the 6th floor of Eternal Hell all broke free. When Chen Fan and Hayden reached the 4th floor, they encountered the jailer rushing towards them. Looking at these jailers, Chen Fan smiled, because he made the right bet. Magellan was not here, not even Yuji Ziliu, it was just a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers. Teacher Budik, kill them and rush out together. Chen Fan said to Budik. Chapter 11. Then, the 2 of them took action together and rushed directly towards the crowd of jailers. On the other side, Magellan and Yuz Hixio led a group of jailers to the 6th floor. When they arrived on the 6th floor, the first thing they saw was the pirates who had just broken free and ran out. Oh, isn't this our new warden? Is there also a warden? Are you here to welcome us when we escape? Don't talk nonsense to them, kill them, and escape. The pirates looked at Magellan, Aim no Shiryu and others with murderous expressions on their faces. Looking at all the pirates being released, Magellan's face was full of anger. He encountered such a big accident as soon as he came up. Then, he looked around, trying to find Chen Fan, the culprit of this incident. But he searched for a long time and couldn't find it. He immediately realized that Chen Fan had definitely escaped from the stairs. Aim no Kiryu, when you go to the stairs, you must stop Akoko's son. Leave this to me. Magellan said to use Hixiliu with a serious face. Yuji Ziliu, who had always disliked Magellan, did not refute him for the first time because he also knew what this incident represented. There are so many pirates, are you sure? You don't want to die here. Aim no Ziliu did not choose to chase him immediately, because the pirates on the 6th floor were not vegetarians, and he felt that Magellan might not be able to hold on. Believe me, you must not let the culprit escape. I order you as the warden. Magellan said seriously again. Damn it, Lao Zi will barely listen to you just this once. Ames Hilliu also knew in his heart that he could not let that guy leave Impel Down City. Did you hear that? The new warden said he could stop us all. That's too arrogant. After all, we are also famous pirates in the new world. Come together and kill the newly appointed warden. Dozens of pirates attacked Magellan directly. Most of their bodies were covered with armed haki. It can be imagined that none of these pirates were weak. On the other side, Magellan's face was full of seriousness, and his venom completely erupted, covering the entire prison. Let's go together and catch these pirates again. If we can't catch them, we'll kill them. For a time, dozens of pirates fought against the jailers led by Magellan. At the same time, just as the alarm was sounded, Marine headquarters also received the news. A figure full of lava left the Marine headquarters and flew towards Impel Down City. However, the figure had bandages on it. Apparently, the injury had not yet healed. Originally, warring states wanted to send Lieutenant General Porisalino. After all, he was the fastest among the 3 Logia. It's a pity that he and Kuzan just went out on a mission and couldn't come back at all, otherwise he wouldn't have sent Sakazuki, who was still injured, there. On the other side, Chen Fan and Budik directly killed these jailers. After all, ordinary soldiers were no match for them. Chen Fan's strength is at the peak level of a major general. As for Budik's strength, Lieutenant General in the headquarters, although he has been imprisoned on the 6th floor and his strength has declined, he is still in his prime, and the time he has been imprisoned is not 7 or 8 years, but more than 10 years. No matter how much he declines, he still has the peak strength of a major general. The journey was smooth, and the two of them directly opened the door on the 1st floor and rushed out. Chapter 12. Smelling the long-lost air and looking at the bright sun, Chen Fan felt extremely relaxed in their hearts. But they didn't dare to waste time, and immediately prepared to hijack a small warship and leave the Impel City. Both of them knew very well that they would only be safe if they completely left Impel Down City. Just as they were preparing to board the small warship, a figure wearing a white hat and holding a famous sword stood in front of them. It was Aim no Kiryu who came here. Looking at this scene, Chen Fan's eyes were full of fierceness and he clenched his fists, as did Budik on the other side. They knew that this Yuzhiliu was the obstacle to their escape. Be good, let me kill you here. Aim no Ziliu had no intention of catching the two of them back, he just wanted to kill them here. Come together! Chen Fan shouted. In an instant, the two figures disappeared from the spot, and they attacked Yuzhiliu from the left and the right. That fist is covered with armed domineering and terrifying power, and there is no doubt that it can shake gold and crack rocks. However, there was no fear on Ames Hiliu's face, but instead he was full of excitement. He held Thunderstorm in his hand, which was also covered with armed domineering energy, and headed straight forward. If you look carefully, it is not difficult to find that Aim no Kiryu's armed domineering has also reached the second level. Clang! The two black fists caused intense fire the moment they collided with the thunderstorm. Not bad power, I hope you can give me some stimulation. Yuji Ziryu's face was full of arrogance, and he waved the famous sword in his hand, which contained terrifying power. Chen Fan and the other two did not dare to be careless and mobilized all their strength to attack. Constant collisions, fierce fighting, punches to the flesh. With 1 against 2, Yuji Ziryu was not at a disadvantage at all, and even felt vaguely suppressed. Budik's face was a little ugly. His understanding of armed domineering was the shallowest, only the first level. He knew that if it continued like this, the longer time passes, the more dangerous they become. Without hesitation, Budik's body expanded instantly, from his original height of more than 2 meters to 5 or 6 meters, and brown hair began to grow on his body. Turned into a giant bear, this is his fruit ability, the animal-type bear fruit. The huge bear paw smacked directly towards Yuji Ziryu. The powerful force made Yuji Ziryu unable to react for a while, and he fell back. He is far from his prime now. Yuji Ziryu's current strength is only slightly stronger than Chen Fan's. Budik's power doubled when he used the fruit's ability, and for a while, only one person was able to suppress Yuji Ziryu. Chen Fan on the other side also attacked with all his strength, his arms covered with black substance, and he punched Yuji Ziryu one after another. Faced with the full siege of the two men, Aim no Ziryu suddenly fell into a disadvantage. They fought fiercely, punching to the flesh, and the only sound left in the entire Impel City port was the sound of the three people constantly colliding. As time passed by, 10 minutes later, Aim no Kiryu's body is full of scars. Hey. He kept breathing heavily, and facing the siege of the two men, he was completely suppressed. Although the two Chen Fans on the opposite side also had sword wounds on their bodies, their condition was much better than that of Aim no Ziryu. But even so, Chen Fan and the other two didn't look excited at all. Chapter 13. Because they clearly know that this place is too close to Marine headquarters, and it has been 10 minutes now. If this continues, they won't be able to hold on until reinforcements from Marine headquarters arrive. Let's deal with him together. Chen Fan glanced at Budik beside him. Budik meant the same thing. You are a pirate and a marine trader. You are so shameless and want to kill me. After being beaten like this, Aim no Ziryu's expression was naturally filled with anger. One sword in the sky. The next second, Yuji Ziryu's breath belonging to the swordsman burst out, and the terrifying sword power rose into the sky. He clenched the famous sword Liu with both hands and swung the sword forward. A white sword energy of several meters, carrying terrifying power, slashed directly towards Chen Fan and the other two. Budik and the two did not hesitate at all and used their strongest move. The 6 forms of marine mysteries. Overlord Fist. In an instant, Chen Fan's whole body turned red, and the internal organs in his body were beating continuously. On his right arm, veins popped out, and his fists were clenched, and it was extremely dark. The terrifying power was concentrated at one point, and the whole body was constantly boiling. A punch containing powerful power blasted directly towards the white sword energy accompanied by a whistling sound. Iron Palm. At the same time, Budik also mobilized his whole body's energy and blood, all converging on his arms. The huge bear's paw was covered with black material, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot and shot towards the white sword energy. Boom! In an instant, the two men's terrifying attacks collided with the white sword energy. In an instant, gravel flew everywhere, dust rose everywhere, and everything around was destroyed. The white sword energy forced Budik back, but before Yuji Ziryu could be happy. The next second, Chen Fan's pitch-black fist directly shattered the white sword energy. With a face full of surprise and no time to escape, Aim no Ziryu could only hold the famous sword in front of his chest. Clang! Chen Fan's punch, which contained all his power, hit Uzuki Ziliu's famous sword firmly. The powerful impact directly caused Ziliu to fly backwards. Bang! A deep pit was made on the ground, and Ziliu fell to the ground with a face full of pain, and the famous sword in his hand fell aside. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He wanted to stand up, but found that his internal organs were surging. Chen Fan's punch directly caused him to lose the ability to fight in a short time. With a fierce look on his face, Chen Fan rushed forward, preparing to hit the target. Seeing Chen Fan charging straight towards him, his face full of anger, Ziliu wanted to stand up and resist, but he made no move. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he couldn't stand up at all. He fainted directly. Now Ziliu is a lamb to be slaughtered. Just when Chen Fan was about to rush in front of Ziliu and kill him. Hurry and get out of the way, be careful! Budik shouted from behind. At this time, Chen Fan, relying on his domineering power, sensed the danger and quickly retreated. A blazing magma fireball hit the place where Chen Fan was just now. Boom! A deep pit instantly appeared on the ground, with some flames still remaining on it. If Chen Fan hadn't dodged in time just now and was hit solidly by this blow, it would definitely be uncomfortable. Chen Fan and Budik both looked up into the air. After seeing who was coming, their expressions were extremely serious. Chapter 14. Sakazuki. Chen Fan and the two said the name in unison. You are the mastermind of this jailbreak, right? If you surrender obediently and let me catch you, you will be less aggrieved. At this time, Sakazuki's whole body was transformed into magma, and he looked at Chen Fan with an indifferent expression. Haha, you said I'd let you catch me, so I'll just stand there and let you catch me. Although Chen Fan knew how powerful Sakazuki was, it was obvious that Sakazuki was not at his peak now and was still capable of fighting. If it were Sakazuki during the general period, then Chen Fan could really surrender directly. And the most important thing is that Chen Fan saw that there was still a bandage on his abdomen. It was obvious that he had been injured and was not recovering yet. Since you don't want to surrender obediently, then I will severely injure you and arrest you. No one can challenge Marine's majesty. As soon as Sakazuki finished speaking, his whole body was covered with lava, his fists were extremely black, and he attacked directly towards Chen Fan and the two of them. Knowing how powerful Sakazuki was, Chen Fan and Budik did not hesitate. The fist contains armed domineering energy, which bursts out with powerful force and goes straight forward. Boom! The fists of the three collided like boulders, strong winds blew up, and gravel flew everywhere. Sakazuki, who was 1 against 2, directly suppressed Chen Fan and the two. He forced the two of them back several meters, but he stood still. The rolling lava covered the whole body, and the strong pressure made Chen Fan and the two of them feel a little pressure. But they had no choice. Chen Fan knew very well that for them, failure would probably lead to death. Shave. The two of them used Shao at the same time, and their bodies disappeared instantly, attacking Sakazuki at an extremely fast speed. Really looking for death. Sakazuki's expression was full of indifference, and the hot magma seemed to swallow everything. For a moment, the three of them collided together, lava splashed everywhere, and their fists hit the flesh. The battle was one-sided, and Chen Fan and the two of them could only struggle to hold on under Sakazuki's hands. Time passed by, and the hot magma covered everything around it. Every punch of Sakazuki can cause injuries to Chen Fan and the other two. On the other hand, Chen Fan and the others have only caused minor wounds to Sakazuki so far. An injury of this magnitude was of no concern to him. Hey, hey! The constant panting and long-term high-intensity fighting greatly exhausted Chen Fan and Budik's physical strength. At this moment, Sakazuki was facing the siege of the two men, looking completely at ease. You must know that Chen Fan majored in physical arts. But even so, in close combat, Chen Fan and the two still could not gain the upper hand, and were even suppressed. You must know that Sakazuki was still injured and could only use 70% of his strength. It is conceivable how powerful Sakazuki's physical skills are. This is why he will be called a monster in the future. Logia fruit, powerful attack power, powerful physical skills, and powerful domineering. Facing such a monster, Chen Fan and the two had no chance of winning. This seemed to be a dead end. The appearance of Sakazuki was like a big mountain, blocking their hope of escape. Chen Fan was constantly thinking about how to escape. But he still couldn't think of a good way, and could Sakazuki on the opposite side give him time to think? Chapter 15. The pitch-black fist was covered with hot magma and blasted forward. Facing this powerful punch, Chen Fan's veins popped out in his right arm, and his fist was covered with armed domineering energy, and he also punched out. Bang! The two black fists collided like dragons, causing the surrounding gravel to fly up. At the moment of the collision, Chen Fan felt a strong force. He felt pain in his right hand and was forced back more than 10 meters. At the same time, Budik's right foot was as dark as ink, and the kick that looked like an Optimus pillar suddenly struck Sakazuki directly from top to bottom. With an indifferent expression, Sakazuki just blocked the kick with force on his left arm, containing armed domineering force. Then, his right fist contained hot magma and punched out with terrifying power. Seeing this situation, Budik, who turned into an animal, quickly tried to escape, but it was too late. Bang! The terrifying force caused Budik to fly for more than 10 meters, hitting the ground directly, creating a small crater and causing dust to fly everywhere. Sakazuki, Lao Zi is going to kill you. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan was a little angry. Blood rage. The blood in his body was boiling, his internal organs were beating crazily, and the aura in his body was rising continuously. This is the strongest move he has developed in the past 6 years, and it is also his final trump card. After a while, Chen Fan's whole body was exuding vitality, and his strength increased by 1.5 times. Armed. Collapse fist. Chen Fan's right hand was covered with armed domineering energy, surrounded by blood, and the power of his whole body was concentrated on one point. This powerful punch directly hit Sakazuki at an extremely fast speed. Dark Hound. Sakazuki's expression remained the same, without any panic. The hot magma covered his right fist and spurted out, turning into a giant magma dog and drowning towards Chen Fan. Boom! For a moment, two terrifying attacks collided like dragons. Everything around them was destroyed, rubble flew everywhere, and circles of air waves spread out. Under the strong collision, Chen Fan retreated a full 5 meters. Sakazuki on the other side also took a step back. This is the first time since the battle that Sakazuki has been forced to retreat head-on. Interesting, you pirate. But being a pirate is your biggest mistake, and this place will be your grave. Sakazuki was also a little surprised that Chen Fan's strength suddenly improved so much, but he still looked arrogant. Really? I think I still have a long way to go in life, so you should leave this grave to yourself. Chen Fan's expression was indifferent, and his body disappeared in place again. Blood and energy erupted all over his body. This was a move to squeeze the energy and blood, and naturally it could not last for long. Therefore, Chen Fan had to make a quick decision. His fist was extremely dark and he was attacking Sakazuki. Seeing this situation, Sakazuki's whole body was covered with hot magma, especially his fists, which were steaming. His body disappeared in place, leaving a small pit in the ground, and he walked straight up. Bang! Bang! For a moment, the two collided and fought fiercely, with fists hitting the flesh and drops of blood dripping to the ground. At the beginning of the battle, Chen Fan was still at a disadvantage. He looked a little unwilling. Even though he had revealed his trump cards, he was still suppressed by Sakazuki. Chapter 16. There was no way. Although Sakazuki had not yet reached the strength of a general at this time, he definitely possessed the strength of an elite lieutenant general of the unit, or even stronger. Chen Fan, who revealed his trump card, only possessed the strength of a lieutenant general in his headquarters for a short period of time. It can be said that if Sakazuki had not been injured, this battle would not have to be fought at all. As time passed, Chen Fan became more and more impatient, because he knew that the longer he delayed, the more dangerous he would be. But he had no choice, because he couldn't beat Sakazuki at all, and even now he was just struggling to death under Sakazuki's hands. It can be said that when Chen Fan's blood rage disappears, that is when he will be defeated. Your sudden power-enhancing move is quite interesting, but it seems that it won't last long. Do you have any more cards? Otherwise, it's over. Sakazuki said slowly that he was in complete control of the battle situation. Don't worry, I'll show you. Chen Fan's expression was filled with reluctance. He had planned this until now and didn't want to be caught again. And if he was caught escaping from prison, he would most likely face immediate death. Thinking of this, Chen Fan prepared to fight to the death. Armament. Secret technique. Overlord Fist. In an instant, Chen Fan's aura expanded to the extreme, his blood boiled, the veins on his right fist bulged and turned extremely black, and all the strength of his body was concentrated on one point. The black fist flew straight towards Sakazuki at an extremely fast speed. Sucker Punch. Dog Bites Red Lotus. In response to this, Sakazuki's expression was still so arrogant, the hot magma condensed on his right hand, his fist was as black as ink, and then, the magma-like arm blasted forward. The boiling magma shot out and transformed into a giant dog in mid-air, drowning everything. Boom! The blazing magma dog and the black fist collided in an instant, countless pieces of rubble flew everywhere, and everything around was destroyed. Ripples spread out in circles. The terrifying force made Chen Fan feel powerless. After only a few seconds of resistance, his entire body was blown away by the giant magma dog. Bang! A big hole appeared on the ground and Chen Fan fell heavily to the ground. His body was charred and covered with hideous wounds. Obviously, Chen Fan was seriously injured by this attack. And given Sakazuki's character, he would naturally not let Chen Fan go. You can go to hell now, you evil pirate. Along with the sound came the figure of Sakazuki, his fist covered with boiling magma, and he blasted directly towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan stood up tremblingly and wanted to punch to block the attack, but he felt powerless due to the severe injuries in his body and the huge consumption of physical strength. It can be said that Chen Fan could not block Sakazuki's punch no matter what. At the critical moment, when Sakazuki was less than 5 meters away from Chen Fan, a huge body appeared in front of him. Bear Wave Palm. It was Budik who had just fainted and now woke up. His huge bear paw was pitch black and contained terrifying power. He blocked the scorching lava fist with his strength. Hurry up, or we'll both die here. One of us must escape. When you get out, remember to kill Henry David. After Budik became a marine trader and a pirate, he actually didn't want to live anymore. But thinking that his enemies had not been killed yet, he insisted on living. Even if he was caught and put in prison, he had to live. Now he felt that he had no hope of escaping, so he might as well let his disciples escape and avenge him. He shouted to Chen Fan behind him. Chapter 17. After staying for half a second, Chen Fan knew that the two of them together would definitely not be able to defeat Sakazuki. If they don't leave, neither of them will be able to leave. Without any further hesitation, Chen Fan immediately used shaving and ran towards the sea. Do you think you can run away? Naturally, Sakazuki could not let Chen Fan escape. There was hot magma in his right fist, and he punched out with terrifying force, forcing Budik back several meters. But just as he was about to catch up with Chen Fan, Budik immediately followed up and smacked Sakazuki's back in the darkness above the bear's paw. Seeing this situation, Sakazuki had no choice but to turn around and throw out a punch containing hot magma, forcing Budik back again. As long as I'm here, you can't even chase him. Budik's eyes were full of determination, but blood was already overflowing from the corners of his mouth. One can imagine how seriously injured he was at this moment. A marine trader dares to stop me. I'm really looking for death. Sakazuki was stopped and was a little angry. The hot magma erupted in an instant. The surrounding temperature increased and the surface was covered with magma. The body instantly disappeared on the spot, his right fist was swung forward, and the hot magma dog flooded towards Budik. Facing this terrible blow, Budik's two huge bare paws were covered with armed domineering force. The veins in both arms popped out, and they were shot forward suddenly. The next second, the moment the huge bare paw touched the giant magma dog, it was completely submerged. The hot magma swallowed Budik, and a large crater appeared on the ground. At the same time, Chen Fan also jumped into the sea. He did not dare to take a boat. He knew that even if he took a boat, Sakazuki would catch up with him. The only way to escape is by jumping into the sea. As a devil fruit user, Sakazuki is afraid of sea water. Seeing that Chen Fan had jumped into the sea, Sakazuki immediately wanted to catch up, but when he was about to disappear into the elemental form, a hand that was completely blackened grabbed him. As long as I'm here, don't even think about chasing this little guy. Run! You will be free for the rest of your life. Budik, who was still breathing, grabbed Sakazuki's right foot with both hands and shouted at Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan was swimming while turning around to look at Budik, who was only breathing. His heart was touched, and his face was filled with unwillingness and anger. You guys are really looking for death. How can you say you used to be a marine? You actually joined the ranks of pirates. Sakazuki's eyes were full of coldness, and the fist containing hot magma was blasted directly towards Budik's body. No! Chen Fan yelled angrily, but he was powerless. He could only watch helplessly as Sakazuki punched Budik through the chest. After his breath dissipated and his chest was pierced, Budik looked at Chen Fan, who had swam nearly 100 meters out of the coast, and said slowly, "Run." Then, he closed his eyes, dropped his hands feebly, and became completely silent. Budik! Watching this scene, Chen Fan roared loudly, his eyes filled with anger, and he clenched his fists. He swore in his heart that he must kill Sakazuki and that David Henry to avenge Budik. Originally, Chen Fan really wanted to use Budik to increase his chances of escaping, but Brook fought to the death to help Chen Fan escape. No matter how indifferent Chen Fan was, he was still a little touched in his heart. Even in his heart, Budik can truly be regarded as his master. Full of anger, Chen Fan dived into the water. He knew clearly that only by escaping could he have a chance to avenge Budik. At the port, Sakazuki looked at Chen Fan, who had swam out several hundred meters and dived underwater without seeing anyone. Chapter 18. Sakazuki was a little angry. He couldn't believe that he took action in person and let this pirate run away. However, it was not Sakazuki's style to give up. He instantly transformed into an element and came to mid-air above the sea. Big fire breathing. The hot magma exploded to the extreme, and the fiery breath continuously gathered on his hands. Sakazuki raised his hands high. The countless hot magma shot out, bombarding the sea surface like a volcano erupting. Boom! The sound of explosion sounded instantly, the sea water exploded, and the originally calm sea surface was exploded by countless fireballs. Whirlpools appeared one after another. At this moment, Chen Fan, who was lurking below, also felt that the temperature on the surface was increasing. He immediately speeded up and swam forward. Seeing that Chen Fan was not blown up, Sakazuki's expression became a little ugly. If he becomes a general in the future, he can naturally blow up the entire sea surface nearby. It's a pity that he doesn't have this strength now, and as a devil fruit user, he has no choice but to enter the sea water. The Sakazuki above is very useful when used. Want to find out where Chen Fan is? Although his power of knowledge and color has reached the 3rd level, he still couldn't explore it in a large area, and searched to no avail. Meanwhile, on the other side, The 6th floor of Impel Down City. At this moment, the 6th floor, which is an endless hell, is filled with corpses, as well as unconscious pirates and jailers. Most of the big pirates on the 6th floor were dead, and a small number were unconscious. Similarly, Magellan, who exploded with strength beyond his limit, was now paralyzed on the ground, his body covered in blood. The venom around him had also dissipated. He now no longer even had the physical strength to maintain his devil fruit ability. Can you imagine how serious his injury was this time? Of the nearly 200 jailers, less than 10 were left at this time. Although Magellan and the others won this battle, it could only be said to be a narrow victory, and it was a narrow victory at a great cost. This is thanks to the fact that there are no real big pirates on the 6th floor at this time, such as golden lions and the like. In addition, they are too lazy to practice most of the time, and some of them are old. The strength of most pirates has dropped significantly, and they are not even half as strong as when they were first captured. Of course, part of the reason is that Magellan's fruit ability allows him to exert 120% of his combat effectiveness in this small space. Otherwise, this battle may not be a narrow victory, but a mutual defeat. At this time, Chen Fan at the bottom of the sea was full of anger, and he wanted to kill Sakazuki very much. But he knew that his current strength was definitely not enough. Continuously diving to the bottom of the sea, although my hands and feet are already feeling a little tired, and my physical strength is about to reach its limit. But even so, Chen Fan did not dare to surface. He had to reach his limit before resurfacing. Otherwise, if Sakazuki finds him, all his efforts will be in vain. After swimming for nearly 10 minutes, Chen Fan felt that he could no longer hold his breath and could only slowly swim out of the sea. He looked around and found that there was no trace of Sakazuki. Then he took a breath and glanced at the blue sky. He knew that he was not out of danger yet. I have to find a small island and hide. I am still in danger now. Chapter 19. Marine will definitely send warships out to look for it. Moreover, Sakazuki will never go back that easily. When Chen Fan thought of Sakazuki, his face was filled with anger. It was the first time that he wanted to kill someone. He secretly swore in his heart that he would kill Sakazuki to avenge Budik. At night, night falls. Chen Fan arrived at an island in the Sabayati archipelago. At this time, both his injuries and physical strength were about to reach the limit of his body. It can be said that if this continues, Chen Fan will die even if he is not caught by Marine. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately broke into a house. Inside, there lived a strong man with a scar on his face. Who are you? You dare to break into my house? Do you know who I am? Laozi belongs to the giant tiger pirates. The strong man held a big sword and looked at Chen Fan with a fierce expression. No nonsense, Chen Fan's body disappeared instantly. Under the shock and fear of the strong man, blood spurted out, and his head instantly turned into a pile of brains. Afterwards, Chen Fan began to look for food in his house, and soon he saw a lot of food. Chen Fan, who already felt his head was dizzy, immediately ignored it and started eating. Along with the weak heat flow, it emanates from the body, first enters the blood, and then pours into the internal organs. Like the dew after the rain, it is constantly repairing Chen Fan's body. His body, which was about to collapse and reach its limit, barely stabilized at this moment. At the same time, Marine's warships were constantly searching for traces of Chen Fan on the sea. In the Marine Fleet Admiral office, Cyborg Kong also learned at this moment that a little guy actually escaped from the 6th floor of the Impel City. His hair, which was already standing on end, looked like it was blowing up at this moment. Cyborg Kong looked at Zifa, Sengoku, Garp and others who were in the office at this time with an angry expression. It's a shame for us Marine to let a little guy escape from the 6th floor. Seize the last chance, except for Garp, you stay. Everyone else, be sure to catch that son of Akoku. Looking at the angry Cyborg Kong, everyone looked very serious. Only Garp was still eating donuts with a smile on his face. This little guy is quite interesting. However, his father is also very strong. He lasted for an hour before he was defeated by me. The atmosphere in the city was extremely gloomy. At this time, both Magellan and Eugilio were covered with bandages. One can imagine how seriously injured they were. At this moment, neither of them spoke, including the jailer under them. Because they all knew that the myth that no one could escape from Impel Down City was shattered on this day. It was broken under their hands. The pirate who was less than 20 years old broke the myth of Impel Down. 1 month later, a young man appeared on a small island in Qinghai. This man was Chen Fan. The day after he recovered, he immediately left the Sabayati Islands. After the marine headquarters searched for Chen Fan nearby for 2 days with no results, they also knew very well that Chen Fan had probably left here. They also had to accept the reality that the myth of Impel Down was shattered by a boy less than 20 years old. Chapter 20. Marine headquarters also announced Chen Fan's bounty 10 days ago. The most important thing is that they even learned Chen Fan's name from the pirates who survived on the 6th floor. As the only pirate to break the myth in decades, the Marines offered a bounty of 800 million baileys. This is such a terrifying number. You must know that Chen Fan's current strength does not even reach that of a lieutenant general. As soon as this reward order came out, in 10 days, the news that the myth of Impel Down City was shattered spread throughout the sea. The pirates in New World were all greatly surprised. I'll go, I read that right, someone actually broke the myth of Impel Down City. It's really scary. This guy looks like he's less than 20 years old, but he was able to escape from Impel Down. I think that myth that can never be broken was touted by Marine. Otherwise, how would it be possible for a guy with no hair to escape from prison successfully? It's just that these Marines are just losers and a bunch of trash. The pirates in the New World were not only surprised that Chen Fan broke the myth of Impel Down. He even felt that Marine was such a loser that he was successfully escaped from Impel Down by a young man under 20 years old. At the same time, in the second half of New World, Roger, who had just become One Piece, saw the news and smiled. Ha ha ha, it's really interesting that this little guy was able to escape from Impel Down. With young people like him here, I really look forward to what the world will be like in the future. However, I may not be able to see it anymore. One Piece Roger looked forward, no one knew what he was thinking at this time. On the shore of Gaia Island, Chen Fan appeared here. He had been here for 2 full days, looking at the endless sea. Some villagers looked at this scene and felt very strange, thinking, who is this guy? Where did it come from, and why did it stay on the shore for 2 days? This caused Chen Fan to attract many people's attention. However, Chen Fan didn't care at all about the crowd watching. He was waiting for a wave of waves to rise into the sky. He came here with only one purpose, which was to obtain the Thunder Fruit. Chen Fan must get the Thunder Fruit, which is known as Logia's most powerful attack power. As long as he gets the terrifying power of thunder, Chen Fan will be sure to catch up with Sakazuki as quickly as possible. After he came out, he only had 2 goals for the time being. The first was to kill Marine Lieutenant General Henry David, and the second was to kill Sakazuki. For the first goal, Chen Fan is confident that it will not take long before he has the strength of a lieutenant general in his headquarters. But as for Sakazuki, with his monster-like talent, Chen Fan will improve, and he will definitely improve too. Therefore, Chen Fan needs to obtain the Thunder Fruit to quickly enhance his strength. The breeze kept blowing on the sea surface, causing ripples and circles. Chen Fan just closed his eyes and rested, waiting slowly. Suddenly, Chen Fan opened his eyes because he found that the entire sea had become extremely manic. The next second, the water rose into the sky, and the entire sea surface looked like an upside-down waterfall. Some of the villagers who were watching had shocked expressions on their faces, but most of them were accustomed to it. Obviously, as villagers who have lived on this island for decades, they have seen the upside-down waterfall more than once. Although this is like a miracle, are there still few wonders in the world of One Piece? Chapter 21. Looking at the water flow that looked like a huge pillar holding up the sky, Chen Fan didn't hesitate at all. He wanted to use this water flow to rush straight up. Rush directly to Nakorn Island. Afterwards, Chen Fan directly used moonwalk and headed towards the water flow. I saw the faces of the villagers behind were full of surprise. Am I right? Is this young man flying? You read that right, he is indeed flying. Is he the legendary devil fruit user? Look, he seems to be rushing directly into the water. No way, isn't this looking for death? I saw with my own eyes a huge wooden boat being swept into the current. Then, in less than a few seconds, it was broken into pieces and turned into pieces of wood. The people inside were all turned into pieces of flesh and blood, and no one could survive. Under the shocked and incomprehensible expressions of the villagers, Chen Fan had already rushed into the giant pillar of water flow. As soon as he entered, Chen Fan felt a tearing sensation in his body. He did not expect that the impact of this sky-high river was so strong, and the iron blocks were immediately deployed. After strengthening his body's defense, Chen Fan felt a little better, and then his whole body was rushed upward by the sky-high river. The villagers at the back shook their heads at this time, with expressions full of regret. They couldn't figure out why this young man would go into this water column to seek death when he clearly had a great time. In their sight, Chen Fan had been submerged by the river like an upside-down waterfall, and he could not be seen at all. Chen Fan, who was in the sky-high river, constantly felt as if his body was being cut by a knife. This is also thanks to his strong physical fitness. If an ordinary person wants to reach the empty island by relying on the soaring river with only his physical body, he may be torn into pieces as soon as he enters. In less than a moment, the soaring river directly brought Chen Fan to the sea. He looked towards the White Sea above. If I remember correctly, Sky Island should be above the White Sea. Chen Fan did not hesitate and immediately swam upstream. 2 minutes later, he swam out of the sea. Looking at the vast expanse of white, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh at the miraculous craftsmanship of nature. Standing up, Chen Fan looked around. There were no buildings, only a vast expanse of white. His expression instantly became a little ugly, because the purpose of his trip was Birka Island, but he did not know the specific direction of Birka Island. Chen Fan thought for a moment, and decided to walk straight ahead. Whenever he met an Sky Islander, he could ask him the specific direction. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately used moonwalk. He would rather spend more energy and move forward on this empty island than run on this white cloud. Because, in this ocean that looks like white clouds, some places are empty and invisible. Ordinary people will step in if they step on it accidentally. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later. Chen Fan went down to rest every half hour, and then continued to use moonwalk to fly in mid-air. At this time he stopped. Because Chen Fan discovered that in front of him was no longer the vast white ocean, but a strange building in the shape of a huge six-pointed star. As he flew faster and faster, he found that the buildings in front of him became more and more familiar. Chen Fan thought about it, isn't this the gate of heaven above the White Sea? Entering this door will also lead to an empty island. Without hesitation, Chen Fan ran towards the gate of the Kingdom of Heaven at extremely fast speeds. As soon as he entered the gate of Heavenly Kingdom, he saw a tunnel with a radius of several meters but more than hundreds of meters long. Without stopping, Chen Fan continued to run forward, and after running for almost 1,000 meters, he saw a gate appearing in front of him. I was about to rush up and open the door. The door that was several meters high opened on its own initiative, and an ugly old woman who was just over 1 meter tall, like a dwarf, with purple hair wrapped up and her face covered with wrinkles, appeared in front of Chen Fan. Sky Islander. Chen Fan slowly said these 3 words, because he saw that this old woman looked the same as the person above the sea, and the most important thing was that she had a pair of white wings on her back. At this moment, Amazon was holding a camera in her hand, and she glanced at Chen Fan. Then, before Chen Fan could react, he pointed the camera at him and started taking random pictures. After taking about a dozen pictures, the old woman looked at Chen Fan and said slowly, "People from Qinghai, welcome to our empty island. I am the supervisor of the empty island, Amazon. If you want to enter our empty island, you must pay 15 billions of extol." Amazon's voice is a little hoarse. Chen Fan vaguely remembered that he had to pay money to enter the Sky Island, and 1.5 billion extol sounded like a terrifying number. But converted into Baileys, it's only a few 100,000. Really? But I can ask you a question, where to go to Birka Island? Chen Fan had a sneer on his lips. Needless to say, he had no money. Even if he had money, he would not pay it. Chen Fan looked at the Amazon behind him and the pair of wings behind her. Go all the way to the right, and you can see Angel Island. If you go straight back from Angel Island, you'll find Birka Island. People from Qinghai, do you have any money? If not, I can't let you in. Amazon looked at Chen Fan with a somewhat fearful expression. After getting the answer you want? Of course I have it, but you don't have the life to take it. The second after he finished speaking, Chen Fan's body instantly disappeared from the spot. His fists were covered with armed domineering energy and he blasted towards the Amazon. Seeing this scene, Amazon's face showed panic. She prepared to fight back, but it was too late. With the blood spurting out, Chen Fan punched the Amazon's head into pieces. Looking at the body, Chen Fan first searched her body and got a money bag, which contained currencies that Chen Fan had never seen before. The denominations were very large, and the smallest one was worth 100,000. This should be extol. Afterwards, Chen Fan was about to leave, but he stopped after taking just a few steps. Chen Fan looked at Amazon's pair of white wings. In fact, the biggest difference between Qingdao people and Qingdao people is the white wings on their backs. Although Chen Fan is not afraid of the four god-tier officials in Ganfuer, he does not want to cause trouble for himself. Before finding the thunder fruit, Chen Fan wanted to avoid all the troubles that could be avoided. After a while, he ripped off a pair of wings from the Amazon's back. Then he stuffed it into his clothes. If you don't look carefully, Chen Fan is no different from a Sky Islander now. After doing all this, Chen Fan was about to use moonwalk when he saw another good thing. In front of him, a seahorse like a shrimp appeared. Chen Fan immediately recognized it. This should be Qingdao's unique express shrimp. After thinking for a while, Chen Fan jumped directly onto the express shrimp and grabbed its two beards as if grabbing the reins. Ride it toward the east. Express shrimp is worthy of its name. It is so fast that even compared to Chen Fan's moonwalk, it is not slower at all. As time goes by, Chen Fan gradually saw a hole appearing in front of him, and the hole was shining with white light. Without thinking much, he immediately drove the express shrimp in that direction. Boom! The moment he drove out of the cave, Chen Fan found himself in mid-air, and then suddenly fell. Chen Fan quickly grabbed the express shrimp's beard with both hands to prevent him from being thrown out. Bang! After falling heavily on the island cloud, Chen Fan stabilized his body and looked forward. Not far in front of it, there is a beach, and in front of the beach are piles of buildings. No need to think, this should be Angel Island. Afterwards, Chen Fan immediately jumped off the express shrimp and ran towards Angel Island. He was too lazy to waste time. After all, Angel Island was not the destination of his trip. His destination was Birka Island. In fact, Chen Fan didn't know where the thunder fruit was exactly. In his previous life, he only read some information on a certain bar. Chen Fan guessed that the thunder fruit might be in the temple on Birka Island. Therefore, Chen Fan was prepared to go directly to the temple, if the temple did not have one. There is only the second way, which is to find Enel and follow him in the dark until Enel finds the thunder fruit and snatch it himself. However, this method is too slow, and Enel is only in his early teens at the moment. Chen Fan also didn't know when exactly Enel obtained the thunder fruit. However, now we can only take one step at a time. Chen Fan was thinking as he walked into Angel Island, where there were buildings. On the street, no one noticed Chen Fan. After all, Chen Fan also has a pair of wings behind his back at this moment. He is thinking about whether to use moonwalk or use transportation to get to Birka Island. After hesitating for a few seconds, Chen Fan decided to use transportation. After all, before getting the thunder fruit, Chen Fan wanted to keep a low profile. Then, he came to a shop where vehicles like motorcycles were parked. This is also one of Kangdeo's unique products, Vayaba. The owner of this shop is a middle-aged man with a beer belly. "Boss, how did you sell this car?" Chen Fan pointed to the car closest to him and asked. 7 billion X-doors. The boss replied. "Okay, take it." Chen Fan happily took out 700 million X-doors from the bag. After all, this was the money he had just snatched, and he wouldn't be able to use it down there, so he didn't care. Seeing Chen Fan paying for it so readily, the boss was a little surprised. But he didn't say much. After all, isn't it bad to have customers who don't bargain? After paying the money with one hand and delivering the goods with the other, Chen Fan drove directly away in Megatron. Driving all the way, feeling the speed of the wind, Chen Fan felt almost like driving a motorcycle. After a while, he drove the Megatron to leave Angel Island and headed directly towards Birka Island. Along the way, waves splashed in circles. But there is a bad thing. Every half hour, Chen Fan has to stop, because the air in the exhaust shell is used up, and he has to stop to replenish it. Until the next morning, when the morning light dawned. Chen Fan just saw a small island. When he looked over, he saw a white coastline with towering trees standing on it. The entire island was deep in the white ocean. No need to think, this should be Birka Island. 222 Tuesday. Chen Fan did not hesitate and immediately grasped the handle in front of him as tightly as possible. He seemed to have seen the thunder fruit actually waving towards him. After entering the coast, Chen Fan threw Megatron on the side of the road, ignored it, and then walked directly into the island. Chapter 22. Walking into this street, Chen Fan wanted to find someone to ask where the temple was. As he was walking, he saw a group of people gathered in one place, and some of them were very excited and seemed to be cursing. Being somewhat curious, Chen Fan also used his observation haki to look over. When he saw clearly what was inside the crowd, Chen Fan's expression changed. There was a child in there who looked to be about 10 years old. Why did Chen Fan feel familiar with him? Because this isn't Enel as a kid. At this moment, Enel was surrounded by people, and in front of him was a baker holding a bread. "How dare you come to my bakery and steal my bread?" The baker pointed at Enel and started cursing. "I didn't, someone threw it to me, I just happened to come over here." Enel looked frightened. "Haha, who would believe you when you say this?" The baker looked incredulous. "That's right, disgusting Qinghai people, I would drive them off the island." "I think so too. How can a humble Qinghai person who doesn't even have wings live on our Birka Island? Disgusting. It turns out that only people from Qinghai would do such petty theft." Except for the baker, no one among the onlookers believed Enel. After all, in their eyes, Enel was just a Qinghai native, different from them. "I didn't, I really didn't." Enel looked aggrieved. "You still dare to say no? Do you mean that I have wronged you?" The burly baker showed no sympathy for Enel at all. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and slapped him. "Pa! You know, the baker's thick arms are almost as big as Enel's head." This slap made Enel dizzy, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he half fell to the ground in pain. Chen Fan, who was watching this scene, had no intention of going up to help. In his eyes, as long as Enel's life was not in danger, it was none of his business. As for the onlookers, they showed no mercy at all, and instead smiled. "Akru, your slap was too light. It didn't knock the little guy unconscious." "That's right, this evil Qinghai man, he dared to steal things this time, and he will dare to kill people next time. Your slap is too light. If I were you, I would definitely beat him up badly." Not only did the onlookers not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for Enel, they all started to mock him, and some even thought that the baker had beaten the dough too lightly. "I don't want to be put in jail because of a Qinghai man, kid, I'll let you go this time. Next time, if you dare to steal bread again, I will beat you half to death." Akru said to Enel in a threatening manner, then left with a big laugh. Those who were watching also felt that there was nothing interesting to watch and left one after another. Enel kept his head down and said nothing until they left. He didn't dare to speak because it was obviously not him who stole it, but these guys thought they stole it just because they didn't have wings behind them. Enel clenched his fists, his eyes were extremely gloomy, he roared in his heart, if he had the chance to stand up, he would make these people pay the price, he would make everyone in the entire Sky Island pay the price. Chen Fan, who was watching this scene from behind, also knew why Enel would be so cruel in the future and enslave the people of Sky Island. Anyone who was treated like this when they were a child would do the same. However, Chen Fan didn't care what Enel was thinking at the moment. After watching the show, Chen Fan prepared to head towards the temple. He randomly found someone and asked him. The middle-aged man who was selling food looked at Chen Fan strangely. Because, normally, people on Birka Island should know where the temple is. "You came from Angel Island, right?" The middle-aged man looked at Chen Fan. "Yes." Chen Fan replied. "Why are you asking for the direction of the temple? It's a forbidden area. None of us can go there." The uncle looked at Chen Fan with some suspicion. "Nothing. I'm just curious. How much do these things cost?" Chen Fan pointed to a few items of food. "Well, how many of these?" "It adds up to 10,000 xdal." When the middle-aged uncle heard that Chen Fan wanted to buy something, he immediately became enthusiastic. "Okay, then please help me wrap everything up." Chen Fan said slowly. "Okay." The middle-aged uncle immediately wrapped the food. Seeing Chen Fan pay the money so readily, he continued, "Well, the temple is at the end of this street, just keep going to the left. However, it is a forbidden area and can only be seen from a distance, not close." After thinking for a while, the middle-aged uncle told Chen Fan the location of the temple. After all, he bought something from him. And the location of the temple on Birka Island is no secret. "Thank you very much." Chen Fan smiled, then took all the food and left. When he went to the temple, there was already someone ahead of him, it was Enel. In the street, Chen Fan did not use moonwalk or hurry up, but walked normally. Before he got the thunder fruit, he didn't want to attract other people's attention. Enel, who ran quickly, arrived outside the temple. He hid in a bush and kept looking at the temple. He seemed to know something, but there were guards patrolling around the temple with spears, so there was no way he could get close to the temple. You know, even people from Angel Island can't get close to the temple, let alone a Qingdao person without wings. It can be said that as soon as Enel gets close to the temple, he will definitely be caught by the guards, and he may even be killed directly. He stared firmly into the temple, his eyes full of unwillingness. At this time, Chen Fan also arrived outside the temple. He saw a temple that was very large and similar to ancient Egyptian architecture. The walls of the temple were also carved with murals that Chen Fan couldn't understand at all. There are even guards patrolling around. As soon as Chen Fan walked over, he attracted the attention of the guards. "Who are you? Don't get close here, leave quickly." One of the guards came up to warn. This is because Chen Fan has a pair of wings behind his back. If he were from Qinghai, he might just take action. Chen Fan did not reply, nor did he leave. He stood there without any movement. Seeing this scene, the guards gathered around. I'm warning you again, this is a forbidden area of the temple. If you don't leave, I will kill you here on the spot. At first the guard warned again. This time Chen Fan moved, but with his fist. He swung his right arm at an extremely fast speed. The fist struck directly at the guard's head. The guard was so fast that he couldn't react at all. He could only enlarge his pupils, and then blood shot out. The guard completely lost his breath and fell to the ground. The guards watching this scene from behind immediately understood, what was Chen Fan here for? Kill him together. One of the guards shouted, and then more than a dozen guards rushed towards Chen Fan. But how could these miscellaneous soldiers, who at best only have school-level strength, be Chen Fan's opponents? Shave. Chen Fan's body disappeared in an instant, his fingers turned into claws, and every attack took away a life. Ah! Those guards just screamed and were killed by Chen Fan, leaving no room for them to fight back. In just 2 minutes, Chen Fan killed all the dozen guards guarding the temple. Looking at the corpses on the ground and his hands stained with blood, Chen Fan didn't care and walked straight towards the temple. Enel, who had been hiding in the grass, was so surprised when he saw this scene that his mouth opened in an O shape. Looking at the devil-like Chen Fan, his eyes were full of fear. Chapter 23. But he was more worried because he saw this man walking straight into the temple. He thought to himself, could it be that this guy came for that thing as well? Seeing that Chen Fan had completely entered the temple, Enel also came out from the bushes and followed him in stealthily. Inside the temple, Chen Fan looked at the several-meter-tall golden statue placed in the front of the temple. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and he could not recognize who it was. His pupils slightly dilated, and Chen Fan's gaze was now completely directed at the golden statue's right hand, which held a spiral sky-blue fruit. Isn't this the thunder fruit that he has been dreaming about? Looking at the thunder fruit, Chen Fan could no longer hide the joy in his heart and was about to rush forward to get it. At this moment, an old voice sounded in the temple. You have trespassed into the forbidden area and killed the temple guards. This is a great disrespect to God. Boom! As soon as the vicissitudes of life voice fell, Chen Fan looked in the direction where the voice came from, and suddenly a terrifying shock wave was emitted, deafening. Immediately, a white shock wave shot towards Chen Fan, and without hesitation, his body rolled backwards. Chen Fan dodged the attack easily. Boom! All of a sudden, a hole several meters high was blasted out in the wall of the temple, and bricks fell to the ground. It can be imagined that the power of this blow was enormous. At the same time, Chen Fan turned around and looked to the right with fierce eyes. An old woman wearing a white robe and with a pair of white wings on her back appeared in front of him. Her expression was filled with anger. She was not afraid of Chen Fan's cold gaze, but warned him. Trespasser, leave now. This fruit represents sin and curse. Leave immediately, or I will punish you on behalf of God. As she spoke, the old woman held a shock shell in her hand and faced Chen Fan. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan sneered, a smile like the devil's smile from hell. You think you can stop me? What curse? What God? It's really ridiculous. The next second after he finished speaking, Chen Fan immediately used the shaving technique, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. His fists were covered with armed color domineering, and he attacked the old woman at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, the temple guardian picked up the shock shell, and in an instant, shock waves were launched, destroying everything around. Boom! The sound of explosions continued, and gaps were smashed into the temple. But even so, she had no way of aiming at Chen Fan, who possessed the observation haki. He dodged these attacks easily, and in just a few seconds, Chen Fan had arrived in front of the old woman. Seeing this scene, the temple guardian wanted to use the shock wave again, and fired it close to the face, but Chen Fan punched out with powerful force. Blood spurted out, and a scream of awe was heard. The temple guardian's right hand was directly broken, and the shock wave also fell to the ground along with his right hand. With a look of fear and surprise on his face, Chen Fan grabbed the temple guardian's neck with his right hand and lifted him up. Give it up. Although that thing brings power, it is also an ominous thing. Before the old woman died, she still wanted to persuade Chen Fan to give up. It's ridiculous. I have such a powerful force, but I don't master it. Then this power will belong to me. What curse! I only believe that power is the only thing. Chen Fan sneered, then exerted force with his right hand. Crack! The temple guardian's neck was pinched directly by Chen Fan. On the other side, Enel had sneakily arrived in front of the thunder fruit. His face was full of excitement, thinking that he would finally have power. When the time comes, he will make everyone on the empty island pay the price, and he will become the king of the empty island. Just when he was about to reach out for the thunder fruit. But the next second, Chen Fan immediately picked up the impact shell on the ground and threw it in the direction of the thunder fruit. Enel, who was still laughing wildly, instantly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and the shell was directly embedded in the back of his head. After a few seconds, blood flowed out, and Enel fell to the ground unconscious. Even though he was dead, his eyes were still staring at the thunder fruit. He was very unwilling in his heart, because he was just one step away from getting this thunderous fruit and gaining powerful power. At this moment, Chen Fan slowly walked towards the thunder fruit. Chen Fan had already discovered Enel when he entered the temple. It's just that he wants to deal with the temple guardian first. You alone dare to steal something from me. Chen Fan glanced at Enel's body, and then picked up the sky blue thunder fruit. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately took a bite. In an instant, a very unpleasant taste fermented in his mouth. After swallowing it, I felt that the intestines in my body were turning over. This smell is worse than shit. No wonder even Luffy can't eat devil fruit. Forcibly enduring the nausea, Chen Fan took it for a while before he recovered. He felt the inside of his body carefully, and after a few seconds, Chen Fan's appearance is covered with wisps of blue thunder, and he seems to be able to use it at will. Chen Fan stretched out the fingers of his right hand and pointed forward. In an instant, a bolt of lightning as thick as a finger burst forward and directly penetrated the wall. Looking at this power, Chen Fan thought that it was indeed a thunder fruit, and then he began to try to elementalize his body. Just a few seconds later, his entire body turned into wisps of thunder, and then floated in mid-air. Although, Chen Fan can only use the thunder fruit in some superficial ways now. However, he believes that as he continues to develop, this Logia fruit with the strongest attack power will shine brightly on the sea. The next second, Chen Fan did not intend to stay, and disappeared instantly. The elemental body was extremely fast. Feeling the power all over the body, the thunder fruit not only gave Chen Fan the power of thunder, but also improved his physical fitness to a higher level. After getting the fruit, Chen Fan was ready to start his next plan. Rule the Sky Island. You must know that whether you are creating a pirate group or a force, in addition to strong power, funds are also essential. This is also why Chen Fan had to go to Sky Island as soon as he escaped. First, of course, it's because of the Logia Devil Fruit Thunder Fruit. The second reason is that there is a large amount of gold on the empty island. It can be said that as long as Chen Fan owns the gold on the empty island, that way, you most likely won't have to worry about money in the future. Chapter 24. Standing proudly in the sky, Chen Fan's whole body was covered with destructive thunder, and wisps of blue thunder flashed around him. The atmosphere keeps roaring, and the whole sky seems to change color. At this time, Chen Fan was like a thunder god in charge of heavenly punishment. The next second, his body disappeared instantly. Heading towards the center of Birka Island, Chen Fan arrived at the top of a palace in less than 10 minutes and looked at the magnificent palace below. Chen Fan's expression was full of indifference. At the same time, the soldiers patrolling outside the palace also discovered Chen Fan. Am I right? Is there someone flying? Yes, why is there thunder around that person? Who is this person? Whoever it is. Everyone, be careful. It is not a good thing for such a person to appear above the palace. Most of the guards were extremely surprised when they saw a man flying with thunder in his body. However, the captain of the guard at the front had a serious look on his face, reminding everyone to be careful. Who are you? Why are you here? The muscular captain of the guard walked to the front and looked at Chen Fan above him and asked. His expression was still so indifferent. Chen Fan raised his hand slightly and answered that the guard had a thick ray of thunder. Boom! Blue thunder fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed, like a divine punishment, and flooded towards the guard captain. His face was full of fear. The guard captain wanted to avoid it but couldn't. The next second, the thunderbolt, which was as thick as a basketball, completely submerged it. Bang! A small crater was made on the entire ground, and the captain of the guard lay on the ground with his whole body scorched black, and made no sound. At this moment, the guards all knew that this was the enemy. Everyone fire arrows! Fire arrows quickly! The deputy guard chief quickly stood up and gave instructions to his subordinates. In an instant, the soldiers also reacted and raised their arrows one after another. These were the unique cloud arrows of Kangdeo. Then aim upward, pull the bow in a semicircle, and shoot. Call out! In an instant, hundreds of cloud arrows shot towards Chen Fan at extremely fast speeds like a waterfall. Thunder punishment. Facing this overwhelming attack, Chen Fan looked calm and raised his right hand high. In an instant, dark clouds appeared in the sky. Streams of terrifying thunder rushed down, turning into a thunder spear in mid-air, containing extremely terrifying power, and headed towards the clouds covered with arrows. Boom! The sound of explosion sounded, and in an instant, the terrifying thunder spear swallowed up all the cloud arrows. Seeing Chen Fan defusing their attacks so easily, the guards below were filled with surprise and fear. Is this still a human being? How could he use such a terrifying attack? How is it possible that someone can master the power of thunder? This is too scary. How can we be the opponent of such a person? This is a god. Otherwise, how can we master the power of thunder? The guard below looked panicked, and for a moment, he even forgot to continue shooting. Everyone, please be quiet. Anyone who disturbs the morale of the army will be killed. Everyone will then shoot arrows for me. The deputy guard chief shouted loudly, although he also felt fear in his heart. But he knew that he absolutely couldn't show it at this time. After being shouted by the deputy guard captain, everyone also reacted, then filled their hands with bows and arrows, and fired out arrows like clouds. This time, Chen Fan refused to hide. His whole body was completely covered by blue thunder, and he allowed the arrows from the clouds to shoot at him, but unfortunately they all passed through his body. There is absolutely no way to cause any harm to the elementalized Chen Fan. At this moment, he was floating in mid-air, his whole body shining with thunder of destruction, just like a thunder god. Seeing this scene in front of them, the guards completely collapsed. They had never seen such an opponent before. Why could their arrows not cause any harm to him? This was impossible. Looking at everyone's expressions, Chen Fan, who had just obtained the thunder fruit and finished playing it, was too lazy to waste time anymore. The ultimate thunder punishment. I saw him raising his hands high, and in an instant, dark clouds appeared in the sky, and the blue clouds kept flashing. Along with this, Chen Fan waved his hands down, and wisps of thunder from his thick arms fell from the sky. At this moment, it was like a thunder punishment. Roaring towards the thousands of guards below. Seeing this all-destroying attack and this shocking scene, those guards didn't dare to think about resisting. They immediately abandoned their armor and tried to escape. It's a pity, how can they outrun the thunder? Help, help, I don't want to die yet. Who's going to save me? Who's going to save me? Is this the devil? Is this the devil appearing to destroy our country? Screams and calls for help continued to sound from below. The thousands of guards, under the power of this destructive thunder, had no resistance at all. One by one, they turned into charred corpses, and some even turned directly into ashes and dissipated in the world. The deputy guard captain fell to his knees directly on the ground. The spear in his hand fell. He looked at Chen Fan above and was stunned. He doesn't know who the person above is? Is it a god? Is it a demon? Is this coming to destroy their country? Under his desperate expression, a bolt of thunder struck his head. Boom! A small pit appeared on the ground, and his body disappeared between the sky and the earth. After doing all this, Chen Fan acted as if nothing had happened. He didn't care about the ants' lives at all. The next second, Chen Fan's body dissipated directly on the spot and turned into wisps of thunder, heading towards the interior of the palace at an extremely fast speed. The king's army inside the palace rushed out, trying to block Chen Fan's progress. It's a pity that Chen Fan is in this sea of people, as if he's in a deserted land, and the wisps of thunder are as easy as Shinigami, harvesting the lives of the king's army. The tens of thousands of king's troops could not even stop Chen Fan. Within the palace, the power of this destructive thunder had long since attracted the king's attention. I saw the middle-aged man wearing a crown walking out of the palace, but when he saw the wisps of destructive thunder, his eyes were filled with a trace of fear. Guys, what are those? What should we do next? William George III looked at the ministers below him. They also witnessed the miracle just now. For a moment, no one spoke, no one knew what to do. You trash, don't you have anything to do at the critical moment? Then what's the point of raising trash like you? William George III roared angrily at the ministers under his command. King, I think you should escape from the palace first. That guy is too scary. He is simply a demon. If he comes, we have no confidence in stopping him. At this time, a noble stood up and said. Chapter 25. Yes, King, let's leave here first, otherwise, if that guy comes over, it will be too late. King, please leave quickly. Leave the palace first. We will think of countermeasures later. The noble ministers behind also stood up one after another and advised William George III to leave here first and think of countermeasures later. Listening to these words, William George III's face was extremely pale. He didn't expect that as a king, he would be forced to flee the palace by himself. Moreover, none of the guys under my command can come up with a solution alone. Ellen, what can you do? Or are you sure you can deal with him? William George III turned his last hope to an officer in armor at the front. This is the strongest general in his royal army. Without any thinking, Ellen said directly, King, I am not sure about dealing with him. If we really fight, I may not be able to survive 3 moves. So, the best thing to do now is to ask the king to leave the palace temporarily. Hearing even the strongest officer under his command say this, William George III's face instantly filled with despair. He also knew that the only way to escape now was to escape first. Everyone escort me out of the palace. Just after William George III weakly announced this order, a thundering figure appeared in front of everyone. When they felt this terrifying power and looked at this figure, they couldn't help but feel fear. Chen Fan just stood here, without saying a word or making a move. But just the thunder that covered the whole body with destruction made everyone feel other pressure. Even William George III couldn't help but take a few steps back. Who are you? Why are you massacring my army? William George III suppressed his fear and asked Chen Fan. There is no reason, the law of the jungle should be the way it is. This island belongs to me from now on. Chen Fan's tone was so cold. The next second after he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and pointed his finger forward. A blue thunderbolt as thick as an arm, carrying terrifying power, was launched towards William George III at an extremely fast speed. Ellen, who had been standing by, was afraid when he saw this scene, but in order to protect the king, he did not hesitate. Holding a spear in his hand, he stood in front of William George III. The tip of the spear made of ebony directly faced the destructive thunder. Boom! The terrifying power directly forced Ellen to retreat continuously. Ah! As Ellen roared, he waved the spear in his hand and blasted away the thunder. Looking at this scene, Chen Fan had an interesting expression on his face. Yes, you can actually block my attack, but that's it. Anyone who blocks me will die. The next second, thunder flashed, and Chen Fan's body disappeared directly on the spot, very fast. At this moment, everyone in the palace could only see an afterimage, including Ellen, who could not see clearly. 2 seconds later, Ellen's expression showed fear, and he was about to wave the spear in his hand to attack. Chen Fan's fist containing thunder appeared directly on his forehead. As the thunder flashed, brains and pulp spurted out, and Ellen turned into a headless corpse and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the people who were already frightened all stepped back in fear. No one dared to go up and stop Chen Fan. Who are you? As long as you let me go, I am willing to give you everything, including this country. William George III was frightened, and his body could not help but tremble. He looked at Chen Fan, who was flashing thunder in front of him, and felt that this man was like a devil from hell. Kill you, and all this will be mine too. Chen Fan had no intention of letting him go. He stretched out his right hand and just moved forward slightly. A destructive thunder ray spurted out and directly hit William George III's chest. Under his frightened expression. Bang! William George III's body fell heavily to the ground, completely silent. Then, Chen Fan turned around and looked at the ministers and nobles. I give you a choice, surrender to me or die. Chen Fan looked at everyone with a smile on his face. But in the eyes of these ministers and nobles, this smile seemed like the smile of a Shinigami. It was so oppressive that they didn't even have the courage to say no. Knock, knock. All of a sudden, all the princes and ministers knelt down in unison. We are willing to call you king, we are willing to call you king. They lowered their heads, their eyes filled with fear, and no one even dared to look directly at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, who easily ruled an island, did not feel satisfied. The purpose of his trip was to rule the entire Sky Island, not just one island. Why Birka Island first? Of course, it is because Birka Island is closest to him. The next day, I woke up at dawn. Chen Fan randomly picked a noble yesterday to represent him in all matters concerning the island. He wanted to use the resources of Sky Island to develop his own power, not just to become the king of Sky Island. Chen Fan's main goal now is to increase his strength, so he can't let other trivial matters disturb him. Looking at the sunlight pouring down from the sky, Chen Fan did not hesitate. He turned into wisps of lightning and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. He was now going to deal with the 4 god-tier officials in Ganfurl. If it weren't for the Logia Thunder Fruit, these guys might have caused some trouble for Chen Fan. But now, on this island without armament haki, Logia is basically invincible. Otherwise, Enel would not have been called a god before. After leaving Birka Island, Chen Fan's body turned into wisps of lightning, soaring in the sky. He headed towards the Island of God at an extremely fast speed. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Fan crossed tens of thousands of meters and arrived above the Island of Gods. This speed is even faster than the airplanes in the previous life. You can imagine how fast he is at this moment. Standing proudly in the air, appearing in front of Chen Fan was a huge island, on which grew towering trees, giving people the feeling of a primeval forest. The most important thing is that this island is full of soil, unlike the other islands whose surface is composed of island clouds. This is Arpayatu, known as the Island of Gods. No longer admiring this sight, in an instant, thunder flashed, and just a few seconds later, the figure of thunder appeared on the island. The thunder dissipated, and Chen Fan walked on the soil of this divine island. Boom! The roar of thunder instantly attracted the attention of the guards on the island of gods. However, Chen Fan did not leave, but walked forward slowly. Soon, hundreds of guards holding spears surrounded Chen Fan. These are the gods' guardians from the gods' island. It is said that each of them can fight 10 enemies at once. However, for Chen Fan, this is no different from being an ordinary guard. Qinghai people, you actually dare to trespass into the gods' island. You are so bold. The captain of the guard in the front, who was wearing silver armor, looked at Chen Fan fiercely. Noisy. Chen Fan raised his right hand slightly and pointed his finger forward. A ray of blue lightning carrying terrifying power shot straight towards the captain of the guard at an extremely fast speed. For a moment, there was no time to react. Under the horrified expression of the guard captain, his head was directly pierced. Bang! His body fell heavily to the ground, without a sound. Chapter 26. The hundreds of remaining guards looked at this scene with fear on their faces. You can go die. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips, and streaks of blue thunder appeared on his hands. Before the guards could react, he pushed his hands forward. In an instant, the wisps of blue thunder turned into thunder arrows, shooting straight towards the guards of the gods. Ah, help! Where have those guards seen this person who can control thunder? Their eyes were full of fear and terror, and they did not dare to resist at all. They thought to themselves, is this still a human being? Is this not a god? They all ran backwards like crazy, but how could they outrun Thunderbolt at their speed? Along with screams, the hundreds of gods' guards were easily dispatched by Chen Fan and turned into charred corpses. This is the terrifying thing about possessing the most destructive thunder fruit. This is also why those with natural fruit abilities are said to be nearly invincible in the first half of the sea. The elemental body and the terrifying power of nature are immune to most physical attacks. After Chen Fan easily dealt with these divine guards, his whole body was shining with thunder, and he left the place directly, came into the air, and headed towards the center of the island of gods. Galloping like lightning, Chen Fan's speed was extremely fast, like lightning. After a while, he saw a huge palace in the deepest part of the island, standing there, with divine guards guarding it all around. Boom! A sky blue light beam fell from the sky, and all the guards were attracted. When they saw clearly the people inside, they were all stunned for a moment. Because they saw Chen Fan's whole body surrounded by wisps of blue thunder. Gan Fuel, come out and see me. Chen Fan's strong voice spread throughout the palace. For a moment, Gan Fuel, who was in the palace, was full of doubts. He was thinking who on earth dared to come to his own place and call him that. Who are you? A middle-aged man flew out of the palace in an instant and looked in the direction of Chen Fan. After seeing Gan Fuel come out, Chen Fan was too lazy to waste time with these miscellaneous fish. With the flash of thunder, his body instantly disappeared from sight, and the guards of God who were stunned in place only felt a thunder passing by. In less than a minute, Chen Fan arrived at the palace and appeared in front of Gan Fuel. Behind him, there were 4 God-tier officials standing. Who are you? Gan Fuer asked Chen Fan. He felt a great threat from the destructive thunder. Surrender or die. Chen Fan's whole body was shining with thunder, giving people a great sense of oppression. What qualifications do you have to make me surrender? Although Gan Fuer felt a fatal threat from Chen Fan, as a god on the empty island, how could he surrender easily? Then face death. Chen Fan looked indifferent. In the next second, thunder covered his body and disappeared. A thunder spear appeared in his hand and stabbed straight towards Ganfuer. Ganfuel, who possesses the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, barely felt Chen Fan's attack, and swung his sword forward. Clang! The sharp sword and the thunder spear collided like boulders in an instant. The terrifying force directly caused Gan Fuel to take several steps back, and he even felt his right hand numb. Before he could regain his balance, "You made the stupidest choice in your life." A voice appeared, and accompanying this voice was a fist containing terrifying thunder. There was no time to resist, and with a horrified look on his face, Gan Fuel was thinking, who is this guy? Why does he have the power of natural disasters? Why is he so fast? Even I can't see clearly. Boom! Along with the flash of thunder, Gan Fuer's entire head was blown to pieces by Chen Fan. Bang! Then, he fell heavily outside the hall, and blood was still flowing from the connection between the body and the head. The 4 god-tier officers behind him looked at this scene with fear and surprise on their faces. You must know that they are the ones who know Gan Fuel's strength best. Even if the 4 of them join forces, they cannot be Gan Fuer's opponent. This is why Gan Fuel is called the god on the Sky Island. But such a strong person, in front of this mysterious man who suddenly appeared, only survived 2 attacks and was killed. Can they not be shocked and afraid? Surrender or die. Chen Fan looked at the 4 of them with a smile. But in the eyes of the 4th god-tier officer, this smile is like a devil's smile, representing death. We are willing to surrender to you, we just ask you to spare our lives. The 4 god-tier officials who reacted quickly knelt down. Most of them were afraid of death. Okay, very good. You 4 know more about current affairs than this guy. I am not killing innocent people indiscriminately. Chen Fan looked at the 4 people with a smile on his face. If the 4 god-tier officers hadn't just seen Gan Fuer and a kind of divine guard dying outside, they would have really believed it. From now on, you will be the king of this empty island. You only need to obey my orders, and the rest will be under your control. Chen Fan pointed at the man at the front of the 4 god-tier officers, who had hair like antennae and was wearing purple clothes. Gaydaz's face was full of surprise. He thought to himself, has he been promoted? However, he did not dare to smile and kept a respectful look on his face. After all, he did not know what kind of character the man who suddenly appeared and killed Gan Fuel had. Do you understand? Chen Fan looked at Gaydaz. Seeing this cold look, Gaydaz felt fear and quickly cried, I know, God. That's good. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips. He cannot waste time on an empty island. His goal is the new world. He does not want to imagine that Enel will be on an empty island in the future, just like being a frog at the bottom of a well. As for promoting his confidence to become the king, Chen Fan naturally does not have any confidence, and there is no need. His strength is the strongest guarantee. 15 days later, the sun was blazing. At this moment, Chen Fan was sitting on the palace of the Island of Gods. In these 15 days, he not only completely ruled the entire Sky Island, but also obtained a large amount of gold. I also got good news from Gaydaz, that is, Gaydaz got the drawing of the Ark's motto. Looking at the drawings in front of him, Chen Fan couldn't help but show an excited expression. How is this a ship? This is completely a spaceship. It has an unparalleled weapon system, its outer body is made of gold, and it can fly as long as it continuously releases thunder and lightning. This is an ark tailor-made for Chen Fan. Chapter 27. Gaydaz, your most important task now is to lead the people of Sky Island to help me build this ark as quickly as possible. Chen Fan ordered to Gaydaz below. I understand, Lord God King. Gaydaz could say that these 15 days have been a blessing. He originally thought that this new god would be very difficult to get along with. As a result, he discovered that this god trained every day in addition to training, and basically decided all matters big and small by himself. The most important thing is that the 3 god-tier officials who had the same status as him now all obey his orders. This made Gaydaz feel very comfortable and happy. The next day, when he woke up at dawn, in an open space, Chen Fan's whole body was shining with the thunder of destruction. He had spent the past few days training the ability of the thunder fruit. As he continues to develop, his control over thunder has become stronger and stronger, but it is not that easy to make qualitative changes. After all, Chen Fan only had 16 days to obtain the thunder fruit after all his calculations. Being able to use such a powerful thunder power is because Chen Fan's own physique is strong enough. Just when Chen Fan was about to continue practicing, a figure appeared and interrupted his practice. It was Guy Dez. Has the research been completed? How long will it take at the fastest to build that ark? Chen Fan asked Guy Dez in an indifferent tone. He looked a little scared. He didn't know why Guy Dez felt that he felt a great sense of oppression when facing Chen Fan, which made him feel fear. Report, Lord God King, I have asked several shipbuilding masters on the empty island. It will take at least 2 years to complete the construction of this ark. Guy Dez said slowly. Hearing this answer, Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. He originally thought about driving this ark to leave the empty island. The result would take 2 years. It was naturally impossible for Chen Fan to stay on the empty island for 2 years, and it would take 6 years for him to know clearly in the city. There is no way to become a strong person by practicing blindly. Only by experiencing battles and fighting between life and death can you become a strong person faster. Okay, I understand. I will leave Sky Island for a period of time, ranging from a few months to a few years. During this period of time, you have full control over Sky Island. Remember, your first priority is to build the ark with all your strength, do you understand? Chen Fan looked at Guy Dez. I understand, Lord God King. Although Guy Dez was very confused that Chen Fan was about to leave like this, he did not dare to ask any more questions. As for Chen Fan, he is not worried about Guy Dez betraying him, unless his strength exceeds his own. On the Sky Island, there is a way to practice the hegemony of seeing and hearing, that is, the heart guide, but there is no armed hegemony. Practice methods. This is also why Enel can become a god on this empty island even though he is not very strong in physical skills. Afterwards, Chen Fan did not intend to continue practicing. He prepared to leave the Sky Island, accompanied by flashes of thunder. His entire body disappeared instantly, leaving only Guy Dez in the open space. An hour later, the sun shines on the earth. Chen Fan came back to the White Sea. With the thunder fruit, he did not hesitate. Thunder flashed all over his body, and he fell directly from mid-air, falling downwards and crossing the White Sea. The rapid impact made Chen Fan feel that his body was being torn apart, as it transformed into a series of thunder elements. The tearing feeling disappeared. Chen Fan easily passed through the several kilometers of White Sea and arrived at the sky above Qinghai. Look at the blue ocean below and the endless sky in the distance. Chen Fan clenched his fists, and thunder flashed around him. He must become the king of this world and have supreme power. This world is one where the weak eat the strong and the strong make a living. Only in this way can we control our own lives. Thunder flashed, and Chen Fan disappeared instantly, and a blue light appeared in the sky, continuously crossing the sky. 1 day later, Chen Fan appeared on a pirate ship heading to West Blue. Even if Chen Fan possesses the Logia fruit and can fly into the sky, if he doesn't know the specific direction on this endless sea, he will be like a headless fly, losing his direction. Therefore, Chen Fan appeared on this pirate ship. The captain of this pirate ship was just a guy with a bounty of 70 million, and the owner of the Niu fruit ability. The day before, after Chen Fan knew that he was going to West Blue, he took the initiative to follow him. Because Chen Fan is going to West Blue to find a navigator. After casually showing off his strength, Chen Fan successfully boarded the ship and became the captain of the combat squad. He said he was the captain, but in fact he was the only one. The entire pirate group now only has 15 people including Chen Fan, because this captain has been encircled and suppressed by Marine before, and only 3 of his people survived. The remaining crew members, including Chen Fan, were all recruited on the spot. Is this why Chen Fan became the captain as soon as he came over? On the mast, Chen Fan was practicing with an iron block on his back, while the crew members looked at him in surprise. After a day, they clearly understood that their combat squad leader was definitely a cultivator. During the day, apart from seeing Chen Fan eating, they spent the rest of the time training non-stop, as if he was not tired. At this moment, Adela, who was eating, looked at the captain of his new combat squad who trained so hard, and couldn't help but think that he had really found a good helper for himself. However, before he could be happy for long, the lean man next to him with green hair said to him with a nervous look on his face. "Captain, look, there is a warship in front of us." Hearing these words, Adela quickly looked over nervously. The warship was very large and looked very luxurious. Obviously, this warship is not something that an ordinary captain can own. "Captain, what should we do now? That warship seems to be coming in our direction." The navigator anxiously asked Adela beside him. The pirates also had panic on their faces. Looking at such a large warship, they knew very well that this was definitely not something they could handle. Among all the people, only Chen Fan stopped practicing and looked at the warship calmly. "Hurry up and change direction and retreat at full speed," Adela hurriedly ordered. Soon, their small boat with the giant bull flag turned around and tried to retreat. Unfortunately, the huge warship was too fast. By the time they turned around, the warship had already appeared less than 100 meters behind them. Chen Fan looked over, and when he saw a man on the deck, wearing a marine cape, yellow clothes and a cigar in his mouth, he looked not very tall. Chapter 28. Chen Fan recognized it immediately. "Isn't this the future Marine Alternate General, the T-Dolphin? It seems that I am quite lucky. When I met Marine for the first time, I met such a good opponent." Chen Fan had a smile on his lips, but the pirates on the ship with him had panic on their faces. They wished they could escape on their ship's behalf. But no matter how anxious they were, this ordinary pirate ship was not as fast as that warship at all. "What should we do?" "Captain, it seems we can't escape." Dablin, the navigator with green hair, asked Adela beside him with a panic look on his face. At this moment, Adela also knew that their pirate ship was not as fast as this warship at all. When he looked at the marine on the deck and the general at the front, Adela looked a little panicked. He didn't recognize this general at all. After all, this is not New World, just West Blue. There is a lot of information about the pirates here, but they don't know it. Otherwise, they would not be able to recognize Chen Fan, who was not deliberately disguised. Although Adela didn't know who this general was. However, he knew very well that the general's strength would definitely not be weak if he owned such a large warship. Coupled with the fact that he had just been beaten so badly by a branch major general that he abandoned the ship and fled, Adela already had a psychological shadow. "Pirates ahead, just surrender and capture them. We are Marine Headquarters, subordinates of Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin. If you don't want to be killed by us, just surrender and capture them." On the deck of the marine warship, an adjutant standing next to the Brown Dolphin held a loudspeaker and said to Adela and others. Upon hearing that it was Lieutenant General Marine, the dozen or so pirates of the giant ox pirates immediately panicked. The same goes for Adela, who thought that he had just faced a branch major general before and was beaten and fled. Now this guy turned out to be a lieutenant general, so how could he possibly defeat him? A look of hesitation appeared on Adela's face, wondering whether he should surrender. He felt that it would be too embarrassing if he surrendered now. Moreover, what that guy said may not be true. What if he was bluffing me? However, such a large warship does not seem to be bluffing me. What to do, Captain? Yes, Captain, what are we going to do? Surrender. When Adela hesitated, the other pirates on the pirate ship asked with panic on their faces. At this time on the pirate ship, Chen Fan was the only one standing there with a calm face and an expression of indifference. At this time, Adela also noticed Chen Fan's calm appearance, thinking that he had some good ideas, and immediately asked, "Chen Fan, do you have any good ideas?" "Of course there is. Just kill them all," Chen Fan said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Adla and others were filled with surprise, and some even thought Chen Fan was crazy. "Chen Fan, stop joking, how can we beat him?" At this moment, Adla felt that the newly recruited captain of the combat squad would not be a lunatic, right? On top of the marine warship. "Lieutenant General, why don't we take action directly?" the burly adjutant suggested to the brown dolphin beside him. The brown dolphin, who was yawning, suddenly became interested when he saw a figure. "Interesting, this guy actually appeared here. It seems that I am very lucky." After saying that, the brown dolphin directly used moonwalk and arrived on the pirate ship at an extremely fast speed. The marine on the warship watched quietly, thinking that their lieutenant general would personally deal with these pirates. As for the pirates on the pirate ship, when they saw the arrival of the lieutenant general, they all panicked instantly. They all felt a great pressure, especially Adla felt the pressure was even stronger. He now clearly knows that these marines are not lying to him, this guy may really be a lieutenant general. "Captain, let's surrender," Navigator Dabulin quickly suggested. "Lieutenant General Marine, we are willing to surrender. In fact, we did not deliberately want to be pirates. Let us survive." Adela didn't have any dignity as a pirate and knelt down directly. When the pirates behind saw their boss kneeling down, they did not hesitate and knelt down in unison. However, the brown dolphin didn't pay attention to them at all, but looked at Chen Fan with his hands in his pockets and a cigar in his mouth. "Breaking the myth of Impel Down City, Blood Tiger Chen Fan, I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to meet you here. It's such an unpleasant title. I also think I'm lucky. I met a Marine Lieutenant General just after I went to sea." Chen Fan looked at the brown dolphin calmly, as if he was sure of him. The pirates on the pirate ship didn't seem to understand what was going on. They were all confused, thinking, what are these two guys talking about? Especially Adla, watching the brown dolphin talking directly to Chen Fan, he wondered if the captain of his newly recruited combat squad had any special identity. On the warship, the expressions of those marines changed. As marines who came from marine headquarters, they naturally knew the name Chen Fan. "Did I hear you right? That guy is the Blood Tiger Chen Fan who has a bounty of 800 million. Yes, I have seen the reward notice. The guy looks like this, but he looks younger than the reward notice. What a scary guy. He is so young and actually did such a sensational thing. No matter how scary it is, if he meets our brown dolphin Lieutenant General, he will be finished. And our capture of this bloody tiger Chen Fan is definitely a great achievement. Yes, let's put it this way, we are quite lucky. We can encounter such a big fish just by going on a mission." The Marines first marveled at Chen Fan's identity, and then felt that they were very lucky. After all, they all know that the former Chen Fan can be said to be the most powerful pirate with a bounty of 800 million. After all, his strength is not as strong as the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General. It's just that as the only guy who broke the myth of advancement, he has such a high bounty. It's a pity that they don't know that in just this month, Chen Fan's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. As for the pirates on the pirate ship, they also heard the conversations of those marines. They don't know what's the point of breaking the myth that Impel Down will not be escaped. They only know what the 800 million bounty represents. They looked at Chen Fan, their eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Especially Adla just stayed where he was. He didn't expect that he would actually accept a big pirate with a bounty of 800 million as a crew member. Chapter 29. Then you may have to hear this unpleasant title for a long time, and I will push you into the city quickly. The brown dolphin showed a lewd smile, pulled out his two guns, covered with armed and domineering bullets, and shot straight at Chen Fan. Yet, a sneer appeared at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. His fists were extremely dark and sparkling with thunder. A terrifying force was born and he blasted his fists forward. Boom! It actually blasted the 2 bullets into pieces with ease. Seeing this scene, Brown Dolphin was a little surprised, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Without hesitation, he fired more than a dozen bullets in a row. The densely packed bullets shot straight towards Chen Fan with terrifying power. The next second, Chen Fan's whole body was shining with thunder. He grabbed his hands forward, and the extremely powerful bullets were easily restrained in mid-air by the blue thunder and thrown to the side. Boom! All of a sudden, waves exploded all over the water. Afterwards, Chen Fan's body disappeared from the spot and came into mid-air, with endless blue thunder surrounding him. Seeing this scene, Brown Dolphin confirmed his guess. Is this the legendary Thunder Fruit? Brown Dolphin also used Moonwalk and came into the air, looking directly at Chen Fan, his wretched face full of seriousness. He knew that when Chen Fan escaped from prison, his strength was almost at the peak of the Major General of the headquarters, but now that he has obtained the Thunder Fruit, he will definitely break through to the strength of the Lieutenant General of the headquarters. In this battle, he must go all out, otherwise, it is very likely that he will die. Many pirates on the pirate ship were completely stunned. They couldn't believe what they saw. Here, am I wrong? Is the captain of our combat team so awesome? His whole body is wrapped with thunder. Yes, is this the terrifying thing about the 800 million pirates? My dear, I actually accepted a guy like this as a crew member. These pirates who have never been to the New World have no idea what the Thunder Fruit represents, nor the horror of the Logia fruit. They only know that Chen Fan is awesome. As for the captain, his face is full of shock. On top of the marine warship, the marines were stunned when they heard the Thunder Fruit. After all, the reputation of the Thunder Fruit was too great. That was said to be Logia's most powerful fruit, but it had disappeared for hundreds of years. Originally, they were extremely confident, thinking that their parents would be able to defeat Chen Fan. They no longer have this kind of confidence. After all, they also know the horror of the Logia fruit. Mid-air. The title of Blood Tiger is too unpleasant. I think the title of Thunder God is good. Thunder. Finger gun. Chen Fan sneered at the corner of his mouth, his whole body turned into thunder, and disappeared instantly. His 5 fingers turned into claws, and his right hand, which contained terrifying thunder, grabbed the brown dolphin at an extremely fast speed. Okay, after I take you back, I can help you change your title. Sandstorm bombs. The brown dolphin still had a wretched look on his face, and the bullets from both guns were fired forward. 2 bullets made of quicksand gathered together in midair and turned into a huge ball of quicksand, covering Chen Fan. Boom! The thunder of destruction collided with the giant ball of quicksand in an instant, and the terrifying power of thunder easily penetrated the giant ball of quicksand. But at the same time, the brown dolphin also opened its distance, and the bullets covered with the 3rd stage of armed domineering kept firing towards Chen Fan. Facing the bullets that were densely packed like a violent storm, Chen Fan transformed into thunder, flashing with blue thunder, and easily dodged all the attacks. Is this all you have, Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General? Why don't you surrender? Are there still people who say you look really vulgar? Chen Fan looked at the brown dolphin with a mocking look on his face, his whole body covered with thunder. Shut up, you will die here. Brown Dolphin is a little angry. He is most annoyed by others talking about his appearance. Water bullets. The 2 guns were fired forward, and 2 sky blue bullets were fired out, gathering together in the air, turning into a river that seemed to swallow everything, and covered Chen Fan. Thunder punishment. His expression was still so calm. On Chen Fan's hands, a steady stream of blue thunder gathered. After reaching a peak, he swung forward. In an instant, a thunder grid covered the several meters of river. With the flash of thunder, the river in the sky turned directly into droplets of water, falling into the sea, causing waves of waves. Then, Chen Fan's body disappeared instantly like a ghost and rushed straight towards the brown dolphin. The speed was too fast, and the brown dolphin couldn't dodge at all, so it could only rush forward with its body covered with weapons and aura of domineering. For a moment, the two of them were fighting in close quarters, bloody fights, punches to the flesh, thunder of destruction, and extremely black fists. The speed of the two was so fast that everyone below could only see two afterimages attacking. Although Brown Dolphin's armed domineering power is slightly stronger than Chen Fan's, the terrifying destructive power of thunder coupled with Chen Fan's powerful physical skills. At the moment of the battle, the Brown Dolphin was completely at a disadvantage. Blood continued to spill on the ground, and scars began to appear on the Brown Dolphin's body. The terrifying thunder even kept leaving dark wounds on his body, constantly paralyzing his body. On the other hand, Chen Fan only had minor injuries on his body. If you compare him like this, you will be able to tell the difference. The Marines below couldn't help but start to worry when they saw that Chen Fan had easily eliminated the moves of their superiors, and that they were still at a disadvantage in close combat. What do you think we should do now? Lieutenant General Brown seems to be at a disadvantage. Should we go up and help? Yes, I always feel that if this continues, Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin will lose. Let's find a way to help. How can we help? They are all at the level of Lieutenant General, and none of us can help. If you force yourself to help, you may become a burden and hold back the Lieutenant General. The adjutant immediately called the Marine soldiers who wanted to help. He knew very well that apart from Vice Admiral Brown Dolphin, the only strongest person on this warship was his colonel. However, even I am not qualified to help at all, and others will only be a hindrance. Compared to the worried faces on the warship, Adla and the others on the pirate ship were full of excitement, thinking that Chen Fan had actually suppressed the Marine Vice Admiral. Then they don't have to be captured by Marine. Chapter 30. At this time, the battle in mid-air was still going on, and the thunder in the sky kept flashing. Brown Dolphin, who had been suppressed, knew very well that his physical skills were not as good as Chen Fan. Originally, what I was good at was not physical skills. If I didn't keep the distance, I would definitely lose. The Brown Dolphin thought that he must find a way to distance himself. However, Chen Fan would not give him time to think. The terrifying thunder fist contained terrifying power, carrying a sonic boom, and struck directly towards his face. The pupils were enlarged, and the Brown Dolphin quickly weaponized its arms. Bang! He blocked the punch forcefully. However, under this punch, Brown Dolphin felt his arms tremble a little, as if half of the bones inside were broken. Before he could recover, in the next second, Chen Fan's dark, thunderous right foot was like a giant pillar, whipping straight towards his head. Not daring to hesitate, the Brown Dolphin quickly took a step back to avoid this powerful and heavy leg, and then pulled the trigger with his right hand. A bullet containing white smoke was fired, and in an instant, the smoke filled the air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Brown Dolphin did not dare to waste time and immediately retreated. When he had just stepped back a dozen meters, Chen Fan rushed out from the smoke, his whole body shining with thunder, and he was holding a spear turned from thunder in his right hand. At an extremely fast speed, he attacked directly towards the Brown Dolphin. With a solemn expression, Brown Dolphin quickly pulled the triggers of the two guns in his hands, continuously firing bullets covered in armed domineering. The densely packed bullets with powerful power made Chen Fan have no choice but to stop his attack. He waved his thunder spear forward in a circle, like a hot wheel, easily sweeping away the bullets the size of pebbles. Bang bang bang! Suddenly, bullets fell into the sea one after another, causing waves of waves. Seeing Chen Fan being stopped by him, Brown Dolphin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally distanced himself. What a monster, but I will still take you back. Brown Dolphin said with a vulgar expression, and then there was an extremely powerful force on the muzzles of the two guns. Water Dragon Bomb! In a moment, two water bullets were fired, and then they gathered together, and a powerful water dragon of several meters was born, carrying powerful power, and drowned towards Chen Fan. Weak people really like to tell jokes. 80 million volts. Brontosaurus. Chen Fan's expression was still so calm, the thunder of destruction all over his body shone, and as he raised his hands upward, in an instant, dark clouds filled the sky. Then, out of the dark clouds, a giant thunder dragon descended from the sky, carrying extremely terrifying power. Boom! For a moment, the giant water dragon and the giant thunder dragon collided together, and the sound of explosion sounded instantly. The two terrifying forces seemed to destroy everything. Circles of ripples spread out, and the sea water below continued to rise into the sky, forming water columns. The soldiers on the marine warship and the pirates on the pirate ship all felt the strong wind. In mid-air, the giant thunder dragon and the giant water dragon were still fighting, and the blue thunder all over Chen Fan's body became violent. The thunder dragon actually grew in size again and completely destroyed the water dragon. Under the shocked expression of the brown dolphin, the thunder dragon rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed, unable to avoid it at all. The next second, the thunder dragon completely submerged the brown dolphin, an explosion occurred in the sky, and thunder flashed around it. As the thunder dissipated, the brown dolphin's whole body was scorched black, and he fainted, falling heavily like a boulder. Seeing this scene, the marine on the warship had panic on his face. The adjutant immediately cast moonwalk and rushed forward to catch the brown dolphin. As for the pirates below, they looked excited and even felt like they were dreaming. They didn't expect that Chen Fan really defeated Vice Admiral Marine. They really didn't need to be caught. They might even be able to take Marine off this warship. Get rid of it. The Marine adjutants looked at Chen Fan, who was just a little physically exhausted at the moment, with a hint of fear in their expressions. They looked at Chen Fan above, who was shining with thunder. They knew clearly that Chen Fan at this moment was only injured and physically exhausted. They were no match for Chen Fan in this state. Of course, Chen Fan couldn't let them go. He had already offended Marine to death. How could he let him go now that he met Lieutenant General Marine? Thunder flashed all over his body, and he was about to rush off the warship to kill them. Suddenly, Chen Fan stopped in midair and looked to the right. A tall man wearing a white suit vest and a dark blue shirt appeared on a bicycle above the sea. The sea where he rode continued to form ice. Seeing the person appearing, the eyes of the Marines were full of hope, no longer the despair they had before. Chen Fan also looked a little solemn, thinking that he seemed to have bad luck. Oh, I think I met a big fish. Kuzan, who happened to be rushing back after completing his mission, first looked at the seriously injured brown dolphin on the warship, and then looked at Chen Fan in mid-air. He, who had always had a calm expression, was surprisingly surprised. As the target of Kong Fleet Admiral's wrath, Kuzan also knew what Chen Fan's strength was like when he escaped from prison. But now only 1 month has passed, and the brown dolphin, who is Marine Lieutenant General, has been seriously injured. It seems like this guy has improved tremendously in just 1 month. My luck seems to be a bit bad, but I also want to give it a try. How strong is Lieutenant General Kuzan, who is called the Three Monsters by Marine? After saying that, Chen Fan looked at Kuzan below. He was naturally not arrogant enough to think that his strength could now compare with the Three Monsters of Marine. However, the person who came over was Kuzan, so there was no need to retreat so quickly. After all, he was not Polo Salino. Thunder's speed is not something that Hanbing can catch up with. Oh, you want to try it? Kuzan also raised his head and looked up, and cold ice erupted all over his body, but he was not in a hurry to take action. Just give it a try. After all, it would be a pity not to give it a try. A sneer appeared on Chen Fan's lips, and destructive thunder erupted from his body. 80 million volts. Thunder. As he raised his hands, the sky was covered with dark clouds. In an instant, a roaring sound sounded, and a thunder dragon several meters long fell from the sky and rushed straight towards Kuzan. Seeing this terrifying scene, Kuzan's expression changed again, thinking to himself, no wonder the thunder fruit is called the most powerful attacking fruit in Logia. However, he actually met Chen Fan here, and he must give it a try. Can he be captured back? Chapter 31. Pug. Kuzan's arm was covered with ice, and then 5 icicles were released from his palm to form a huge ice ball, which shot straight up. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying thunder dragon collided with the huge extreme ice ball. The two powerful forces formed a violent explosion. Circles of air waves spread out, and water columns exploded on the sea surface. Then, the two powerful forces of nature dissipated in the air together, and the wisps of ice scattered on the sea surface, forming patches of ice. Hey, hey! Chen Fan was panting heavily in midair and used Thunder Dragon twice in a row, which greatly reduced his physical strength. Watching Kuzan block his strongest blow, and the third stage of his armed domineering materialization, Chen Fan clearly knew that he should not be Kuzan's opponent now. If he persisted in fighting, he would be courting death. Looking forward to our next meeting. Chen Fan smiled, his thunder flashed, and he was ready to leave. Kuzan below saw this scene. How could he let Chen Fan leave so easily? Cold ice covered his whole body, and he instantly wanted to elementalize to catch up. However, Chen Fan had already guessed that Kuzan would not let him go so easily. Immediately, the thunder of destruction gathered on his right hand, forming a thunder spear. I'll give you a gift before I leave. Chen Fan looked at the rushing Kuzan with a smile on his face, and then he swung his right hand downwards, and a thunder spear stabbed at the seriously injured and unconscious brown dolphin underneath at an extremely fast speed. The adjutant on the side looked nervous when he saw this scene. He felt the powerful force and he didn't know if he could stop it. But he did not hesitate, and held out his long knife in front of the brown dolphin to block the thunder spear. Kuzan, who was watching this scene, did not hesitate, immediately changed direction, and blocked the brown dolphin at the fastest speed, the moment the thunder spear attacked. He raised his hands forward to form an ice shield several meters long, clang. The thunder spear continuously bombarded the ice shield, trying to penetrate it, but it did not last long before the thunder spear lacked stamina and dissipated between the sky and the earth. Kuzan, who had taken down his ice shield, looked up into the sky. Where could he find Chen Fan? At this time, apart from the marines, only the trembling pirates were left on the sea surface. They looked at the angry marines, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. With despair on their faces, Adla and others thought they had gained hope, but they didn't expect to face despair again. Catch them all, and let Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin go down for treatment. Although Kuzan has always had a good personality, he was a little angry when he saw Chen Fan escaping from under his nose, and immediately ordered the marine soldiers to arrest the pirates. Seeing the terrifying strength Kuzan displayed just now, the pirates didn't even dare to resist, so they obediently surrendered and were caught. Watching the pirates being imprisoned one by one, as well as Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin, being pulled down to be treated by military doctors, Kuzan stopped paying attention, walked aside, picked up the phone, and dialed the number of Fleet Admiral's office. Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral, Office. Gilu, Gilu. Cyborg Kong, who was working on documents, saw the phone ringing and picked it up. I heard the voice from the other side. What's wrong with Kuzan? Report Fleet Admiral, I have something to report. I met that bloody tiger, Chen Fan. Before I came, he seriously injured Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin, fought with me, and then left. By the way, he seemed to have swallowed the Logia thunder fruit, which made it impossible for me to catch up with him. Kuzan finished reporting the situation in a lazy tone. After listening to the report, Cyborg Kong's expression changed instantly, and he even said with a little excitement in his tone, "You mean, the guy who escaped from Impel Down City not only defeated the Brown Dolphin, but also ate the thunder fruit? Yes. Kuzan replied in the affirmative. After hearing Kuzan's affirmative answer, Cyborg Saraya, the Marine Fleet Admiral, hammered the table with excitement. This era was originally very turbulent. Roger became one piece. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the Red Earl and other emperors were all difficult to deal with. As a result, this little guy came out again. Not only did he escape from Impel Down and make Marine lose face, he also got the Logia Thunder Fruit. If he is allowed to develop like this, he will become another terrible enemy. After Cyborg Kong hung up the phone, his expression was full of trouble. He was thinking of making the highest level buster call to Chen Fan, but a buster call of this level would require sending a general to specifically hunt down Chen Fan. The general will not perform other tasks until Chen Fan is killed. And now that the new world is still in turmoil, Marine has no spare general-level combat power to send out. After thinking for a long time, Cyborg Kong decided to increase Chen Fan's bounty to 1 billion and use the second-level Buster Call. Under this level of Buster Call, as long as traces of Chen Fan are found, unless the nearby Marine Lieutenant General is fighting, or it is related to the Tianlong people. If you are just performing a mission and the battle has not started yet, give up the current mission and pursue Chen Fan with all your strength. One can imagine how much Cyborg Kong wanted to strangle Chen Fan in the cradle. However, Cyborg Sora will later regret why he did not use the highest specification Buster Call. 3 days later, the scorching sun was shining in the sky, and the sun was shining on the earth, on an island in West Blue. Chen Fan saw that his reward order had become 1 billion, and his title had also been changed to Thor. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, Marine Headquarters was quite sensible and really changed his title. Originally, the Marine Headquarters did not want to change it, but in order to make it clearer to the Marines that Chen Fan was the owner of the Thunder Fruit, they finally decided to change the title to Thor. Walking on this medium-sized island called West Mobile Island, Chen Fan crossed the street and headed directly towards the Marine branch. The purpose of his first stop here was for one person, Lafitte, who was working as a prosecutor here. After all, if you want to sail in the sea, a navigator is indispensable. Otherwise, you will be like a headless fly on this endless sea. Of course, as the first crew member Chen Fan wants to recruit, he must have strong skills or strength. Nami is not born yet. According to Chen Fan's understanding, at this stage, the only person he knows well is Lafitte, the future navigator of the Blackbeard Pirates. Chapter 32. After a while, Chen Fan crossed the street and came to the Marine branch, looking at the magnificent Marine branch covering an area of tens of thousands of meters. Without hesitation, Chen Fan was about to walk in, but 2 Marine soldiers stopped him. Who are you? This is the Marine branch. No one else is allowed to enter, please leave immediately. Not too lazy to talk nonsense, Chen Fan's whole body shone with thunder, and he pointed toward the sky. In an instant, dark clouds gathered. Under the surprised expressions of the 2 Marine soldiers, 2 thunderbolts with thick arms fell from the sky and directly hit the 2 Marine soldiers. Boom! In an instant, 2 small craters were blasted out of the ground, and the 2 Marine soldiers were directly reduced to ashes. After doing all this, Chen Fan walked into the door of the Marine branch with a calm expression. The loud noise just now also attracted the attention of the soldiers in Marine Division 36. However, Chen Fan didn't care at all. As soon as he entered, he was surrounded by hundreds of Marine soldiers, holding long guns and shooting bullets at Chen Fan. However, not only were these bullets not covered with armed domineering force, nor were they seafloor stone bullets, how could they possibly hurt Chen Fan? I saw Chen Fan's whole body shining with thunder, and his elemental body caused those bullets to pass directly through his body. Bang! Bang! All fell to the ground. When the Marine soldiers saw this scene, they were stunned for a moment. They even thought that this guy was a monster. He could ignore bullet attacks and control thunder. Thunder God Chen Fan, why are you here? Lieutenant General Aguila looked at Chen Fan with a solemn expression. The others could not recognize Chen Fan. As a lieutenant general of the Marine branch, he had naturally seen Chen Fan's reward order, coupled with the destructive thunder, he could recognize him at a glance. However, he didn't feel any excitement about being able to make a contribution. Aguila had just learned that even the Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin of his headquarters had been defeated by Chen Fan. If Lieutenant General Kuzan hadn't arrived in time, he would have died at the hands of this guy. My strength is equivalent to that of a major general in my headquarters. Isn't it certain that I will lose against this guy? Seeing the strong man with short hair in front of him talking to him, Chen Fan didn't pay attention to him at all, but looked at the man wearing a black hat and holding a walking stick beside him. Lafitte, right? I'm here to invite you. Come with me if you want to board my pirate ship. Chen Fan went straight to the point of gate of opening and stated his purpose. Interesting, why should I follow you? A smile appeared on Lafitte's face. He did not expect that Thunder God Chen Fan would invite him to become his crew member. Because I like you, I can take you to dominate the world. Chen Fan looked at Lafitte with a confident face and said. It's really interesting. As expected of Chen Fan, who is known as the God of Thunder, he wants me to betray Marine and follow you in just 2 sentences. Lafitte did not refuse directly, but found it interesting. At the same time, Aguila had already ordered his men to secretly go to his office and call the phone number to ask for help from Marine headquarters. Gulu Gulu. Marine Fleet Admiral Office. Cyborg Sora, who had just finished his work, heard the phone ringing and immediately answered it. Cyborg. Sora Fleet Admiral, I am the Major of the West Blue Marine Branch 36. Thunder God Chen Fan appeared in our branch, asking for support. After hearing these words, Cyborg Kong looked a little angry, thinking that he had just sent people out to catch Chen Fan, and this guy actually appeared directly in his Marine branch. Tell the Lieutenant General on duty there to try to find a way to delay Chen Fan, and I will immediately send personnel to the nearest place for support. Copy that, Lord Fleet Admiral. After the Colonel received this order, he immediately ran outside to report to Aguila. At the same time, Cyborg Sora hung up the phone and immediately started looking for Lieutenant General Marine who was on a mission in West Blue at this time. Even Cyborg Kong looked a little anxious at the moment, because he knew clearly. If a fight really breaks out, the branch's Lieutenant General will never be able to last 10 minutes under Chen Fan. If you want to defeat Chen Fan, you will need at least the combat power of an elite Lieutenant General. However, it is really difficult to find such a level of combat power in West Blue. Cyborg Kong looked for a long time and found no suitable candidate. He was currently on a mission in West Blue. Cyborg Kong thought for a while, and he could only send the fastest Porosalino to West Blue. He immediately called and instructed Porosalino to abandon the mission for the time being and head towards West Blue, Branch 36 as quickly as possible. Even if Chen Fan cannot be captured alive, he cannot be allowed to destroy the Marine branch. The other side of the phone bug. Thunder God Chen Fan, it's really terrifying. After receiving the order, Porosalino said with a lewd expression, and then turned into a flash of light and disappeared from the place, piercing the sky. Marine Division. Aguila, who received the order at this moment, looked a little ugly. Cyborg. Sora. Didn't Fleet Admiral's order cost his life? If you want to hold Chen Fan back, you have to be able to hold him back. At this moment, Lafitte and the two were still chatting, and Chen Fan seemed not to pay attention to Marine in this branch at all. I'm the prosecutor of the Marine branch, why should I go with you? Lafitte looked at Chen Fan. Although he was very interested in what Chen Fan said, it was also in line with his ambitions. However, if he wanted to leave with just a few words, it would be enough for an emperor to come over, but the current Chen Fan would not be able to do it. That's very simple. I'll just destroy this Marine branch. I hate it when others reject me over and over again. If you reject me again, I'll kill you. Chen Fan was about to lose his patience, and he was even thinking of taking action directly. Hearing this sentence, Lafitte didn't care about the second half of Chen Fan's statement that he would kill him if he didn't agree. His face showed a very interested look. Interesting, okay, as long as you destroy this marine branch, then I will go with you. Lafitte, what are you talking about? You are Marine's prosecutor, how can you say such a thing? Aguila questioned Lafitte directly. The marine soldiers also looked at Lafitte with some confusion. Everyone has their own dream. I think being Marine's prosecutor is quite boring. Lafitte didn't care and just smiled. Opposite Chen Fan, when he heard Lafitte agree, he also smiled. After all, he had no intention of letting go of these people in the marine branch. He was a pirate and Marine was an enemy. The thunder of destruction broke out on him, and wisps of blue thunder surrounded him. He looked at Aguila with cold eyes. The chat is over, it's time for me to take action. The next second, Chen Fan's fist was covered with terrifying thunder, and his body disappeared instantly like a ghost. The thunder fist blasted towards Aguila at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 33. Although he knew he was no match, Aguila couldn't stay where he was and wait for death. Armed. Gun. In an instant, Aguila's right hand was covered with the second stage of armed domineering, his 5 fingers turned into claws, and his body rushed forward. Bang! The fists and claws intersected, and in an instant, the powerful force and the destructive thunder caused Aguila to step back more than 10 meters before barely stopping. Without any intention of holding back, Chen Fan stepped forward again. When the marine soldiers saw it, they immediately pulled their pistols and fired hundreds of bullets at Chen Fan. What some annoying bugs! Seeing this situation, Chen Fan stopped. The terrifying thunder clung to his hands. The power of the thunder actually wrapped around the hundreds of bullets, and then he used both hands hard. The hundreds of bullets returned the same way they came, shooting straight at the marine soldiers at extremely fast speeds. Their expressions were full of panic, and some marine soldiers had no time to dodge. Under these more than 100 bullets, blood flowed out, and dozens of marine soldiers turned into corpses and fell to the ground. No one is allowed to take action. He is not something you can deal with. Seeing this scene, Aguila's face was filled with anger, his fists clenched, veins bulging, and he rushed towards Chen Fan. It's interesting. Are you angry? Chen Fan had a sneer on his lips, and lightning flashed all over his body as he rushed straight up. Bang! Bang! For a moment, the two figures kept colliding with each other, punching each other in a bloody fight, and drops of blood spilled on the ground. The moment they fought, Aguila was at an absolute disadvantage. No matter how angry he was, he could not close the huge gap. He only has one thought in his mind right now, to hold Chen Fan back as long as possible. He believes that assistance from Marine headquarters will come soon. Unfortunately, Chen Fan was too lazy to waste so much time with him. The darkness above his fist was covered with thunder and he blasted towards Aguila's head at an extremely fast speed. With a frightened expression, the speed was too fast and he couldn't avoid it. Aguila quickly blocked his arms with armed domineering force in front of him. The powerful force struck, Lafitte's body continued to retreat, and he even felt as if his arms were about to be broken. At the same time, Chen Fan would not give him any time to breathe and rushed towards him again. Seeing this situation, Aguila could only grit his teeth and deal with it forcefully. The collision between fists made his hands, feet, brain, and any part of his body become weapons for the two people to attack. At this time, the two were fighting like wild beasts, but it was a one-sided crushing. If Aguila was a wolf, Chen Fan was a tiger. The gap was too huge. As time went by, Aguila suffered more and more injuries, and his full strength was exhausted for a long time, and his physical strength was exhausted to the extreme. If this continues, he will be beaten to death by Chen Fan before long. Your courage is commendable, but it's a pity that this world is dominated by the jungle. Chen Fan kicked out with a thunderous kick and said. Haha, Lao Zi is a marine. You are a pirate, so don't be arrogant. Agila also kicked out with a weapon-colored domineering force. During the collision, Agila blocked Chen Fan's leg, but there was no joy in his expression. Because he discovered that Chen Fan's thunder had a paralyzing effect. Every time he fought in close quarters, Chen Fan's attack would hit him. There will be residual thunder in his body. These tiny wisps of thunder make Agila feel like he is being paralyzed. Originally, he was weaker than Chen Fan in physical skills and attack power, but now he felt that his body was paralyzed, and his reflexes and speed were reduced. This seems to be a doomed situation, with no possibility of a comeback at all. The marine soldiers behind also looked anxious. They saw Agila, who now had more than a dozen wounds all over his body, and looked at Chen Fan with angry eyes, but there was nothing they could do. With the strength of the rest of them, rushing forward would not be able to help at all, and would even become a burden. Lafitte, the only one who had the strength to help, was watching the battle from the sidelines without any intention of taking action. This battle should be over. You are a good opponent. You have persisted under my hands for so long. Chen Fan knocked back Agila again with one punch, and then floated in mid-air. 80 million volts. Brontosaurus. With thunder shining all over Chen Fan's body, he raised his hands upward, and suddenly, dark clouds filled the sky. A terrifying thunder dragon of more than 10 meters was born, carrying the power to destroy everything, and flooded towards Agila below. Stop looking down on others, Lao Zi is a marine. Agila's eyes were full of determination and he was not afraid of death at all. Armed. Extreme punch. In an instant, the veins in Agila's right arm popped out, and the blood in his whole body boiled. Powerful power was concentrated on his right fist, which was covered with armed domineering energy. Facing the charging thunder dragon, he swung his right fist forward and charged forward. Boom! The destructive thunder dragon and the dark fist collided in an instant, with terrible power. Agila felt the terrible power and almost couldn't hold on. But as Marine's dignity, in order to protect the Marine branch, he didn't want to fail so easily. But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't defeat him due to the huge disparity in strength. It seems that I can only go so far. Agila's eyes were full of despair, just when he was about to give up and be overwhelmed by the Brontosaurus. Come on, Lieutenant General. Lieutenant General, we believe you can do it. Come on, Lieutenant General, we must get through this. The cheers and cheers of his soldiers could be heard below. Turning around and looking around, hearing these voices, Agila felt that he shouldn't give up so easily. For a moment, he didn't know where he got the strength, and he directly surpassed the limit. Ah! With a roar, the blood energy in Agila's body expanded again, and his strength climbed to the extreme. The black fist looked like it was about to blow away the thunder dragon. Is this the power of friendship and responsibility? It's really ridiculous, so let me break it myself. When Chen Fan saw this scene, he sneered, and the destructive thunder all over his body shone again. The giant thunder dragon that was about to disappear kept flickering and became even more terrifying. Under this absolute power, Agila felt a deep sense of despair. He could no longer hold on. He had already reached his limit and his body was about to collapse. In an instant, Agila was completely submerged by the thunder dragon, turning into ashes and dissipating between heaven and earth. Boom! The thunder dragon also hit the marine branch, creating a deep pit of more than 10 meters. Suddenly, dust and gravel flew everywhere. Chapter 34. The marine soldiers below saw their lieutenant general being beaten to ashes by Chen Fan. Their faces were filled with anger, and their eyes were blood red as they stared at Chen Fan. Kill! Let's go together to avenge the lieutenant general. Kill this pirate together. Brothers, let's rush together. Those marine soldiers burst out with strong morale, and hundreds of them rushed towards Chen Fan. That kind of determination, that kind of fearless spirit, was moving. Chen Fan looked at all this with cold eyes. If you are looking for death, I will help you. Endless thunder punishment. In an instant, Chen Fan's whole body shone with thunder of destruction, as he raised his hands upward. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, streaks as big as arms, and blue thunder fell from the sky, directly drowning the marine soldiers charging straight at him. The look was full of fear, the threat of death broke their blood. Along with the thunder, ah! Ah! Screams came one after another, and the marine soldiers who were rushing towards them were constantly bombarded into pieces. With their strength, no one can stop this terrifying thunder, and the blood keeps flowing. The marine soldiers hiding behind could not escape the fate of being destroyed by thunder. The entire marine branch has completely turned into a hell on earth, and Chen Fan is floating in the air, surrounded by thunder, like a thunder god in charge of life and death. Looking at all this lightly, he never had any kindness towards his enemies. The whole thunder penalty lasted for 2 or 3 minutes and ended because the entire marine division. At this moment, no marine soldier was left alive, including those in the rear. Lafitte, who was already crazy, looked up at Chen Fan who looked like a devil, and couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. Let's go. Chen Fan had no intention of staying any longer, but instead looked at Lafitte, who was standing proudly in mid-air, playing with the thunder ball in his hand with a playful look on his face. However, his tone did not tolerate rejection at all. Lafitte knew very well that if he refused, he would definitely face death. However, Lafitte didn't want to refuse, and a smile appeared on his lips. As you command, my captain. Taking off his hat and bowing, Lafitte behaved like a gentleman at this time. Then, Chen Fan fell from the sky, and wisps of terrifying thunder fell on the earth. After another second, the thunder around him dissipated, and he walked lightly towards the outside of the marine branch. However, Lafitte followed obediently. With the speed of the two of them, they quickly arrived at the coast. At this moment, there was a pirate ship several meters away on the shore. It didn't look particularly luxurious, nor was it particularly big. This pirate ship was just what Chen Fan had snatched. The original flag on it was also torn off by him and replaced with a thunder flag. Captain, how many people are there in our pirate group now? Lafitte quickly adapted to his new identity and asked immediately. 2 people, just you and me. Chen Fan looks calm. Hearing that it was just the 2 of them, Lafitte felt a little speechless for a moment, wondering if he had boarded a pirate ship, but it seemed that he had no other choice. Later, Lafitte took the lead to walk to the boat and consciously assumed the role of helmsman. Fortunately, the boat was not a large ship, otherwise he would not be able to sail it alone. Captain, I don't know, where should we go first? Lafitte turned around and asked Chen Fan, who was already doing push-ups on the deck. He thought to himself, is his captain a training fanatic? He just finished the fight and started exercising before taking a rest. Hearing this question, Chen Fan stopped exercising and stood up. He was thinking about whether to go directly to New World. After all, now that the navigator has been found, there is no need for him to rush around on the boat. Moreover, there are more powerful people in New World, so it is easier for you to find powerful crew members. Chen Fan's pirate group wants to take the elite route and recruit crew members who are either extremely strong or extremely talented. Just as Chen Fan was thinking about where to go as his first stop, a newspaper bird floated above him. The next second, thunder flashed, and Chen Fan's body disappeared instantly. When he came back, he already had a newspaper in his hand. Chen Fan originally planned to see how much his bounty had been increased after the last incident. However, as soon as he opened the newspaper, he was attracted by the headline above. Read the largest section of the newspaper. One Piece Roger was captured by Marine and executed in Roger Town, East Daxia Sea 1 month later. Chen Fan calculated the time and found that indeed this year happened to be the year that One Piece Roger surrendered. Seeing this, Chen Fan decided where to go as his first stop. One Piece Roger's execution was such a big scene, so naturally he couldn't miss it. The first stop is the East Daxia Sea. Chen Fan looked at the sea in the distance and said, "Okay, Captain." Lafitte also noticed the content on the news, and his expression instantly became surprised. He did not expect that One Piece Roger would be captured by Marine. You must know that only a small number of people, like Chen Fan, know that One Piece Roger surrendered. As the sea breeze blew, the sun shone, and the waves kept undulating, the Thor headed towards the East Daxia Sea. On the other side, at the marine branch, just a few minutes after Chen Fan and the others left, Porisalino finally arrived at the branch, even though he was the owner of the shining fruit. But the distance was too far, and since Agila and the others couldn't even hold on for 15 minutes, even Porisalino couldn't catch up. When he came over, he saw the miserable situation of the marine branch, and Porisalino, who had always had a lewd expression on his face. At this time, his expression became extremely serious. He looked at the charred corpses underneath and the blood on the ground. It was a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. Porisalino knew that Chen Fan had killed everyone in the marine branch. It's really terrible. This thunder god Chen Fan is really too cruel. Porisalino's fists couldn't help but clenched, and he was a little angry. Coming down from mid-air, he saw that some of the blood had not even dried yet. It was obvious that Chen Fan and the others had just left not long ago. Without hesitation, Porisalino's whole body shone with light and disappeared instantly, piercing the sky and heading towards the shore. But when he arrived at the shore, there was no sign of Chen Fan's pirate ship, only the endless sea. Porisalino knew very well that he was still too late. It would be as difficult as climbing to the sky to find someone on this vast sea by himself. Afterwards, Porisalino took out a small phone from his pocket and dialed the number of Fleet Admiral's office, preparing to report to him the situation of the branch. At this time, Fleet Admiral offices. Chapter 35. At this time, Cyborg Kong was also anxious and frowned because he called the branch but no one answered. You need to know that your phone number is at the first level, but no one at the branch can answer it. This is not good news. Gilu, Gilu. At this time, the phone rang, and Cyborg Sora quickly picked it up. Report to Fleet Admiral that the mission failed. When I arrived, Chen Fan and the others had already escaped. Before Porisalino could finish speaking, Cyborg Sora asked first. How is the situation in the branch? Well, the entire 36th Division was wiped out by Chen Fan. No Marine soldier, including Lieutenant General Agila, survived. When Porisalino reported this situation, he also had a serious expression on his face. Hearing these words, Cyborg Kong's eyes were red and full of anger. You know, since he became Fleet Admiral, few things could make him so angry. Damn Chen Fan! Cyborg Kong roared angrily. The entire Marine headquarters can be heard. The Marine officers outside are all thinking what is going on with Fleet Admiral? After hanging up the phone, Cyborg Kong immediately called the guards in. Now, increase Chen Fan's bounty to 11 billion. Also, the Lieutenant General who is free near West Blue will do his best to search for Chen Fan. Remember, as soon as you find Chen Fan, request support immediately. No, if you are 2 generals or above, don't take action against Chen Fan. At this time, Cyborg Kong was extremely angry, and if it weren't for the generals, they would have basically sent out to escort One Piece Roger to Rog Town in the East Daxia Sea. He even wanted to send generals directly to hunt down Chen Fan. It can be imagined how angry Cyborg Sora was, and he knew very well that if Chen Fan was allowed to grow up, it would definitely cause unimaginable consequences. 10 days later, time passed by like white sand. Waking up in the morning, the sun shines on the sea. Chen Fan and Chen Fan were currently on a small island in South Blue. Since they have traveled so far, they naturally have to go to the island to replenish supplies. During these 10 days, Lafitte also clearly understood why their captain Chen Fan was so young and had such strong strength. Cultivation lasts up to 14 hours a day. Most people simply cannot do this. Even if they can, their bodies may not be able to bear it. Let's go. Chen Fan said to Lafitte behind him. Then the two of them, one behind the other, walked together on the streets of the island. Afterwards, Lafitte took out a few pieces of gold and bought a lot of supplies, and then the two of them prepared to leave directly and return to the ship. After all, Chen Fan believed that there was no value in wasting time on this island. However, just as he was passing by the tavern, he saw a familiar young figure walking in, but he couldn't recognize it clearly. Wait a moment. Chen Fan called out to Lafitte with an indifferent expression. Lafitte did not ask, he knew very well that his captain must have a reason for stopping. Afterwards, Chen Fan walked into the tavern, and Lafitte also followed. As soon as we entered, there were many people sitting inside, most of them looked fierce and had some special tattoo marks on their bodies. Obviously, this is not a normal bar. Chen Fan didn't care about this. After walking into the tavern, he sat on the table and said, "Get 2 glasses of rum." No one in the tavern cared about Chen Fan's arrival. Chen Fan also looked at the little girl with green hair sitting in the corner, sitting alone at a table. "Captain, did you enter this tavern just because of this little girl?" Lafitte asked Chen Fan. At this time, Chen Fan was sure that he had recognized the right person. This was Monet, the future person with the ability of Swexia fruit, but now he looked only about 12 years old. After confirming it, Chen Fan thought he could try it to see if Monet had eaten the snow fruit. If it had been eaten, he would be interested in taking it into his crew. You know, this is also a Logia fruit, mainly because Monet's later development was too useless and his physical skills were too poor. Otherwise, her future strength should not be inferior to that of a lieutenant general. At this time, Lafitte on the side had no idea what Chen Fan was thinking, and he was a little surprised by Chen Fan's affirmative answer. Lafitte didn't expect that his captain would enter a tavern for a little Lolita. He is not a lolicon, right? Although he has only been in contact with him for more than 10 days, from the first day to now, especially the first day, Lafitte has an inherent impression of Chen Fan. He is indifferent, takes improving his strength as his own responsibility, thinks absolutely calmly when encountering problems, and will never show mercy to his enemies. Lafitte couldn't understand that such a person actually liked Lolita. Obviously, Chen Fan didn't know that Lafitte had misunderstood him, and walked straight towards Monet's table. At this moment, Lafitte saw Chen Fan walking over and thought that what he was thinking was true, but he would not stop Chen Fan's decision. Arriving at Monet's table, Chen Fan sat down directly. "Brother, who are you? Do we know each other?" At this time, Monet had obviously drunk some wine, and his face was slightly red. "I don't know." Chen Fan replied in an indifferent tone. "Can you please go away? I'm in a bad mood." Monet was obviously not very happy at this time. "No, I want to make sure of one thing." Chen Fan refused directly. Seeing this guy sitting across from him inexplicably and refusing to leave even after being told to leave, Monet, who was already in a bad mood, instantly became a little angry. "If you don't leave, I'll beat you out." Monet looked at Chen Fan. The quarrel between the two also attracted the attention of other people in the tavern, and they looked forward at Chen Fan. When they saw Chen Fan sitting directly opposite Monet. "Did you see that? That guy seems to be new here. He's going to be in trouble. Oh, there are still people in this tavern who dare to provoke this little witch. They are really asking for trouble." That's right, the last person who went to trouble this little witch was turned into ice and died. The bandits and others in the tavern shook their heads feeling sorry for Chen Fan when they saw him, feeling that he would be beaten out by the little witch in the next second. Only Lafitte's pale face was a little curious. He was wondering what on earth his captain was doing. Chen Fan was not angry when he heard the threat, but smiled. You can try it. Seeing this scene, Monet couldn't bear it anymore. His fists were covered with ice and snow and he attacked Chen Fan. Chapter 36. Facing this attack, Chen Fan's expression remained as calm as ever. The black substance covered his right hand and stretched it forward. Everyone else in the tavern except Lafitte. At this time, they all had smiles on their lips, expecting Chen Fan to make a fool of themselves, because they had seen with their own eyes before that no matter whether it was a gunshot or a fist attack, they could not harm Monet, and they could not even touch her. The next second, the moment Monet's cold fist touched Chen Fan's right hand, Chen Fan directly grabbed Monet's right hand. Seeing that his fist was grabbed, Monet's face was full of surprise. As a child in his early 10 years, how did he know what armed domineering was? When the others saw this scene, they were also stunned. This was the first time they saw Monet's fist being caught. Only Lafitte kept a calm expression. Seeing the ice covering Monet's body, he had already guessed what his captain was going to do. Follow me and be my crew. Chen Fan was sure that Monet had eaten the snow fruit and immediately recruited him. Why? Although Monet was a little surprised, why could the person in front of him catch him? However, she didn't want to give in like this, so her left fist was also covered with ice and she blasted towards Chen Fan. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he stretched out his left hand, which was as dark as before, and once again easily grabbed Monet's fist. Death or follow me. Chen Fan's expression became indifferent, and his eyes were as cold as ice. Hold Monet's fist with both hands and start to exert force. Ah! With a scream, Monet felt severe pain. No matter how stupid she was at this moment, she knew that the person in front of her was not something she could deal with. Looking at the look in the man's eyes again, the killing intent revealed is definitely not fake. Monet was certain that if she refused, she would really be greeted by death. As a little girl, she must be afraid of death. Brother, can you let go first? I promise you. Monet, who felt his hands were about to be crushed, quickly begged for mercy. Well, that's right. Chen Fan then smiled and slowly let go of his hands. Come with me. After that, Chen Fan stood up and said to Monet, but his eyes were full of threats. It seemed to be a warning to Monet not to think about escaping. Resigned to his fate, Monet did not dare to think about escaping at this moment, and obediently followed Chen Fan and Lafitte out of the tavern. Looking at Chen Fan, the bandits with surprised expressions were seen on the side, as if they were being pressed down by a huge mountain, not even daring to take a breath. Until Chen Fan and the other three walked out of the tavern. Hey, hey! Everyone in the tavern gasped for air. It was so scary. That guy's eyes were so cold. After looking at him, I felt like my legs were weak. Yeah, the pressure is too strong. I feel like I'm being watched by Shinigami, and I don't dare to move. Those bandits all have a feeling of surviving a disaster. At the same time, 3 people walked all the way to the coast. Monet asked Chen Fan, who was standing aside, Brother, where are we going? And what do you do? Pirate. After Chen Fan said 2 simple words, he brought Monet aboard the ship. At this moment, Monet also knew that if he got on the boat with the man in front of him, he would most likely become a pirate and would leave this island. However, Monet didn't have much nostalgia for this island. After all, his family had long since passed away and were no longer on the island. There was only a missing sister, which made her somewhat nostalgic. If I hadn't been lucky enough to eat a devil fruit, it's hard to say whether I would have survived until now in this world. Starting from today, you will do some simple physical training in the morning and fruitful ability training in the afternoon. Remember, there is no need for waste on my pirate ship. Chen Fan looked at Monet with a serious face. No. After what happened just now, Monet didn't dare to refute Chen Fan. As the sea breeze blew, seagulls flew past from above, and the Thor continued to move towards the East Daxia Sea. 10 days later. The scorching sun was in the sky, and the scorching sunlight shone on the sea. At this time, Chen Fan had just finished his physical training and was eating to replenish energy. The weak heat flow continued to spread through his internal organs, constantly repairing the strain on Chen Fan's body, and slowly improving his physical fitness. It can be said that with such high-intensity training, if it weren't for Chen Fan's special abilities, even an Iron Man's body would collapse. Over the past 10 days, Monet's thoughts have been exactly the same as those of Lafitte. As a captain, she is really a training madman, practicing for more than 14 hours a day. You must know that she was forced by Chen Fan to train for 8 hours every day. She felt extremely tired and her body was about to fall apart. It's hard to imagine how it can be done in more than 14 hours. At this time, besides admiring Chen Fan, Monet didn't want to escape as much as he did when he first got on the boat. Because she found that under Chen Fan's devilish training, her strength was indeed improving, and she also learned a lot of knowledge. She also understood that the fruit she ate was a Logia fruit. The reason why others could not hit her was because her elementalization made her immune to most physical attacks. And Chen Fan found his own method, which was to use armed domineering. At this moment, it was thousands of meters away from the Thor. There is a huge marine warship moving, and it is not an accident that they appear here. After Chen Fan slaughtered the entire marine branch, he had raised the task of capturing Chen Fan to the first level, which was the highest except for the special level. In addition, Chen Fan did it because of his huge potential, not because he had the strength above that of a lieutenant general. This led many generals and lieutenants to unite to find traces of Chen Fan and want to capture Chen Fan. Major General, look, the person on that pirate ship seems to be the god of thunder, Chen Fan. A colonel held a telescope and said to the Major General wearing a helmet engraved with a two-headed dragon and a marine cape. Hearing the name of the thunder god Chen Fan, Ghost Spider quickly took the telescope and looked in the direction of the thunder god and saw that the man was indeed Chen Fan. The two people beside them immediately became excited and said, Hua Shaishan, Mole, look, it seems that the three of us are very lucky, and we actually met the god of thunder, Chen Fan. Huo Shaoshan, who was tall with a beard, also quickly got a telescope from his subordinates and looked in the direction ahead. On the other side, Doberman, who had a curved beard on his face and flowing brown hair on his head, did the same. He picked up a telescope and looked over. Let's do it, catch him, we will definitely get a lot of military glory. Ghost Spider said to the two of them again. Chapter 37. Huo Shaoshan on the side looked full of fighting spirit. He couldn't wait to go over and catch Chen Fan. Only Doberman looked calmer. He said to the two of them, do you want to ask for support first? Call nearby generals above the rank of Major General. This will give you greater certainty. What are you talking about? Doberman, that Chen Fan is also a lieutenant general in our headquarters. Although the three of us are only in the rank of Major General, our strength has reached the level of lieutenant general in our headquarters. 3 against 1, why should we be afraid of him? Huo Shaoshan immediately laughed and looked at Doberman. That is to say, if other people come over, won't there be one more person to share the military merit? At this time, Ghost Spider also stood up and said. After hearing both of them say this, Doberman said nothing more. Go towards the pirate ship as quickly as possible. Then, Ghost Spider ordered to go down. The marine soldiers under his command immediately began to drive the marine warship towards the pirate ship at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Lafitte, who was controlling the rudder of the ship, also discovered a marine warship rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. Captain, there is a marine warship coming towards us. Lafitte said to Chen Fan behind him. Putting down the food in his hand, Chen Fan looked forward and saw 3 generals standing on the deck. Although their current appearance is somewhat different from that of their future, the difference is not too big and Chen Fan can recognize them immediately. Interesting, Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Huo Xiaoshan? They look so anxious. It seems they are here to catch me. Chen Fan looked forward with a calm expression. Are we leaving? Lafitte then asked Chen Fan. No, just stretch your muscles. Chen Fan's eyes showed fighting intent. His strength had been stuck on the line between Elite Lieutenant General and Lieutenant General for a long time. He knew that he needed to break through any of the two-color haki to the third level, or further develop the Thunder Fruit, in order to reach the level of an Elite Lieutenant General. If you only rely on yourself to train, it will be too slow. You must put pressure on yourself from the outside world in order to go further. As for the three Dobermans, they should have had the strength of Elite Lieutenant Generals at their peak, but even the three Porosalinos now only have the strength of Elite Lieutenant Generals. The three of them are currently at the level of Lieutenant General in the headquarters. With 1 against 3, Chen Fan feels that this can give him enough pressure. As for Monet at this time, he had never seen such a large warship. She knew that this was Marine, the one who caught pirates, and she couldn't help but feel a little flustered. However, when she looked at Chen Fan, he looked calm. Instantly, I felt a lot more at ease. At this time, on the Marine warship, which was only a few hundred meters away, Doberman and the others also discovered that Chen Fan and the others had definitely seen them. But when they saw Chen Fan and the others, they did not choose to run away, but simply stayed where they were, as if waiting for them. Be careful, I haven't seen the two guys next to Chen Fan. Doberman reminded the two of them. Naturally, he had never seen Lafitte from the Marine branch, and he didn't know that Lafitte had taken refuge with Chen Fan. After all, everyone in the Marine branch except Lafitte was dead at that time. Don't panic, there are only 2 more people than the situation. One looks so thin and pale as a dead person, and there is a little girl. What danger can there be? Don't worry, if the 3 of us attack together, Chen Fan will definitely not be able to defeat us unless he reaches the strength of an elite lieutenant general. Huo Xiaoshan said carelessly. As time went by, the sea breeze blew by, and a minute later. This huge marine warship was less than 100 meters away from Chen Fan and the others. Thunder God, Chen Fan, I heard that you are very cruel and calm, why do I feel that you are not like the legend? You actually saw the 3 of us and still stayed where you were, are you too confident in yourself? Huo Xiaoshan looked at Chen Fan and mocked. He felt that Sakazuki and Brown Dolphin must want him to fail. To put it nicely, they deliberately praised Chen Fan as being powerful. 3 people are pretty good, they can just be my stepping stones. Chen Fan did not reply to Huo Xiaoshan's words, but looked at the master with arrogant eyes. It's really arrogant. You actually said that you want to use the 3 of us as stepping stones. You should think about how to survive today. A trace of anger appeared on Huo Xiaoshan's face. He had never been so underestimated. You'll find out if you try it. Wait a moment and you two just protect yourselves. I'll deal with the 3 of them alone. Chen Fan's whole body shone with thunder, and his body disappeared instantly, standing proudly in the air. Hearing that Chen Fan didn't want his teammates to help, Doberman, who had always been calm, became a little angry at the moment. No one likes to be looked down upon. However, the 3 of them are not fools. They know that any one of them has no chance of winning against Chen Fan alone. Only 3 of them can join forces to catch Chen Fan. Let's go together, don't hold back, catch him as quickly as possible. Doberman said to the 2 of them, then he pulled out his katana with his left hand and cast moonwalk into the air. The ghost spider on the other side did not hesitate. He used life return, and suddenly transformed into 6 black arms, holding 8 samurai swords in 8 hands, and used moonwalk to come to Doberman's left. The same goes for Huo Xiaoshan. He drew out his katana with his right hand and used moonwalk to reach Doberman's right. Seeing that the 3 of them took action together, and the ghost spider used life return from the beginning, it was obvious that the three of them were going to take action with all their strength. When Chen Fan saw this scene, he was not afraid at all. Instead, his face was full of excitement and fighting spirit. Only this kind of battle can allow him to break through his limits. Armed. Thunder Fist. With the flash of thunder, Chen Fan's body disappeared in an instant. He first rushed straight towards Dogman in the middle, and the terrifying Thunder Fist seemed to destroy everything. Seeing this situation, Doberman looked calm. The katana was covered with the second stage of armed domineering, and he slashed straight towards Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. Bang! In an instant, the terrifying Thunder Fist collided with the long sword containing armed domineering force. Under this blow, Doberman immediately felt a powerful force, causing his body to retreat involuntarily. At the same time, Ghost Spider and Huo Xiaoshan each held long knives, which were also covered with the second stage of armed domineering, and attacked Chen Fan at extremely fast speeds. Chapter 38. Facing the rapid attacks of the two men, Chen Fan showed no signs of panic. The power of destructive thunder erupted again. The powerful force actually forced Doberman back in an instant. Then, the power of thunder gathered in his hands, transforming into two blue thunder spears. The terrifying thunder blocked the weapons of the two men. The next second, with the flash of thunder and lightning, Chen Fan's body disappeared in an instant and appeared behind the two people in Hua Xiaoshan. The sharp thunder spear was going to stab the two people's backs from top to bottom. Relying on the haki of seeing and hearing, the two people in Huo Xiaoshan reacted immediately, and easily blocked the attack with their long knives covered with haki of arms. At the same time, Doberman's attack came from behind with endless power. Shave. Using the elemental form of his body to perform the sixth form of marine, Chen Fan disappeared in place again, dodging Doberman's attack and causing it to hit the air. For a moment, the battle situation became extremely tense. Chen Fan was 1 against 3 and was temporarily unable to lose. However, such a high-intensity explosion, coupled with the fact that he has to exert his domineering energy to the extreme all the time, is a huge drain on his physical strength. The three of them also noticed this and joined forces to attack Chen Fan without giving him any chance to breathe. In mid-air, a sky-blue figure kept colliding with 3 figures, fighting fiercely, punches to the flesh, blood spilled on the ground, and the thunder of destruction filled the mid-air. On the floor below, Monet looked at this scene worriedly. She asked Lafitte on the side, "Do you think Big Brother can beat these 3 people?" "Not necessarily, but although it seems to be evenly matched now, in fact, the captain has fallen into a disadvantage. Even our captain cannot last long with such high-intensity consumption." Lafitte's expression rarely became serious. Most of the marine soldiers on the marine warship did not see who had the upper hand. Only some of the school officers saw it, and they were already expecting that Doberman and the 3 major generals would defeat Chen Fan and that they would receive military merit and promotion. Mid-air. The Ghost Spider, who was holding a long knife to attack, looked at Chen Fan with an arrogant expression. "I admit that you are very strong. No one of us is an opponent against you, and even 2 of us may not be able to defeat you. But 1 against 3, you are too confident in your strength. How long can you last with such a high-intensity outburst? Just let us take you back." The Ghost Spider attacking from the right also mocked. "That's a lot of nonsense." Chen Fan looked indifferent, and kept blasting his Thunder Fist forward. Facing the 3 people's rapid attacks, he kept resisting, and blood spilled on the ground. But his Thunder Fist will also hit the 3 of them. This is a physical competition. Looking at it this way, it is true that Chen Fan would lose if there were no big surprises. However, even so, Chen Fan was still full of strong self-confidence, and the thunder of destruction continued to erupt, breaking through the limit again and again. As time passed by, the injuries on the 4 people became more and more serious, and blood continued to spill on the sea. "Hey, hey!" Chen Fan kept breathing heavily, and cold sweat kept flowing down his forehead. One can imagine how much physical exertion he had exerted. However, Doberman would not give him any chance to breathe. The three of them attacked Chen Fan once again with a violent attack. You are looking for death. With cold eyes, Chen Fan continued to erupt with terrifying thunder, and his fists kept clashing with the long knife. Clang! The sound of collision kept ringing, and the four of them once again stood together anxiously. However, Chen Fan had gone from fighting back and forth at the beginning to being completely suppressed now and could only defend constantly. There is no extra strength to fight back, seeing this scene. Thunder God Chen Fan, who is going all out, should not be underestimated. Doberman shouted at the two of them, and then the aura on the three of them rose again. Although their physical strength is now somewhat depleted, it is much better than Chen Fan. With 1 against 3, Chen Fan was completely at a disadvantage under the intense exhaustion. Slowly, small scars appeared on his body. Monet below saw this scene and was extremely worried. What should we do? Lafitte, the captain seems to be losing. There is no other way. We can only choose to trust the captain now. Lafitte knew very well that if the two of them took action, Marine, who was above the military level on the opposite side, would also take action. At that time, they would still be at a disadvantage. The battle continued, with sweat pouring out. Chen Fan kept waving his fists in response to the attacks, and the lightning shining on his body was fading. However, facing the siege of 3 people, Chen Fan's eyes were still full of determination, and the black substance on his fist seemed to be completely materialized. In a fierce fight, for a while, fists, hands, feet, and any part of the body became weapons that Chen Fan could attack. The 3 Dobermans didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter. They kept attacking, trying to capture Chen Fan as quickly as possible. Under such a strong attack, their physical strength was constantly being consumed. In addition, they discovered a very serious problem. In close combat, as long as Chen Fan's destructive thunder collided with them, wisps of thunder would continue to remain in their bodies. Over time, their bodies would feel a trace of thunder. Paralysis. However, they didn't pay too much attention because they were the ones who had the upper hand now. That sharp long knife kept attacking. At this time, the black substance on Chen Fan's fist seemed to be completely materialized. Huo Xiaoshan held a knife in his left hand, covered with the second stage of armed domineering, and attacked Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, Chen Fan was forced to retreat. At the same time, Doberman and his 2 men attacked again from both sides. Ah! At this moment, with a roar, the armed domineering power of Chen Fan's fist completely materialized and successfully broke through to the 3rd level, and his power surged in an instant. Covered by the power of destructive thunder, Chen Fan forcibly retreated from Hua Xiaoshan. Then, the left and right hands opened their bows, and the thunderous fists hit Doberman and the 2 like cannonballs. Clang! In an instant, the thunder fist collided with the black long knife, and the surrounding water exploded. The powerful force caused Doberman to fly backwards one after another. Seeing the completely substantive armed color haki, Doberman and the other 3 knew clearly that Chen Fan's armed color haki had broken through, which made his combat power even higher. They also knew in their hearts what this meant, which meant that the outcome of the next battle was uncertain. Chapter 39. After breaking through, Chen Fan had a smile on his face, full of fighting spirit, and actively attacked the 3 of them. Looking at the extremely dark fist covered with thunder, Doberman and the other 3 rushed forward without hesitation. The 4 figures collided together again, but this time, they were evenly matched. Chen Fan faced the siege of 3 people, except for defense. The increase in strength allowed him to repel enemies faster, allowing him to defend faster against the attacks of the other 2. This also allowed him to not lose at all for a while, and he could even constantly find opportunities to counterattack. The 3 Dobermans, who felt Chen Fan's huge increase in power, looked very ugly. They did not expect that this guy was so terrifying that he broke through during the battle. On the pirate ship below, Monet was a little afraid to look at it, but when he saw that Chen Fan was fighting with Doberman and the others again, and he was not losing at all, he immediately asked Lafitte on the side. Lafitte, tell me, big brother, why did you suddenly become stronger? Suddenly, you can fight equally with those three guys. The captain's armed domination has reached the 3rd level. The outcome of the next battle is uncertain. Lafitte kept looking at the battle above. He knew from the beginning that Chen Fan did not choose to retreat when faced with 3 marines at the level of lieutenant general. He definitely had his own ideas. If the faces of the 2 people were excited, then the expressions of the marine soldiers on the marine warship were uglier than eating shit. After all, how could they have imagined that such a change could happen? Mid-air. The battle between the 4 people continued, and they fought fiercely. There were constant sounds of explosions in the air, and thunder was shining. The 3 Dobermans knew clearly that if the fight continued like this, they would not be able to defeat Chen Fan, who was armed with a domineering breakthrough to the 3rd level, using only close combat. Don't waste any more time with him, Doberman said to the other 2. Hua Shaishan and Ghost Spider immediately understood what Doberman meant, and then Doberman rushed forward first, with the long knife containing powerful power. Chen Fan was not afraid of this blow at all, and punched forward, covering it with the power of thunder. Clang! At the moment of the collision, Doberman was knocked out. On the other side, Ghost Spider and Huo Shaoshan were on the left and right, holding long knives and slashing at Chen Fan at extremely fast speeds. With a calm look on his face, Chen Fan's fists contained terrifying power and he blasted forward. The 3 of them fell back dozens of meters after the collision. Chen Fan, it's time to finish, come on together. Armed. Golden slash. Doberman's blood was boiling all over, and he was holding a long sword tightly in his right hand, which was extremely dark. As he waved the long sword, a golden sword energy emerged and slashed straight towards Chen Fan. Armed. Spider Silk Slash. Armed. Fiery Slash. At the same time, Ghost Spider and Huo Shaishan's bodies were also bursting with blood, their hearts were beating, and their lives were being returned. The powerful power was contained in the long sword as black as ink, and they were waving forward. In an instant, a black sword energy of several meters, a red sword energy of several meters, and a golden sword energy of several meters slashed towards Chen Fan with terrifying power. You even want to defeat me? 120 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Looking at these 3 powerful attacks, Chen Fan's expression was still so indifferent, and he raised his hands upward. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds. A series of terrifying thunders roared, and a blue dragon measuring more than 10 meters was born, destroying everything in its path, and fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. Boom! In an instant, the thunder dragon and the 3-sword chi were like mountains colliding together. The sound of explosion sounded, everything around was annihilated, and circles of air waves spread out. This powerful aftermath directly knocked Chen Fan and Doberman away. The sea water continued to explode, and the huge warship below began to shake. Not to mention the Thor, it almost capsized. The 4 of them flew several hundred meters upside down before regaining their balance. Then, the 4 of them looked at each other. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Fan's body flashed with thunder and he disappeared into the air first and landed on the Thor. At the same time, the 3 Dobermans looked at each other and returned to the warship. Go, get out of here. When Chen Fan returned to the Thor, his first words were to tell Lafitte to sail away. Upon hearing this order, Lafitte did not hesitate and immediately started the Thor and began to sail toward the distance. Marine on the warship saw Chen Fan and the others were leaving. Major General, do we want to pursue them? They are leaving. Several school officials asked quickly. No, let them go. Doberman just stood there without moving and said, and the other 2 people didn't speak either. 2 minutes later, the Thor, which was moving at full speed, drove thousands of meters away. Chen Fan finally couldn't help it, puffed. A mouthful of blood spurted out. He was already fighting to the limit, but the shock wave generated by the collision just now made his internal organs surge. In front of the three Dobermans just now, he was suppressing his discomfort. However, Chen Fan guessed that the injuries of the three of them must not be lighter than his own. Otherwise, how could he let them go? Of course, even if he knew they were injured, Chen Fan would not choose to fight desperately, because his goal had been achieved. After this battle, armed color Haki successfully broke through to the third level. If the fight continues, even if Chen Fan can kill all three of them, there will still be a boatload of marine soldiers and school officers. If you really continue to fight, there is a high probability that you will die together. Brother, how are you? Are you okay? Seeing Chen Fan's ugly face and spitting out blood, Monet quickly asked worriedly. Captain, are you okay? Should we speed up and leave? To avoid being caught up by Marine. Lafitte also asked. It's okay, don't worry, those three guys are more seriously injured than me. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he took out a lot of food directly from the cabin and started eating. Wave after wave of slightly hot heat emanated from Chen Fan's body and poured into his internal organs, like nectar after the rain, constantly repairing his injuries. Afterwards, Chen Fan, who felt stable, picked up the bandage and tied it to the wound himself, closed his eyes and rested. On the other side, on the marine warship, they saw Chen Fan and his ship walking away. Puff! Doberman couldn't bear it any longer, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. He was half kneeling on the ground. The burning mountain and ghost spiders on the side were even worse. His body completely reached the limit, as if it was about to collapse, and his whole body began to bleed. Chapter 40. Seeing this situation, Marine's doctor did not dare to hesitate and immediately took the three people for treatment. At this time, Doberman regretted extremely why he did not insist on waiting for the support of other generals. He knew very well that Chen Fan was seriously injured in the end, otherwise he would not have been able to leave so quickly. As long as there was another lieutenant general level combatant, they could definitely arrest Chen Fan. It was a pity that there was no regret medicine in this world. 2 hours later, Doberman forced his seriously injured body to sit up. He used the phone bug to report the failure of their mission to capture Chen Fan. Fleet Admiral Office. When Cyborg Kong knew that Chen Fan's strength had improved so quickly, one person could actually equal the level of 3 lieutenant generals in his headquarters. This also means that his strength may have reached the level of an elite lieutenant general, otherwise it would be impossible to achieve it. Damn little guy, his strength has improved so fast. No, after finishing Roger's execution, I must strengthen his arrest level. Cyborg Kong thought, Chen Fan must not be allowed to grow up, this sea is already chaotic enough. But now, he can't take care of Chen Fan for the time being, because Marine's top priority right now is the public execution of One Piece Roger around the world in 10 days. Then, Cyborg Kong gave instructions to increase Chen Fan's bounty by another 100 million. A bounty of 1.1 billion is already a very scary figure for a boy less than 20 years old. As night falls, the sea breeze blows. Chen Fan had woken up at this time, and after 2 rounds of hot water, his injuries had almost recovered. Looking at the fully materialized armed domineering force on his fists, Chen Fan thought to himself that his strength is now almost infinitely equal to that of the elite lieutenant generals of his headquarters. Afterwards, Chen Fan compared the strength gap between him and Sakazuki. Shaking his head, there was still a certain gap. Chen Fan thought to himself that if he wanted to catch up with Sakazuki, he would have to reach the 3rd stage of his domineering power. And the development of Thunder Fruit needs to go further. Although Chen Fan has spent more than 4 hours a day developing the ability of the Thunder Fruit, coupled with his strong physical fitness, his progress has been rapid. However, the time for him to obtain the Thunder Fruit was still too short, only a few months. It is extremely difficult to develop the fruit to such an extent in such a short time. Fortunately, Chen Fan felt that he was already close to breaking through to the third level. However, the development of thunder fruit has gone a step further and is unlikely to be possible within a month or two. Thinking of this, Chen Fan temporarily put aside his hatred for Sakasuke. Then, he thought of another person, Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters, Henry David, whom Budik had asked him to kill before he died. The reason why Chen Fan didn't go to find this guy before was because most of the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Generals had the strength of elite Lieutenant Generals. If he went to seek revenge on him from the beginning, he would definitely be destined to die. Now, Chen Fan is planning to kill Henry David after One Piece Roger is executed. During this period, Chen Fan wants to break through the domineering power of knowledge and color to the third level. Then, without thinking any more, the wounds on Chen Fan's body had scabbed off. He went directly to the deck and started some simple training. Lafitte and Monet, who saw this scene not far away, both showed surprised expressions. "Brother, is he a monster? He suffered such a serious injury at noon, and it's only been 8 hours now. How come he feels almost completely healed? Let's start training directly." Monet's little mouth opened into an O shape in surprise. "Interesting, a captain like this is worthy of my following." A smile appeared on Lafitte's pale face. Time passes day by day. 18 days later, in Donghai, Roger Town, there is still 1 day left before One Piece Roger is executed. Chen Fan and others were walking on the streets of Rog Town at the moment. The three of them were wearing big hats, covering half of their faces. At this time, Rogue Town was overcrowded, with a large group of pirates, as well as a large number of marine soldiers and generals maintaining order. Tomorrow is the day when Roger One Piece will be executed. Naturally, countless big pirates want to come and watch the end of a generation of heroes. However, these pirates, who were usually arrogant and domineering on the sea, did not act recklessly in Rog Town at this time. Because Marine began to show their strong strength a few days ago. Marine Hero Garp, Buddha Sengoku, Lieutenant General Tsuru, and Marine's 3 monster Lieutenant Generals all appear here, as well as a lot of Lieutenant Generals and Major Generals. It can be said that more than half of Marine's combat power is concentrated here. With these characters here, how dare the pirates make trouble? After all, the emperors among pirates, such as the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and the Red Earl, did not appear here. At this moment, most of the people here are their crew members or other pirates. With their current strength, there is no way they can fight against strong men of Garp's level. Of course, they are not afraid that Marine Headquarters will come to arrest them. After all, the most important thing for Marine Headquarters now is to publicly execute Roger. They need to prevent other members of the Roger Pirates from coming to rescue people. Where else can they have the energy to catch the pirates? This is why Chen Fan dares to appear here. It can be said that as long as they don't rush forward to provoke, Marine Headquarters will not take the initiative to catch pirates at this time. "Brother, tell me, One Piece Roger is so strong, why was he caught by Marine?" Monet also heard a lot about One Piece Roger. Who knows? Maybe he surrendered. Chen Fan said this as a joke. Monet and Lafitte naturally regarded it as a joke. They definitely didn't believe that One Piece Roger would surrender. Looking at the two people's looks, Chen Fan knew that they didn't believe it, but he didn't say anything further. He couldn't say it, because he knew that Roger was seriously injured and would not survive long, so he was preparing to die to start the Age of Discovery. Walking on the street, Chen Fan saw many famous pirates in the future, including Phoenix Marco and Doflamingo of the Whitebeard Pirates, and even the future world's best swordsman, Mihawk. However, Chen Fan did not come forward to say hello. He did not want to cause any trouble before One Piece was executed. "I don't want to save One Piece Roger or anything. After all, he doesn't have that strength. Now Garp and Sengoku are in their prime. With his current strength as an elite lieutenant general in the headquarters, if he dares to cause trouble, he is seeking death. Chapter 41. The three of them randomly found a pub and sat down. At this time, one of them was wearing a burgundy hat, a white shirt, and a red coat. The most important thing was the famous sword that was as tall as a person behind him. This person is my hawk, and he just happened to walk into the tavern. Chen Fan looked at my hawk, who was about the same age as himself, and thought to himself, what if he could recruit the future #1 swordsman in the world to the ship? Thinking of this, Chen Fan decided to give it a try. Although the chance of success was slim, what if it happened? You two sit here and wait for me. Chen Fan confessed and then headed in the direction of my hawk. Hello, my name is Chen Fan. After sitting down, Chen Fan said hello. Hearing this name, my hawk raised his head. He had heard of this name, Thunder God Chen Fan, and most of the pirates in New World should know this name. Thunder God Chen Fan, what do you want from me? Eagle eyes. My hawk's sharp eyes looked straight at Chen Fan like an eagle. I want to win you over and get on the ship. As long as you agree, I will be the deputy captain. Chen Fan said his invitation. I just want to be the world's greatest swordsman, and I don't want to get on your boat. My hawk refused outright. After hearing this, Chen Fan was not discouraged. He naturally knew that it was not that easy to recruit my hawk on board. You can make a request, or a condition, as long as you agree to get on the ship. Although Chen Fan still wanted to defeat my hawk directly, however, this place was not suitable for a big fight now. If you can defeat me with swordsmanship, I will become your crew member. My hawk said with an indifferent expression. Hearing this, Chen Fan knew that he could not achieve this. Needless to say, did my hawk's current swordsmanship reach the level of a great swordsman? He doesn't know how to use a sword either. Just when Chen Fan was thinking about how to recruit my hawk. Thunder God Chen Fan. An angry voice sounded. When Chen Fan heard someone calling him, he looked over and saw a wretched and short figure. Next to this wretched figure stood a tall beauty with long legs and exquisite facial features. Behind the two men were several marine soldiers. This is the patrolling brown dolphin and Jun. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be you, a wretched dwarf. Chen Fan looked at brown dolphin with a mocking look on his face. How could the brown dolphin endure this taunt, especially in front of a goddess? Chen Fan, you dare to appear here? You are really seeking death. Do you believe that I will take you back now? The brown dolphin looked at Chen Fan with fierce eyes. Really? Do you dare to take action now? Moreover, you are just a defeated general, what qualifications do you have to say that you want to take me back? Ah, little dwarf. Chen Fan looked comfortable, lying on the armchair and looking at the brown dolphin with an arrogant expression. After hearing this, the brown dolphin couldn't hold it in any longer, so he directly pulled out his two guns and started to take action. At this time, Jun held his shoulders. Don't take action. Remember Fleet Admiral's order. During this period, the main task is to execute Roger One Piece. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. Hearing what his goddess said, Brown Dolphin could only suppress the anger in his heart. He glared at Chen Fan fiercely. If eyes could kill, Chen Fan might have died several times. My hawk, believe me, you will join my ship one day. The person I like can't run away, so let's go. Chen Fan said to my hawk with a smile on his face, and then called Lafitte and the two people sitting at the table next to him. Little dwarf, I look forward to seeing you next time. Before leaving, Chen Fan did not forget to mock the brown dolphin. Hearing this, Brown Dolphin's inner anger was like a volcano erupting. He clenched his fists, eager to fight Chen Fan. But now he could only hold back temporarily. Looking at Chen Fan's leaving figure, Jun was also very curious, what kind of man was he? He was able to escape from the Impel City known as the Myth, and his strength increased so quickly. The most important thing is that he is too young. According to the information, this Chen Fan has done such earth-shattering things at the age of 17 and has extremely strong talent. It is hard to imagine that if such a pirate is allowed to grow up, there might be another emperor on the sea. Chen Fan took Monet and the two out of the tavern, and then immediately left the street. After all, the reason why he dared to provoke the brown dolphin so arrogantly was because the brown dolphin couldn't beat him. Even if he added a Jun, there was no way he could defeat him in a short time in a 2-on-1 situation. And it would cause too much turmoil. This was the final reason why the two brown dolphins did not dare to take action. If it were Garp who came over, if Chen Fan dared to be so arrogant, Garp would have punched him. After all, with Chen Fan's current strength, he might not be able to make even a few moves against Garp at his peak. Brother, who is the person you recruited just now? Is he very strong? Monet asked curiously. It's quite strong. Now he might have the strength of a great swordsman. Chen Fan said with a smile, thinking that this guy was not averagely strong and would become the world's greatest swordsman in the future. Great swordsman, what is that? Lafitte, do you know? Monet, who came from West Blue, had just understood what domination was, so naturally he didn't know what a great swordsman was. You can understand that the great swordsman is a realm, almost equivalent to the highest realm of swordsmanship above the sea. Legend has it that there is another realm above the great swordsman, but that is just a legend. Lafitte explained it to Monet. So powerful, no wonder my eldest brother wanted to recruit him. Monet thought to himself, that cold-looking young man turned out to be so strong. No longer chatting along the way, Chen Fan and the three of them found a place to stay, waiting for tomorrow's big scene. Although he was staying in a hotel, Chen Fan still carried out basic physical training. He kept doing push UPS, but the more he continued, the more troubled Chen Fan felt. Because no matter how many push UPS he does now, his body will not feel too tired. This is not good news. This shows that ordinary push UPS can no longer improve his physical fitness. He had to increase the difficulty for himself. Before, Chen Fan was doing push UPS and other basic training while carrying a huge boulder. However, this kind of weight is just enough for Chen Fan now, and it won't be enough until his physical fitness improves. Chapter 42. You can't train with a big mountain behind you. Stopping to train, Chen Fan was thinking about how to increase the intensity of training. After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought that Marine seemed to have something called a gravity bracelet, which could adjust gravity up to several tons. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to go to a branch to grab a gravity bracelet and come back. Chen Fan thought to himself. Then, he disappeared from the hotel and turned into a bolt of thunder, heading towards the sky. In the sky, Chen Fan's whole body was shining with the thunder of destruction. Since there is no way to carry out high-intensity physical training in a hotel, then train to develop devil fruit abilities. Waves of blue thunder kept surrounding Chen Fan. He now wants to combine his previous blood rage with the fruit ability to develop a model that can enhance his strength. However, this is obviously not that simple. With the evening wind blowing, the night passed, and it was not until the first ray of sunshine in the morning that Chen Fan stopped developing the fruit's abilities and returned to the hotel. A night without sleep will not have a particularly big impact on him now. Afterwards, Chen Fan rinsed briefly and went downstairs to eat. Monet and Lafitte also came down at this time. A total of more than a dozen dishes were placed on the table for 3 people. Of course, it's not because Chen Fan is extravagant, but because he can really eat so much. The dozen or so dishes were gone in more than 10 minutes under Chen Fan's fast picking speed. Fortunately, Lafitte and Monet don't have much appetite, otherwise they would have ordered more. A stream of mild heat emanated from Chen Fan's body, flowing from the blood into his internal organs, weakly enhancing his physical fitness. Even though it is only such a small amount, over time, it is extremely terrifying. It can be said that after a few years or more than 10 years, Chen Fan's physical fitness may be comparable to Kaido's. After eating, Chen Fan and others left the hotel and headed towards the square of Rog Town. Today at 11 o'clock at noon, it is the time for One Piece to execute the pirates. By the time Chen Fan and the others arrived, the square in Rog Town was already crowded with people, and most of them were pirates. There are even some big pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion appearing here. It can be said that such a scene may not be seen in the future. Even though there were so many pirates, no one rioted at this time. Because, on the high platform several meters high in the center of the square, two people were sitting. One had a cropped haircut, was wearing a black suit, and was still eating donuts. The other one wore frog glasses, a long beard, and a seagull standing on his hat. It is none other than Marine Hero Garp, and Marine General Buddha no Sengoku. With the strength of the two of them, just standing here, the big pirates below did not dare to act rashly. Because the only ones who can fight against them are the kings of the sea, like Marco the Phoenix, Mihawk, and Shanks. They are still too young in their eyes. The three Marine Lieutenant Generals standing next to the two of them, although compared to Garp and Sengoku, are all a bit immature. However, no one dares to underestimate them. The names of Marine's three monsters were determined by their strength. The three monsters of Logia, Sakasuke, Porosalino, Kuzan, and Marine, can be said to be the nightmare of most pirates in the New World. There are even rumors that when their strength becomes stronger, Marine will usher in the era of three great generals. However, today's protagonist is not any of them, but One Piece Gold Roger. Under the scorching sun, everyone had been waiting below for an hour, but no one felt impatient, only anxious. At this time, everyone's eyes were looking at the high platform, including Chen Fan. Boom, boom. On the high platform, the sound of sea tower stone chains hitting the ground was heard, and a figure was escorted out by two Marine Lieutenant Generals. Although he didn't say a word and was locked up at the moment, this man still had a powerful aura, giving people a terrible sense of oppression. The three Sakasukes looked at this man at the same time. As One Piece Roger turned around and looked at each other with a pair of deep eyes. Even though they just glanced at each other, the three of them felt like they were facing a mountain. Now they are still too immature in front of One Piece Roger. Then, One Piece Roger looked down. It was such a magnificent era. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to see it. The two people sitting in the seats, Sengoku's face was serious, and Garp's head was lowered. He really couldn't understand why Roger wanted to surrender. As old rivals for more than 10 years, Garp and Roger have become friends and foes. When Roger was escorted to the beheading stage, two executioners stood beside him, even though they knew that he was about to die. One Piece Roger's expression is still full of indifference and no fear. This kind of calm attitude in the face of death is admirable. At this time, Buddha of Warring States stood up from his seat and began to tell One Piece Roger's sinful life. One Piece Roger, extremely vicious and extremely evil. The speech lasted for more than 10 minutes, but most of the people there were pirates, so how could they listen carefully to what he said to promote Marine? Most of the pirates looked like they were yawning, with impatient expressions on their faces, but they didn't dare to show up. After all, the strength of Warring States and Garp is there, as well as a lot of lieutenants and a lot of warships. It can be said that with such combat power, even if the Imperial Regiment comes over, there is nothing they can do. Now prepare to begin the execution. After finishing his speech, Buddha of the Warring States period immediately announced. At the same time, Garp also stood up. He wanted to prevent other members of the Roger pirates from kidnapping Roger. Although he actually didn't want Roger to die like this, as a marine, he had a bounden duty as a soldier. The pirates below are also looking forward to the direction of the high platform. They are looking forward to watching a good show. However, it was obvious that to disappoint them, no one from the Roger pirate ship showed up. On the contrary, at this time, among the crowd, a plain-looking man with purple haircut shouted loudly, "Hey, One Piece, where did you hide all the treasures you found? Is it really in the Grand Line? Did you get the legendary secret treasure, the One Piece? One Piece Roger raised his head with a smile on his face. At this moment, countless broadcasters were targeting him. This grand ceremony of One Piece Roger's execution was broadcast by Marine all over the world. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I put all the treasures there. One Piece Roger said this with a laughing expression, which was deafening and shocking. Chapter 43. Hearing these words, Buddha's warring states period immediately became anxious. Do it quickly, kill him. The two executioners immediately waved down their sharp blades, and as the blood flowed, One Piece Roger's generation of heroes came to an end. He had started an era with his life. At this time, the pirates in the audience were all going crazy. The Marines who maintained order could not stop them at all. They were all going to find the treasure left by One Piece. Of course, there were some people among them who were all sad about the death of One Piece Roger. At this time, Shanks, who was only a teenager with red hair, was holding a straw hat and crying bitterly. Behind him, the crew members on the One Piece ship were desperately trying. I held him back for fear that he would be impulsive. The entire audience immediately rioted. There are so many Marines in this place, and they are all like this, but what about other places around the world? At this time, on an island, the shop owner who was selling things immediately threw away the things and stopped selling them in the store, preparing to go to sea. Some people even robbed people on the street just to buy a boat and go to sea. What's more, he abandoned his wife, ignored his children, and wanted to go to sea to find treasure. The entire sea became chaotic in an instant. Not to mention the pirates in New World, all of them are very ambitious and want to compete for the treasure of One Piece. Across the four seas, marine branches in various places were attacked by pirates. In the Fleet Admiral office, Cyborg, who was Fleet Admiral, was very busy. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing even though he was about to be promoted. For the most part, the Marine branch was unable to withstand the attacks of so many pirates, so they could only ask for help from the headquarters. The whole world fell into complete chaos for a while. Since then, the age of discovery has begun. Rogue Town. Chen Fan looked at this chaotic scene. He did not want to get involved, but looked at Lafitte and the two, let's go. Then, the three people left among the chaotic crowd. As they left, many pirates followed them. Hero Garp and Buddha's warring states, here, after most of the pirates are excited, they will not seek death themselves and cause trouble here. A few minutes later, Chen Fan and the others returned to the Thor. Captain, where are we going next? Lafitte asked Chen Fan. A new era has begun. This world is destined to be chaotic. The forces on the sea will begin to reshuffle. Let's set out for the new world. The next step is to become the king of the new world. Chen Fan smiled and looked at the endless sea. I would like to follow the captain. After hearing his captain's words, Lafitte also took off his hat and said like a gentleman. He just wants to turn this sea upside down. This is his goal. I am also willing to follow Big Brother. Monet, who was still young at the side, still didn't know what the beginning of a new era meant. She only knew that she didn't want to escape now. It was quite nice to be on this ship, and it was much more exciting than the life she had lived before. As the sea breeze blew slightly, seagulls floated across the sky, and the Thor sailed on the East Daxia Sea at extremely fast speeds. An hour later, with the scorching sun shining brightly, Chen Fan was currently on the deck, exercising non-stop while carrying a boulder more than 3 meters high on his back. Sweat kept flowing from his forehead, but he still kept doing push-ups. 9,998 blows, 9,999 blows, 10,000 blows. Chen Fan stopped training until he felt his arms were so sore. He stood up and rested. After a while, he picked up the food and started eating. In a few minutes, he ate 5 plates of food. As waves of heat flowed into his body, the green energy continued to repair the damage to his body and relieve his fatigue. Just after eating for a while, Chen Fan felt that the swelling and pain in his arms disappeared. Lafitte and Monet watched this scene and became accustomed to it. Even under Chen Fan's subtle influence, the two of them began to increase the intensity and time of training. In particular, Monet has now learned the first form of the 6 marine forms, and his physical fitness has also been greatly improved. It can be said that his strength has doubled compared to before. Just when Chen Fan was about to continue training, he suddenly stopped because a giant sky-blue flaming bird floated above the Thor. Chen Fan recognized him at a glance. "You guys wait for me here, I'll go over there." After another brief explanation, thunder flashed, and Chen Fan's body disappeared instantly. A ray of thunder streaked across the sky. Lafitte looked at this scene and thought that the captain must be chasing the giant sky-blue bird. But why is the captain chasing Phoenix Marco? "Lafitte, what do you think Big Brother is going to do again?" Monet asked. "I don't know, we can just wait here." Lafitte shook his head. On the other side, in mid-air, Phoenix Marco also discovered that someone was following him. Then, he stopped waving his wings, floated in the air, and turned around to look at the thundering figure. After he saw the person coming clearly, he asked, "Thunder God Chen Fan, what's wrong with you following me? I want to spar with you, Phoenix Marco." Of course Chen Fan didn't want Phoenix Marco to upload it. He knew that even if he killed Phoenix Mart, he would not betray Whitebeard. As for catching up to spar, Chen Fan just wanted to have a fierce battle to break through the 3rd stage of the domineering power of knowledge, or to speed up the breakthrough. "Interesting, Thunder God Chen Fan, you actually want to spar with me? Are you so confident?" Phoenix Marco's body burned with blue flames. Chen Fan looked at Marco, who was in his 20s at this time, and said slowly, "Then you, the Whitebeard pirates, dare to accept my challenge." Hearing this, in the name of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco could not refuse to accept the challenge. "Okay, I, Phoenix Marco, the leader of the Whitebeard pirates, accept your challenge." The next second, blue flames emanated from his body, and Marco the Phoenix immediately entered a half-beast state. The flame wings were spread out, and blue flames were burning continuously on his body. He had naturally heard of Chen Fan's deeds, so it was impossible for him to underestimate the guy in front of him who was several years younger than him. Thunder flashed, and Chen Fan looked directly at Marco, with no sign of contempt in his expression. Because he also knows that although Phoenix Marco has not yet reached his peak, he will definitely not be inferior to ordinary lieutenant generals, and may even reach the level of elite lieutenant generals. This is also the reason why Chen Fan has to come alone. If he can't beat him, with the terrifying speed of thunder, Phoenix Mart won't be able to catch up with him. Chapter 44. Thunder Fist. Chen Fan did not hesitate. The destructive thunder shining all over his body gathered on his fist. His body disappeared quickly like a ghost. The fist contained powerful power and blasted straight towards Marco. Blue flame. Looking at this powerful thunder, Marco showed no fear on his face. The blue flames also gathered on his fist and blasted forward with a sonic boom. Boom. The two fists collided like dragons. Immortal flames and destructive thunder, two powerful forces collided together. For a moment, the two bodies turned into two streams of light, constantly colliding. There was a fierce battle, a bloody fight, and fists to the flesh. From the beginning, the two of them had no intention of holding back. I saw Chen Fan's right leg, which contained thunder and the 3rd stage of armed domineering, slashing towards Marco like an Optimus pillar. With no fear in his expression, Marco's arms ignited with blue flames, and he blocked the leg with both arms in front of him. Then, he violently pushed Chen Fan back with an upward force. Seeing this, Chen Fan quickly rolled around in the air to regain his balance. At the same time, Marco's right hand became a claw with endless flames gathering on it, and he grabbed Chen Fan fiercely. With an indifferent expression, the thunder of destruction covered his fist, and Chen Fan also punched out with a powerful punch. Suddenly, blood spurted out. On Chen Fan's chest, a claw mark several centimeters deep appeared, with blue flames still remaining on it. Marco on the opposite side was also knocked back by Chen Fan's punch, and he stepped back dozens of meters before stopping. There was also a spot on his body that became extremely charred. Thunder God Chen Fan, no wonder you are called a monster by Marine. Your talent and strength are indeed terrifying. Marco looked at Chen Fan with a serious expression. Really? Then you have to work harder and don't get beaten to death by me. Chen Fan had a sneer on his lips. Such a well-matched opponent showed him a strong fighting spirit. Kill me. What a joke, I am the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco's eyes turned cold, and endless blue flames broke out in an instant, leaving a stream of light in the sky and heading straight towards Chen Fan. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan also disappeared in an instant, and terrifying thunder erupted, shining continuously in the entire sky. Bang! Bang! For a time, the two people fought non-stop, with endless flames, destructive thunder, and the sound of explosions constantly ringing in the sky. Drops of blood fell on the sea, causing waves of waves. At the same time, thousands of meters away, Lafitte also noticed the movement and looked towards the direction where Chen Fan and the two were fighting. However, Lafitte had no intention of going there. He knew very well that Chen Fan did not ask him and Monet to go there together, so it must have been his intention. Time passed minute by minute, half an hour later. After a collision between the flame figure and the thunder figure, they both flew backwards. Hey, hey! At this time, Chen Fan was panting heavily, covered in blood, and had scars all over his body, but the blue thunder on his body was still surrounding him, making sizzling sounds. At the same time, Marco the Phoenix on the other side was not much better. Scars began to appear on his body, cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he was breathing heavily. You know, he is known as the Phoenix, and most of his injuries will recover instantly when his abilities recover. But now there are several ferocious and terrifying injuries on his body that cannot be recovered for a while. It is conceivable that the injuries he suffers now are not light. I admit that you are very strong, but is it not enough to defeat Lao Zi? Blue Flame Giant Bird. Immediately, the blue flames on Phoenix Marco's body expanded, as if to burn everything. As he raised his hands upward, a huge blue flame bird of more than 10 meters was born. Va! With a sharp cry, the giant blue flame bird carried the power of burning everything and rushed towards Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. The weak will always be weak, and the strong will always be strong. I will win this battle. 120 million volts. Brontosaurus. In an instant, destructive thunder exploded all over Chen Fan's body, and as he raised his hands upwards, dark clouds suddenly gathered. Zitsizi. A giant blue dragon stretched out its claws and descended from the sky, seeming to destroy everything in the world. Boom! In an instant, the thunder dragon and the flame bird collided together, a violent explosion sounded, everything around was destroyed, the color of the sky changed, and waves of air scattered in all directions. Chen Fan and Chen Fan were both knocked upside down by this powerful shock wave. After several seconds, the shocking explosion finally ended. Chen Fan and Marco, who were knocked hundreds of meters away, also stabilized their bodies. At this moment, the two people's bodies were full of scars, and strands of blood did not stop. The two looked at each other, and saw blazing flames and terrifying thunder confronting each other in the sky. After fighting for so long, the two of them knew that their strength was between equals. If the fight continued, it would be uncertain who would live and who would die. Obviously, neither of them had any intention of fighting to the death, but neither of them wanted to be the first to retreat. Just like this, Chen Fan and Marco stood proudly in the air and stood in a stalemate with each other, with no one planning to take action. After about a minute, he said, next time we meet, you will definitely become my defeated enemy." After Marco put down his harsh words, he left first, because he came to the East Daxia Sea this time and had a mission assigned by his father, and he had no choice but to spend time with Chen Fan like this. "Really? I hope you won't be pulled too far away by me next time we meet." Chen Fan had a sneer on his lips and did not choose to chase after him. He knew very well that he was less than 60% sure that he could kill Marco. The most important thing is that this battle is for him to test his strength and accelerate his breakthrough to the third level of hegemony. Now Chen Fan has already felt the barrier of the third level of domineering power, and he believes that he can break through it as long as he trains for a few more days. Then, as thunder flashed in the air, Chen Fan also disappeared and headed towards the direction of the Thor. 2 minutes later, the thunder of destruction descended on the Thor. Looking at the wisps of blue thunder, the expressions of Lafitte and the two men were not frightened, because they knew clearly that this was their captain returning. As the thunder dissipated, Chen Fan appeared in front of the two men covered in blood. Looking at this scene, Monet was a little surprised. He didn't know that Chen Fan was fighting with someone just now. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Why do you want to go out? You're so seriously injured?" Monet quickly asked with concern. Chapter 45. Nothing happened? I had a fight with someone because my hands were itchy. Chen Fan replied simply, then sat down on his own, picked up something and started eating. Instantly, a stream of mild heat emanated from his body, constantly moisturizing his injuries. The wounds on the surface were also scabbing in a short period of time. Looking at this scene, Monet wondered if he was too useless. Why couldn't he help every battle? She clenched her little fists and couldn't help but think that she must train hard so that she could be of help next time. After staying on this ship for several months, Monet unconsciously developed a sense of belonging and even some dependence on Chen Fan. At the same time, on the other side, Marco, the phoenix, was soaring in the sky, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He thought of the destructive thunder, and couldn't help but look full of fear. The reason why he retreated first was not only because of the mission assigned by his father, but also because he was at a disadvantage in the battle just now. Although they looked evenly matched, Marco actually knew that his body was already feeling a little numb under the influence of the thunder. Although it doesn't matter at first, this paralysis effect will play a vital role in the battle of life and death. Thunder God Chen Fan, this guy's strength is really terrifying. It seems that you need to be more careful in the future. Phoenix Marco's face was full of fear, and then his body turned into a stream of blue light and disappeared into the sky. 2 months later, a pirate ship with a thunder flag flying high appears in the new world. Chen Fan was still training on the deck as before. After 2 months, his power of knowledge and color was achieved as expected, reaching the third level. His strength has truly reached the level of an elite lieutenant general in the headquarters. Next to him, Monet also strengthened his training during this period, from 8 hours of training to 10 hours a day, coupled with Chen Fan's guidance. She has even learned half of the 6 marine forms. The same goes for Lafitte, he will train whenever he has time. They all knew that if they didn't increase their strength quickly, it would only hinder Chen Fan. What's our next step? Captain. The main reason why Lafitte followed Chen Fan out was to turn the world upside down. Go kill a marine lieutenant general and give Marine a surprise. First find an island, go to the underground black market, and buy information about Lieutenant General Henry David. When Chen Fan said this, his expression became very cold. Copy that, Captain. Lafitte did not ask why this Lieutenant General, because it was not important to him. Then, the Thor moved forward at full speed. Chen Fan was about to continue training on the deck when he suddenly stopped because he saw a man sitting on a chair in front of him and others, with a raft underneath him. There was only a piece of canvas on the raft. It's hard to imagine who dares to drive in the sea like this. When Chen Fan saw this man wearing a burgundy hat and carrying a famous sword on his back, a smile appeared on his lips. It seems that I really have a fate with my hawk, and we can actually meet him here. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips, and then, with the flash of thunder, his body disappeared instantly. The next second, thunder came, and Chen Fan appeared directly on my hawk's raft. Lafitte and Monet, who were originally on the Thor, also saw my hawk. Tell me, big brother, what are you doing? Monet looked at Chen Fan leaving and asked directly to Lafitte, who was standing aside. Obviously, the ship wants to recruit this swordsman. Lafitte said slowly. What's the matter? My hawk naturally recognized Chen Fan. Be my crew. Chen Fan solicited again. Beat me with your sword, or give me a reason to convince me. Although my hawk is not averse to joining the pirate group, he is used to living alone. I will reach the final place and join my pirate group. You will meet many powerful swordsmen. Then you will be able to fight with them until you become the world's #1 swordsman. Chen Fan thought about it and realized that indeed, he did not have any conditions that could impress my hawk, so he could only say one condition, which was not a condition. Why should I trust you? In other words, your condition is not a condition at all. My hawk's eagle-like, sharp eyes stared directly at Chen Fan. Indeed, it's not a condition, but I know there may be someone who has reached a level above the great swordsman. If you are willing to agree to join my pirate group, I will tell you. Chen Fan knew in his heart that people like my hawk, the world's greatest swordsman, were not very tempted by him. He was born for the sword, and his goal was definitely to pursue the supreme realm. After hearing about the realm above the great swordsman, my hawk's eyes finally changed. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, if you can tell me who has swordsmanship above the level of a great swordsman, I can join your pirate group. However, I have one more condition. If you want to defeat me, I can't accept someone weaker than me as the captain. As he spoke, my hawk stared straight at Chen Fan. That's natural. As for the person above the great swordsman, that's... Chen Fan agreed and told my hawk, the sword master among the 5 elders. Of course, Chen Fan didn't know whether that person had reached a realm above that of a great swordsman. However, he was certain that the old man's swordsmanship was definitely not low, so he didn't completely lie to my hawk. Upon hearing this name and its identity, my hawk did not have much doubt, but his expression fell into deep thought. Of course, he is not stupid enough to challenge one of the 5 elders now. He knows that he has only just reached the realm of a great swordsman. There is still a certain distance from the realm above this. Come on, let's have a fight. As I said just now, if you beat me, I will get you on board. With that said, my hawk directly pulled out the legendary supreme sharp knife, one of the 12 skills, the black knife. Knight. Looking at the mysterious and jet black famous sword, Chen Fan said slowly, is this one of the supreme sharp swords? After saying this, Chen Fan's whole body also shone with the thunder of destruction. In an instant, 2 momentums were competing against each other on the sea. On one side was the terrifying thunder, and on the other was the sword intent soaring to the sky. Chapter 46. On top of Thor. Monet and the 2 naturally heard the conversation between the 2 just now. Lafitte, do you think Big Brother can defeat this my hawk? Monet had never heard of this name, so he could only ask Lafitte, who was standing aside. This my hawk is very strong and is known as the guy who is most likely to become the world's greatest swordsman today. However, our captain is called the monster among monsters. Lafitte said with a smile. This was one of the reasons why he wanted to follow Chen Fan. At the same time, in mid-air, the battle between Chen Fan and my hawk has begun. At this time, my hawk was performing a pace that was similar to the moonwalk of the 6th Marine Division. Thunder Fist. Thunder flashed, and Chen Fan's body disappeared instantly, and he was surrounded by wisps of blue thunder. The thundering fist of destruction blasted directly towards my hawk at an extremely fast speed, carrying extremely terrifying power. With a cold expression, he held a black knife tightly in his right hand, with the third stage of armed domineering attached to it. Mihawk suddenly swung his sword forward. In an instant, a green sword energy of several meters destroyed everything in its path and slashed towards Chen Fan. Clang! In an instant, the thunder fist and the green sword energy collided like a dragon, and the two powerful forces caused the surrounding sea water to explode. Within a few seconds of the stalemate, Chen Fan's terrifying thunder fist directly dispersed the green sword energy. But at the same time, Mihawk also came at night with a black knife. In an instant, the two collided with each other. The sound of clashes between the thunder fist and the supreme sharp knife continued to sound, and the surrounding sea area continued to be blown up. At this time, the two of them were fighting with all their strength, without any reservations, fighting bloody and punching to the flesh. Sword, hands, feet. Everything in the body can become their weapon. With drops of blood spilling on the ground, the two of them fight faster and faster. Monet below could only see a green figure and a blue figure colliding in mid-air. Even Lafitte could only see the afterimage of the fight between the two. Time passed minute by minute. 15 minutes later. Chen Fan's right leg, which was as dark as an Optimus pillar, whipped directly towards Mihawk's head. With a cold expression, the black knife was covered with a weapon-colored domineering force as black as ink, and he blocked upwards, blocking the leg abruptly. Then, Chen Fan's right fist contained terrifying thunder and blasted straight towards Mihawk's chest. Seeing this situation, Mihawk's expression still showed no fear, and he even had no idea of evasion. The extremely dark-armed domineering energy covered the left fist, and it was also punched out. In an instant, both of them hit each other's chest with their fists. The powerful force caused the two people to retreat one after another. Your strength is really terrifying. No wonder you will be called the world's greatest swordsman in the future. Chen Fan sensed Mihawk's powerful strength and wanted to take him into his crew more and more. After all, having the world's greatest swordsman in the future as a crew member would definitely help his plan. Thunder God Chen Fan, monster, this evaluation is not an exaggeration at all for you. Mihawk was a little surprised at Chen Fan's strength. It was rare for him to see someone of his own age who could fight back and forth with him. However, I will win this battle after all, so just obediently become the captain of my battle squad. 150 million volts. Brontosaurus. A confident smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips, and then, the thunder of destruction flashed out, as he raised his hands upward. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Thunders roared inside. A huge blue thunder dragon stretched out its claws. It was extremely terrifying and had the power to destroy everything. It rushed straight towards the Mihawk below. You are too confident. One sword in the sky. Mihawk holds the black blade tightly in his hands, covered with completely substantial domineering energy. The sword intent soared into the sky, as if breaking through the clouds, turning into a powerful energy that surrounded Hideo yet. Along with this, Mihawk waved the supreme sharp knife in his hand, and a dark green sword energy of more than 10 meters struck straight out as if to destroy everything. Boom! In an instant, the ultimate dark green sword energy and the terrifying thunder dragon collided together like a mountain, resulting in a violent explosion. Everything around them would be destroyed, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and sea pillars exploded above the sea. After a few seconds of stalemate, the green sword energy actually cut off the thunder dragon directly. Although the power was weakened, it still slashed straight towards Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. Chen Fan looked surprised. He didn't expect Mihawk to be so powerful. Unable to dodge, Chen Fan could only block the darkness with his arms in front of him. The next second, the weakened green sword energy struck Chen Fan directly. The severe pain and tearing sensation came instantly, blood spurted out, and Chen Fan fell like a kite with its string broken. Watching this scene, Lafitte and Monet were a little surprised. This was the first time they saw the captain in such an embarrassing situation at the hands of his peers. What should I do? Hurry up and save your big brother. He is a devil fruit user and cannot fall into the sea. Monet is extremely anxious, but she hasn't learned moonwalk yet. Seeing this scene, Lafitte also rushed over to rescue him. Suddenly, he stopped because he saw that Chen Fan's body was covered with blue thunder again, and he looked stronger than before. When Chen Fan was only 1 foot away from jumping into the sea, his body suddenly stopped, and the destructive thunder on his body expanded in an instant. Zitsizi. The wisps of thunder surrounding it seemed to be turning into little thunder snakes. It's so powerful. No wonder he can become the world's greatest swordsman, but I won't lose. Chen Fan's eyes became cold, and thunder spread out, filling the surrounding sea area for hundreds of meters, and then continued to focus on him. Looking at this scene, Mihawk's expression also showed a hint of surprise. He did not expect that Chen Fan was so tenacious that he could bear his own sword. Moreover, the strength is still rising, seems to have some trump card? However, Mihawk would not let Chen Fan use his trump card like this. As he waved the black sword in his hand, a green sword energy rushed towards Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. With an indifferent expression, broken. A thunder spear appeared on Chen Fan's right hand, containing powerful power, and was thrown forward. Chapter 47. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the thunder spear collided with the green sword energy, the sound of explosion sounded, causing bursts of smoke, and the two attacks disappeared between heaven and earth. At the same time, the thunder all over Chen Fan's body had also gathered to the extreme. I saw a thunderous figure more than 10 meters high appearing on him. The terrifying thunder kept shining, looking like a thunder god. That's when the battle really begins. Chen Fan smiled, even though there were 2 ferocious sword wounds on his arms. But obviously, it did not have much impact on his combat status. Lafitte and Monet looked at the huge figure of the god of thunder with expressions full of surprise. They were wondering when their captain had unknowingly developed this move. Just the huge body and the surrounding thunder looked so powerful. Mid-air. On the other hand, although Mihawk said nothing, his expression was full of solemnity, and he clenched the black knife in his hands. Come and fight! In an instant, Chen Fan's body disappeared from the spot, and he clenched his fist and swung it forward. The same thing happened to the thunderous figure that appeared. It clenched its fists and carried extremely terrifying power, blasting towards Mihawk at an extremely fast speed. Facing the powerful punch, with an indifferent expression, Mihawk held the black sword knight, which was as black as ink, entwined with powerful sword intent, and swung it forward heavily. Clang! In an instant, the huge thunder fist and the supreme sword collided fiercely, causing circles of air waves, thunder splashing everywhere, and sword energy raging. With this blow, Mihawk's entire body flew backwards. When Chen Fan saw this situation, he said, "Bang!" With the sound of an explosion of air, his body disappeared from the spot again, and he moved forward at an extremely fast speed. The huge body of the god of thunder continued to attack like a storm. For a while, Mihawk could only keep waving the black knife in his hand, fighting and retreating. Mid-air. The sky blue body and the dark green body are constantly colliding. The blue thunder continued to rage, and the boundless sword energy destroyed everything around it. Boom! As time passed by, there were fierce battles, bloody fights, and blood flowing continuously. With the powerful power of thunder, Chen Fan gradually gained the upper hand, with sword wounds all over his body. However, Mihawk's injuries were even more serious. His upper body was burnt black and his whole body was covered in blood. You are strong, but I am stronger. Chen Fan looked at Mihawk with confidence. The thunder fist contained the power of destruction and hit his head hard. His expression was still so indifferent. Mihawk did not reply, but the black sword in his hand was covered with a substantial armed color, and the sword intent soared to the sky. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the huge thunder fist and the black sword collided again like a dragon. Everything around them was destroyed, and the waves exploded into water columns. The next second, the two of them flew out one after another, and Chen Fan stopped only dozens of meters away. On the other hand, my hawk rolled several times in the air and finally stabilized its footing nearly 100 meters away. The two of them looked at each other. The thunder of destruction filled half of the sky. The powerful sword intent also broke through the sky and filled the other half of the sky. Suddenly, two powerful forces collided fiercely. It's time to end this battle. Just prepare to be my crew member. 20 million volts. Brontosaurus. In an instant, Chen Fan's whole body shone with thunder of destruction, as if he was about to destroy everything. As he raised his hands upward, dark clouds suddenly filled the sky, hundreds of meters above the sky, and among the dark clouds, thunder continued to roar. Zitsizi. A huge thunder dragon tens of meters in size was born. The sharp dragon claws and the terrifying thunder surrounding it looked particularly scary. Carrying the power to destroy everything, the thunder dragon flooded towards my hawk. I'll talk about it after we win. Looking at such a terrifying attack coming towards him, my hawk still showed no fear in his expression. This is why he will become the world's greatest swordsman in the future. One sword in the sky. In an instant, my hawk clenched the supreme sharp sword in his hands, and in the black knife night, the powerful sword intention soared into the sky, and at this moment his energy and spirit were condensed to the extreme. Along with him, he waved the black sword in his hand, and a green sword energy of tens of meters burst out. Boom! The destructive thunder dragon and the ultimate green sword energy collided together in mid-air, causing a violent explosion. The waves on the sea surface were turbulent, and the sea water was constantly rolling. This scene seemed to be the same as before, except this time the enhanced version of the thunder dragon was not cut in half by the green sword energy. Instead, it directly used its sharp dragon claws to tear the tens of meters of green sword energy into pieces. The next second, the thunder dragon headed directly towards my hawk at an extremely fast speed. Unable to escape, my hawk's expression finally showed a trace of nervousness. He stood Black Blade Ye in front of him. He knew very well that he lost this battle. The moment the thunder dragon was about to meet my hawk, the Hawkeye. Ah! Chen Fan roared angrily, and the thunder in his body exploded to the extreme. As he raised his hands upward again, the terrifying thunder dragon turned around and looked at the sky. Then, boom! A violent explosion occurred, dissipating between heaven and earth. Hey, hey! Chen Fan was also panting heavily and looked like he was physically exhausted. This showed that even if he wanted to change the direction of the thunder dragon, it would cost a lot. Looking at this scene, my hawk knew clearly that he had completely lost. On top of Thor. But Monet couldn't understand this. Luffet, tell me why the elder brother suddenly changed the direction of the Brontosaurus. It's very simple. Our captain's purpose is to conquer my hawk, not to defeat him or injure him. Since we have won, that's enough. Lafitte said with a smile. Oh! Monet also looked like he was suddenly enlightened. In mid-air, my hawk looked at Chen Fan and said seriously, I lost. I said before that if I lose, I will be your crew member and I am willing to accept defeat. After finishing speaking, my hawk came directly to the Thor and sat on the deck to rest. After all, this battle was also very draining for him. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan, who had always been indifferent, couldn't help but smile. Then, with the flash of thunder, he also returned to the Thor. Chapter 48. Monet, go prepare some food. Chen Fan said to Monet beside him. Okay, big brother. Monet immediately ran into the cabin. Lafitte on the side brought out a medical kit and handed it to Hawkeye my hawk. Not refusing the offer, my hawk applied some medicine and bandaged the wound. Chen Fan on the other side also applied some medicine, but he did not use bandages to bandage all the wounds. He only bandaged up the 2 hideous sword wounds on his arms. After a few minutes, Monet brought out a large pile of food, but most of them were puffed foods or semi-finished products that could be cooked. Let's go together. Chen Fan smiled and looked at Hawkeye my hawk and said. After all, he had agreed to be on the same boat, so my hawk did not refuse. He sat on the right and started eating. At a table, 4 people sat in one direction and started enjoying other food. Chen Fan continued to eat voraciously as before. Streams of warm heat emanated from his body, like nectar after rain, constantly repairing his injuries. Soon, his wounds stopped bleeding and even began to scab over. Looking at this scene, Hawkeye my hawk's expression changed slightly. You know, with his personality, there are very few things that can make his expression change. How is it? Are you surprised? Our captain has a freak recovery ability. Lafitte said with a smile. With a simple one-word reply, my hawk the Hawkeye also saw for the first time someone with such amazing recovery ability. He even wondered if Chen Fan belonged to a special tribe, such as giants or something like that. After the 4 of them finished their meal. With the sea breeze blowing, the Thor continued to sail towards the waters of the New World. 5 days later. The 13th island of Sabayati Archipelago, which is made up of giant mangroves. A medium-sized pirate ship was docked at the shore, with the thunder flag flying high on the pirate ship. Chen Fan and his 3 companions went directly to island number 13. This island was full of pirates, civilians, and marines. It could be said to be a very chaotic island. Chen Fan chose to come here as his first stop, naturally to inquire about Henry David's news. He vaguely remembered that there was a rip-off bar on the 13th island of the Sabayati archipelago, and the proprietress of the bar had a good relationship with Pluton Rayleigh. However, Chen Fan did not want to meet Pluton Rayleigh this time. After all, with his current strength, he was no match for Pluton Rayleigh who was at his peak. Although they are not enemies, accidents are inevitable. Walking on the street, Chen Fan and his friends could see that some slaves were locked in iron cages, and some were even being led around the street like dogs by the nobles. This scene shows the dark side of the One Piece world. Lafitte and my hawk watched this scene calmly, they were used to it, and they also knew that they could not change anything with their own strength. Chen Fan looked at this scene with a cold expression. He knew clearly what this world was like, so he wanted to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger and becoming the strongest in this world could he control his own life and others. Destiny. Among the 4 people, only Monet looked at this scene with a sad expression. However, although she is young, she knows that this phenomenon occurs all over the world. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan and his 3 companions arrived in front of a pub. The sign above reads Shakey's Rip-Off Bar. We're here, let's go in. Chen Fan turned around and said to the 3 of them. No one asked why, because they knew that Chen Fan didn't like others to question his orders. As everyone entered, the tavern was filled with tables, and most of the people on those tables were pirates, bandits, and the like. As you can imagine, this pub is definitely not simple. The proprietress of the tavern is a woman with mushroom hair and bright eyes. Thunder God Chen Fan, Hawkeye my hawk, you 2 showed up at my bar, what's the matter? Shuki recognized Chen Fan at a glance, and her eyes stayed on Chen Fan for a few seconds. Because she originally thought that Chen Fan was as young as the information showed, but it turned out that he really looked less than 20 years old. It was hard to imagine that such a young age could have done so many big things. Find a person's whereabouts. Chen Fan went straight to the gate of opening and didn't want to waste any more time. Okay, come with me behind. Shuki said and walked towards the back. Naturally, it is impossible to purchase intelligence materials at the bar counter of a pub. In this case, there is no privacy. Later, Chen Fan and others went to the back kitchen of the tavern with Shuki. Whose whereabouts do you want? Shuki asked directly. If someone comes to do business, she will naturally welcome it. The whereabouts of Marine Lieutenant General Henry David and his detailed information. Chen Fan said slowly. Do you have the whereabouts and information of the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General? I do know, 50 million berries. As a qualified information dealer, Shuki will not ask the customer why he wants this information. After hearing the price, Chen Fan took out a large piece of gold and threw it to Shuki without hesitation. Don't give me the rest. Just give me the information. It seems that the god of thunder, Chen Fan, not only possesses great strength and terrifying talent, he is also very generous in his attacks. After Shuki took the gold, he praised it, then left everyone's sight, came to a room, opened a piece of information and looked at it. After pulling out one of the sheets, he put the information back and walked to the kitchen again. Brother, should we go and take a look? She might have run away. Monet watched Shuki leave the kitchen, a little worried. Need not. Chen Fan, who possesses thunderous speed, is not afraid of Shuki escaping at all. Another point is that Shuki has been able to open this tavern here for so long, which definitely still has credibility. Just after Chen Fan said no, Shuki had already walked in. The last time Henry David appeared was near the small garden one day ago, and now his warship is heading towards the Marine headquarters. If you set out now and intercept them on that route, you should be able to meet them. By the way, here are his photos and his detailed information. Shuki told Chen Fan the information about where Henry David is. Good. After Chen Fan took the photo and the information, he first looked at the photo. It showed a middle-aged man wearing a marine hat and a tall figure with a Huxia character face. Chapter 49. Afterwards, Chen Fan put down the photo and picked up the information to read. Henry David, Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters, possesses the third level of Haki of Seeing and Hearing, the third level of Haki of Armedness, a strong physical practitioner, and a user of the animal-type Tiger Devil Fruit ability. The front of this information is an introduction to Henry David's abilities, and the back is his life story. Let's go, I hope you won't sell me false news, otherwise there will be consequences. Chen Fan put away the information, and then looked at Shuki with cold eyes. Of course I don't dare. I have been doing business here for a long time. Shuki replied with a smile. That's good. After saying that, Chen Fan turned around and left. Watching their captain walking away from the tavern, Lafitte and the other three followed him. Hawkeye my hawk actually joined the pirate group of Thunder God Chen Fan. Wow! If these two people fully grow up, this pirate group will probably become the Imperial group in the future. Shuki said in amazement as he watched the two people leave. 2 days later, the sun was shining brightly. The Thor was sailing on the sea, and Chen Fan and the others had been sailing on the route between Little Garden and Marine Headquarters for the past few days. In addition, Chen Fan can use natural fruits to elementalize, soar in the sky, and look around. His hard work paid off, and Chen Fan finally encountered it. With the flash of thunder, Chen Fan appeared on the Thor. Sail southeast. Chen Fan said to Lafitte. Copy that, Captain. Lafitte immediately steered the rudder and sailed in the southeast direction. He knew that his captain must have discovered the traces of the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General. A few minutes later, the sea breeze blew, and seagulls flew above the Thor. The most important thing is that a huge warship appeared in front of the Thor. At the same time, on the marine warship, the marine soldier observing the surroundings also discovered the Thor pirate ship. When he saw the flag, there was a wisp of thunder. The marine soldier immediately recognized it as the Thor, and he immediately hurried to the deck. At this time, Henry David was sitting on a chair enjoying delicious food. Seeing his subordinates looking very anxious, he immediately criticized. Soldier, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you not to panic when something happens? Report Lieutenant General, I found the Thor, right behind us. After hearing the soldier's report, Henry David, who had originally taught him not to get excited, immediately stood up excitedly. "Bring the telescope!" Henry David immediately said to the adjutant next to him. After taking the telescope, he looked directly in the rear direction. When he saw the pirate ship with the thunder flag, his expression immediately became excited. "It seems I'm lucky enough to encounter the Thor here." Henry David had a smile on his face, and his face was full of confidence. This is not because he thinks he can definitely beat Chen Fan. Under normal circumstances, he would ask for help first, but today there is more than just him on the warship. "Go and wake up Lieutenant General Kuzan and tell him that we have met Thunder God Chen Fan," Henry David explained to the sergeant who just came up to report. At this time, he already felt that military glory was beckoning to him. "Copy that, Lieutenant General." The soldier immediately walked towards the cabin, preparing to call Kuzan who was resting. Seeing that the soldiers had disembarked, Henry David immediately ordered the sergeant at the helm, change the direction and catch up with the pirate ship at full speed. On the other side, Chen Fan saw Henry David chasing him at full speed, and felt a little strange. Could it be that he was so confident in taking him down and was not prepared to wait for the support of other marine generals? Chen Fan originally planned to make Henry David look like he was about to run away, forcing Henry David to catch up. As a result, before Chen Fan could do this, Henry David was already chasing after him with all his strength. At this moment, Chen Fan could never have imagined that something unexpected would happen beyond his plan. He looked at Henry David, who was chasing after him with all his strength. After hesitating for a moment, he told Lafitte to change direction and move up. No matter what, unless there is a general on the warship, Chen Fan believes that with the strength of him and my hawk, even if there is another lieutenant general on the ship, there is no way to stop him from killing Henry David. As time went by, the marine warship and the pirate ship got closer and closer, and were now less than 100 meters apart. On the warship, Kuzan, who was resting in his room, was woken up at this time. His expression was a little angry, and even Kuzan, who was always good-tempered, was angry. It can be imagined that during this period, the opening of the Age of Discovery led to riots in the world. How busy was Marine? The number of pirates around the world has increased rapidly, and correspondingly, the marine workload has also greatly increased. Moreover, they have no good way to change the status quo for the time being. "Lieutenant General Kuzan, we have discovered Thunder God Chen Fan." The marine soldier also felt the anger and quickly said with a trembling body. Hearing the name Thunder God, Chen Fan, Kuzan, who had always been lazy, also stood up. He knew very well that this man's talent was terrifying. If he was allowed to flourish, a new emperor might appear in the new world. Then, he walked towards the deck. When Kuzan came up, he saw that the warship was less than 100 meters away from the pirate ship. On the pirate ship, Chen Fan looked a little ugly when he saw Kuzan's appearance. "It seems that I have bad luck, but just a Kuzan can't stop me from killing Henry David." Chen Fan was thankful in his heart that he had subdued my hawk. Otherwise, with his own strength facing the combat power of 2 lieutenant generals in the headquarters, he would definitely be able to escape in despair. For a time, the marine warship and the pirate group got closer and closer. When everyone on the marine warship saw clearly the person standing behind Chen Fan, especially Henry David's face instantly became a little ugly. His eyes had been attracted by Chen Fan before, and he didn't pay attention to his crew members. After all, according to previous intelligence, Chen Fan's 2 crew members have always been cheating. But now, Henry David saw my hawk appearing on Chen Fan's pirate ship. Although my hawk has not yet become the world's #1 swordsman, his current bounty is 1 billion. Can you imagine how strong he is? "Lieutenant General Kuzan, do you think we should continue to fight?" Henry David asked Kuzan on the side, although he was more senior than Kuzan. But he knew very well that the person standing next to him was a monster-like figure. There are even rumors in Marine headquarters that the next Marine will have 3 generals, one of whom is Lieutenant General Kuzan next to him. Chapter 50. Beat. Send a message and ask the surrounding generals above Major General Marine to come over for support. In this situation, even if we want to retreat, Chen Fan and the others will not be able to let us retreat. Kuzan looked at the menacing Chen Fan, and there was no trace of laziness in his expression. Chen Fan and Kuzan looked at each other like this, the thunder seemed to be raging vaguely, and the extreme ice seemed to be almost unbearable. It's a pity that Chen Fan's target this time is not Kuzan. And he also knew very well that if he chose to fight Kuzan, let alone whether he could win? Even if he can win, there is absolutely no way to defeat him within a certain period of time. If Marine comes to support later, the situation of the battle will be reversed in an instant. You stay here until we start fighting and turn around and leave. My hawk, please help me hold Kuzan off for 20 minutes, and I will get rid of Henry David as quickly as possible. Chen Fan said to my hawk on the side that he believed that with my hawk's current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to hold Kuzan back. Good. My hawk responded, his sharp eyes like an eagle looking directly at Kuzan. At the same time, thunder flashed, and Chen Fan floated directly in the air, surrounded by wisps of blue thunder. He stretched out his finger, looked at Henry and David with a provocative look, and said, "Aren't you Marines going to catch me? You clowns can catch me, too." Upon hearing the ridicule, anger immediately appeared on the faces of Henry David and the Marine soldiers. Only Kuzan looked calm. Superior. However, this does not mean that he does not want to take action. Although he does not know what Chen Fan's purpose is, he knows that this is an opportunity to capture or kill Chen Fan. In an instant, the ice raged, and Kuzan directly transformed into elements and disappeared in place. At the same time, Henry David saw that Kuzan was already on the side and immediately used moonwalk to follow him. In midair, Kuzan's whole body was covered with ice, and 2 ice spears appeared on his hands, taking the lead to kill Chen Fan. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan still stood proudly on the spot, his expression full of calm. When Kuzan was less than 10 meters away from Chen Fan, a black figure appeared to block him. The supreme sharp knife, black blade yet, directly collided with the ice spear. Suddenly the ice cracked, and Kuzan was not surprised to see my hawk take action. Kuzan would be surprised if my hawk appeared on Chen Fan's ship and didn't take action under such circumstances. While the two were fighting, thunder flashed, and Chen Fan's body disappeared instantly. The terrifying thunder covered his fist, and he attacked Henry David directly. Seeing this scene, Henry David was a little confused. Why was this guy hitting him? Shouldn't he be fighting my hawk himself? Armed. Gun. However, this terrifying momentum did not allow him to hesitate. Henry David's 5 fingers turned into claws, covered with the 3rd stage of armed domineering, and he grabbed straight away. In an instant, the fists and claws met, and thunder raged. The powerful power of thunder made Henry David take 2 steps back. At this moment, Kuzan also guessed what Chen Fan was going to do. He wanted to kill Henry David. Fight me and don't get distracted. The sword intent burst into the sky, covering the dark night of black swords. My hawk held the supreme sharp knife. With his hands waving rapidly, the sharp blade continued to attack Kuzan. Seeing this situation, Kuzan, who originally wanted to go to support, could only cover his body with ice. The frozen spear appeared on his hands again, resisting my hawk's violent slashes. He knew very well that my hawk would never let him go so easily. It seemed that he had to find a way to get rid of this guy quickly. Otherwise, Henry David might not be able to block Chen Fan's attack. Without hesitation, the cold ice spread out, the surrounding temperature dropped several degrees, and the attack on Kuzan's hand became more violent. For a moment, the offense and defense switched, and my hawk was directly suppressed. At the same time, on the other side, Chen Fan knew very well that the outcome of this battle depended on who could finish off his opponent faster. Thor mode. Suddenly, Chen Fan's body-destroying thunder burst out, and then the sky was filled with blue thunder, making the whole scene look particularly scary. Zitsizi. The roar of thunder continued, and Henry David on the opposite side was stunned for a moment. He was wondering if he knew this guy. Why did he look so bitter towards me as soon as he came here, and he looked like he wanted to cut himself into pieces. The terrifying thunder in mid-air kept raging, and finally the thunder continued to flow into Chen Fan's body, and a figure of the god of thunder appeared, which was more than 10 meters tall. His huge body was raging with blue thunder, which looked particularly scary. At this time, Marine below saw this scene and was a little frightened. They had never seen such a magical scene. What the hell is this? Is this still a human being? What is this huge thunder giant? It looks too scary. Is Lieutenant General Henry David the opponent of this thunder figure? Those Marines all felt the terrifying oppression coming from the figure of the god of thunder. By the way, should we catch up? The remaining 2 people on the Thor seemed to be running away. A Marine sergeant pointed at the Thor, which had turned around and headed towards the rear. Lieutenant General David, do we want to pursue him? Henry David, who was about to rush forward to attack, was stopped by this shout. Do I still need to tell you? All pirates must be arrested. Henry David roared down below. Okay, pursue the Thor with all your strength. After giving the order, the marine warship's oars turned and immediately headed towards the Thor at an extremely fast speed. Let's see who dares. Just looking at Chen Fan pointing upward, a thunderbolt as thick as an arm struck directly in front of the marine warship. Suddenly, an explosion formed on the sea surface, and a water column exploded. The marine soldiers watching this scene all looked at Chen Fan angrily. Chen Fan, you are looking for death. Henry David's expression was also filled with anger, and the terrifying power in his body burst out. If you dare to pursue me, I will kill you all first. Believe me, if I want to kill you, no matter it is your Lieutenant General Henry David. Not even Lieutenant General Kuzan could stop me, but Lieutenant General Henry David. Chen Fan looked at Henry David with a smile on his face. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, Henry David knew that what Chen Fan said was true, although he didn't want to admit it. Chapter 51. However, he knew very well that with Chen Fan's terrifying speed and the terrifying power of thunder, if he insisted on killing the soldiers on the marine warship, he would not be able to stop him. As the general of the ship, if all the soldiers on the warship died, he would not be able to escape his involvement, but he did not want to be manipulated by Chen Fan like this. Just when Henry David was hesitating. Stop the pursuit. Kuzan said while fighting. After hearing what Kuzan said, Henry David could only say, stay where you are and stop pursuing. Receive. The soldiers below also immediately stopped the warship's advance. Mid-air. Okay, now I can focus on taking care of you. Chen Fan's thunder fist was covered with the 3rd stage of armed domineering. Thor attacked Henry David at an extremely fast speed. Stop looking down on others. Before you were born, Lao Zi was sailing on this sea. Half animal form. Henry David also had his own arrogance. In an instant, his hands turned into sharp claws, and his entire body expanded to more than 3 meters tall. His strength also increased by more than 50%. The whole person turned into a half-man, half-tiger form. Bang! The body disappeared in place, and Henry David's sharp claws were covered with armed domineering and swatted forward. Boom! In an instant, fists and claws intersected, terrifying thunder, sharp tiger claws, and powerful power caused ripples in circles. Facing this terrifying and huge body of the god of thunder, Henry David did not retreat, but carried it down forcefully. Can you imagine how powerful the animal devil fruit is in adding strength? In an instant, the 2 people collided fiercely, fighting bloody, punching to the flesh, blood kept falling on the sea, and thunder continued to wreak havoc in the air. At the same time, my hawk, the Hawkeye on the other side, was also having a fierce battle with Kyuzan. The two of them couldn't tell the difference for the time being. Kyuzan's cold ice seemed to freeze everything. However, all attacks were easily resolved by Mihawk's slashes. Although Kyuzan seemed to have the slight upper hand in the battle, he also knew in his heart that this battle was a speed battle, and he and Chen Mo were competing to see who could finish off their opponent first. Kyuzan waved his right hand upwards, and ice picks covered Mihawk like a violent storm. Looking at the overwhelming attack, his expression was unafraid. Mihawk, Hawkeye, was holding the supreme sharp knife, the Black Knife Knight. It was extremely dark above. The sharp blade continuously cuts through the ice, and wisps of ice fall on the sea surface, causing the sea water to freeze into ice cubes. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Kyuzan was not surprised, and his elemental body immediately disappeared from the place. Then, while Mihawk was resisting the attacks of the ice picks, the ice spear appeared on his right hand and stabbed Mihawk's back at an extremely fast speed. Relying on the third stage of hegemony, Mihawk reacted immediately and took a step back to the right to avoid the attack of the ice spear. Then he turned around. The sharp black sword contained powerful power and soaring sword intent, and he wanted to slash Kyuzan directly. Seeing that Mihawk's domineering power was so strong, Kyuzan instantly felt that this opponent was a bit difficult to deal with. Facing the upcoming attack, he once again transformed into an element and disappeared in place, dodging this powerful sword. However, the next second, Mihawk pursued him again, and his fierce attacks kept coming straight towards Kyuzan. Without hesitation, Kyuzan directly chose to fight head-on with his fist, which was covered with ice and the third stage of armed domineering force. Clang! The sound of collision between the ice fist and the supreme sharp knife kept ringing, and countless pieces of ice shattered and fell to the sea, forming ice. Small streams of sword energy also spread out in all directions, causing the sea water to explode into waves. The two of them continued to attack, and every move was a deadly blow, without any reservation. On the other side, the Thor, which had sailed several thousand meters at this time, stopped. Monet turned around and looked at the looming thunder and ice in the sky. She couldn't help but look a little guilty. Monet asked Lafitte next to him, "Lafitte, do you think I'm useless? I can't help my big brother every time." "No, you are still very talented and work very hard. As long as you train diligently, you will be able to help sooner or later," Lafitte said with a smile on his pale face. Monet clenched her fists. She decided to train harder in the future. She couldn't just stay away every time she encountered a battle and couldn't help. In mid-air, the terrifying god of thunder has completely suppressed the tiger. At this time, Henry David's whole body was covered in blood. He really couldn't understand why this little guy was so perverted. Whether it was the fruit development ability, the two-color domineering force, or the physical skills, he had reached the level of an elite lieutenant general in this department. The strength that he was so proud of could not suppress him at all. This situation made Henry David feel like he was fighting a six-dimensional fighter. Chen Fan looked at Henry David, who was covered in scars and bleeding with blood, with an expression full of excitement and rage. "Do you remember Lieutenant General Budik?" Chen Fan's tone was full of indifference, and the fists of the Thunder God's body kept BG. Hearing this long-lost name, Henry David immediately remembered it. Faced with Thor's violent attack, he resisted with difficulty. "What is your relationship with that traitor general?" "He is my master, and I came here specifically to kill you today." A smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips, and the destructive thunder erupted again, and the terrifying thunder fist directly hit Henry David's chest heavily at an extremely fast speed. With a frightened look on his face and no time to resist, Henry David was hit hard and flew dozens of meters away, rolling several times in the sky before he stopped. "It turns out it's that useless apprentice. No wonder he looks like he wants to cut me into pieces. His wife and daughter really make me feel comfortable." Henry David wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He tried to provoke Chen Fan and make him full of anger, so as to find an opportunity to fight back. Unfortunately, he overestimated his own strength and underestimated Chen Fan's strength. If you wanted to anger me, congratulations, you succeeded. Today, you will definitely die. No one can stop you. Veins popped up all over Chen Fan's body, and the body of the god of thunder expanded again to a height of 20 meters. He was directly overloaded with strength and reached the limit, and his heart beat faster. 20 million volts. Brontosaurus. In an instant, the huge thunder god's body raised his hands upwards. Suddenly, the sky hundreds of meters above was covered with dark clouds, and streaks of blue thunder were raging inside. Chapter 52. Then, a sky blue thunder dragon of more than 10 meters appeared out of the sky, carrying extremely terrifying power and drowning towards Henry David below. Seeing this scene that destroyed everything, Henry David instantly regretted having angered Chen Fan. However, now he has no regrets. Damn it, even a little guy like you wants to kill me. When Lao Zi was on the sea, you didn't know what you were doing. Ah! Henry David roared, his body expanded, his energy and blood exploded, he swung his claws forward, and slashed 2 meters to form a tiger figure of more than 10 meters, which rushed upwards. Armed. Tiger slash. Boom. In an instant, the terrifying thunder dragon and the golden tiger collided together, everything around them was destroyed, and the sound of explosion sounded. The sea water below continued to explode, and circles of air waves spread out. I saw the 2 front legs of the thunder dragon directly piercing the body of the golden tiger, and then rushed straight towards Henry David at an extremely fast speed. How is it possible? How can you, little guy, defeat me? With an expression full of fear, Henry David could not avoid it at all, so he could only block it with his arms covered with domineering force. Suddenly, the sound of explosion sounded, thunder raged, and dust flew everywhere. In the smoke, Henry David, who was covered in scars, fell from mid-air like a falling stone. The generals, seeing this scene, immediately rushed forward and took Henry David to the warship. At this time, Henry David's breath was extremely weak, more than 20 bones were broken in his body, and the appearance of his body was even more charred. He felt severe pain just by raising his hand, and his whole breath was extremely weak. The marine soldiers looked at this scene with surprise. They didn't expect Chen Fan to be so strong and defeated their lieutenant general in less than 20 minutes. Then, they looked at Chen Fan, who was now full of scars. Although it is full of scars, the huge thunder god seems to be sending down punishment from heaven, which makes people feel fear. On the other side, Kuzan also discovered that Henry David had been defeated. He looked at Mihawk, who was still capable of fighting even though his body was covered with scars, and his expression was full of solemnity. The power of ice exploded, and he punched forward. He wanted to break away from Mihawk and go back for rescue. But how could Mihawk let him go back for rescue? Heidei blocked in front of him. After blocking the ice fist, the next second, he waved the black knife in his hand and attacked again. For a while, Kuzan was entangled by it again and could only fight and retreat. However, Chen Fan had already disappeared in place at this time, and thunder scattered on the marine warship. Many marine soldiers looked at this thunderous figure with fear in their eyes. For a while, no one dared to rush forward and take action. Chen Fan's expression was full of indifference, his extremely cold eyes looked forward, and he walked towards Henry David step by step. The colonel who had just rescued Henry David also had a face full of fear, but he held the sword tightly in his hand as he remembered his responsibilities as a marine. This senior colonel, who looked to be in his 20s, had a young face full of perseverance. He held the sword tightly in both hands and looked at Chen Fan, who was walking towards him step by step. "Stop pirates, Harry Flynn, as Colonel Marine, can't let you hurt my commander like this. We Marine represent justice, With a roar, as if to increase his confidence, Harry Flynn directly attacked Chen Fan with a long knife. Justice is ridiculous. Chen Fan didn't care about the youthful spirit or appreciation. His destructive thunder directly covered his fist and punched forward. As the blood spurted out, Harry Flynn's head was directly smashed, and his entire body turned into a headless corpse and fell to the ground. The connection between the body and the neck was still bleeding. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Chen Fan walked towards Henry David step by step. This time, the marine soldiers' expressions were full of fear, their bodies were trembling, and for a while no one dared to stop them. They were all frightened by Chen Fan's move just now. Most of them are afraid of death. They know very well that if they rush forward now, they will die. The lesson learned by the young Colonel Marine just now is right in front of them. At this moment, Henry David looked at Chen Fan who was approaching step by step, and he shouted crazily. Come on, hurry up. He can't hold it anymore. I'm your Lieutenant General. If you don't come, you want to go to a military court, right? Henry David shouted at the top of his lungs. However, those marine soldiers looked at Chen Fan at this moment. Although his body was covered with scars, he looked like he had exhausted a lot of energy. However, the thunder of destruction covered the whole body, and the powerful sense of oppression made it look like he was unable to fight anymore. Despite their hesitation, no one of them dared to rush forward. Looking at Chen Fan who was already close at hand, Henry David's eyes were full of fear and terror. He regretted very much why he didn't kill Budik directly in the first place. He wanted to fight back, but the severe injuries on his body made it impossible for him to even stand up. Soon, Chen Fan came to Henry David and said, "You are so lucky to die so easily." Chen Fan looked at Henry David with a smile on his face, but to Henry David, this smile looked like a devil's smile. The next second, Chen Fan's terrifying thunder fist hit Henry David's head directly. No! Henry David roared unwillingly. At the same time, Kuzan also rushed over. Seeing this scene, he quickly threw a spear of ice condensed in his right hand forward, trying to stop Chen Fan. But how could it be possible to stop Chen Fan with such an attack? Chen Fan didn't even look back. His left hand was covered with thunder and he easily grabbed the ice spear. Bang! As the brain and pulp exploded out, Henry David's head was directly blown flat by Chen Fan, and his whole body became silent. He could no longer die. Before dying, Henry David felt endless fear and regret. If he was given another chance, he would definitely try his best to kill Budik. He never imagined that Budik, who entered Impel Down City, could teach an apprentice and come out to seek revenge on him. Master, I have avenged you. Don't worry, there will be another one soon. Chen Fan suddenly crushed the ice spear and stared straight ahead. Thinking of the magma figure, he couldn't help clenching his fists. Chapter 53. In midair, Kuzan looked at Henry David whose head had become shattered, and his expression also showed anger. Although he has always been lazy, Chen Fan killed a Marine headquarters lieutenant in front of him, which he could not tolerate. Looking at the angry Kuzan, thunder flashed, Chen Fan floated in the air, and said with a playful look, "What? Do you still want to fight? Lieutenant General Kuzan, are you sure you can beat the two of us? Even if you are sure, can you protect them?" As Chen Fan spoke, blue lightning of destruction condensed on his right hand, looking like it was about to strike down at any time. Kuzan, who was furious, looked at Chen Fan in front of him, whose whole body was filled with thunder, and Mihawk, who although his body was full of scars, still had a sword in the sky. Reason told him that if the fight continued, with 1 against 2, he might not be able to win. Moreover, the most important thing is Marine on the warship. If Chen Fan wants to take action, with Mihawk as his eagle eye, he will not be able to stop him. But, if you don't take action, let Chen Fan run away like this. Even if you can't win 1 against 2, as long as you drag it on, support will arrive in a few minutes. By then, at least one of Chen Fan will be left here. Just when Kuzan was hesitant. What? Lieutenant General Kuzan, are you trying to delay time? I will not follow your wishes. My hawk will hold him back. Next, I will ask Lieutenant General Kuzan to watch a killing feast. After saying that, Chen Fan turned around and looked directly at Marine on top of the warship with cold eyes, as well as the giant blue thunder ball in his hand that was about to be thrown down at any time. The Marine soldiers looked at this scene and thought of Chen Fan's terrifying figure just now. They couldn't help but feel a little scared. Even the strongest major general among them did not dare to rush forward at this time. He knew very well that he could block a few moves if he rushed forward, but only a few. What a shame! Kuzan, who was always calm, couldn't help but curse when he saw this, thinking that these guys really embarrassed Marine. How did Lieutenant General Henry David lead his soldiers? Wait a minute, let's retreat now. Kuzan gave up. He still couldn't sacrifice the lives of soldiers on an entire warship in exchange for keeping Chen Fan and my hawk. That's right. I hope we have another chance and see you next time. Chen Fan looked at Kuzan with a smile on his face, and then came to my hawk's side. There was no reply. Kuzan's expression was full of anger, but he could only suppress his anger. He knew that he lost this time, and he lost completely. He could not sacrifice everything, including the lives of his companions, like Sakazuki, in order to catch the pirates. Later, Kuzan also came to the warship in elemental form. Let's go, Lieutenant General Kuzan, remember not to catch up. Otherwise, if we can't all be saved, what will I do? Chen Fan threatened Kuzan, and then called my hawk, who was standing aside, to leave because he knew very well that Marine's support was coming soon. He had already killed Henry David, so there was no point in staying any longer. As for killing Kuzan, Chen Fan was not sure with his current strength. Looking at the thunder and black figure dissipating in the sky, Kuzan, who had always been calm, clenched his fists and was filled with anger. Lieutenant General Kuzan, what should we do next? After seeing Chen Fan and the other two people leaving, the thin adjutant stood up and said. Seeing that the only guy in the whole ship who had the strength to block Chen Fan's attacks didn't even dare to make a move, although Kuzan understood in his heart that this was human nature, who wanted to die. The most important thing is that dying will not have any effect. It seems that he has done nothing wrong, but as a marine, Kuzan is still too lazy to talk nonsense to such a person. He walked back to the cabin, leaving only a group of marine soldiers messy on the deck, and Henry David's headless body on it. On the other side, Chen Fan and my hawk also returned to the Thor. Seeing Chen Fan coming back covered in blood, Monet immediately rushed forward and hugged him. Sorry, big brother, I can't help every time. It's okay. If you work harder in the future, you will be able to help sooner or later. Chen Fan gave a rare moment of comfort, and then said to Lafitte, Marine's support is coming soon, leave here at full speed. Roger that, Captain. After receiving the order, Lafitte immediately drove the Thor and sailed forward at the fastest speed. Chen Fan and my hawk also sat aside to heal their injuries. My hawk picked up the medicine box and began to tie bandages on himself and apply medicine. As for Chen Fan, he casually tied a bandage, then took out a lot of food from the cabin and started eating. In an instant, a weak stream of heat was generated in his body, like dew after the rain, constantly nourishing his body's injuries. After a while, the wounds on his body began to scab slowly. In this case, it would not take long for his injuries to be fully recovered. The three people on the boat looked at Chen Fan's monster-like resilience. They had seen it more than once, so they were not as surprised now as before. However, Chen Fan looked at my hawk, who was lying aside and resting at the moment, and thought to himself that although he had the existence of green heat flow, he could repair his injuries by supplementing food. However, other people on the ship do not have this ability. If they are seriously injured, they may not be able to recover with just a simple bandage and application of medicine. Moreover, if one day I am seriously injured and fall into a coma, others don't know that I can recover from the injury by eating food and generating heat flow. In this case, I can only rely on my own recovery power to bear it. Thinking of this, Chen Fan felt that he still needed to find a ship doctor. 10 minutes later, the sea breeze blew slightly and the sun shone on the sea. Behind Henry David's warship, there was a larger warship coming quickly. On the deck of the warship, stood a burly man with purple hair. This man was none other than Marine General Zifa. Although he was now the chief instructor of the Marine Academy, he still held the position of general. When he saw the body on the warship, the gloomy expressions of the Marine soldiers on the deck, and the calm sea, he immediately had a bad feeling and knew that he might be late. Zifa, who was on the deck, couldn't wait for the warship to approach, but directly used moonwalk to reach another warship. What happened? Where is Thunder God Chen Fan? How did Lieutenant General David die? Isn't that little guy Kuzan also there? Even though they both joined forces, they couldn't defeat Chen Fan? And that kid Kuzan, where is he now? Zifa asked a series of questions and scanned everyone with his majestic eyes. Chapter 54. The adjutant stood up with some fear and replied, General Zifa and Lieutenant General David were killed by that Chen Fan. As for Lieutenant General Kuzan, he was stopped by my hawk and could not save Lieutenant General David. The Thunder God Chen Fan had left 10 minutes ago. Hearing that Chen Fan actually killed Henry David in such a short time by himself, Zifa's face instantly became solemn. He calculated that it took about 30 minutes from the time he received the call bug to the time he arrived. However, Chen Fan left 10 minutes ago, which means that this boy Chen Fan defeated Lieutenant General Henry David in 20 minutes. This speed of strength growth surprised even Zifa. He taught Sakazuki and the others. Zifa originally thought that the talents of these three little guys were already monsters. Unexpectedly, this Chen Fan is even more terrifying. If Sakazuki and the others are monsters, this guy Chen Fan is the monster among monsters. Such a talented monster who became a pirate is definitely a big threat to Marine. Hearing Zifa's voice, Kuzan, who was resting in the cabin, also came out. That Chen Fan has really grown to this point and killed Henry David in 20 minutes. Zifa asked Kuzan, who had just come up at this time. Yes, Teacher Zifa, although I did not fight against Chen Fan, he did kill Lieutenant General David within 20 minutes. Even I may not be his opponent now. Kuzan thought for a moment and said. I heard even Kuzan said that he might not be able to beat Chen Fan. Zifa fell into deep thought. He knew that if Chen Fan was really allowed to grow up, there would be one more emperor in the sea. The sun sets over the West Mountain, and it is almost dark now. The two warships returned to Marine headquarters, Marine Land. The Marine soldiers patrolling the coast saw only General Zifa and Lieutenant General Kuzan coming down. These soldiers all looked respectful and saluted. However, Zifa now looked anxious and walked towards the Fleet Admiral office of Marine headquarters as quickly as possible, with Kuzan following behind. At the speed of the two of them, they arrived at the Fleet Admiral office in a short while. As Zifa pushed the gate of opening in, at this time, the Fleet Admiral office was already full of people, and Cyborg was sitting empty behind the desk. Garp and Sengoku were sitting on the sofa near the wall, one eating donuts and the other eating senbei. Lieutenant General he was also sitting on a sofa next to him, while Sakazuki and Porisalino were sitting there. These are the mainstays of Marine. They are gathered here today to discuss how to capture Chen Fan. At this moment, Cyborg Sora had just listened to Kuzan's report in the afternoon, and now at night, his face has never looked better. Because he realized that Chen Fan seemed to be almost completely grown up and could no longer let him go like this. Now the new world is already in chaos. If another big pirate appears, it will make the sea even more chaotic. After listening to the report in the afternoon, Cyborg Kong first demoted all the generals on Lieutenant General Henry David's ship. No matter what the reason is, as a Marine who is so greedy for life and afraid of death, he must be punished. Otherwise, what should we do if all marine soldiers in the future are like this? Afterwards, Cyborg Kong immediately summoned Zifa and the others to discuss how to capture Chen Fan. If Chen Fan knew that Marine had made such a big fuss in order to capture him, I don't know what he would think. Everyone is here. Let's talk about your thoughts. Should we implement the highest level arrest warrant for Chen Fan? Cyborg Kong looked at everyone and said. At this time Sakazuki stood up. Chen Fan is a guy with terrifying talent. If he is allowed to grow any longer, the consequences will be disastrous. I suggest that the highest level of arrest warrant be issued against him, and that a general lead a team to arrest him. After hearing these words, a female voice sounded, I don't agree with this opinion. The death of One Piece Roger has caused the new world to become extremely chaotic. Whitebeard and Red Earl, the two kings of the sea, are watching with eager eyes, as well as Kaido and Charlotte. Linlin's recent invasion of territory also shows their ambitions. At this stage, we must send many general-level experts to guard the new world. There are no extra general-level experts to hunt down Chen Fan. And if we really send a general-level strongman to hunt down Chen Fan, it will be okay in the short term, but what about the long term? What if Chen Fan keeps hiding? After hearing what Lieutenant General he said, Cyborg Kong felt it made sense. However, he also felt that it would be difficult to catch Chen Fan without sending a general. If Chen Fan was allowed to grow up, it would also be a huge threat. What do the rest of you think? Cyborg Sora asked the others. I agree with what Zayahi said. At this time, Garp was eating donuts and talking, and I don't know if he listened carefully. Seeing Garp like this, Cyborg Kong wanted to drive him out. Zayahi is right. We really can't send a general-level combat force to capture Chen Fan. There are too many unknowns. I suggest that Porisalino lead 2 lieutenant generals from the headquarters to form a team to capture Chen Fan, and the other generals and marines will be on standby for support at any time. As soon as the team found Chen Fan, they requested support. The 2 headquarters lieutenants held back Mihawk, while Porisalino was responsible for holding back Chen Fan. The most difficult thing about Chen Fan is his thunderous speed. Among us, Porisalino can completely keep up with his speed, and he is also the most suitable person to hold Chen Fan back. Warring States saw Cyborg Sora's hesitation and immediately came up with a suitable plan. After hearing this plan, Cyborg Sora finally stopped looking worried and looked at Sengoku with a pleased expression, thinking that indeed, he was right to be considered as the candidate for the future Marine Fleet Admiral. Afterwards, Cyborg Kong immediately looked at everyone and said, okay, this plan of the Warring States period is good. Porisalino is indeed the most suitable candidate to hold Chen Fan back. He led the team to arrest Chen Fan. The rest of you have others. Any opinions? Sakazuki's face was a little ugly. He still thought that Marine headquarters could send a general to arrest Chen Fan. However, his current status was far inferior to that of Garp and he had no say. So he didn't say anything about his inner thoughts, but his face became a little gloomy. Chapter 55. At this time, Porisalino had a very ugly expression on his wretched face. He had been counting the time, thinking about when he could get off work. As a result, he was suddenly assigned an important task for no apparent reason. Porisalino, do you have any other comments? Cyborg Kong looked at Porisalino with a majestic gaze. Porisalino, who originally just wanted to clock out and get off work, couldn't refuse Fleet Admiral's order. Yes, Fleet Admiral, I have no objections. Porisalino said with a lewd expression. Okay, let's implement the plan of the Warring States period, and Porisalino will lead the team to arrest Chen Fan. By the way, Chen Fan's bounty is raised to 1.4 billion, and Mihawk's bounty is raised to 1.2 billion. The marine trader Lafitte has a bounty of 500 million, and the Logia Swexia fruit user has a bounty of 100 million. Cyborg Kong watched everyone finalize the final plan, and increased the bounties for Chen Fan and the 4 people on the ship. At this time, Chen Fan, who was sailing on the Thor on the sea, did not know that Marine had already sent a team composed of 2 Marine lieutenant generals led by Porisalino to hunt him down. He is still the same as before, carrying a huge boulder on his back and continuing to exercise. However, after just doing a few push-ups, Chen Fan stood up, lifted the 4-meter-high stone on his back above his head, and then threw it heavily towards the sky. This huge stone flew hundreds of meters away, causing waves to explode with a bang. At this time, the stone, which weighed several tons, could no longer satisfy Chen Fan's usual training. As for changing to a bigger stone, Chen Fan was not interested, mainly because it was too inconvenient. He decided to grab a gravity bracelet and bring it back. Afterwards, Chen Fan said to the 3 Lafitte people, "Wait for me on the small island we passed by just now. I'll go to Judiciary Island and give me the record pointer." Chen Fan decided to go to Judiciary Island by himself to grab a gravity bracelet. He originally wanted to go with everyone on the Thor. But after thinking about it, for things like grabbing things, it would be more convenient if there were fewer people. After all, at his own speed, not many people could catch up. "Okay, Captain." Lafitte never questioned Chen Fan's decision. He gave Chen Fan the record pointer. My hawk replied indifferently, and then waved the supreme sharp knife, Black Blade Knight. Monet asked reluctantly, "Brother, why do you want to go to Judiciary Island? Take me there with you. You keep training, I'll come as soon as I go." Naturally, Chen Fan couldn't bring Monet there. If he had to bring him, it would be better to bring my hawk. Monet was too young and too weak to help. After getting the record pointer, Chen Fan was about to leave. Suddenly he thought for a moment. Judiciary Island was too close to Marine headquarters. What if something unexpected happened? It would be safer to have one more person. "My hawk, you come with me on this trip," Chen Fan said to my hawk. "Can." Without rejection, my hawk stopped training. Then, Chen Fan's whole body shone with thunder and disappeared. My hawk did the same and flew into the air. Monet wanted to say something else, but before he could say anything, Chen Fan and my hawk had already left. She could only pouted, a little angry, turned her anger into strength, and then started training the 6 marine styles. 5 days later, the sun was blazing on a medium-sized island. At this time, Chen Fan had just obtained the record pointer to Judiciary Island from the black market on an island. With the speed of Chen Fan and my hawk, they could not find their direction for 5 days and wandered around on the sea. This is why the first thing Chen Fan did when he went to sea was to find a navigator. Afterwards, Chen Fan did not set off immediately, but took a rest. After all, he could transform into elements and fly in the sky without much physical strength. However, my hawk is different. He uses his skills to fly in mid-air, which requires a lot of energy and cannot be done for a long time. However, Chen Fan did not regret asking my hawk to come out with him. After all, even Luffy could force his way into Judiciary Island. However, after all, he has the aura of the protagonist. If something unexpected happens to Chen Fan in the past, having an elite lieutenant general level strongman beside him will give him more confidence. The most important thing is that Chen Fan not only wants to get the gravity bracelet on this trip, but also robs the treasures in Judiciary Island, such as the devil fruit knife. After resting, Chen Fan and my hawk headed towards Judiciary Island. The next day, the sun shines on the sea. Chen Fan and my hawk stood proudly in the mid-air, and the largest island with a large number of buildings on it appeared in front of them. This island has a circle in the middle and a small island in front and behind. This is the island of justice known as the island that never sleeps. At this moment, on the front island, the guards who were patrolling on wolf-like police dogs also discovered 2 figures, but before they could see them clearly. These 2 figures appeared on the island, Thunder fell on the ground, and two figures walked out of the blue thunder. When the patrolling guard saw the person clearly, his expression immediately became surprised. Thunder God Chen Fan, Hawkeye my hawk. No, hurry up and report to Chief Spondam, Thunder God Chen Fan, for attacking Judiciary Island. The captain of the guard team immediately shouted, but before he could notify him, Chen Fan's whole body was shining with thunder. He pointed upward, and a wisp of thunder fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. The guard chief couldn't resist at all. With the panic on his face, he didn't even shout for help. He was overwhelmed by the thunder and turned into a ball of ashes, including the police dog underneath him. The remaining guards were stunned when they saw this scene, their eyes full of fear. You meet me here, I'll go in and get something. Chen Fan said to Mihawk, who was standing beside him, that he had no intention of wasting time. The moment he finished speaking, a giant thunder ball appeared on his right hand. Chen Fan threw it forward. The several-meter-long thunder ball flew directly towards the dozen guards ahead. Help! Help! Enemy attack! Thunder God Chen Fan has attacked Judiciary Island! The guards shouted crazily. They knew the terror of Thunder God Chen Fan and did not dare to resist. They ran away desperately, but how could their speed be as fast as thunder? In just a moment, the giant thunder ball submerged the dozen guards. Ah! Ah! Accompanied by screams, the dozen or so guards, except for the one who ran at the front, all fell to the ground blackened and made no sound. Looking at this scene, Mihawk didn't say anything. He was not the first year to come out of the sea. He knew very well that kindness to the enemy was cruelty to himself. At the same time, the sound caused by the huge destruction and the guards' cries for help attracted the attention of other guards on the former island. They immediately raised the alarm and notified the people on the central island that there was an enemy sneak attack. Chen Fan didn't care about this. Thunder flashed and he came to the guard who was running away frantically. Where is the treasure house of Justice Island? If you know it, you will live. If you don't know it, you will die. Chen Fan directly grabbed the guard's clothes, lifted him up, and looked at him with cold eyes. Chapter 56. The guard looked at the thundering figure in front of him, fearful, and his body was trembling. Where is the place where Barry and the treasures are stored on Judiciary Island? Show me the way and take me there, otherwise you will die. Chen Fan's extremely cold voice sounded. Feeling the shocking killing intent, the guard did not dare to resist. Cold sweat kept flowing from his forehead and he said quickly. It's on the island in the middle, behind the tower. I'll show you the way. Don't kill me. After hearing this, Chen Fan's whole body shone with thunder and disappeared, and the entire Judiciary Island's police bells rang loudly. On the other side, on the middle island, Spang Dine, who was resting in the office, heard an enemy attack and walked out slowly. He thought it was some blind little pirate. As a result, when he saw the thundering figure, a recently famous name immediately came to mind, Thunder God Chen Fan. Spang Dine immediately realized that something was wrong, so he hurried back to the office and dialed the phone number. On the other side, Fleet Admiral, offices. Cyborg Sora, who had just finished his work, was about to take a break when he saw the emergency phone on the table ringing. Without thinking much, Cyborg Sora immediately picked up. Cyborg. Kong Fleet Admiral, I am Spang Dine. Thunder God Chen Fan is currently attacking Judiciary Island, along with Mihawk. Please support, please support. Shponda said in a hurry. What? Hearing this, Cyborg Kong's face was full of anger. He didn't expect Chen Fan to be so cool and unrestrained, provoking their marine's bottom line again and again. Hold it as long as you can, and I'll send someone over immediately to support you. Cyborg Sora put the phone bug aside, and then picked up another phone bug next to the table. Porisalino, who was sitting lazily in the office, heard the phone in his arms ring. Ah! After yawning, he picked it up. Porisalino, you are at Marine headquarters now, right? Go to Judiciary Island as quickly as possible. Thunder God Chen Fan is attacking Judiciary Island with Hawkeye my Hawk at the moment. You are the first to go there and hold them back. I will send Kuzan to follow. General Zifa has just completed his mission. I will inform him not to return. The Marine headquarters will go directly to the direction of Judiciary Island. You only need to hold it for half an hour. Cyborg Sora said anxiously. Receive. Porisalino didn't expect that before he even went to find Chen Fan, the god of thunder, Chen Fan, would come to his door. As the light shone, Porisalino immediately disappeared in place, an array of light appeared in the sky. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Fan has arrived at the middle island, and he easily kills the guards along the way who dare to stop him. Chen Fan felt thunder raging all over his body and shook his head. No wonder Luffy would be able to break into Judiciary Island in the future. This judicial island is known as Marine's Courthouse. It is really not a bit worse than Impel Down City and Marine headquarters. At this moment, Spangdine looked at the figure filled with thunder. He huddled directly in the office, not even daring to stop him. He had heard of Chen Fan's evil reputation. This guy had just killed a Marine headquarters lieutenant general. 3 minutes later, Chen Fan came to a warehouse with a large locked door and 2 guards in front. Not bothering to waste time, Chen Fan pointed forward with his right hand, and in an instant, 2 wisps of thunder as thick as arms attacked the 2 guards at extremely fast speeds. With expressions full of panic and fear, the 2 guards wanted to escape, but it was too late. Ah, ah! With 2 screams, the 2 guards were completely reduced to ashes. Seeing this scene, the guard standing next to Chen Fan was so frightened that he even peed. The treasure house is ahead. You said you would let me go, right? The thin guard asked shakily. I'll teach you a lesson, don't believe what your enemies say. After Chen Fan finished speaking, his expression was full of indifference. His right hand contained thunder and hit the guard directly at an extremely fast speed. You! The pupils were enlarged, and before the guard could finish speaking, his whole head was blown to pieces by Chen Fan. Then, Chen Fan didn't hesitate and punched directly towards the treasure house door. Bang! With a loud noise, the iron door was blown open by Chen Fan's punch. Then, thunder flashed and Chen Fan disappeared. As soon as he entered the treasure house, he saw wooden boxes, a 5-layer shelf, and a weapons rack. Chen Fan first opened the wooden boxes and saw that they were filled with berry gold and the like. He shook his head. It's not that Chen Fan isn't interested, but it's just that he can't bring so many things, it's too troublesome. After all, this place is too close to the Marine headquarters. Chen Fan didn't want to waste too much time. Then, he skipped these boxes and came to the 5-layer shelf. There are some treasures like devil fruits, swords, and the like on them. Chen Fan glanced at it casually and collected all the 7 devil fruits worth. Then, he took a look at the precious knives. They were not very valuable, and the best one was only a 21-piece sharp knife. Without thinking much, Chen Fan put away the 372 speed knives and the large sharp knife. Finally, he came to the weapons rack again and looked at the guns and shells. Chen Fan didn't have much interest in them in the second row. He finally found the boxes stacked with gravity wrists. On them were 3 tons, 5 tons, 8 tons, 10 tons, and the highest was 20 tons. Chen Fan thought for a while, and with his current strength, he took away 2 sets of 10 tons and 20 tons, and kept the rest. After looking around, there really wasn't anything of much value, plus Chen Fan already had a full baggage. Without hesitation, he immediately took the bundle and disappeared. Thunder was raging, and although Chen Fan wanted to destroy the Judiciary Island, he knew very well that the longer it stayed, the more dangerous it would be. Let's go! With Chen Fan's speed, he arrived at the shore in no time. As for Spangdine, who was currently in the office and trembling with fear, he didn't dare to come out to stop him. He wished these two evil gods would leave quickly. As for Marine Fleet Admiral, the order to delay as much as possible is not as important as your own life. Looking at Chen Fan's full package, Mihawk also knew that he came to Judiciary Island to loot supplies. Then, the two were about to leave, with thunder shining and Mihawk also using his move that could briefly soar in mid-air. But just as the two of them were in the air, a beam of light shot towards Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. With his powerful power of knowledge, Chen Fan easily dodged this attack. Chapter 57. Then, a shining figure appeared in front of the two people. Protagonist. Chen Fan's expression became serious. He didn't expect Marine's support to be so fast. It's so scary, Thunder God Chen Fan. Protagonist looked lewd. Looking at Protagonist's expression of wanting to be beaten, Chen Fan thought to himself that some people are born to be naughty. You alone want to stop us too? Let's go. When Chen Fan saw that Protagonist was the only one coming, he immediately asked Mihawk to go with him. He didn't want to fight in this place. Then, the two of them disappeared in an instant, but just flew away a few hundred meters away. The wretched figure with the whole body shining brightly appeared in front of them again. Your Excellency Chen Fan just wants to leave like this. Isn't it too disrespectful to me? Protagonist said with a smile. Chen Fan knew very well that his speed might not be faster than Protagonist's, plus there was Hawkeye. If this guy insists on chasing him, he won't be able to get rid of him. Mihawk, you put your things on the rocks below, and we'll have some fun with the Lieutenant General. Chen Fan looked indifferent. He knew in his heart that Protagonist's purpose was to hold the two of them back and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Without hesitation, Mihawk was also aware of the current situation. He immediately went below and placed the baggage on the rocks. Let's go together and get rid of this guy as quickly as possible. Chen Fan is well aware of the power of Protagonist, and he knows that he has little chance of winning against him alone. Only by adding Mihawk and the two of them working together can they have a chance to defeat Protagonist in a short time. Thor mode. Chen Fan's whole body shone with thunder of destruction. For a moment, the entire sky was covered with blue thunder, and then, it continuously gathered on Chen Fan's body. In just a few seconds, Chen Fan appeared as a thunder giant more than 10 meters tall. The whole body was surrounded by blue thunder, which looked particularly terrifying. Mihawk on the side did the same. He pulled out the supreme sharp sword, Black Blade Knight, and the powerful sword intent rose into the sky, seeming to cut through everything in the world. Both Chen Fan and Chen Fan knew very well that the longer they stayed in this place, the higher the danger. It's really scary. You two guys actually chose to attack with all your strength from the beginning. Protagonist's always wretched expression also became a little serious. He knew very well that if he was not serious when facing these two guys, he might really capsize in the gutter. Light God outfit. The next second, his whole body was shining with particles of light, and the whole sky was shining with light. Powerful power continuously gathered on him, which seemed to be similar to Chen Fan's Thunder God mode. However, Protagonist's whole body was covered with light, while Chen Fan expanded the thunder and turned into a thunder giant. Kill. The huge fist of the thunder giant contained powerful power, and it rushed towards Protagonist at an extremely fast speed. Tian Kong Yun Sword. A sword of light appeared on Protagonist's hands, and he immediately grabbed it and slashed forward. The next second. Clang! The thunder fist and the sword of light collided together, causing circles of air waves to scatter in all directions. At the same time, Mihawk's attack also came, and the extremely sharp black knife struck directly at Protagonist's head. Without daring to hesitate, Protagonist immediately burst out with powerful force and forced Chen Fan back, and then Tian Kongjayun sword blocked the black sword knight. Clang! The sound of weapons clashing sounded, and then the two of them kept waving their weapons and colliding. Chen Fan on the other side also waved his fist and attacked again. In an instant, Porosalino, who was 1 against 2, fell into a disadvantage. Although he is stronger than the two of them, there is nothing he can do about it. 1 against 2, and his physical skills are his weakness. Porosalino knew very well that he could not continue fighting like this, otherwise, he would really probably lose. With his whole body transformed into elements, Porosalino turned into a flash of light to avoid the attacks of the two, and then fled into the distance, trying to distance himself. But the next second, a huge thunder fist came towards him. Looking at this terrifying blow, Porosalino looked solemn. He held the Tian Kong Yun sword in front of him and blocked the punch forcefully, sending his body flying back several meters. He forgot that one of these two guys was not slower than him at all. It was basically difficult for him to keep the distance. Porosalino's face was extremely ugly at this time. He relied on his strong advantage of speed to always play tricks on others. Now that the advantage of speed was gone, he didn't know what to do for a while. However, Chen Fan and Mihawk would not give him time to think. Their current thoughts were very clear. Even if he uses all his strength to severely damage Porosalino in the shortest possible time, he will not be able to hold himself back. Thunder raged, sword energy broke through the sky, and Chen Fan and the two attacked Porosalino like an overwhelming force. For a moment, Porosalino's whole body was shining with light, and he used all his strength to resist, facing the two men's full attack and siege. Even if he was as strong as Porosalino, scars were constantly appearing on his body at this time, and drops of blood were spilled on the ground. In this scene, Spang Dine, who was watching the battle with a telescope, was full of surprise. He originally thought that Lieutenant General Porosalino appeared and these two guys were finished. After all, Lieutenant General Porosalino is very likely to become the next general. As a result, Spang Dane now saw that Porosalino was suppressed instead, with scars appearing on his body. He was immediately glad that he had not gone out to die just now. At this time, the battle in mid-air was still continuing. Thunder covered half of the sky hundreds of meters above the sea, and the other half was filled with shining light. Even though physical skills were a weak point, even when faced with the siege of the two men, Porosalino still forcibly blocked their attacks. This is why Porosalino will become one of the 3 marine generals in the future. Chen Fan and Mihawk also became increasingly impatient because they discovered that a few hundred meters away, a figure covered with ice had appeared. Give up, Thunder God Chen Fan, Hawkeye Mihawk, you two must stay here today. Porosalino's face looked like he needed a beating. Although his body was full of scars, none of them were serious. It can be said that his current combat effectiveness is still around 90%. This is the terrifying thing about Porosalino. If Mihawk is at the level of an elite lieutenant general, Chen Fan is better. Porosalino is infinitely close to the strength of a would-be general. Is this why he can fight 1 against 2? Not weak in the short term. Chapter 58. That's it, you want us to surrender? Chen Fan said disdainfully, and the terrifying thunder in his body erupted again. The two of them attacked Porosalino again, and the destructive thunder spear appeared on his right hand. The extremely sharp and supreme sword, Hideo slashed out at an extremely fast speed. For a moment, Porosalino's expression became serious when facing the attacks of the two men. He held the Tiankanjiun sword with both hands and slashed forward, trying to block the attacks of the two men. Clang! Facing the terrifying attacks of the two men, Porosalino kept retreating. Seizing the opportunity, the Thunder Giant's huge left fist hit Porosalino directly. There was no time to dodge. Porosalino wanted to escape through elementalization, but it was already too late. On the right arm, the third stage of armed domination is covered. Bang! Porosalino fell heavily. Chen Fan and Mihawk seized the opportunity and continued to attack. But a huge ice bird, carrying the power of freezing everything, rushed towards them. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan and the other two could only dodge to the left and right. The nearly 10-meter giant ice bird then disappeared into the sky. Boom! Then, with an explosion, it turned into countless pieces of ice and scattered on the sea surface, causing pieces of sea water to freeze into ice cubes. At this moment, Porosalino also stabilized his figure. Chen Fan watched this wave of attacks by himself and Mihawk, but they failed to seize the opportunity and seriously injured Porosalino. Now this matter is difficult to handle. At this moment, Kuzan's whole body was covered with ice, and he had already appeared beside Porosalino. Look for a chance to escape. If you have a chance, take that package with you. If you don't, forget it. Chen Fan whispered to Mihawk, who was standing beside him. You can't leave. Kuzan's expression was full of indifference. Although he was usually a bit lazy, he suffered a loss at the hands of Chen Fan last time and everyone wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. Just as Kuzan was about to take action against Chen Fan, a hand stretched out to stop him. You go and deal with Mihawk, and I'll deal with Thunder God Chen Fan. You can't catch up with Chen Fan to prevent him from running away. There was some anger on Porosalino's wretched face. He was naturally angry after being suppressed and beaten for so long. Good. Kuzan did not object, he knew that his speed was indeed no match for Chen Fan. This is also the reason why Warring States and Cyborg chose Porosalino instead of him and Sakazuki to capture Chen Fan. The next second, the light flashed, and Porosalino's body disappeared instantly. He held the Tiankanjiun sword and killed Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. With a serious look on his face, Chen Fan knew that this battle was inevitable. The terrifying thunder exploded, and the huge fist of the thunder giant blasted forward directly. Boom! The two attacks collided instantly, thunder raged and rays of light shone. Bloody fights, fierce battles, the two of them kept engaging in close combat. Although Porosalino was a little injured at this moment, he was still fighting equally with Chen Fan. On the other side, Kuzan's body was also covered with cold ice, and two ice spears appeared on his hands, attacking Mihawk. The supreme sharp sword Hidei kept colliding with the ice spear, and the ice continued to break. But it just resumed in the next second, and the two of them were attacking with all their strength without reservation. Although Kuzan is stronger than the current Mihawk, it is not that simple to decide the winner. Spangdine from a distance looked at this scene with great excitement. He originally thought that if the contents of the treasure house were lost, as the person in charge of Judiciary Island, he would definitely be scolded or even demoted. Now that Kuzan and Porosalino are here, these two guys will definitely not be able to escape. Spangdine smiled proudly, completely forgetting that he didn't even dare to go out just now, and he was so scared that he peed his shit. Mid-air. The battle between the four people continued. Three forces of nature continued to erupt in the sky, causing bursts of air explosions, and the sea below became even more turbulent. Mihawk's powerful sword intent seems to break through the sky. For a time, the four people who were fighting fiercely couldn't tell the winner in a short time. However, the more this happened, the more ugly the faces of Chen Fan and Mihawk became. They knew that although it seemed to be evenly matched now, in a life-and-death battle, their side's chance of winning was only 40%. Unfortunately, Chen Fan and the other two didn't know that a bigger crisis was coming towards them. General Zifa was on his way here at this time. Hey, hey! Panting sounds were heard. Fighting with all his strength until now, Chen Fan's physical strength was also exhausted. Of course, Porosalino on the other side was not much better. He was still breathing heavily and even had multiple wounds on his body. In order to hold Chen Fan back, Porosalino could only keep fighting at close range with Chen Fan. However, hand-to-hand combat was not Porosalino's strong point. Coupled with the injury just now, Porosalino was slightly stronger than Chen Fan for a while. On the contrary, I feel slightly at a disadvantage. On the other side, after a long battle, coupled with the fact that Mihawk had just been exhausted, Kuzan finally gained the upper hand with his strong strength. At this time, Chen Fan looked a little ugly. This situation seemed a bit difficult to deal with. Moreover, he found that neither Porisalano nor Kuzan was in trouble. Although the two of them were attacking with all their strength, they didn't look like they were engaging in a life and death fight. They seemed to just want to hold themselves and Mihawk back. After thinking about it carefully, it was not difficult for Chen Fan to guess that these two guys must be waiting for reinforcements, so there was no need to fight against him. However, the reinforcement that can keep the two of them waiting is likely to be a general. Now, facing Porisalano and Kuzan. Both Chen Fan and Chen Fan have only a 40% chance of winning. If another marine general appears, he will definitely die. Break through with all your strength. Run separately. Chen Fan yelled at Mihawk, then made a quick decision, picked up the package and ran to the right with Thunder Flash. He already had a countermeasure in his mind. Mihawk, the eagle eye on the other side, also realized that something was wrong. He ran towards the left without hesitation. Looking at the two people escaping, Porisalano and Kuzan looked at each other and chased their opponents respectively. They couldn't let Chen Fan and the others run away so easily this time. The light was shining and ice was covering it. Not long after Chen Fan ran out, he found a body shining with light behind him, chasing him. Obviously, his speed is indeed comparable to that of Porisalano, and no one can keep away from the other. Chapter 59. On the horizon, a golden stream of light and a blue stream of light cut through the sky. Two streams of light, one chasing and the other escaping. Yada mirror. Porisalano's whole body was seen to be shining with light, and then it converged on his right hand, forming something like a mirror of light. The next second, a beam of light was emitted from the mirror of light. A Z-shaped orbit was formed, and that orbit was ultimately in front of Chen Fan. Porisalano's body quickly disappeared in place, and through this trajectory, he caught up with Chen Fan and stood in front of him. Chen Fan, have you ever been kicked by Guang? Porisalano still had the same tone that he didn't want to be beaten. Light continued to gather on his right leg, and then he kicked Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. Oh, have you ever been struck by thunder? Armed, thunder fist. Facing this quick blow, Chen Fan looked indifferent, and his fist was covered with destructive thunder and blasted forward. Boom! Terrifying thunder and extreme light collided like dragons at this moment. Suddenly, bursts of air explosions sounded in the air. How many meters did Chen Fan and Porisalano fly backwards? However, Chen Fan had no intention of fighting at all. With the flash of thunder, he transformed into elements and fled towards the horizon. But how could Porisalano just let him escape like this? The shining light kept attacking Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan could only fight and retreat at the same time. The speed was very slow. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Marine's support would definitely catch up. Thunder God Chen Fan, you can't run away this time, or give up and be captured by me. After all, your strength is too terrifying, and I don't want to fight you. Porisalano looked like he was in need of a beating. As he spoke, his right foot, which was condensed with light, contained powerful power and blasted towards Chen Fan's head. Then you might as well let me go. The terrifying thunder all over Chen Fan's body gathered on his right leg and swung it forward. Bang! For a moment, the two people's right feet carrying terrifying power collided together, radiating light and thunder. This won't work. Your talent and strength are too terrifying. Let you go. I won't be able to handle Fleet Admiral's affairs. Porisalano still looked like he needed a beating. Seeing Porisalano like this, Chen Fan was also a little speechless. He kept saying, "You are really scary, and you are more ruthless than anyone else." Too lazy to continue talking nonsense to him, Chen Fan's whole body shone with thunder, and then he ran away into the distance. Looking at this scene, Porisalano was a little confused. After all, Chen Fan can't get rid of him. At this speed, it won't take long for our support to catch up. What is his purpose? At this moment, Chen Fan also knew very well that he couldn't get rid of Porosalino at all. However, his purpose was never to get rid of Porosalino. Meanwhile, on the other side. At this time, Mihawk has been caught up by Kuzan. Mihawk looked at Kuzan, who was standing in front of him and covered with ice. He knew that there was no way he could run. Moreover, blindly escaping is not his style. Holding the supreme sharp sword, Black Blade Knight, Hawkeye Mihawk's sword intent has reached its peak. Feeling this extremely sharp momentum, Kuzan did not dare to underestimate it at all. The cold ice exploded in an instant, and even the surrounding temperature dropped. Ice skates. Kuzan exhaled a breath of cold air from his mouth, and then the wisp of cold air turned into an ice blade. Holding the ice blade tightly in his hand, Kuzan's body transformed into elements, and he slashed towards Mihawk at an extremely fast speed. With a cold expression and eagle eyes, Mihawk also held the black sword tightly in his right hand. It was extremely dark and powerful power was contained in it, and he headed straight forward. Clang! In an instant, the cold ice knife collided with the sharp black knife, and the sound of fighting and iron horses sounded, causing waves of air. Both of them are the type who don't talk much. For a moment, the two figures kept colliding in mid-air. A wisp of ice fell to the sea surface and condensed into small ice cubes. Streams of sword energy scattered on the sea, and countless waves exploded. Both of them tried their best, without any reservation, as time passed by. Bloody fighting, fierce fighting, punches to the flesh. Drops of blood flow into the sea. Hey, hey! Two very heavy gasps sounded, and there was a ferocious sword wound on Kuzan's chest, while Mihawk was even more embarrassed, with scars covering his body. There are some places on his arms and legs that have been frozen by ice. Even with his strength, there is nothing he can do to melt them away in a short time. Although it seems that the battle between the two is evenly matched, if the fight continues, Hawkeye and Mihawk's body will gradually be completely frozen by the ice. If this continues, the person who wins in the end will most likely be Kuzan. Mihawk's expression was solemn, and Mihawk also knew this. He was thinking about how to deal with this predicament. However, Kuzan would not give him time to think. Call out! The body disappeared instantly, and as the ice raged, two frozen spears appeared on the hands. Kuzan held a frozen spear and attacked Mihawk at an extremely fast speed. There was no time to hesitate. Mihawk held the supreme sharp knife tightly in both hands, covered it with the third stage of armed domineering, and attacked directly. Clang! In an instant, ice splashed everywhere, the two started fighting again, and the sound of explosions in the sky continued to sound. The speed of the two was so fast that if an ordinary person were here, they would only see two afterimages constantly colliding. On the other side, Chen Fan kept running away into the distance at this moment, and his body was already covered with tiny wounds. There is no way, the strength is originally between the two, one runs away and the other attacks, it is easy to imagine who will be at a disadvantage. At this time, Porosalino still didn't understand what Chen Fan was thinking, but he was not in a hurry and just chased Chen Fan. Because, everyone in Zifa is about to rush over through the paper of life. It's terrible, Thunder God Chen Fan, so strong at such a young age. However, you will most likely have to stay here today. A lewd smile appeared on the corner of Porosalino's mouth, and he stretched out his hands and moved forward. In an instant, two laser beams contained powerful power and attacked Chen Fan at extremely fast speeds. Chen Fan had no intention of confronting him head-on. With his body elementalized, Chen Fan relied on his powerful domineering power to dodge these two attacks. Boom! The next second, these two laser beams produced a violent explosion in the sky, causing a burst of smoke. Seeing the mocking and lewd look on Porosalino's face, Chen Fan looked a little ugly, thinking that this guy really deserves a beating. Chapter 60. If I wasn't afraid of the marine reinforcements coming, I would have had a good fight with this guy and left him with some injuries. Just when Borsellino behind him was about to continue his attack, Chen Fan suddenly stopped escaping towards the horizon and rushed directly downwards. When he saw the 79 islands formed by the mangrove trunks, Borsellino's expression suddenly became ugly, because he probably guessed why Chen Fan was running away frantically. It is very likely that Chen Fan wants to use the lives of ordinary people to threaten himself. At this moment, Chen Fan had a smile on his face. After running for so long, he finally arrived. He headed straight for the nearest island. Borsellino, who was behind, chased closely, his whole body shining with light, and holding the Tiankanjiun sword in his right hand, he attacked Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. With a cold expression and the power of thunder gathered on his fist, Chen Fan turned around and punched forward with his right fist containing great power. Boom! In an instant, the two attacks collided with each other like dragons, causing an explosion, and the two men flew back several meters. Afterwards, without any hesitation, Chen Fan, with lightning flashing, rushed towards the island full of buildings below at the fastest speed. At this moment, on Island 73, there are ordinary people, as well as pirates, merchants, nobles, etc. The sound of the explosion just now also attracted the attention of people walking on the streets of the island. They all looked up and saw a thunderous figure and a shining figure, one fleeing and the other chasing. Who are those two up there? They're actually flying in the sky, and one of them is covered in lightning. I know the one behind him. He seems to be Marine Vice Admiral Borsellino. As for the one being chased, I don't know who he is. You don't know this? That's the recently famous thunder god, Chen Fan. It is said that he is the only one who broke the myth of Impel Down. I've heard of him too. He's less than 20 years old, but he already has the ability to defeat a lieutenant general. Such talent is too terrifying. The people below were discussing the identities of the two people. At the same time, Chen Fan also arrived at a place 100 meters away from the island. Endless thunder punishment. Blue thunder gathered all over his body, and Chen Fan waved his hands upwards. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder flashed in it. The next second, wisps of lightning as thick as arms fell from the sky, carrying terrible power and blasting towards the people on the island. The people, nobles, and pirates on the island were stunned by the scene that seemed to destroy the island, and they immediately fled frantically. On the other side, Borsellino looked at this scene with an extremely ugly expression. He didn't expect Chen Fan to really do this. Without hesitation, his body turned into an element and immediately appeared several meters above the island. Laser beam. Borsellino's whole body was shining with light. He waved his hands forward, and in an instant, beams of light shot out and rushed straight towards the destructive thunder. Boom! Thunder and light collided continuously, the sound of explosions continued to ring out, causing ripples in the air, smoke rising, and the sky and the earth changing color. Countless tiny bolts of lightning fell down, and the houses on the street collapsed, turning into ruins. Some unlucky people were even affected, crushed by houses, or hit by tiny bolts of lightning. Suddenly. Help! Who will save me? Help! I don't want to die yet. Who saves me? I will give him all my money. Screams and calls for help continued to sound below. At this moment, Borsellino's face was extremely ugly. Although he could block Chen Fan's attack, the aftermath of the two attacks alone was not something that these ordinary people could withstand. How about it? Now call Kuzan and ask him to let my hawk go. You have to disappear from my sight and let me go. Or there is another option to choose all the people on this island to be buried with me. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips, wisps of thunder surrounded his body, and a giant thunder ball of several meters was born on his right hand, looking like it was about to be struck down at any time. His expression fell into hesitation, and Borsellino knew that if he couldn't catch Chen Fan this time, it would be even more difficult next time. And with this guy's terrifying talent, if there are no accidents, his power will only get stronger every time. For a moment, even Porisalino had no idea. After pondering for a second, he immediately took out the phone bug in his arms and started dialing. Fleet Admiral Office, saw it was a red phone bug, he immediately borrowed it. Fleet Admiral, Chen Fan is currently in the Sabayati Islands, threatening me with the lives of ordinary people on this island to let him go with my hawk. Otherwise, he will let the whole island be buried with the two of them. Porisalino quickly reported the situation. Hearing this situation, Cyborg Kong's face instantly turned ugly. He didn't expect that Chen Fan would be so ruthless at such a young age, threatening them with the people of an island. How well have you considered it? If you don't make a decision quickly, all the people on this island will die here. Chen Fan said with a smile on his face. He clearly knew that the longer time passed, the more dangerous he would be. Fleet Admiral Office. After hesitating for a few seconds, Cyborg Kong felt that it was not a bad deal to sacrifice the lives of ordinary people on an island to kill Chen Fan. After all, if Chen Fan grows up in the future, the threat to Marine will be more than just an island. Thinking of this, Cyborg Sora gave an order to Porisalino. Don't worry about it. To save the lives of ordinary people on this island, we must hold this guy Chen Fan back and prevent him from escaping. Zifa is almost here. Hearing this, Porisalino's face was a little ugly. He didn't expect Cyborg Sora to choose this. However, after much hesitation, he still chose to obey the order. Receive. After hanging up the phone, Porisalino's whole body shone with light, and the Tian Kong Yun sword appeared on his right hand. On the other side, Chen Fan looked at this scene with an ugly expression. He had already guessed the outcome. He didn't expect Marine to be so cruel. Your world government, what justice it is really ridiculous. I think you are just the lackeys of the celestial dragons. Chen Fan mocked. Needless to say so much, you will definitely stay here today. Porisalino rarely speaks in a normal tone, which shows that he also has some opinions on Cyborg Sora Fleet Admiral's decision. Well, let the ordinary people on these islands bury me with me. As thunder surrounded him, Chen Fan's body disappeared instantly, preparing to let the ordinary people on the island below be buried with him. Chapter 61. Although I know that my plan is likely to fail, I still want to try and see if Marine is fooling me. The moment Chen Fan rushed down, Porisalino's whole body shone with light and he chased after him. When they were about to reach the island ground, their expressions changed at the same time. Chen Fan was excited, while Porisalino's face was very ugly. Because the two of them saw a man in the house at the same time, wearing a bubble hood and white clothes, huddled in the corner. Only the Tianlong people in one piece would wear this kind of outfit. Holy Rose Waiter was walking arrogantly on the street with two guards, but he encountered a fight between Porisalino and Chen Fan, and his two guards were directly blasted into ashes in the aftermath of the battle. As a result, he was stunned for a while and could only stay in the house at a loss. Without hesitation, Chen Fan thought to himself that he seemed to be lucky. He immediately rushed towards the Tianlong man as fast as possible. At this moment, Porisalino couldn't catch up at all. He originally thought of opening a distance to hold Chen Fan down, so he didn't chase too closely. Now it was impossible to catch up at the last moment. But when Chen Fan was less than 100 meters away from St. Rose Waiter, an extremely strong sense of death threat came from behind Chen Fan. Without daring to hesitate, Chen Fan immediately turned around. A black fist covered with the fourth stage of armed domineering energy, carrying the power to destroy all things, blasted towards him at an extremely fast speed. The person who took action was Zifa, who had just arrived. As soon as he came over, he saw that Chen Fan was going to catch the Tianlong man, so he took action with all his strength. This terrifying power made Chen Fan feel death. His instinct told him that he could not block it forcefully. You must know that Zifa has not lost his arm yet, nor is he old and frail in the future. He is still a general level combatant. The power of Zifa's full punch can be imagined. With an extremely ugly face and tense nerves, Chen Fan wanted to leave in elemental form, but at such a close distance, it seemed a bit too late. Am I about to die? No, no. I haven't become the king of this world yet, I haven't reached the top yet, I can't die like this. Facing the threat of death, a powerful force in Chen Fan's body seemed to break through the barrier and burst out. A force like a spiritual attack spread to the surroundings, and the powerful aura caused ordinary people hundreds of meters around to fall into a coma. At the same time, Zifa, who was about to punch him, paused for a few tenths of a second. In these few tenths of a second, Chen Fan's body completely transformed into elements, lightning flashed, and disappeared from the place. He awakened Conqueror's Haki at the last moment. Boom! The black fist containing terrifying power hit the ground heavily. In an instant, the ground shook and mountains shook, countless gravel flew across, dust flew everywhere, and a deep pit of more than 10 meters appeared on the entire ground. It can be seen from this that how powerful is Zifa's punch? If Chen Fan received this punch firmly, he would be seriously injured even if he was not dead. On the other side, Chen Fan, who had awakened Conqueror's Haki at the critical moment and dodged the blow, had arrived next to Saint Rosewater 100 meters away. Under his somewhat frightened expression, Chen Fan directly held his neck and lifted him up, his eyes full of indifference. However, Chen Fan did not use much force. He just wanted to trap Rosewater Saint and prevent him from escaping. Otherwise, if you accidentally kill this guy, your bargaining chip will be gone. On the other side, Zifa and Porosalino, who were watching this scene, looked extremely ugly and a little surprised. Especially Zifa, he didn't expect this little guy to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Even though he was unprepared, he was shocked for a few tenths of a second. What surprised him the most was this little guy's Conqueror's Haki. He had just awakened, but he was very strong. Otherwise, even if I am completely unprepared, it is impossible to shock me for a few tenths of a second. Let me go, you humble slave, bug. I am a descendant of the noble creator. If you let me go, I can spare your life and let you be my slave. Saint Rosewater tried hard to take Chen Fan's hand away with both hands, but how could it be possible with his strength? What a waste! Chen Fan looked at Saint Rosewater with an indifferent expression. Just this look in his eyes made Saint Rosewater feel fear and fear. One of you is a general and the other is a lieutenant general, right? Please help me, I'm a celestial dragon. Saint Roswald quickly asked Zifa and Porosalino for help. Chen Fan, let go of the Tianlong people. Zifa looked at Chen Fan with majestic eyes, and the powerful aura on his body pressed against him. However, it has no effect on Chen Fan. General Zifa, what kind of joke are you talking about? This is what I need to survive, how could I let it go? I have to say, I am so lucky to come across this kind of miscellaneous food. Chen Fan looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. Let me go, you humble ant, I am a noble god. Saint Rosewater is still babbling non-stop. Chen Fan was a little irritated when he heard this, so he squeezed Saint Rosewater's neck with a little force. For a moment, Saint Rosewater was speechless, his face began to turn livid, and he kept struggling with his hands and feet. Seeing this scene, Zifa and Porosalino, who looked ugly, quickly shouted to stop. Wait a minute, how can you let the Tianlong people go? Zifa clenched his fists and looked at Chen Fan with some reluctance in his eyes. He knew that the next initiative was likely to be in Chen Fan's hands. Zifa and Porosalino wanted to kill this Tianlong man at this time. They were almost successful, but you guys showed up here and Chen Fan directly reversed the situation. It's very simple, let me go, and now call Kuzan and let my crew, Hawkeye my hawk go, so that I can let this Draco go. Otherwise, prepare to collect his body. Chen Fan looked at the two of them with a smile on his face and stopped using his right hand. Call. Saint Rosewater kept breathing heavily. The feeling of suffocation just now really made him almost die. Zifa and Porisalino looked hesitant, they did not want to miss this opportunity. Oh, why are you still thinking about this? You have to hurry up, otherwise I'm afraid I might accidentally force myself. Chen Fan smiled and looked at the two of Porisalino, and then looked at Saint Rosewater. It seems that those two don't want you to survive, so I'll send you on your way. Chapter 62. You two, Marine, are sick, right? Laozi is a noble celestial dragon. If anything happens to Laozi, you will all be dead. Saint Rosewater has learned his lesson now and does not dare to yell at Chen Fan, but he still dares to deal with Marine. Faced with such insults, Zifa and Porisalino looked a little ugly. However, as Marines, it is also one of their responsibilities to protect the celestial dragons, which leaves them with no choice. Porisalino, call Fleet Admiral and explain the situation. Zifa forcibly suppressed his anger and said. Feeling helpless, Porisalino could only take out the microphone from his arms again and start playing. Hurry, my patience is limited. Chen Fan looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. At this moment, Zifa wanted to rush over and kill Chen Fan directly, but looking at the Tianlong man tightly grasped by him, he could only endure it. Fleet Admiral Office. At this moment, Cyborg Sora was also waiting anxiously. When he saw the call from the phone bug, he thought it was good news and immediately picked up the call. After the call was connected, Brusolino's voice came from the other side of the phone. Fleet Admiral, something unexpected happened. A celestial dragon appeared here. Chen Fan caught him and threatened us that if we don't let him and my hawk go, the celestial dragon will be buried with him. What did you say? The Tianlong people were captured. Hearing this, Cyborg Kong was stunned for a moment. Yes, empty Fleet Admiral, what do we do now? Porisalino changed his usual wretched tone and adopted a very serious tone. At this time, Cyborg Sora was deep in thought, clenching his fists. He was unwilling to let Chen Fan go with such a good opportunity, but if the Tianlong people died under Chen Fan's hands, I can't explain myself in front of the 5 elders. Hesitating all the time, Cyborg Kong had no choice but to make a decision immediately. Other side. Hurry up, have we discussed it yet? Otherwise, this guy will die here. Chen Fan urged the two of them, and then looked at Saint Rosewater with a fierce expression. That cold look in his eyes was like that of a tiger. Saint Rosewater was immediately frightened, and he immediately shouted. What are you Marines thinking? Your world government needs to protect us Dracos. What are you losers hesitating about? Hurry up and promise him to save me. Hearing these insults, Zifa and the two looked very ugly. Cyborg Kong, who was far away in the Fleet Admiral office, also heard it through the phone bug. Well. Sighing, Cyborg Sora finally decided that there was nothing he could do. If the celestial dragon died because we Marine did not save him, he would have no way to explain to the 5 elders. Let go, my hawk and Chen Fan, save the Tianlong people. When Cyborg Sora said this order, his face was full of reluctance and his fists were clenched. Receive. Porisalino originally wanted to say something, but after thinking about it for a while, he still didn't say it and just replied, copy that. Did you hear that? Fleet Admiral has announced an order. As long as you ensure the safety of the Draco people, we will let you go with my hawk. Zifa also clenched his fists, looking like he wanted to take action but could only hold back, and looked at Chen Fan and said. It's really interesting. Just now I threatened the civilians of an island, and you didn't even hesitate. You were ready to take action after hesitating. Now that I'm just a Tianlong, you actually chose to let me go. World government is worthy of being a symbol of justice. Chen Fan mocked. Okay, what should our world government do? It's not your turn as a pirate to speak. Zifa also felt a little ashamed in his heart. The same goes for Porosalino on the side. Porosalino called Kuzan and asked him to let my hawk go. Zifa said to Porosalino, who was standing aside. Knowing he had no choice, Porosalino dialed his tiny phone again. At this moment, on the other side, the battle between Kuzan and Mihawk has come to an end. At this time, Mihawk's body was full of scars, and blood was constantly flowing from his body. Hey, hey! Panting heavily, his hands holding Heidei were shaking a little, but his eyes were still so sharp. Although Kuzan on the opposite side was also injured and had several ferocious sword wounds on his body, his condition was much better than that of Mihawk. Until now, Kuzan has the upper hand in the battle. If this continues, Mihawk will be defeated soon. The two faced each other in mid-air, even though they knew they would probably lose. However, with the character of Mihawk, he would never surrender. He held the black knife forcibly, with the sword intent on his body soaring to the sky, as if he was ready to fight again. The same goes for Kuzan on the opposite side. Cold ice covered his whole body, and a strong sense of oppression swept over him. Gilu, Gilu. At this time, the phone bug in Kuzan's arms rang. After thinking for a while, he picked it up because it was a black phone bug. The phone is ringing, which means there is an emergency. I'm capturing Mihawk, what's wrong? Kuzan answered the call, looking directly at Mihawk. Let go, Mihawk, Chen Fan captured the celestial dragons and threatened us to let them go. This is Fleet Admiral's order. Porosalino's obscene voice sounded from the other side. Hearing this, Kuzan was stunned for a second. Mihawk would not let go of this opportunity. He held the black knife and was about to attack. Suddenly, the phone bug in his arms rang. Thinking that not many people knew his phone number, Mihawk also stopped and answered the phone. I've captured the Tianlong people and threatened Marine to let us go. You can leave directly. Kuzan doesn't dare to chase you. If he continues to chase you, call me immediately. Good. Hearing what his captain said, Mihawk responded, glanced at Kuzan, and found that after he answered the phone, he really had no intention of doing anything again. Then Mihawk turned around and left. Although he would not admit defeat, it did not mean that he wanted to die. Kuzan on the opposite side looked at this scene with some reluctance, but he could not disobey Fleet Admiral's order. A few minutes later, the other side. Zifa looked at Chen Fan, who was arrogant at this time and couldn't help it. Is it okay now? Mihawk has left safely. Can you let the Tianlong people go? That's right, let me go. Before Chen Fan could speak, Saint Rose Waiter, who was firmly grasped by him, shouted anxiously. Shut up, if you say one more nonsense, I will break your neck. Chen Fan stared directly at Saint Rose Waiter with his fierce eyes. Chapter 63. Seeing that devil-like gaze, Saint Rose Waiter immediately shut up. Although he was arrogant, he was not a fool. He still cherished his life. Of course you can let him go, but you too have to leave. Get out of my sight. Otherwise, if I let this Tianlong man go, if you catch up again, I won't be able to escape. Chen Fan said to the two of them with a smile on his face. It's impossible. If both of us are gone, we can't guarantee the safety of the Tianlong people. If you kill the Tianlong people, then we won't be able to stop you. Zifa refused directly. In that case, Porosalino is out of my sight. General Zifa, you stay here and I will hand over the heavenly dragons to you. Otherwise, let's die together. Chen Fan's expression became fierce. He didn't want to waste any more time. He knew that if he wasted too much time, it was very likely that Marine would form a circle around him, and he would really not be able to escape. Okay, Porosalino, you leave first. Zifa gritted his teeth and said this. At this time, he wanted to punch this Tianlong man to death. He was a great general, because this Tianlong man was completely led by this little guy. This was a great shame and humiliation for Zifa. Porisalano on the side heard what General Zifa said, and he could only leave obediently. The golden light shining all over his body, and the next second, Porisalano disappeared in the sky. After 5 or 6 minutes, until no more shadows could be seen at all, Chen Fan relaxed a little. Is that okay now? Zifa looked at Chen Fan. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to help but take action. Of course you can. Chen Fan smiled, and then looked at the Tianlong people. At this moment, the Tianlong people looked at this malicious look and panicked. What are you going to do? Didn't you say you want to let me go? Of course I have to let you go. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he directly threw the Tianlong man towards the sea. Call out! Then the thunder flashed and flew directly into the sky. Zifa, who was on the opposite side, did not expect Chen Fan to do this. He originally thought that after Chen Fan released the Tianlong people, he would use all his strength to chase him and see if he could catch up. Zifa did not expect this situation now. He looked at the Tianlong people who were about to fall into the sea, and then looked at the thundering figure that was about to disappear into the horizon. After hesitating for a second, Zifa still chose to save the Tianlong people. Bang! In an instant, Zifa's whole body was surging with blood, and his body disappeared instantly. It can be imagined that if he explodes to the limit in a short period of time, his speed will definitely be very scary in a short period of time. When the Tianlong man was about to fall into the sea water, Zifa appeared on the sea surface in time, grabbed his clothes with one hand and brought him to the shore. You trash, it took you so long to save me. Laozi is a celestial dragon. What if I get hurt? It's all over for you. After being rescued, Saint Rosewater continued to curse. As a marine general, Zifa had a look of displeasure on his face. He could only pretend that he didn't hear him, put him on the island, then made a phone call, ordered someone to pick him up, and left directly. Zifa didn't want to listen to this BD talking anymore. On the other side, Chen Fan did not dare to stop at all. Thunder surrounded him at extremely fast speeds. He looked at the baggage behind him and thought that fortunately Porisalano didn't want these things to be destroyed or scattered during the battle. Otherwise, I have no choice but to carry this burden while fighting. After about 20 minutes, Chen Fan was sure that no one from Marine was catching up, and then he slowly stopped. When he was on the road just now, he had already called my hawk to wait for him on a small island that they had previously recorded with a recording pointer. Now Chen Fan has arrived on this small island. The island is in the middle of the sea, only a few thousand meters square, with dense forests on it, and half of the entire island is green. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately descended in the direction of the island. As the thunder came, my hawk, who was sitting on a rock to rest, noticed the movement and was about to stand up. He immediately felt the terrifying power of thunder, and then continued to do it. How about it? Chen Fan looked at my hawk, who was covered in injuries, and thought that he really had to find a ship doctor. It's okay, nothing serious. My hawk replied coldly. Although he seemed to have many wounds on his body, they were not fatal. When my hawk said that there was no serious injury, Chen Fan's whole body flashed with thunder and disappeared, heading towards the forest. A few minutes later, he came back with the carcass of an elephant. Then, Chen Fan started to light a fire and cook barbecue. After a few minutes, the smell of meat came to my nose. Okay, let's eat together. Chen Fan said to my hawk. There was no refusal. My hawk, who had been fighting for so long, naturally felt hungry. Then we sat down together and started enjoying the food. Chen Fan beside you has been very hungry for a long time, and you have already begun to eat meat. The moment you eat the food, a tiny stream of heat emanated from Chen Fan's body, like dew after the rain, continuously repairing his injuries and weakly enhancing his physical fitness. Although it is only a little bit, over time, it will definitely reach a very terrifying point. Half an hour later, my hawk was full after eating only 5 or 6 kilograms. Chen Fan ate most of the entire elephant by himself. You can imagine how much he ate. However, Chen Fan didn't care about this, because many powerful people in the pirate world have big appetites. On the other side, Marine Headquarters. In Fleet Admiral's office, Cyborg Sora's face was very gloomy at this time. He did not expect such a good opportunity, and he could seize the opportunity together with Thunder God Chen Fan and Hawkeye my hawk, and he was just given up by that Tianlong man. Destroyed. Cyborg was so angry that he wanted to scold his mother. Zifa and Porisanino, who were sitting across from him, also had very ugly expressions. Even Polosanino, who had always been lazy, felt a little pity. After all, he was mainly responsible for this matter. If he didn't catch it this time, he would have to put in more effort to do it next time. It's really troublesome, Porisanino sighed secretly, thinking to himself that he just wanted to clock out. Why is it so difficult? No, this Chen Fan's talent is too terrifying. If he continues like this, when he grows up, he will definitely become another formidable enemy of our marine. Moreover, this guy will do whatever it takes to stay alive, even threatening us with the lives of civilians. We cannot let him grow any longer. Now, Chen Fan will be arrested at the highest level. Zifei will lead the team to arrest Chen Fan and increase his bounty to 1.4 billion. After much hesitation, Cyborg Kong finally decided to let a general spend his time to capture Chen Fan. He didn't want to see how Chen Fan would grow up in the future. Chapter 64. Yes. Zifa also knows how unscrupulous this little guy Chen Fan is, so he must not let such a person grow up. Porisanino, who was on the side, was still a little happy when he heard Cyborg Sora's decision. At least now he didn't have to be responsible for this trouble. 2 days later. The sun was scorching in the sky, the sea breeze was blowing, and the Thor was soaring in the new world. At this time, 2 figures rushed towards the Thor from the horizon. As the thunder scattered, Monet, who was training, already knew that Chen Fan was back. "Brother, are you injured in any way?" Monet immediately rushed forward and hugged Chen Fan. "Don't worry, no." Chen Fan replied, and then after getting rid of Monet, he unpacked the baggage he brought this time. He first looked at the 7 devil fruits, and then said to Lafitte beside him, "Choose a devil fruit. There are 2 paramecia fruits and 5 animal fruits. I suggest you choose this one. Door fruit." Why did Chen Fan know what these devil fruits were? Of course, he found a devil fruit illustrated book along the way. When he saw that one of the paramecia devil fruits turned out to be the gate fruit, he was instantly surprised. He thought to himself that he was lucky. This fruit seemed to have been eaten by one of the CP9 people. Now in this timeline, that guy probably hasn't eaten it yet, and he just happened to get it. Chen Fan originally wanted to give this door fruit to my hawk. In this case, its strength can be further improved. As for the question of whether he would be surpassed, Chen Fan didn't panic at all. You know, at his current age, he is still in the period of rapid growth in strength, plus the thunder fruit and the cheat that slowly increases his physical fitness. And if you train for more than 13 hours a day, if you can't compare to others, you can just kill yourself with a piece of tofu. However, when my hawk learned about the effect of this fruit, he hesitated for a few seconds and said, this fruit was not suitable for him, so he rejected Chen Fan. Chen Fan thought about it and was right. My hawk was so powerful that he became the world's greatest swordsman, and he didn't find a single devil fruit to eat. There are only 2 possibilities. First, he doesn't want to eat devil fruit, and second, his requirements are extremely high. Lafitte looked at the dragon fruit-like devil fruit that Chen Fan recommended to him, and he took it in his hand. Afterwards, Chen Fan introduced Lafitte to the effect of this devil fruit and its development direction. Is it the door fruit? It's pretty good. Lafitte looked at this devil fruit and listened to Chen Fan's development direction. I was also moved, and after thinking for a few seconds, I ate the door fruit. When he took the first bite, Lafitte immediately felt the unpleasant taste like shit, spreading in his mouth, and he almost couldn't help but vomit. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Monet fell to the ground and laughed. She had also eaten a devil fruit, so she naturally knew how unpalatable this devil fruit was. After a while, Lafitte finally came to his senses. Later, Lafitte began to test the ability of this devil fruit. He stretched out his right hand and touched the air in front of him. In an instant, a gate appeared. However, it only lasted for a few seconds before the gate disappeared. There was no way Lafitte had just eaten the devil fruit, so he could only do this. Lafitte looked at the ability to appear a gate out of thin air, and Chen Fan's introduction just now. He couldn't help but look forward to how powerful this fruit would be after it was developed. What about me, big brother? Monet saw that Lafitte had a devil fruit and wondered if he had a gift. Hearing that Monet was asking for something, Chen Fan took out a gravity bracelet from his bag. I brought this for you. Chen Fan handed the gravity bracelet to Monet. Brother, what is this? Monet looked at this round gravity bracelet with great curiosity. This is a gravity bracelet. Do you see the button in the middle? As long as you press it, you can feel gravity. The two buttons on the left and right are for adjusting gravity. Of course, you can't use it yet. The lightest one is 10 tons, and the maximum can be adjusted to 15 tons. Chen Fan said to him that he forgot to bring a lighter one to Monet. All right. Although Monet heard that he couldn't use it yet, his face was still full of happiness. After all, there was a gift. Chen Fan looked at the endless sea and the Thor on the sea. He was quite satisfied with the talent and strength of the 3 crew members he had recruited. As a navigator, Lafitte is already extremely good at possessing such combat power. Although Monet originally recruited her because of the Swexia fruit, this little guy trains very seriously and hard every day. In a few years, maybe it will really be a big help to me. As for my hawk, let alone the future #1 in the world, a great swordsman, his potential is undoubted, and his current strength has reached the level of an elite lieutenant general. It can be said that he is his biggest helper now. Captain, where are we going next? Lafitte asked looking at Chen Fan who was looking at the sea in the distance. Hearing this question, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. This time, Marine directly sent Porisalino and General Zifa to arrest him. If I hadn't temporarily realized Conqueror's haki, and met that idiot Tian Long. This time it was really bad. Moreover, if he escapes this time, Marine will definitely increase his arrest efforts, and may even directly send a general to catch him. If he continues to cause a big sensation in the New World, with his current strength as an elite lieutenant general, the risk factor is too high. It's better to develop a wave and increase my strength. If there is no news from Marine for too long, it will definitely reduce the intensity of capture. First find an uninhabited island and train to increase your strength. Chen Fan said to the 3 of them. The 3 of them didn't have any objections. They also knew that they were still too immature and at the height of their popularity. It would be too dangerous if they continued. Copy that, Captain. Lafitte began to drive the Thor toward the rear. At the same time, Zifa continued to search for traces of Chen Fan in the New World. During this period, he gave up accepting all other tasks. But Chen Fan and his Thunder God pirates seemed to have disappeared on the sea, with no news at all. 2 months later, the New World became increasingly chaotic. Cyborg and Kong had no choice but to ask Zifa to terminate the mission of capturing Chen Fan and concentrate on dealing with other big pirates. A year and a half later. Chapter 65. West Blue, an unknown small island. The island was filled with endless thunder. A streak of blue thunder was concentrated on a young man in the center of the island who had black hair and delicate features like those cut by a knife. Along with that, the young man sitting in the center of the island opened his eyes, and those eyes contained thunder of destruction, which emanated from conquerors. In an instant, all creatures on the island felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, a deep sense of fear in their hearts. Most of the animals in the forest fainted directly, and some of the stronger ones fell to their knees and trembled continuously. The thunder of destruction kept flashing in the sky, and the entire island seemed to have turned into a world of thunder. What a terrible scene it was! In the center of countless thunders, Chen Fan slowly stood up. Part of the thunder surrounding him was actually purple. The next second, endless thunder gathered on Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Accompanied by the roar of thunder, in an instant, Chen Fan's whole body seemed to be covered with a thunder coat, and the surrounding was shining with destructive thunder. At this moment, Chen Fan was floating in the air, and he could feel that the thunder was completely controlled by him at will. Standing proudly in the air, there was a large dark cloud above Chen Fan, with thunder roaring continuously, and the island below had turned into a sea of thunder. Chen Fan's whole body was shining with the thunder of destruction, his pupils were blue, his hair was flying wildly, and he stood in the middle like a thunder god. After a year and a half, Chen Fan not only cultivated his observation haki and armament haki to the third stage peak, but also his understanding of Conqueror's haki became deeper. The most important thing is that the Thor mode has also been developed to the second stage. On the coast, Monet and Lafitte, who were sitting on the Thor, were a little confused when they saw Chen Fan, who was like a thunder god in the center of thunder. Only Hawkeye my hawk remained a little calm. Big brother, this is too scary. I feel like the destructive thunder was completely used by you, big brother. Monet couldn't help but sigh. The captain is getting stronger and stronger. I really hope we can stir up trouble on this sea soon. Lafitte smiled. He joined the Thunder God Pirates because Chen Fan told him that he wanted to change the world. This sea would definitely be rebuilt in the chaos. That's why Lafitte came on board. My hawk, the eagle eye standing by, did not show any surprise on his face, but he knew best about Chen Fan's current strength and his terrifying talent. During this year and a half, the two of them had fought and sparred with each other dozens of times, and without exception, my hawk was always slightly inferior to Chen Fan. Now this Thor mode, which contains powerful strength, can't help but make Hawkeye my hawk feel a sense of urgency. He doesn't want to be pulled further away. Above the center of the island. After testing the second stage of Thor's mode, Chen Fan fell directly from mid-air. Thunder scattered across the earth, and as a god-like and devil-like figure walked out, the thunder on the entire island slowly dissipated, and the king's aura also slowly dissipated. The animals that were still awake in the forest also felt that the mountain that was pressing on their bodies had disappeared. After they were able to move again, they immediately ran towards the edge of the island, not daring to stop for a moment. After returning to the island, Chen Fan stood there, covered with powerful domineering energy. In an instant, the flow of animal aura on the entire island was completely felt by him. You know, although this island is a small island, it is at least tens of thousands of meters long. How did Chen Fan, who was only at the third stage of his knowledge and domination, reach such a far distance? In the past year and a half, Chen Fan spent most of his time developing the Thunder Fruit ability. In addition to developing the second stage of the Thunder God mode, he also developed the Heart Network. Of course, there is another magical function. Chen Fan had a whim a year ago and wondered if he could try using thunder to refine his body. As he kept trying, within 2 months, Chen Fan was able to use thunder to exercise his body. Trace amounts of thunder entered the body and continuously stimulated the activity of the body and cells. This thunder body refining combined with the green heat flow can be said to have caused earth-shaking changes in Chen Fan's physical fitness. The most intuitive expression is that a year and a half ago, Chen Fan was almost able to train with a 10-ton gravity bracelet. Now he has doubled his weight and needs to use a 20-ton gravity bracelet to train. It can be said that a year and a half ago, Chen Fan was weaker than Sakazuki in terms of physical skills and physical fitness due to his age. Now it can be said that it is not bad at all, or even surpassed. You must know that Chen Fan is only 18 years old this year, and his physical fitness and strength are still in the ascending stage. With the dual blessing of thunder body forging and green heat flow, it is difficult to imagine what level Chen Fan's physical strength will reach in a few years. Then he might have a chance to match Kaido's physical fitness. After putting away his heart net, Chen Fan clenched his fists and felt the powerful power of his body. A year and a half ago, he was only at the level of an elite lieutenant general. Now he has reached the peak of the third stage of dual domineering, coupled with the increase in physical fitness and the development of the second stage of Thor mode. Chen Fan can now be said to have reached the combat power of a quasi-general. As the thunder dissipated, Monet and the other three also ran over from the ship. "Big brother, you have become stronger again, so powerful," Monet said and rushed over to hug Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at Monet hugging him, feeling a little helpless. He thought to himself why he felt that this little girl was getting more and more clingy to him. "Captain, where should we go next, and then train on this island?" Lafitte asked. Mihawk, who was on the side, also turned around. He couldn't wait to find a sword master for a duel, but now he felt a bottleneck. If you continue training, it will take a long time to make a big breakthrough. The same goes for Chen Fan at this moment. He wants to break through the two-color domineering to the fourth stage. If he continues training blindly, it will take a long time. It is necessary to go through fierce battles and break through the limits, so as to speed up the breakthrough and further enhance the strength. Hearing this question, Chen Fan looked ahead, at the blue sea. In this year and a half, in addition to his own strength, he has reached the level of quasi-general. Lafitte's strength has also reached the level of a lieutenant general in his headquarters. As for Hawkeye, Mihawk is a little weaker than himself, falling between the line between a quasi-general and an elite lieutenant general. Even the weakest Monet learned all 6 marine styles and life return in this year and a half. Chapter 66. It can be said that all of them have improved compared to a year and a half ago. Chen Fan thought that it had been a year and a half since there was no news about the Thor pirates on this sea. Maybe some people would think that they fell into the sea. After thinking about it, Chen Fan turned around, looked at everyone and said, "It's time to leave and set off for the new world. In this chaotic era, one of the emperors must be left to us, the Thor pirates." "Okay, great, we can finally go out for a walk." Monet's face was full of excitement. Lafitte and Mihawk also felt a little excited. Lafitte is because he can go to the sea to stir up troubles again. Mihawk is looking forward to a duel with a master of swordsmanship. Then, with the sea breeze blowing and the blue water flowing, the Thor sailed in the direction of New World. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. At this time, Chen Fan, who was training with thunder and lightning on the deck, suddenly stopped and looked in front of him. Because Chen Fan, through the heart network, discovered that there was a huge battle fluctuation right in front of him. Later, Chen Fan saw a dozen warships 10,000 meters directly in front of him. The most important thing was that they were all bombarding an island. It seems that he wants to destroy the entire island and make it disappear on the sea. This scene, combined with the current time, reminded Chen Fan that it was Marine who made the buster call to O'Hara. Boom, boom. With the loudest sound of artillery shells, the 3 Mihawks also noticed it, and they all looked forward. "Captain, there are more than a dozen warships ahead. Do we need to turn around and retreat?" Lafitte asked Chen Fan, who was standing aside. "Nature is about to pass. It's time for the sea to remember the name of our Thor pirates again. Otherwise, if we remain silent for too long, some people may forget it." Chen Fan looked at O'Hara, who was being destroyed, with a smile on his face. According to Chen Fan's memory, the 2 lieutenant generals leading the team this time were Sakisuke and Kuzan. This is also one of the reasons why Chen Fan chose the past. He just wanted to try, how strong is Sakisuke now? Do he have a chance to kill him? There is a second reason, that is, Chen Fan is also interested in knowing what is recorded in the historical text. So naturally he needs to find an expert. Copy that, Captain. After receiving the order, Lafitte drove the pirate ship in the direction of O'Hara as quickly as possible. When they were approaching O'Hara Island, the dozen or so warships also discovered this pirate ship. On the marine warship at the front, some soldiers did not recognize the pirate ship. What the hell is that pirate ship? Is it looking for death? Don't you see the dozen or so warships on our side? How dare you get close? It's just that these pirates are not only extremely vicious, but they also have bad brains. That's good. After completing the mission, you can also destroy a pirate ship. Some soldiers talked freely and felt that this pirate ship came here to seek death. At this time, some veterans saw the thunder flag hanging high on the pirate ship, and their pupils immediately changed and they recognized it. No, this is the Thor pirates, and Thunder God Chen Fan and Hawkeye my Hawk are also on board at this time. A soldier shouted instantly. This shout attracted many marine soldiers who were just talking. They also remembered this name, Thunder God Pirates. All of a sudden, most of the marines' faces changed drastically, and they no longer had the smiles they had before. They all knew that Chen Fan's methods were horrific. Not only did he kill a lieutenant general of the marine headquarters, he also directly destroyed a marine branch. Most importantly, he broke the myth that no one escaped from the Impel Down City. Major General, what should we do now? Lieutenant General Sakaski and Lieutenant General Kuzan are both on the island right now. A marine soldier said hurriedly to the Major General. Wait for me to notify Lieutenant General Sakaski and his men to come back. Don't act rashly. Thunder God Chen Fan is not someone we can handle. After the burly Major General with a crew cut finished speaking, he immediately took out a miniature Den Den Mushi from his arms. He first called Sakaski's Den Den Mushi. At this moment, O'Hara is among them. Gurgle gurgle. Sakaski, who had just destroyed the library's materials with magma, heard the miniature Den Den Mushi in his arms ringing. Without hesitation, Sakaski immediately picked up the Den Den Mushi. Vice Admiral Sakaski, the Thor has appeared in front of our fleet and is now less than a few kilometers away from us. Thor Chen Fan and Hawkeye my Hawk are both on board now. Requesting support. After the call was connected, the Major General's anxious voice was soon heard. What? Sakaski heard that the Thunder God Pirates and Chen Fan, who had disappeared for more than a year, suddenly appeared. After being stunned for a second, Sakaski's expression became fierce, and he clenched his fists, thinking, Chen Fan, you were hiding, and I couldn't find you. Now you show up to seek death, then I'll send you on your way. Then, he instructed the Major General on the other end of the Den Den Mushi, Major General Michael, do your best to hold back Thunder God Chen Fan. Don't let him escape. I'll be there in a few minutes. Also contact Lieutenant General Kuzan. After saying that, Sakaski hung up the Den Den Mushi, his entire body transformed into elements, turned into magma, and flew out of the island. He doesn't care how much it will cost Michael and the others to hold Chen Fan back. In his eyes, as long as he can catch the most heinous pirates, it is worth making a little sacrifice. At this time, Michael on the warship heard Sakaski's order and looked embarrassed. He knew very well that although they now had more than a dozen warships, they were of little use to Thunder God Chen Fan. If Thunder God Chen Fan and Hawkeye my Hawk really launched an attack on their fleet, they would not be able to hold out for long. The only way to hold back Thunder God Chen Fan is to rely on human lives. But they had to obey Lieutenant General Sakaski's orders. After all, Lieutenant General Sakaski was the commander-in-chief of this operation. Looking at the Thunder God pirates getting closer and closer to their fleet, Michael thought about contacting Vice Admiral Kuzan first. Otherwise, even Lieutenant General Sakaski would be helpless against two at one. Then, Michael dialed Den Den Mushi. At this time, on the coast of O'Hara, there were two people standing, one was covered with ice, and the other had a huge body. The two looked at each other and didn't speak for a while. At this time, gurgle gurgle. The den mushy in Kuzan's arms sounded. Kuzan, who was usually indifferent, felt a little annoyed when he heard the phone call. However, I still picked it up. Chapter 67. Lieutenant General Kuzan, the Thor pirates appeared in front of our warship. Thunder God Chen Fan and Hawkeye my Hawk are on top of it. Lieutenant General Sakazuki has already rushed back and needs support. On the other end of the phone, Michael's anxious voice came. When Kuzan heard the news, he was surprised that the Thor pirates appeared here. I also wanted to use this reason to let go of my friend Saren and the little girl who was desperately running away at this time. After much hesitation, as a Marine, Kuzan couldn't do this due to his responsibilities. My more important thing here is to capture Marine's rebellious Lieutenant General Saren. You tell Sakazuki that I've finished solving the problem here and will go over to help. Then, Kuzan hung up the phone. Saren on the other side also heard these words. He smiled bitterly and said nothing. He knew that everyone had their own ideas. Kuzan's principle as a Marine is that even if he is his friend, Kuzan will never let him go. On the other side, Michael's face was a little ugly after he hung up the phone. He looked at the Thor pirates getting closer and closer to the fleet, thinking about how to hold them back. At this time, the Thor pirates are on board. Chen Fan looked at the dozen or so warships ahead and frowned, because through his mind network, he discovered that neither Sakazuki nor Kuzan was on top of the dozen or so warships at this time. Obviously, Sakazuki and Kuzan should be on the island at this time. After thinking for a while, Chen Fan decided to go directly to the coast of the island. Turn around, go to the right, and go to the coast of this O'Hara Island. Chen Fan said to Lafitte. Copy that, Captain. Although Lafitte was a little confused as to why he suddenly changed direction and headed for O'Hara. However, Lafitte did not ask, but turned the boat around, because he knew that Chen Fan hated it when others questioned his decision. Then, accompanied by the sound of the propeller turning the sea water, the Thor directly changed direction and headed towards the coast of O'Hara Island at an extremely fast speed. On the other side, the Marine soldiers and officers who were waiting in full formation were also a little confused when they looked at the Thor that suddenly changed direction. However, Michael was relieved. At least now that Chen Fan was heading towards the island, he and others did not have to fight so hard. On the other side, Sakazuki was already heading away from the island at full speed. Gulu gulu. Hearing the phone bug's voice ring again, he didn't hesitate and immediately picked up the phone bug. Lieutenant General Sakazuki, the Thor suddenly changed direction and headed towards the coast of O'Hara. On the warship, Michael immediately reported the situation. Hearing this, Sakazuki was a little confused. Why did Chen Fan go to O'Hara? Could it be that these scholars on O'Hara are related in some way? After thinking for a few seconds, Sakazuki stopped thinking and hung up the phone. He didn't care what Chen Fan's purpose was in going to O'Hara. He must catch him this time. Boom! Countless boulders flew across the ground cracked, and flames burned. At this moment, O'Hara is still being bombarded by artillery fire. If this continues, in less than 10 minutes, the entire O'Hara will completely disappear into the ocean. O'Hara, on the coast, Kuzan and Saren have begun fighting, and this battle is completely one-sided. However, Kuzan, considering his past friendship, has always been merciful and not cruel. He was still persuading Saren, Saren, please go back with me now, and I can intercede with Fleet Admiral on your behalf. Ha 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 ha, no need, Kuzan, when you understand the darkness of world government like me, you will think the same as me. Saren laughed and said that it was impossible for him to go back to Marine at this time. His mind had already changed. At the same time, on the other side, Nico Robin, who was only 8 years old, was running desperately towards the ocean. There was a small wooden boat prepared for her by Saren on the sea. Kyuzan, whose whole body was covered with ice, looked at the obsessed Seiren and Nico Robin who was about to escape. His fists clenched and his expression changed somewhat. He finally decided not to hold back. As the extreme ice on Kyuzan's body completely spread, the surrounding temperature dropped a lot. Looking at Kyuzan's state, Salon knew that Kyuzan was about to attack with all his strength, which also meant that he might die soon. But he didn't regret it, he just hoped that Nico Robin could run out and leave the last spark of fire for O'Hara. I'm asking you one last time, Seiren. Surrender and come back with me. Take that little girl back personally. I will intercede on your behalf. Kyuzan looked directly at Salon. As a friend, he still wanted to give Salon one last chance. No need, Kyuzan. This child is O'Hara's last hope. I hope you can spare her life. Seiren said to Kyuzan with a smile, seemingly not afraid of his own life or death. After hearing this, Kyuzan stopped trying to persuade him. In an instant, an ice spear appeared on his right hand. The next second, his body transformed into elements, and Kyuzan disappeared from the spot in an instant, attacking Sarong. Although Seiren, whose body was covered with scars, knew that he was no match, he still had to fight to the death to give Nico Robin a chance to escape. The huge fist was covered with the second stage of armed domineering, and Sarong's pitch-black fist blasted forward. Bang! The ice spear and the huge fist collided together, and the powerful force caused Seiren to fall back. Then, Kyuzan continued his attack, and an ice spear appeared on his left hand. Two ice spears were thrown towards Sarong at extremely fast speeds and containing powerful power. With no time to dodge, Sarong could only block in front of him with armed domineering covering his arms. Bang! Bang! Terrible power, ice splashing everywhere. Seiren kept retreating, with ice remaining on his arms. The moment they fought, Sarong was completely at a disadvantage. There was nothing that could be done about it. Kyuzan's strength was already half a step away from reaching the quasi-general level, while Seiren was only an ordinary lieutenant general in the headquarters. The strength gap between the two was too huge. In addition, Sarong had been injured just now, so he seemed to have no strength to fight back during the fight. Before Seiren could stabilize his figure, Kyuzan's attack struck again. His fist was covered with ice, and his right fist slammed hard at Sarong's body. There was no way to avoid it. Bang! The terrifying power of ice caused Sarong's huge body to stumble back several steps. After stabilizing his body, poof! Salong spurted out a mouthful of blood, but thinking about the blow just now, he was seriously injured. Chapter 68. As soon as Salon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, Kyuzan's attack followed. Freeze moment! I saw Kyuzan's hands releasing extreme ice, and the terrible ice slowly froze Sarong's body. His expression was full of panic, and he wanted to resist, but Seiren was unable to break the power of the ice. The cold ice kept spreading from bottom to top and was about to completely freeze his entire body. At this time, Nico Robin, who was almost running to the coast, also saw this scene. No, Seiren! The young Nico Robin looked like half of his body had been frozen, his whole face was full of helplessness and despair, and he was shouting desperately. She stood still and wanted to help. She didn't want to see Seiren die like this, but with her strength, she couldn't help at all. Run! You are placing the hope of the whole O'Hara, run! Also, remember that your mother loves you. Seiren shouted desperately, and then his entire huge body was completely frozen and turned into an ice sculpture. Looking at this scene, Nico Robin's eyes kept shedding tears, and a painful and sad expression appeared on his face. Looking at Kyuzan who was determined to chase him, Nico Robin knew that she was placing the hope of the entire O'Hara, so she could only turn around and run away towards the coast desperately. But, with her speed, how could she possibly outrun Kyuzan? At this time, a pirate ship flying the Thunder flag appeared on the coast. When Kyuzan saw this pirate ship, he stopped suddenly. Go get this little girl on board. Chen Fan said to Monet on the side that he needed a guy who understood the text of history. Okay, big brother. Afterwards, Monet directly transformed into elements and disappeared on the spot, his whole body turned into ice and snow, and headed in the direction of Nico Robin. Kuzan, who saw this scene, wanted to rush over to stop this. His whole body was covered with ice, and the elements disappeared in place. But just halfway, the leg covered with the power of thunder kicked directly towards his body. Without any time to dodge, Kuzan was directly kicked by this powerful and heavy kick and was kicked several meters away before he could stabilize his body. The figure containing blue thunder appeared in front of Kuzan, and its eyes that were so cold that they swallowed everything looked directly at him. Kuzan, you can't make it through with me here. Chen Fan's face was full of calm, but his tone was unquestionable. Thunder God, Chen Fan. Kuzan looked at Chen Fan with a cold expression, but it was easy to tell from his clenched fists that Kuzan was angry. In an instant, the cold ice exploded, the surrounding temperature dropped, and the coast began to be covered with wisps of ice, as if it was about to turn into a world of ice. Interesting. On the other side, Chen Fan had a sneer on his lips, and the power of destructive thunder emitted in an instant, zit-zi-zi. The sound of thunder kept ringing around, and the terrifying power of thunder continued to spread. A few seconds later, the entire coast was half a world of ice and half a thundering ocean, forming a rivalry. Kuzan and Chen Fan looked at each other, and for a moment neither one chose to take the lead. On the other side, Monet also came to Nico Robin, but Nico Robin had just experienced such a big change, and no one could believe it. At this time, there were still tears in her eyes. With her mother's death, the entire island was destroyed, and the person who had been protecting her was also killed just now. Nico Robin was full of despair and sadness at this moment. Don't worry, we are here to rescue you. Although Monet didn't know why the elder brother wanted to save the little girl. However, the elder brother definitely had his own ideas, and the little girl looked really pitiful. Nico Robin looked at Monet suspiciously, obviously not believing what she said. Well, I know you didn't believe me when we first met, but we are really here to save you. If we wanted to kill you, we would have done it long ago. As he spoke, Monet's hands were covered with ice and snow. The moment they touched the island, the ground 1 meter nearby turned into ice and snow. Seeing this scene, Nico Robin clearly knew that the little girl in front of me was also a person with great power. Even if she had other thoughts about me, I didn't have any power to resist. I know you can't accept it for a while. Don't worry, if you can accept it in the future, we are all pretty good. Monet looked at Nico Robin, who was still sad at this time, and then persuaded her. Although Nico Robin still had doubts at this moment, she thought to herself that she didn't know these people, so why would they come to help her? However, she knew that she seemed to have no choice now. On the other side, in the center of the coast, the thunder of destruction and the extreme ice are still colliding. Thunder God Chen Fan, get out of the way. Kuzan looked at Chen Fan with cold eyes. You said this to me a year and a half ago, but it's not working now. Let me give it a try. How much progress have you made in the past year and a half? A smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips, and blue thunder surrounded his body, becoming more terrifying and powerful. Originally, those thunderbolts looked like small snakes, but now they seemed to be turning into giant pythons. With a cold expression, Kuzan did not reply, but he could no longer hold back and wanted to take action. Just when the two were about to take action, a terrifying force came, and the giant magma dog that had been carrying terrifying power came towards Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed to devour him. This scene is very similar to the time when pushing forward the city, but it's a pity that the current Chen Fan is different from the past. Feeling this power, Chen Fan had no intention of avoiding it. In an instant, the power of thunder covered his fist and blasted forward. Boom! The thunder fist and the giant magma dog collided like huge rocks in an instant. Countless gravel flew across, magma splashed, and thunder raged. Chen Fan's terrifying thunder fist directly blasted away the giant magma dog. Thunder God Chen Fan, you hide well, I still can't find you, now you come out to seek death on your own. Sakazuki appeared next to Kyuzan, his whole body covered with lava, and he stared at Chen Fan fiercely. You barking dog, today I will make you a dead dog. Chen Fan's eyes also became cold, and the power of thunder exploded. Call out! The next second, accompanied by the flash of thunder, Chen Fan's fist contained terrifying thunder and blasted directly towards Sakazuki. There was no fear in his expression, and Sakazuki was the same. His whole body was covered with magma, and his fists were covered with armed domineering energy, and he rushed straight up. Boom! In an instant, the thunder fist and the magma fist collided like dragons, wisps of thunder spread out, and streaks of magma also spilled out. Chapter 69. When the two collided for the first time in 2 years, they both took 7 steps back. Feeling Chen Fan's powerful power, Sakazuki was a little surprised. He did not expect that after 2 years, Chen Fan could actually take his attack. Damn dog, there seems to be no progress in the past 2 years. Chen Fan's mouth showed a hint of ridicule. You're looking for death. For the first time, Sakazuki was called a dead dog. His expression was full of anger, his body was covered with magma, and he rushed straight up again. Chen Fan on the other side, seeing this situation, was not afraid at all. The terrifying thunder filled his body and went straight towards him. Bang! Bang! In an instant, 2 figures, one red and one blue, collided together, from the ground to the air, fighting fiercely, bloody fighting, punches to the flesh. The terrible thunder destroyed everything, and the hot magma burned everything. For a while, the two of them were unable to control each other. Kyuzan below had no idea of going up to help at this time, but looked in the direction of Nico Robin. With an expression full of hesitation, Kyuzan was wondering whether he should let Nico Robin go. On one side is the dying request of a friend, and on the other side is Marine's responsibility. Just as he was thinking, a figure holding a black knife appeared in front of him. It was Mihawk. Come on, let's fight. Mihawk pulled out the black blade knight. Since his captain faced Sakazuki, he would naturally also take action against Kyuzan. Especially when Mihawk lost to Kyuzan a year and a half ago, he was a little dissatisfied. Kyuzan looked at Mihawk, whose body erupted with powerful sword intent, and did not dare to underestimate him at all, as the cold ice covered him. 2 frozen spears appeared on the hands, and in an instant, the body disappeared from the spot. Kyuzan held 2 frozen spears and attacked Mihawk. With a calm expression on his face, the supreme sharp knife in Mihawk's hand immediately covered the 3rd stage of armed domineering. Bang! The entire body also disappeared in an instant. In an instant, Hidei collided with the ice spear. The extremely sharp Hidei shattered the ice spear in an instant. There was a slight change in Kyuzan's expression. From the beginning of the fight, he could feel that the strength of the person in front of him had definitely improved tremendously compared to a year and a half ago. However, Kyuzan's face still showed no panic at all. Pug! I saw Kyuzan's hands open, and 5 icicles were released from the 2 palms, stabbing towards Mihawk at an extremely fast speed, trying to turn it into a piece of ice. Mihawk, who possesses a powerful sense of haki, noticed it immediately. He held Hidei tightly with both hands, and as he quickly swung the supreme sword, Hidei, powerful green sword energy burst out, destroying and cutting off the 10 huge icicles. Pieces of broken ice fell on the ground, turning the ground into ice. Then, Mihawk's body disappeared from the spot again, holding the black knife knight, and the powerful sword intent from his body radiated out, and he rushed straight towards Kyuzan. Seeing this situation, Kyuzan's body exploded with ice, and an ice blade condensed on his right hand, which he also charged straight up. In an instant, the two collided together again, wisps of ice fell to the ground, and streaks of sword energy scattered down. In an instant, everything around the two people was destroyed, and the ground either turned into ice or had cracks. For a time, only two figures could be seen, colliding non-stop. It can be said that the strength of the two is not much different, and the winner cannot be determined in a short time. On the coast, Nico Robin looked at the four people who were fighting. She was blinded. Of course, Kuzan's eyes were filled with anger, because he was the one who killed Lieutenant General Seiren, and she was curious. At this time, Nico Robin was very curious, where did these guys come from? How could he be on equal footing with Lieutenant General Marine? Nico Robin heard from Seiren that there are three major monsters in Marine now. One is the frozen fruit ability user, the other is the rockberry fruit ability user, and the other is the sparkling fruit ability user. Although the three of them are not generals now, their strength is not comparable to that of ordinary lieutenant generals. It can be said that they are basically reserve generals. Nico Robin also saw with his own eyes just now Kuzan's terrifying strength. He didn't expect that these two people who suddenly appeared could actually fight equally with these two monsters. In an instant, Nico Robin felt that she had a chance to escape. She secretly swore in her heart that she must escape. I bear the hope of the entire O'Hara. I can't let down the people who died in O'Hara, I can't let my mother down, and I can't let Salon down. Thinking of this, Nico Robin looked at Monet beside her. She knew that if she wanted to escape from Marine's clutches, she could only use this pirate group. Sister, what is the name of your pirate group? Nico Robin asked Monet, who was standing aside. Monet was a little surprised when she heard Nico Robin finally speak. She thought to herself that this girl was stronger than she thought. We are the Thor pirates, and the one who exudes thunder is our captain, Thor Chen Fan. The other one is my hawk, our co-captain. Monet gave Nico Robin a brief introduction. Thunder God, Chen Fan. When she heard the name Nico Robin, she felt familiar. Then, her expression became surprised because she remembered that Seiren had mentioned this name to herself before. Thunder God Chen Fan is the only monster who broke the myth of Impel Down and killed the Marine Lieutenant General under the age of 20. When Nico Robin thought of this, she instantly decided that she would rely on Chen Fan to escape Marine's pursuit. At the same time, in mid-air, thunder is roaring continuously, and magma is spilling on the ground. The battle between Chen Fan and Sakazuki was still going on fiercely. Both of them attacked with all their strength without any reservation, and every move was aimed at killing the other. The longer the fight went on, the more surprised Sakazuki became. He couldn't figure out why Chen Fan improved so quickly. Obviously 2 years ago, even when he was injured, he could still beat him. Now, only 2 years have passed, and this guy is on par with me in terms of strength, physical skills, and development of fruit abilities. Even, he was still vaguely at a disadvantage. This made Sakazuki feel unbelievable. He knew his talent, but he had been called a monster since he was a child, and in the past 2 years, he had only performed tasks. He trains basically every day, and his strength has risen from the level of an elite lieutenant general to a quasi-general. Why should this guy in front of him catch up with him? Damn dog, you don't seem to be as strong as before. Why are you getting weaker and weaker? Chen Fan mocked while attacking. You guy is looking for death. Hearing such ridicule, Sakazuki's inner anger was like a volcano about to erupt. Chapter 70. The dog bites the red lotus. Sakazuki's fist became extremely black, and it was covered with hot magma. Then his right fist was blasted towards Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed, turning into a giant magma dog in mid-air, exuding hot water. Breath. Even you, a dead dog, want to kill me? Apatosaurus. Chen Fan's expression showed no fear at all. The thunder of destruction was contained in his fist, and then he blasted forward in the same way. The terrifying thunder turned into a giant blue dragon in mid-air. Boom! In an instant, the sound of explosion sounded, the giant dog of scalding magma collided with the giant thunder dragon of destruction. The color of the world changed, the sound of gas explosion sounded, causing ripples to spread out in circles. After the two punched equally, they launched another attack. Chen Fan's right foot, which was as black as ink and contained thunder, was like a giant axe, swinging heavily towards Sakazuki from top to bottom. With an expression full of anger, Sakazuki's arms were extremely dark, with hot magma contained on them. He blocked forward, trying to block the blow forcefully. Bang! In an instant, the sound of collision was heard, and the powerful force caused Sakazuki's body to fall like gravel. This wasn't over yet. Before Sakazuki could stabilize his figure, Chen Fan disappeared instantly. Dead dog, that's all you get. The next second, Chen Fan's voice appeared behind Sakazuki, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were turned into claws. The power of thunder was contained in it, and he grabbed the back of Sakazuki's head at an extremely fast speed. Relying on the third stage of hegemony, Sakazuki reacted and turned around. His right hand was covered with hot magma and he threw it out to block the blow. Tear it apart. As the blood flowed out, 5 scratches appeared on Sakazuki's arm, and the bones were deeply visible, looking extremely ferocious. "UBD, you're looking for death." Sakazuki looked at the injuries on his body and was extremely angry. The hot magma exploded to the extreme and attacked Chen Fan directly. "Oh, it's up to you." A sneer appeared on Chen Fan's lips, and the thunder of destruction erupted. The blue thunder surrounding him seemed to turn into giant thunder pythons. In an instant, the two of them collided together. Half of the sky above the coast turned into a thundering ocean, and half turned into a world of magma. The whole scene looked particularly scary. 2 figures, one blue and one red, were colliding fiercely. The speed was so fast that ordinary people could only see 2 afterimages constantly fighting. Off the coast, the Marines on the warships looked at this devastating scene, with expressions of amazement on their faces. They were all thinking that their own family and this Chen Fan must be monsters. Of course, apart from being surprised, they still need to perform their own tasks. Boom! Cannonballs were fired one after another, and the sound of explosions was continuous. When a dozen warships except the Thor came over, they stopped shelling for a while. During the rest of the time, artillery bombardment continued, accompanied by continuous artillery fire. O'Hara is just a medium-sized island. If this continues, it won't be long before this island disappears into the ocean. On the coast. At this time, Kuzan and Mihawk were also engaged in a fierce battle. Hawkeye, some parts of Mihawk's body were frozen by the ice. However, he quickly removed the ice, but the frostbite in his body could not be resolved for a while. Kuzan on the other side was not much better, with hideous sword wounds all over his body. It can be said that up to this point in the battle, the two of them are basically evenly matched, and no one can take advantage. Boom! There was another collision, the ice world was full of sword intent, and the two of them fell back one after another. Kuzan's whole body was covered with ice, and he looked at Mihawk opposite, with a trace of solemnity in his eyes. He didn't expect that in 1.5 years, Mihawk's strength would improve so much that he would not be able to take him down at all, not even suppress him. Mihawk, who was on the other side, exuded a strong fighting spirit. He was holding the supreme sharp sword, Black Blade Knight, in his hand tightly, although what he was most looking forward to was fighting against the great swordsman. However, facing Kuzan, who defeated him 1.5 years ago. Mihawk also wanted to avenge his past humiliation, so he showed no reservations and unleashed his full strength. Bang! A small pit appeared on the ground, and Mihawk disappeared again. The powerful sword intent on his body soared to the sky, and he held the Black Knife Knight tightly in his hands, which was as black as ink, and slashed towards Kuzan at an extremely fast speed. Facing this sharp attack, Kuzan had no idea of flinching. His whole body was covered with extreme ice, and the ice knife appeared on his right hand, charging straight up. Clang! The sound of collision kept ringing, and the two people once again engaged in a fierce battle, a bloody fight, whether it was armed haki, knowledge haki, or fruit abilities, swordsmanship, both of them showed their full strength. Both of them want to defeat each other quickly so that they can provide support faster. Mid-air. Thunder raged and magma scattered. Hey, hey. Heavy breathing sounds continued to come from Sakazuki. After the high-intensity battle until now, he could feel his physical strength being severely consumed. Chen Fan on the other side was in the same situation. Cold sweat was flowing from his forehead, and his physical strength was also exhausted a lot. However, Chen Fan has suffered less injuries so far in the battle. It can be said that he has a slight upper hand. Dead dog, you don't seem to be good either. You haven't made any progress in the past year and a half. You are so useless. You might as well be killed by me. Chen Fan stood proudly in mid-air, with thunder raging all over his body, and spoke sarcastically. You are the only one who wants to kill me. I was able to defeat you 2 years ago and I can do it now. Sakazuki kept being yelled at like a dead dog, and the anger in his body completely exploded. A place of magma. Ah! In an instant, with Sakazuki roaring, the hot magma in his body reached its extreme, and his entire body disappeared in an instant and came to the ground. When Chen Fan saw this scene, his thunder flashed and he followed closely. I saw Sakazuki's hands containing hot magma directly touching the ground. In an instant, the hundreds of meters of ground turned into a sea of scalding magma. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan naturally didn't want him to succeed in using his trump card so easily. His body instantly disappeared on the spot, and his fists contained thunder and blasted towards Sakazuki at extremely fast speeds. However, Sakazuki suddenly raised his head, and the hot magma contained in his right hand was blasted forward. Boom! The power of the magma that burned everything forced Chen Fan back more than 10 meters. Chen Fan waved his hand and sprinkled away the hot magma attached to it. He did not expect that Sakazuki's strength suddenly increased so much. While he was being forced back, the hot magma continuously gathered on Sakazuki's body. In an instant, the power in Sakazuki's body was rising continuously, and it seemed that it was reaching a peak. Chen Fan did not hesitate when he saw this situation. Damn dog! Do you think you are the only one with the trump card? Thor mode. Second stage. Chapter 71. In an instant, Chen Fan's whole body flashed with thunder, and he stood proudly in the mid-air. Boom! Above the sky, there were dense clouds, and wisps of blue thunder were constantly flashing and roaring. Waves of thunder spread out below, and the area hundreds of meters away turned into a sea of thunder. Chen Fan was in mid-air, his hair was dancing wildly, and he was surrounded by wisps of blue thunder like pythons. The most terrifying thing was that some of the power of thunder actually took on a purple shape. Boom! There was a thunder, and among the dark clouds, thunderbolts like dragons fell down. The same happened on the coast below, with wisps of thunder rushing up. Chen Fan was in the middle of these two thunder powers, and endless thunder converged on him. For a moment, Chen Fan's momentum continued to rise, and the power of thunder kept beating next to him. At this moment, he seemed to be the thunder god in charge of the world. At this time, Monet and Lafitte were both dumbfounded when they looked at this scene. They had never seen such a miracle before, and their mouths were open in an O shape in surprise. I'll go, brother, this is too scary, isn't he really turning into a god? Monet couldn't help but sigh. This is the captain I want to follow. Only this can lead me to turn the world upside down. Lafitte smiled. Nico Robin on the side was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Her pupils were a little dull. She was even more determined at this time. She wanted to get on the ship. Only such a strong person could help her. Coast side. Sakazuki below had gathered all the magma on his body at this time, and his power exploded to the extreme. The hot magma covered his body. He looked up at the destructive thunder above. There was a hint of seriousness in his expression. He did not expect that Chen Fan's fruit ability had been developed to such an extent and could further enhance his strength. Mid-air. Chen Fan looked like a god, lowering his head slightly and looking at Sakazuki. The weak will eventually fail. Even you want to defeat me? Sakazuki's face was full of anger. With his talent, he didn't think he would lose to his peers. Call out. As his body became elemental, Sakazuki shot straight into the sky. His fist was extremely dark and covered with hot magma, and he blasted straight towards Chen Fan. This punch was at least 30% more powerful than before. Facing this powerful punch, Chen Fan's expression remained as cold as ever, and his whole body shone with the thunder of destruction. The power of thunder was contained in his fist and blasted forward. Boom! In an instant, the thunder fist and the magma fist collided together. The sound of explosion sounded instantly, the color of the world changed, and the two natural forces fell on the earth, causing deep pits. The next second, the sky blue figure and the crimson figure kept colliding together in mid-air. Every collision between them could shake the golden stone. The thunder of destruction seems to destroy everything, and the hot magma seems to burn everything. Brontosaurus. I saw the power of thunder above Chen Fan's fist turning into a terrifying thunder dragon and drowning towards Sakazuki. Dark Hound. Sakazuki's expression showed no fear when he saw this. The power of burning magma gathered on his fist and burst out into a giant magma dog. Boom! The two powerful attacks collided together, causing circles of air waves to scatter. An explosion occurred in mid-air, and even the clouds were blown away. The two of them also stepped back hundreds of meters. Damn dog, 2 years have passed. Is this your only improvement? As soon as he stabilized his body, Chen Fan revealed a mocking look on his lips, and the thunder of destruction flashed out. 5 billion volts. Endless thunder punishment. In an instant, as Chen Fan raised his hands upward, dark clouds suddenly filled the sky, and thunder roared continuously, and then turned into thunder dragons, falling straight down, and drowning Sakazuki below. Killing you is enough. Big fire breathing. Sakazuki's face was full of ferocity, and the power of magma continued to explode, converging on his hands, and then expanded, and the power continued to gather. After reaching an extreme point, countless magma fists were blasted upward like meteors. Boom! In an instant, thunder dragons and magma fists collided in mid-air. Explosions like the collision of boulders continued to sound. Everything around was destroyed. Everything was annihilated, and dust was everywhere. The whole scene seemed like it's like destroying the world. At this moment, whether it was the marine warship coming over or the 3 Lafitte men, their eyes were fixed on the magnificent explosion in mid-air. The majestic force of the collision between the forces of nature has already amazed them, and they were stunned to the spot. This violent collision lasted for nearly a minute before it ended. The coast had been turned into ruins due to scattered thunder and falling magma. Originally, this area was deliberately not bombarded by the marine side, and now there is no need for bombardment. But now that it has been turned into ruins, Kuzan and Mihawk on the coast are still fighting fiercely. The aftermath of this level is fatal to ordinary people, but it only has a slight impact on them. Mid-air. Hey, 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 hey. 2 heavy gasps sounded. It was obvious that even Chen Fan and Sakazuki would feel tired and exhausted after using such a powerful move until now. But the two of them were still full of strong fighting spirit, because they both wanted to kill each other. Chen Fan, who was filled with thunder, had a cold expression on his face. Sakazuki's face, covered with magma, was full of ferocity. The two looked at each other in mid-air. This time there were no words, and the two of them instantly disappeared into elements. Thunder raged and magma erupted. In mid-air, 2 figures were entwined together, constantly colliding and fighting. As time passed, drops of blood spilled on the ground, and hideous wounds continued to appear on their bodies. However, they still exploded with all their strength, without any intention of stopping. On the Thor below, Monet looked nervously at the battle above. He asked Lafitte on the side. Lafitte, do you think the captain can defeat this dead dog? Have more confidence in the captain. At least for now, it seems that our captain has a slight upper hand. Lafitte is stronger and can see more. Although the scene in mid-air seems to be evenly divided, in fact the thunder is already faintly eroding the magma. As time goes by, the battle situation is likely to change greatly. The marine warships, marine soldiers, and officers who came over at this time were also watching the battle nervously. Chapter 72. Aren't Thunder God Chen Fan and Hawkeye my Hawk too strong? Lieutenant General Kuzan and Lieutenant General Sakazuki are both too strong. We can't defeat them both at once. Do you think we will lose? How could they possibly lose? Vice Admiral Kuzan and Vice Admiral Sakazuki are known as marine monsters. These two guys only look about 20 years old. How could they possibly beat Sakazuki? Lieutenant General and Lieutenant General Kuzan. That's right. We Marines represent justice and will definitely win. Most of the Marines blindly believed that Kuzan and Sakazuki would win. Only a few major generals noticed some clues. They first looked at the battle below. The fight between Hawkeye Mihawk and Kuzan was extremely intense, and the outcome could not be determined until the last moment. But in mid-air, Chen Fan clearly began to suppress Sakazuki, although this advantage was so slight that it could not be counted. However, for strong men of their level, a little advantage is likely to lock the outcome of the battle. While everyone was discussing, the battle in the air was still going on fiercely. The sound of explosions continued, and the two figures kept colliding. At this moment, both of them had hideous wounds on their bodies. Chen Fan's fist, which contained thunder and armed color domineering, hit Sakazuki's face. With a ferocious look on his face, Sakazuki blocked in front of him with his arms, which contained magma and were wrapped with armed color domineering. Bang! Sakazuki blocked the punch head-on and flew back several meters. Afterwards, Chen Fan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and he rushed forward, his right leg like a giant axe, containing wisps of thunder, and struck straight towards Sakazuki's waist. Steadying his body, the power of magma gathered on his right leg, and Sakazuki swung his right leg forward violently. Bang! Bang! The two powerful forces produced a violent explosion, causing circles of air waves. This is not over yet, the two are still fighting, the battle is fierce, punching each other. At this moment, the two men seemed to have turned into two wild beasts, and their fists, hands, feet, heads and so on could all become their means of attack. As time passed, blood continued to spill onto the ground. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Fan, whose whole body was filled with destructive thunder, and Sakazuki, who was covered in boiling magma, exchanged punches. The powerful force produced a violent explosion, and both of them retreated hundreds of meters. Who? Chen Fan was breathing heavily and his body was shaking. The burnt wounds on his body looked particularly terrifying. In the second stage, the body of the god of thunder was about to reach its limit. Who? Sakazuki on the other side looked even more miserable. Apart from heavy breathing, cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. There were hideous wounds all over his body, which contained thunder. The magma power in his body began to wane. Chen Fan, Lao Zi must capture you today. Sakazuki looked at Chen Fan with anger. Just you, a piece of trash. Dead dog, you better think about how to survive today. Chen Fan's pupils were filled with coldness. You're looking for death. At this time, Sakazuki's inner anger completely erupted like a volcano. Lava sea. In an instant, I saw that the power of magma in Sakazuki's body exploded to the extreme again. He raised his hands forward, and the power of magma that burned everything continued to gather in his hands. A large circle was formed, and then, streams of several meters of magma were shot out, and merged together in mid-air, turning into a giant sea of magma hundreds of meters high and drowning towards Chen Fan. Feeling this terrifying power, Chen Fan still showed no fear in his expression. He just wanted to kill the dead dog in front of him. 800 million volts. Thunder and lightning unicorn. I saw the thunder that destroyed Chen Fan's body, constantly shining, especially the small amount of purple thunder, which began to become violent. As he raised his hands upward, suddenly the sky was filled with dark clouds. Zitsizi. Countless thunders flashed in it, and in the dark clouds, a huge thunder unicorn over 100 meters suddenly appeared. The extremely terrifying Kamui exudes from every part of his body, and this scene seems to destroy everything. Then, the thunder unicorn rushed straight towards the giant sea of magma at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, everyone except Mihawk and Kyuzan, who were fighting fiercely, were looking into the air. It was clear to everyone at this time. The two of them will decide the winner in this move. Boom! In an instant, the thunder unicorn collided with the giant sea of magma, and two extremely terrifying attacks resulted in a violent explosion. This was a confrontation between the forces of nature. In an instant, the color of the sky and the earth changed. There were bursts of explosions in the air. Everything around was destroyed and everything was annihilated. The explosion produced a strong shock wave, which turned into circles of air waves and spread out. Chen Fan and Sakazuki, who had reached their limit at this time, were both at the center of the explosion and unable to resist. He was directly knocked away by the powerful explosion, and then Chen Fan fell down like a hill. Sakazuki on the opposite side also fell quickly like a drop of water. Bang! Bang! A few seconds later, two deep pits appeared on the ground, countless gravel flew across, and dust rose everywhere. At this moment, both Marine and Lafitte looked over. They were all looking forward to who would win the final victory. As the smoke slowly dispersed, Chen Fan stood trembling on the spot. Hui! Hui! He kept breathing heavily, and his body was full of hideous wounds. Bones were even visible in some places, which looked particularly scary. The destructive thunder on his body also dissipated, looking like he had reached his limit. On the other side, Sakazuki was lying in a deep pit. His whole body was covered with scars. His physical strength and injuries had reached the limit. He wanted to struggle to stand up. But he found that as long as he moved, pain like thousands of ants eating his heart would come from his body, which made him unable to move at all. Looking at this scene, everyone knew that Chen Fan narrowly won in the end. Damn dog, it seems I will win after all. With a crazy smile on his face, Chen Fan gathered the only strength in his body, and his fist contained the thunder of destruction, but as he blasted forward, a thunder dragon blasted straight towards Sakazuki. With an expression full of anger and unwillingness, Sakazuki wanted to resist, but the severe pain in his body felt as if all the bones were broken, making him unable to move at all. At this time, Sakazuki felt extremely regretful. Why? Why didn't he seize the opportunity to kill this guy and let him grow to this point? At the moment when the Thunder Dragon was about to submerge into Sakazuki. Chapter 73. Call out. An ice spear thrust towards the Thunder Dragon at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the Thunder Dragon was blown away, and the ice spear disappeared between heaven and earth. The next second, a figure covered in ice appeared in front of Sakazuki. It was Kyuzan who took action and saved Sakazuki. At the last moment, he got rid of Mihawk's entanglement. At this moment, Kyuzan's body was also full of scars, but none of them were fatal. And now Mihawk, bang! The powerful sword intent shattered the ice that froze him, and then he held Black Blade yet tightly in his hand and looked at Kyuzan with murderous intent. Seeing Kyuzan help Sakazuki block this move, Chen Fan's face was filled with regret that he could not kill Sakazuki. Thunder God Chen Fan, do you want to fight again? Kyuzan looked at Chen Fan and Mihawk. At this time, there were more than a dozen warships standing behind him. Next to Chen Fan stood Mihawk, and Lafitte from the Thor behind him. No, Nico Robin was not considered a fighter. The most important thing is that Chen Fan has no power at all now. The Thunder Dragon just now is the last power he can use. With an indifferent expression, Chen Fan looked at Sakazuki, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. His eyes were filled with anger and his fists were clenched. He now wanted to kill Sakazuki. But after comparing the combat power of the two sides, Chen Fan knew that it was not realistic. If the fight continued, Kuzan and Mihawk would most likely die together. As for Lafitte and Monet, they have the strength of a lieutenant general and a senior colonel. They will definitely be at a disadvantage when facing more than a dozen medium-sized ships. If they really want to fight, their chances of winning are less than 30%, and the best outcome is to die together. For Chen Fan, who wants to dominate the world, he does not want to perish together with Sakazuki. Dead dog, you are really weak. You haven't made much progress in 2 years. You are so lucky this time, so I will reluctantly let you go. Next time we meet, I hope your luck can still be this good. Chen Fan looked at Sakazuki with a mocking look on his face. Hearing such ridicule, Sakazuki's face was full of anger. He struggled to stand up, but the huge injuries in his body once again made him feel extremely painful. Walk. After Chen Fan said something, his body flashed with lightning and disappeared from the place. Mihawk also knew that if he continued to fight, the best result would be to die together. He also put away the black sword and headed towards the Thor. Kuzan, whose whole body was covered with ice, just watched this scene quietly, with no intention of chasing him. He knew that if the fight continued, they, Marine, would not be able to take advantage. Moreover, Chen Fan also possesses Conqueror's domineering spirit. Although that level of Conqueror's domineering power has little effect on the strong, it is fatal to ordinary soldiers. The Marines on the Marine warship breathed a sigh of relief. They did not expect that the Thor pirates were so strong, and that the Thunder God Chen Fan actually defeated Lieutenant General Sakazuki. This was something they never expected. Back aboard the Thor. Let's go, get out of here at full speed. Chen Fan told Lafitte that he did not want to stay here, after all, if Marine reinforcements came over. This time, although Chen Fan did not kill Sakazuki, he also understood Sakazuki's strength. If he could defeat him once, he could defeat him a second time. As the sea breeze blew and the sun shone brightly, the Thor moved forward at full speed. At this moment, Monet had already taken out a lot of food from the cabin. She knew that every time her elder brother was seriously injured, he needed to eat to replenish energy. Looking at the food, Chen Fan glanced at Monet, and then started to wolf down the food regardless of his image. As the food enters the body, green heat flows out of the body, like nectar after the rain, constantly repairing Chen Fan's injuries. Suddenly, Chen Fan's body, which was about to collapse, stabilized immediately, and the wounds began to scab little by little. However, the internal injuries in Chen Fan's body and the hideous wounds on the outside could not be healed at all for a while. It will take at least 2 or 3 days of rest to recover. This shows how serious Chen Fan's injury was this time. On the other side, on the marine warship, Sakazuki could no longer hold on after seeing Chen Fan leave. He already felt dizzy and was about to pass out. Before he fell into coma, Sakazuki looked full of unwillingness. He knew very well that he lost this time. If Kuzan hadn't appeared in the end, he would probably have died at the hands of Chen Fan. He couldn't understand that in the past 2 years, he had never relaxed his training, and his talent was definitely strong. Why did only 2 years pass? This guy can catch up with him. Reluctantly, Sakazuki fainted on the stretcher. Kuzan on the side also had a complicated expression. He also fought against Chen Fan a year and a half ago. It can be said that Chen Fan was weaker than himself at that time, but now a year and a half later, he has been able to defeat Sakazuki head-on. And that Mihawk, the rapid improvement in strength is also terrifying. In just 1.5 years, he is now evenly matched with himself. These two guys are really monsters. When they appear on this chaotic sea, they will definitely set off a terrible whirlpool. Kyuzan, who was always calm, also sighed in his heart. At night, the evening breeze blows, and the temperature is much lower than during the day. As the Thor was sailing on the sea, Chen Fan was wrapped in bandages. The same goes for my hawk on the other side. Although his injury is relatively minor, his recovery ability is not as strong as Chen Fan. In addition, there is no ship's doctor on the ship, so he can only put on a bandage and apply some medicine. Nico Robin, who was sitting on the deck, looked at the two people in front of him. He had seen with his own eyes how powerful the two were. She knew that if she wanted to survive and escape Marine's pursuit, it was impossible for her to do it on her own and she had to rely on others. After hesitating for a few seconds, Nico Robin walked towards Chen Fan with firm eyes. "Hello, Thunder God Chen Fan, I want to join your pirate group." Nico Robin's childish voice sounded. At this moment, Chen Fan was a little surprised to hear this. He was originally thinking about how to trick Nico Robin into boarding the ship. After all, he was quite curious about what was written in the historical text. But, before I could say anything, Nico Robin actually volunteered to join my pirate group. However, Chen Fan then thought about it. This little girl would definitely be hunted by Marine if she escaped now. She definitely wanted to survive, and her own pirate group and her own strength could help her survive. "Why do you want to join my pirate team?" Chen Fan asked Nico Robin. "You are very strong, I want to seek asylum, and I want to translate the text of history and reveal the truth hidden by the world government." When Nico Robin talked about the world government, her eyes were full of anger. It was the world government that destroyed the island where she grew up and killed all the people in it. After hearing what Nico Robin said, Chen Fan pretended to think deeply for a moment. Chapter 74. Originally, Chen Fan planned to let Nico Robin get on the boat. No matter how she answered, Chen Fan would let her get on the boat. This was just a formal question. "Brother, she is so pitiful. Everyone on the island has been destroyed by Marine. Let's take her on board." At this time, Monet on the side spoke. Chen Fan looked at Nico Robin and saw resentment towards the world government in his eyes. "Okay, from now on you will be a member of my Thor pirates." "Thank you, Captain." Nico Robin thought that she finally had a place to live, and she must unravel the text of history and expose the ugliness of world government. Monet on the side was full of excitement when he heard that Chen Fan had accepted Nico Robin. "Brother, I will take Nico Robin with me to choose a room." Monet held Nico Robin's hand with a smile on her face. She couldn't help it, she was too excited. Usually she is the only one who speaks on the boat, and the other three people are just like Meng Hulu, especially Chen Fan and Mai Hawk. The two of them are usually on the boat, either training or training. Now with the addition of Nico Robin, Monet thought she would finally have someone to talk to. On the other side, Kyuzan and the seriously injured Sakazuki also returned to Marine headquarters. At this moment, Kyuzan briefly treated his injuries at the hospital and went directly to the Fleet Admiral office. As for Sakazuki, who was lying next to him, he was being infused with bandages all over his body and had not yet woken up. One can imagine how serious his injuries were this time. Fleet Admiral office. Behind the desk, Cyborg Sora sat there with a complicated expression. Sengoku and he sitting on both sides of him also had extremely serious faces. Only Garp, still smiling, was sitting on the sofa, eating donuts. Boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." Cyborg Sora had already guessed who was coming and immediately called him in. Kyuzan pushed the gate of opening and walked in with a serious look on his face. "Kyuzan, Chen Fan's strength has really improved so fast. When he was in O'Hara, he defeated Sakazuki head-on. And that my hawk is also on par with you?" Cyborg Sora asked in disbelief. Although he had already learned the general information during the phone bug, he still couldn't believe it. In just 1.5 years, these two guys have made such great progress. Well, empty fleet admiral. Chen Fan's current strength has definitely reached the level of a candidate general. Sakazuki fought fiercely for an hour and was finally defeated by him. As for the Mihawk, there was also a lot of progress. If I was sure of winning him a year and a half ago, I don't know if I can win now. Kuzan looked at the crowd, and one could tell from their expressions that there was absolutely no exaggeration. After hearing Kuzan's affirmative answer, the faces of the three warring states people became even more ugly, especially Cyborg and Kong's brows were frowning. Wow, haha, it's really amazing. These two little guys have made such rapid progress in 1.5 years. They won't be able to become stronger in a few more years. At this time, Garp, who had been sitting on the sofa, laughed and said. In response to this, Cyborg Kung Man was speechless. He thought to himself that the next fleet admiral would indeed be Sengoku. Garp's careless character is not suitable for being a fleet admiral at all. Starting today, the highest level arrest warrant will be re-implemented for Chen Fan. General Zifa will lead the team to arrest Chen Fan. The arrest warrant will also be raised to 1.5 billion for Chen Fan and 1.3 billion for Mihawk. Cyborg Kong didn't ask anyone else's opinion this time, he just made up his mind and then implemented the general's wanted order. It was hard for him to imagine that if Chen Fan and Mihawk were allowed to grow up together, then there would very likely be a twin emperor group on the ocean in the future. This is a very scary thing. Cyborg Kong didn't want to see this happen. He regretted it extremely now. Why didn't he implement a general-level arrest warrant against Chen Fan from the beginning? Now a year and a half has passed, and he has grown up. Thinking of this, Cyborg Kong made up his mind to catch Chen Fan this time. Otherwise, if he can endure the loneliness and hides for another 8 or 10 years, then even the general may not be his opponent. Neither Warring States nor Lieutenant General he raised any objections this time. They also knew very well that Chen Fan and Mihawk had great potential. If allowed to grow up, it will definitely become a royal group. After the explanation, Cyborg Sora looked at Garp. Looking at Cyborg Sora's eyes, Garp instantly stopped eating donuts. He had a bad feeling. The situation on the sea is too turbulent now, and Zifa is going to arrest Chen Fan, and New World's manpower is even more insufficient. Garp, your vacation has been rejected by me. After a while, when the situation stabilizes, you can go on vacation again. Cyborg Sora looked at Garp and said. No, my grandson has just been born. We agreed on this vacation. I have to go back to hold my grandson. When Garp heard that his vacation had been rejected, he stopped laughing and stopped eating donuts. That's it. Cyborg and Sora also knew that Garp's grandson had just been born, but there was nothing he could do about it. The new world was now in constant conflict and was too chaotic. Marine must have enough general-level combat power to guard the new world, otherwise, big troubles will easily occur. Hearing Cyborg and Sora's undiscussable words, Garp also knew that he would not be able to go back to pick up his grandson in a short time. Well, at this time, even Garp, who had always been carefree, couldn't help but sigh. New World, Whitebeard territory. Moby DK, on deck. At this time, Marco was sitting on the deck reading a newspaper. When he saw the thundering figure in the center of the newspaper, his expression was full of surprise. 1.5 years have passed, have you grown to this point? You can actually defeat Sakazuki head-on. The middle section of the newspaper Marco was reading read, Thor Chen Fan defeated the marine monster Sakazuki head-on. You know, Sakazuki's reputation as a monster was not earned by Marine himself, but earned it step by step. With the powerful attack power of magma, terrifying physical skills, and two-color domineering, he is almost invincible among his peers. Even some older pirates are no match for him. It can be said that Sakazuki deserves the name of monster. However, such a monster was defeated by a person younger than himself. One can imagine how surprised the pirates who knew Sakazuki's strength would be. Chapter 75. My son Marco, what are you looking at? Look at it so seriously. At this time, a man with a white beard that looked like a full moon and a very tall figure, who gave off boundless domineering power just by standing there, spoke. He is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. It's nothing, Dad. Remember what I told you before, the powerful guy with the ability to control the thunder fruit? He disappeared, and reappeared a year and a half later to defeat Sakazuki. Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. Oh, really? This little guy is very talented and can actually defeat that brat Marine. But, my son, you won't lose your confidence just like this, right? Dad remembers that you told me before that you must defeat this guy. Whitebeard looked at Marco. Yes, Dad, I will definitely defeat him and I won't let you down. Marco was also facing his own heart at this time. He had just felt a trace of fear and thought that he could not defeat Chen Fan. Gula la la la, right? This is my white-bearded son. Whitebeard laughed as he saw Marco regaining his confidence. 5 days later. The beginning of the new world. The sun was scorching in the sky, the sun shone into the sea, the breeze was blowing, and seagulls were flying above. A pirate ship flying the thunder flag sails on the sea of the new world. At this moment, on the deck of this pirate ship, Chen Fan and others stopped training and began to enjoy the food. Most of the food is quick frozen, so you can eat it. There is no way, no one among them can cook. Of course, it's not like no one wants to try it, such as Monet. However, when Monet cooked a large pot of black and numb stuff, a few people only had a few mouthfuls and suffered from diarrhea, so they never let Monet cook anything again. As for others, they have no idea of trying it. Chen Fan looked at the sea ahead and thought to himself, it seems that in addition to finding a ship's doctor, he also needs to find a cook. However, you need to find someone who is slightly stronger, otherwise you will be held back. Chen Fan has always wanted to take the elite route. He would rather have fewer people than recruit a large group of losers. The people he recruits are either powerful and have special talents, or they have great potential. As the Thor continued to sail on the sea, a huge pirate ship appeared directly in front of them. On that deck, there was a huge giant wearing a stumbling helmet. Captain, there seems to be a pirate ship ahead of us. A thin pirate said slowly to Berndewald. When Berndewald heard this, he looked over and saw that it was just a small pirate group. Why are you talking to Logia about such a small pirate ship? Just shoot it and destroy it. Berndewald looked at the pirate on the side a little angrily. Be careful, this is the Thor pirates. At this time, Beanjack, who had been sitting on Berndewald's shoulder, was short and pink and looked extremely weak, and recognized the pirate ship. Brother, what kind of small pirate group is the Thor pirates? I seem to have heard of this name. Berndewald was a little confused, but couldn't remember it for a while. The captain of the Thor pirates is the only one who escaped from Impel Down. I heard that he can compete with the Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters. His talent is very scary, so be careful. Beanjack reminded. I can only compete with the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General. Brother, what are we afraid of? I am the destroyer of worlds. Berndewald was still thinking about what kind of ruthless character could escape from Impel Down City. In the end, at this level, there was nothing to be afraid of. It was not like he had never killed Lieutenant General Marine. Give me full speed and bring the ship over. Berndewald ordered his men. Immediately, this huge pirate ship approached the direction of the Thor at the fastest speed. Watching this scene, Beanjack didn't say much, because he knew his brother's strength, and ordinary lieutenant generals were no match for him. In addition, killing Thunder God Chen Fan would also increase their reputation. But Beanjack didn't know that defeating the lieutenant general of his headquarters was only the strength of Chen Fan a year and a half ago. Meanwhile, on the other side, everyone on the Thor also discovered a huge pirate ship approaching them. Chen Fan looked over and found that the huge body on the deck looked familiar. Isn't it Burndy-Wald, who is known as the World Destroyer? Captain, should we go around it or head on? Lafitte asked Chen Fan, who was standing aside. Come forward. It just so happens that we have a good opponent as our Thor pirates' first battle in the New World. Chen Fan smiled. Both pirate groups want to defeat each other to increase their reputation. As both sides moved in the same direction, soon, the distance between the pirate ships of both sides was less than 100 meters. Wow, ha ha ha, this Thor pirates didn't run away when they saw me, the destroyer of the world, so they'll take a cannonball from me. Burndy-Wald held a cannonball and threw it forward. Multiply 50 times the cannon. In an instant, the size of the cannonball increased 50 times in mid-air, and it blasted towards the Thor at extremely fast speeds. Seeing this horrific scene, Monet and Nico Robin looked a little surprised. However, despite being surprised, Monet was full of confidence. She believed that her elder brother would be able to easily deal with this attack. Interesting, no wonder he is called the Destroyer of the World. Chen Fan's expression was full of indifference, accompanied by flashes of thunder, and wisps of blue thunder surrounded him. Thunder Dragon! Immediately Chen Fan stretched out his right fist containing thunder and blasted forward. In an instant, a blue thunder dragon burst out and blasted towards the huge cannonball at an extremely fast speed. Boom! In an instant, the thunder dragon and the huge cannonball collided in mid-air. There was a powerful explosion, dust rose everywhere, and circles of air waves spread out. The sea water below was shaken and exploded continuously. Wow, haha, you little brat is quite strong. You can actually block my attack. However, everything that blocks me will be destroyed by me. Burndy-Wald looked at Chen Fan with an arrogant expression. Idiot! Chen Fan cursed with a cold expression. Damn! You guy, how dare you scold me? When Burndy-Wald heard others scolding him, he couldn't help it. After he put his eldest brother down. Moonwalk. Immediately use the moonwalk among the 6 marine styles, floating in midair and attacking Chen Fan. Burndy-Wald didn't know where she learned the marine 6 styles. Chapter 76. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan also flashed with thunder and disappeared in an instant. He did not want his pirate ship to be destroyed. The next second, Chen Fan appeared in midair with lightning of destruction all over his body. Well done, kid! Burndy-Wald's huge fist was covered with the 3rd stage of armed domineering energy, and he blasted towards Chen Fan. With a calm expression, Chen Fan's fist was extremely dark, containing the power of destructive thunder, and he blasted it forward. Boom! In an instant, the huge fist and the thunder fist collided like a dragon, and the powerful impact caused waves of ripples. What a good guy, you can actually take one punch from me and come again. Burndy-Wald's face was full of excitement, and she attacked Chen Fan again. In response to this, Chen Fan didn't even bother to reply, his face was still so calm. Bang bang! In an instant, the sounds of flesh colliding continuously sounded in the mid-air, thunder raged, and the power doubled. Burndy-Wald relied on her ever-increasing speed to be evenly matched with Chen Fan. The hands and feet of the two were constantly colliding, and each blow was powerful and heavy, with the power of shaking gold and stone. The people below could only see a huge figure and a thunderous figure intertwined and fighting. This shows how fast the two of them were. Multiply speed 50 times. Burndy-Wald increased his speed again. He clasped his hands together, clenched his fist like a giant axe, and slammed it towards Chen Fan. It had a terrifying speed bonus. When this punch hit, a sonic boom sounded directly. Voice. Interesting. Armed. Gun. Terrifying thunder exploded all over Chen Fan's body, and his 5 fingers formed into claws, wrapped with black matter and the power of thunder, and he grabbed forward. In an instant, the thunder claws and the fist hammer collided, and Chen Fan's right hand containing two powerful forces directly blocked the huge fist. Although there was such a big difference in body size, their strength was almost the same. Brundewald's eyes were full of surprise. Then, when Chen Fan was surprised, he suddenly exerted force with his right hand, and the power of destructive thunder exploded, directly forcing Brundewald back several meters away. The next second, a powerful kingly aura spread out from Chen Fan. In an instant, the color of the world changed, and the whole world seemed to turn into the color of an ink painting. Brundewald, who was about to attack again, was also stunned for a moment. The pirates on the pirate ship below felt as if they were looking directly at the king, and their spirits seemed to be oppressed by a mountain. Most of the pirates on the ward pirates were knocked unconscious by Conqueror's haki, leaving only a few stronger pirates who could still hold on. This is Chen Fan's understanding of Conqueror's domineering power in the past year and a half, although he has not yet understood the second stage of Conqueror's entanglement. However, he also learned to radiate Conqueror's haki in one direction so that he would not be harmed indiscriminately. "Brother, you dare to hurt my brother, Lao Zi is going to kill you." Brundewald watched Beanjack pass out and looked at Chen Fan with an angry look. 60 times faster. Then, Brundewald accelerated again and attacked Chen Fan. The power of thunder exploded, terrifying blue thunder filled the whole body, and Chen Fan also rushed forward. Two large figures, one large and one small, collided again in mid-air. Bang! Bang! The sound of gas explosions kept ringing out, and it was obvious that both of them were rushing to kill each other. On the Thor, Mihawk pulled out the black sword in his hand and stared at the dozen or so people left on the pirate ship with his sharp eyes like an eagle. He has always been a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. Whoops! Mihawk's figure disappeared instantly, and the powerful sword intent on his body burst out, heading towards the huge pirate ship at an extremely fast speed. "Come together, this guy is a great swordsman, don't underestimate him." Garam recognized Mihawk and immediately called his brothers to join him. The moment Mihawk landed on the deck, Garam rushed forward, swung a large number of square blocks forward with both hands, and threw them at Mihawk. With a calm look on his face, Mihawk held the black knife and swung forward, immediately cutting the blocks in half. On the other side, the remaining 10 pirates also attacked Mihawk at the same time. Facing the attacks of these pirates, Mihawk's face remained calm and showed no signs of panic. As he waved the black sword in his hand, a semicircle-like green sword energy burst out and slashed straight ahead. The pirates who rushed over immediately looked frightened and held weapons to block the attack. Clang! The sound of sword energy colliding with weapons was heard, and 5 of the 10 pirates were severely knocked away, retreating dozens of meters, and 2 of them were directly cut off in the waist. Only 3 people barely stayed where they were. "Don't be afraid, let's kill him together." The few people who survived looked at each other and started to kill Mihawk again, with Garam rushing at the front. Aboard the Thor. Nico Robin looked at Mihawk, who was under siege at this time, and couldn't help but asked worriedly, "Should we go help?" "No, how can these guys be Mihawk's opponents? This pirate group is destined to become the stepping stone for our Thor Pirates group." Monet said to Nicole Robin on the side. She knew very well that Mihawk and the captain were both the same type of people, strong and calm. Mid-air. The battle between the two figures, one large and one small, is still going on. Chen Fan's fist containing thunder struck at Brundewald at an extremely fast speed. On the other side, Brundewald's fist was also huge and extremely dark, and it shot out. The two fists collided like dragons. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion of air sounded, and the two of them stepped back several meters. Chen Fan looked at Brundewald in front of him and thought, no wonder this guy can be called the destroyer of the world. The fruit abilities, physical skills, and two-color domineering are all good. But this was not enough. A sneer appeared on Chen Fan's lips, and endless thunder burst out from his body. Thor Mode Phase 1. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and thunder flashed. The thunder that filled the sky also continued to cover Chen Fan. Grindelwald, who had just stabilized his body, looked at this scene and could clearly feel that Chen Fan's aura was getting stronger. "Boy, what are you trying to do?" Grindelwald was a little confused, but he knew that he couldn't let Chen Fan go so smoothly. 70 times speed. Cut. I saw Grindelwald's huge fist turned into a palm, standing into a hand knife, and the speed suddenly increased to 70 times. Bang! An atmospheric roar sounded, and Grindelwald's hand knife, which contained great power, slashed towards Chen Fan. Chapter 77. At the same time as this powerful hand knife struck, Chen Fan's whole body shone with destructive thunder, and a thunder giant suddenly appeared. That terrifying giant thunder hand directly grabbed Grindelwald's hand knife. Looking at the thunder giant who was about the same height as himself, Grindelwald's eyes were full of surprise. However, Chen Fan didn't care what he thought, and the fist containing terrifying thunder struck directly towards Grindelwald's head. Relying on the third stage of hegemony, Grindelwald barely reacted, and the darkness on his arms was blocked in front of his head. Boom! The sound of collision sounded, and the terrifying force directly caused Grindelwald to fall back several meters. Before he could stabilize his body, Chen Fan's attacks followed one after another. The giant made of blue thunder carried the power to destroy everything with every blow. Bang! Bang! The sound of collision continued, thunder raged, and Grindelwald was completely at a disadvantage the moment they fought. With drops of blood falling on the ground, Grindelwald could only keep retreating and resisting under Chen Fan's stormy attack, unable to find a chance to counterattack. It can be said that Chen Fan completely controlled the battle situation. At the same time, the pirate ship was filled with blood. The corpses of the pirates fell to the ground one by one. Their bodies were all covered with sword wounds. At this time, in front of Mihawk, only Guy Ram was left with the ability to fight. The other 11 people had become body. Hey, hey! Panting continuously, Guy Lam's expression was extremely complicated. He did not expect that the man in front of him was so strong. In just 10 minutes, all his companions were beaten to death, and now he was the only one left, who could not be this guy's opponent. With a look of retreat in his eyes, Gayram was thinking about how to escape. It's a pity that Mihawk won't give him time to think. Until now, his clothes are only slightly dirty and there are no scars on his body. It can be imagined that this battle is completely one-sided. Call out! Mihawk's figure disappeared instantly, holding the supreme sharp knife, Black Blade Knight, in his right hand. It was covered with powerful power, and it was heading straight towards Gailam at an extremely fast speed. With a look full of panic, Garam quickly pushed forward with both hands, and 2 huge magic cubes burst out to block Mihawk's attack. Unfortunately, this had no effect. Along with a green sword energy, 2 blocks of several meters were easily cut in half. These 2 blocks stopped Mihawk for a total of 1 second. Laozi will fight you. Magic Cube Fist. Garam shouted, his body covered with armed domineering energy, his fist turned into a cube shape, containing powerful power, and he blasted towards Mihawk. With a calm expression, Mihawk's right hand holds the black sword tightly, which contains armed domineering and powerful sword intent. Clang! The supreme sharp knife entwined with 2 powers, and the Rubik's Cube fist covered with armed domineering energy collided together instantly. In an instant, the Rubik's Cube fist was cut off like tofu, hitting a stone. Ah! Blood spurted out, and Garam screamed. He looked at Mihawk with fear in his eyes. The next second, with a flash of white light, blood shot out, and Garam's head fell off, leaving a headless body lying on the deck, bleeding continuously. Before dying, Garam looked at Mihawk with a horrified look, which shows how desperate he was when facing Mihawk's sword. Aboard the Thor. Nico Robin's childish face was full of surprise when she saw this scene. She didn't expect that her vice-captain was so strong. He could eliminate more than a dozen pirates on the pirate ship in just a few minutes. Is our deputy captain so strong? Nico Robin couldn't help but sigh. So what? Our captain is still stronger. My eldest brother defeated my hawk before recruiting him. Monet heard Nico Robin saying that my hawk was strong and immediately retorted. After hearing these words, Nico Robin also raised his head and looked at the thunder in the sky. Indeed, the monster like Sakazuki was defeated by the man in front of him. This kind of talent and strength is the most terrifying. Thinking of this, Nico Robin couldn't help but feel that her chances of surviving to reveal the truth were greater. At this time in mid-air, the battle is still raging. Burndiewald looked down at the casualties of most of his crew, and those who were alive were now unconscious due to conquerors. The anger in my heart was like a volcano erupting. Kids, I'm going to kill you. Over limit state, 100 times speed, punch. Burndiewald Fruit's ability was used to the extreme, and the speed exploded in an instant, directly increasing by 30 times. The sound of sonic boom sounded in an instant. Burndiewald's huge fist was extremely dark, and with a speed of 100 times, its power was comparable to that of a missile. You alone are worthy of killing me. Feeling this powerful power, Chen Fan's expression remained so calm. The thunder of destruction flashed continuously, and wisps of thunder like blue pythons surrounded the surroundings. The huge thunder giant blasted forward with a palm. Boom! In an instant, fists and palms met, and the collision of two powerful attacks caused circles of air waves to scatter in all directions. Burndiewald's extreme power actually forced Chen Fan back. Kid, lousy, just say you are no match for me, just be killed by me. When Burndiewald saw Chen Fan being forced back by him, he smiled wildly. The 100 times speed exploded again, and his huge fists were like a violent storm, attacking Chen Fan continuously. The thunder was raging, and the thunder giant was constantly resisting the attack. Suddenly, Chen Fan was at a disadvantage. The Burndiewalder fought more and more bravely, her strength completely exploded to the limit, without any reservation. Every punch and every kick was aimed at killing Chen Fan. But Chen Fan could only keep dealing with it, scars appeared on his body, and the thunder of destruction also seemed to be fading. Chen Fan looked like he was completely at a disadvantage at this time, but there was no trace of panic on his face. When my hawk and others saw this scene, their faces were calm and they had no intention of going up to help. Because they all know clearly that their captain has not used his full strength and is still in reserve. Mid-air. The sound of explosions continued, blood spilled on the ground, and wisps of thunder blew up the sea surface. Chapter 78. Kid, you are dead today. Burndiewald's face was full of arrogance at this time. As he spoke, his huge fists kept bombarding him, and his whole body kept charging. Really? If you only have this strength, then this battle should be over. Chen Fan had a sneer on his lips, and the aura on his body exploded. Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? Have you figured it out? The one who has the upper hand now is Laozi. Burndiewald was a little confused, but he still used the fruit's ability to its full potential, and every attack had no doubt that it could shake gold and stone. That huge fist once again blasted towards Chen Fan. The darkness above his arms was blocked in front of him, and the powerful force directly caused Chen Fan, a thunder giant of more than 10 meters, to fly backwards for hundreds of meters. Boy, you killed so many of my crew members, I must drink your blood and eat your flesh. Burndiewald was filled with pride when she saw Chen Fan being forced back by him again. However, when he looked down at his pirate ship, his expression was full of distress, because these crew members were all dead after he finally found them. Fortunately, his brother was just knocked unconscious and was fine. Hearing Burndiewald's words, Chen Fan didn't care at all, but his expression became indifferent. Thor mode. Phase 2. Suddenly, thunder flashed, and dark clouds covered the sky. The roar of thunder continued to sound among the dark clouds. Part of the blue thunder surrounding Chen Fan also turned into a mysterious purple. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with endless thunder. That wisp of thunder covered the sky 100 meters above the sea like a giant net, and the whole scene seemed like the world was annihilated. In an instant, the thunder that represented destruction all gathered on Chen Fan in mid-air. His hair danced wildly, his pupils seemed to turn purple, and the aura on his body continued to rise. The expressions of the people on the floor below were full of surprise. Although this was not the first time they had seen it, they could not help but be surprised when they saw this miraculous scene again. Mid-air. When Grindelwald on the opposite side saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment. He could clearly feel that Chen Fan was getting stronger. He finally understood why this boy always seemed so confident. 100 times speed. Hand knife. Without hesitation, Grindelwald turned his right hand into a palm, and at 100 times the speed, his body completely turned into an afterimage, and he quickly slashed towards Chen Fan, with bursts of sonic booms coming along the way. His face was full of indifference. At the moment when the sword was about to attack, Chen Fan just raised his hand slightly, and there was a terrifying thunder above it. Bang! At the moment of collision, Chen Fan blocked the huge hand knife. Then, under Grindelwald's surprised look, Chen Fan's thunder became even more violent, and with a sudden force, Grindelwald was thrown dozens of meters away. After he stabilized his body, he looked in the direction of Chen Fan. At this time, Chen Fan's whole body was completely covered by terrifying thunder. Wisps of blue thunder were like thunder pythons. The most terrifying thing was that there was a part of purple thunder around him, which represented the power of destruction. At this moment, Chen Fan seemed to have truly turned into a thunder god. Kid, do you think you can defeat me if you become stronger? Logia is Grindelwalder, the destroyer of worlds. Although Grindelwald could feel Chen Fan's strength becoming stronger, his dignity as a strong man made him have no intention of backing down. 100 times speed. Punch! I saw Grindelwald's huge fist, which was extremely dark and passed through at an extremely fast speed, bursting out with extremely powerful force and blasting towards Chen Fan. Thunder Fist. With a calm expression, Chen Fan's destructive thunder gathered on his right fist, as black as ink, and blasted forward like a dragon. Boom! The huge fist and the thunder fist collided together, and the two figures, one large and one small, looked like elephants and ants, but the difference in strength was not like this. The terrifying power of thunder forced Grindelwald to retreat. With an expression full of surprise, Grindelwald looked at her slightly trembling right hand with disbelief on her face. But before he could stabilize his body, Chen Fan suddenly stepped forward and appeared behind him with the flash of thunder. A blue thunder spear appeared on his right hand, stabbing towards him at an extremely fast speed. Unable to dodge, Grindelwald could only turn around and block with his right arm forward. The huge arm was covered with armed domineering energy. With blood spurting out, Grindelwald's right arm was directly pierced, and the wound was so deep that the bone looked particularly scary. This was not over yet. Chen Fan's attacks were like a violent storm, constantly blasting towards Grindelwald. At this moment, Grindelwald could only barely resist even if he tried his best to exert all his strength. The blood on his body kept flowing out, and scars kept appearing on his body. The entire battle situation was completely reversed. Impossible, this is impossible. Logia is the destroyer of the world. You little brat, how could you suddenly become so powerful? How could you defeat me? Grindelwald's face was full of lack of confidence, and she kept punching out fists at 100 times speed. But it had no effect. In front of Chen Fan, whose whole body was covered with destructive thunder, he was easily blocked. The weak are just weak after all. Chen Fan's eyes were full of coldness, and his 5 fingers were like claws, with terrifying thunder on them, clawing straight at Grindelwald's chest. There was no time to escape. with a trace of fear in his eyes, and with blood flowing, Burndy-Wald was grabbed a piece of flesh from Chen Fan's chest. Ah! The severe pain made Burndy-Wald scream. Laozi is going to kill you. The extremely angry Burndy-Wald, with powerful power contained in his fist, blasted towards Chen Fan. With a calm expression, the power of thunder gathered on his right fist, which was also wrapped with the power of armed domineering force, and was blasted forward. Boom! The two fists collided like dragons, the sound of explosion sounded, and the surrounding clouds were blown away. Burndy-Wald's huge body fell back hundreds of meters before he stabilized his body. On the other hand, Chen Fan on the other side stood proudly in the air with the thunder of destruction shining all over his body. I'm going to kill you, kill you. Burndy-Wald's face was full of madness, his whole body was bursting with energy and blood, and veins were popping up on his arms. 100 times, cannonball punch. Then, Burndy-Wald's fists were put together like a cannonball, carrying extremely terrifying power. Coupled with the impact of 100 times the speed, bursts of sonic booms sounded, and they hit Chen Fan. Chapter 79. World Destroyer, you will be the first enemy our Thor pirates defeat in the New World. His expression was full of ruthlessness, and endless thunder burst out from all over Chen Fan's body. 600 million volts, Thunder Unicorn. I saw Chen Fan raised his hands upwards, and suddenly the sky was covered with dark clouds, and thunder flashed continuously. Among the huge dark clouds, a blue unicorn tens of meters tall appeared suddenly, with the extremely terrifying Kamui contained all over his body. Then, it fell straight down at an extremely fast speed and rushed towards Burndy-Wald. Boom! For a moment, in mid-air, the Thunder Unicorn collided with Burndy-Wald's fists that seemed to have turned into cannonballs. It caused circles of air waves to spread out, the sky and the earth changed color, everything around was destroyed, and the waves underneath were even more tumbling. Feeling the power of destruction, Burndy-Wald's face was full of horror. He found that he could not blast away this thunder and lightning unicorn. The stalemate lasted for less than a few seconds, and the weakened lightning unicorn completely overwhelmed Burndy-Wald. Boom! There was a violent explosion in the sky, deafening. In the explosion, a huge figure, with scars all over its body, fell straight down like a hill. Bang! When he was only a few meters away from the pirate group, Burndy-Wald, who was seriously injured, barely recovered and stabilized his body. The whole person fell onto the pirate ship, but he knelt down directly. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Most of the bones in the body were broken, and the scars on the body still had thunder. Burndy-Wald stared at Chen Fan above with a look of reluctance. He stood up tremblingly and wanted to continue fighting, but the severe injuries left him with little fighting ability. It's not bad for surviving. No wonder he's called the destroyer of the world. Chen Fan couldn't help but praise him when he saw that Burndy-Walder was still able to survive under his thunder and lightning unicorn. On a pirate ship. Go quickly, you are no match for him, run quickly. At this time, a voice sounded, it was Beanjack who had just woken up. Brother, how are you? Run quickly and I'll cover you. Burndy-Wald also knew at this time that he might not survive this time, and he wanted his brother to run away. Oh, I want to run away. Have you asked me? A sneer appeared on Chen Fan's lips, accompanied by flashes of thunder, and a few seconds later, he appeared directly on the pirate ship. Thunder! Chen Fan didn't say anything under Burndy-Wald's angry and fearful eyes. Thunder gathered on his right hand, and he pointed forward with his fingers. A thunder beam shot straight towards Burndy-Wald. Wanting to resist, Burndy-Wald struggled desperately to stand up, but the injuries inside his body made it extremely painful for him to move, let alone resist. Just when he was desperate, a short figure stood in front of him. The thunder beam shot directly through Beanjack's chest. Run! Before dying, Beanjack turned to Burndy-Wald and said with his last strength. No, brother, Lao Zi wants to kill you, kill you. Burndiwald's face was full of anger, and he screamed heartbreakingly. He didn't know where the power came from. His fists were covered with armed domineering energy, and he used his last bit of strength to hit Chen Fan's head. When you become a pirate, you have to be prepared to face the price of death. Chen Fan's eyes were full of indifference, showing no mercy at all. The power of thunder gathered on his right fist and blasted forward with him. A giant thunder dragon burst out and rushed towards Burndiwald at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Endless thunder raged, and Burndiwald gave Chen Fan a dying blow. Without even touching Chen Fan, his entire body was submerged by the thunder dragon and dissipated between heaven and earth. After doing all this, Chen Fan seemed to be floating in the air as if nothing had happened. In his eyes, this is a fight between life and death, and there is no possibility of mercy. Because he believed that if he lost this battle, Burndiwald would never let him go. Chen Fan, who stood proudly in mid-air, raised his hands upward, and the destructive thunder continued to gather on it. A huge ball of thunder was born, and then Chen Fan threw it down. The giant thunder ball directly submerged Burndiwald's pirate ship, followed by the sound of explosion. The unconscious pirates on the ward pirates also disappeared into the sea along with this huge pirate ship. After doing all this, Chen Fan directly transformed into elements and returned to his Thor. Let's go on. Chen Fan said to Lafitte beside him. Okay, Captain. Lafitte immediately steered the Thor forward. You know, this was Burndiwald, the world destroyer, who was killed by Chen Fan like this. However, after Chen Fan did all this, he seemed not to care at all. Monet looked at all this with envy and admiration on his face, wondering when he would have such power as his big brother. Nico Robin on the other side was thinking, how correct was her previous choice. 3 days later, the scorching sun was in the sky and the sun shone on the Sea of New World. The news that the world destroyer Burndiwalder was defeated by Chen Fan and that the entire pirate group was eliminated by the Thor pirates spread throughout the New World. The pirates who had been in the New World for a long time were all surprised when they saw this news. They knew the strength of the world destroyer. That guy had even killed 2 or 3 Marine headquarters lieutenant generals, but he was unexpectedly killed by a fledgling boy. Originally, the pirates thought that Chen Fan could escape from Impel Down City only because Marine was too useless or because he was lucky. Now they know the horror of Thunder God Chen Fan, and now they all believe that the Thunder God pirates are definitely one of the most powerful contenders for the throne of the New World Emperor. Aboard the Thor. At this moment, Chen Fan had just taken off his gravity bracelet and stopped training. His large-scale domineering aura seemed to be expanding outside. It could be said that he could detect the flow of the aura of nearby creatures tens of thousands of meters away. The most important thing is that with his domineering knowledge, he can already judge the opponent's movements in advance. Unexpectedly, my knowledge color haki broke through to the 4th stage faster than the armed color haki. Chen Fan felt the breakthrough of his own domineering power and felt a little surprised. But it's normal to have second thoughts. After all, in order to develop the heart network, I spent more than a year and a half focusing on training the haki of knowledge and color. Chapter 80. Without thinking any more, Chen Fan stopped training and sat on a chair, because it was already noon and it was time to have lunch. However, there is one more person serving food today, and that is my hawk. At this time, my hawk served the meal he had prepared with a look of indifference on his face. After a while, the table was filled with more than 20 delicious-looking dishes. Looking at my hawk's appearance, Chen Fan smiled. Why did my hawk cook today? It was naturally Chen Fan who asked him to do it. My hawk looked at Chen Fan with confusion. He still couldn't figure out how his captain knew he could cook. How do you know I can cook? My hawk couldn't help but ask Chen Fan, who was eating heavily. I don't know, I guess. Chen Fan answered casually. Originally, he told my hawk about cooking, but my hawk refused directly. However, when Chen Fan told him that if he didn't want to cook it, then let Monet cook it for us. As soon as he said this, my hawk's expression immediately changed and he agreed to cook. My hawk, your cooking is delicious, but I don't think it's as delicious as mine. Otherwise, I'll cook the next meal. Monet said to several people while eating. No, never. When they heard that Monet wanted to cook, Chen Fan and others' expressions immediately changed, and they said no in unison. Humph! If you don't do it, you won't do it, you bastards! Hearing their refusal, Monet snorted, put his hands on his hips, and pouted, looking angry. Call! Chen Fan and the others didn't care whether Monet was angry or not. They were all relieved when they heard that Monet wasn't cooking. After finishing lunch, everyone continued to do what they should do. Most of them started practicing, and they have a captain who is a training fanatic. Plus my hawk is almost a training fanatic. The rest of the people spent most of their time on the ship training. The same goes for Nico Robin, who just joined. She is currently learning the 6 marine styles and developing fruit abilities. Chen Fan adjusted the gravity bracelet to the highest setting and began physical training. After a long period of exercise, he would not only devour food to restore physical strength and repair fatigue. He will also use thunder and lightning to fortify his body to slowly enhance his physical fitness. Is this why Chen Fan was able to adapt to the highest end 25-ton gravity bracelet so quickly? With the sea breeze blowing slightly, time passed slowly. 2 hours later. In front of the Thor, a medium-sized island appeared. The island looks like a huge turtle. From a distance, there are woods and buildings on it. It is obvious that this island is inhabited. Captain, there is an island ahead. It should be inhabited. We don't have much supplies on the ship. Should we go down and replenish it? Lafitte asked Chen Fan who was training. Can. Chen Fan replied, stopped training, and went to the bathroom in the cabin. After hearing Chen Fan's affirmative answer, Lafitte immediately drove the Thor and headed towards the island at an extremely fast speed with the propeller turning. Great, Robin, we can go down to the island and take a walk. Monet looked excited and shouted to Nico Robin next to him. Nico Robin responded simply, she also wanted to go to the island for a walk. After a while, Chen Fan finished washing, changed his clothes and walked out of the cabin. With a height of more than 1.9 meters, his sharp features and long black hair, Monet was stunned for a moment. When Chen Fan sat down, Monet came back to his senses. At this time, the Thor also arrived at the island and leaned on its shore. Afterwards, Chen Fan and others got off the boat. Of course, Rafik stayed on top to watch the boat. Soon, everyone walked across the coast and came to the town. On the streets, people came and went, plus their laughter. This scene is very joyful. Monet looked at this scene with excitement on his face. Although she is still young, only 14 years old now, a girl's nature is from childhood to adulthood, so Monet immediately pulled Nico Robin around to shop. Of course, the berry in her hand was given to her by Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't care about these small sums of money. After all, the gold I brought back from the empty island was enough for a while, and even if it ran out, I could still go up and get it. Thinking of this, Chen Fan remembered and calculated the time, the ark should be built soon. It seems that I need to find time to go back to Sky Island. While the two girls were wandering around, Chen Fan and Mihawk also came to a store and bought a lot of supplies. Of course, most of them were semi-cooked food. It can be eaten immediately after cooking, although Mihawk is pretty good at cooking. However, Chen Fan had no intention of letting Mihawk become a full-time cook, as this might affect his improvement in strength. After finishing the purchase, Chen Fan called Monet, it's time to go. Okay, big brother. Monet had already bought a lot of clothes and accessories with Nico Robin. When Chen Fan told her to leave, she was still a little reluctant to leave, but she would not disobey her elder brother's order. Just as the four of them were about to go back, Chen Fan and Mihawk stopped at the same time. Because they saw two figures in front of them, the one on the right had red hair, a straw hat on his head, 3 scars on his face, and flip-flops on his feet. As for the one on the left, he has golden curly hair and a band on his forehead. The most important thing is the particularly prominent sausage mouth. The two are the red-haired Shanks and Jesus Bulletin. What a coincidence, Mihawk, you're here too. Shanks just came to New World from Donghai, saw Mihawk and greeted him excitedly. Mihawk replied calmly, it was obvious that they had known each other before. Would you like to join my pirate group? Shanks smiled and said to Mihawk. No need, I have a pirate group now. Mihawk refused outright. Hearing this, the red-haired Shanks was a little surprised. You must know that he had recruited Mihawk as early as a year and a half ago, and was rejected outright at that time. He was curious, who could recruit Mihawk as a crew member? Isn't it a little bad to recruit my vice-captain in front of me? Chen Fan looked at the red-haired Shanks with a smile on his face. I'm really sorry, but I think you seem very familiar. The red-haired Shanks fell into thinking. He always felt that he had seen Chen Fan somewhere, but he couldn't remember. Chapter 81. Captain, this is Thunder God Chen Fan, a pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion. We have seen it in the newspaper before. Jesus Bulletin on the side reminded Shanks, and he looked at Chen Fan with some fear. Oh, I remembered. The red-haired Shanks remembered that he had indeed seen it in the newspaper. Brother, who are these two? Monet asked Chen Fan with a puzzled look. After all, the current red-haired Shanks has just left the sea and has not yet made a name for himself. Red-haired Shanks, One Piece Roger's ship's crew member, Jesus clothed a powerful sniper. Chen Fan looked at the two people and said. The red-haired Shanks was a little surprised to hear that Chen Fan recognized him. Jesus Bulletin on the side was even more surprised, thinking, how does this thunder god Chen Fan know him? You know, I have never been to the sea before. So you are thunder god Chen Fan. I have heard of you. You are very strong. I look forward to our fight in the new world. The red-haired Shanks looked at Chen Fan with a smile on his face. Oh, interesting. Do you want to challenge me? Red-haired Shanks. Chen Fan also looked at Shanks with a smile. Challenges are usually spoken by juniors to seniors. If I remember correctly, I should have gone to sea earlier than you, so you should be the one challenging me. The red-haired Shanks continued. Really? Then let me test your level. Chen Fan's expression became cold. For a moment, several people nearby felt the smell of gunpowder. Then let's try it. Shanks also put away his smile, showing no intention of flinching. The next second. After hearing these words, Chen Fan's eyes turned cold, and a king's will emanated from him. The entire sky suddenly became cloudless, and the conqueror's domineering energy, which was like blue thunder, directly attacked the spiritual world of red-haired Shanks. Facing this powerful conqueror's domineering force, the red-haired Shanks was not afraid at all, and the aura of a king burst out from his body. In an instant, two conquerors' domineering energies collided, and the color of the world changed. Zit-zi-zi. Thunders roared non-stop, and the sky above the entire island was split into two, one blood red and one thunder. Two powerful overlords are at loggerheads. Everyone on this medium-sized island was shocked when they saw this terrifying scene. No one of them dared to hesitate and ran away frantically. If you want to stay away from the center of this storm, it is fortunate that Chen Fan and the red-haired Shanks have mastered the directional conqueror's haki. Otherwise, most people within a few thousand meters of this island will be directly stunned. The two looked at each other, the two conquerors' domineering forces still fighting. Mihawk's expression was a bit ugly. He still didn't want the two of them to fight. Time passed by minute by second, the sky and the earth were roaring continuously, and the thunder kept flashing. 2 minutes later. These two streams of conquerors' domineering energy, which represented endless pressure, dissipated at the same time. You are really strong. The red-haired Shanks couldn't help but praise. You're not bad, I'm looking forward to our fight in New World. Chen Fan replied politely. Let's go. Then, he called the crew behind him to prepare to leave. Neither of them had any intention of really fighting, they just wanted to test it out. With Chen Fan's character, there is no need to offend a powerful enemy without enough benefits. Of course, the most important thing is to do it for Mihawk's face. As Chen Fan said he was leaving, Nico Robin and the other three also followed. After a minute, Chen Fan and others gradually walked away. Puff! The red-haired Shanks spurted out a mouthful of blood. How are you? Shanks? Jesus asked with concern. It's okay, that Chen Fan is really strong. There was a hint of fear on the face of the red-haired Shanks. The domineering collision between conquerors just now seemed to be evenly matched, but in fact he was at a disadvantage. This made the red-haired Shanks surprised. Chen Fan looked as big as himself at most, but he was able to suppress himself. One can imagine how terrifying this man's talent is. On the other side, Chen Fan and others returned to the Thor. As the Thor set sail, there was a slight sea breeze and seagulls flying overhead. Chen Fan looked at the endless new world, Kaido of the Beasts, Ant Steel Balloon, Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, Red Earl, these strong men are really exciting. Chen Fan kept leaning against the side of the boat, feeling the sea breeze. After a few minutes, Chen Fan stopped. Then the training started day after day. Sometimes even Mihawk couldn't help but sigh, his captain is really a training fanatic. A month later, when dawn dawned, the Thor was sailing in the new world. Chen Fan was training on the ship at this time. Thunder flashed all over his body. Wisps of weak thunder entered his body, making the cells in his body active and his internal organs beating. As this process continued, Chen Fan's physical fitness also increased at an extremely slow rate. Although the increase is small, if it accumulates over time, it will definitely reach a very terrifying level. Half an hour later, the weak thunder on Chen Fan dissipated. He stopped the thunder exercise and was about to start the most basic physical training. Suddenly, his eyes looked upward, and the heart network, which had a coverage of tens of thousands of meters, moved forward to detect. Chen Fan instantly felt the flow of a powerful aura. And this aura is coming towards the Thor at an extremely fast speed. Who is it? Chen Fan was a little surprised. As the aura got closer and closer, Mihawk, who was wielding the supreme sharp knife, also stopped training and looked upward. When the others saw their captain and deputy captain, all looking at the same place, they immediately stopped training. Brother, what are you looking at? Monet asked curiously. There is a strong person coming towards us. Chen Fan's expression was full of seriousness. At this time, a figure slowly fell from the horizon. When they were only a few hundred meters away from the Thor, Chen Fan and the others saw this figure clearly. He has long, messy golden hair, and a ship's rudder is inlaid on his forehead. The most important thing is that his legs are made of two famous swords. Golden Lion Shiki. Chen Fan recognized this person immediately. Upon hearing this name, the expressions of the four Hawkeyes and Mihawks immediately changed. It can be said that there are few people on this sea who have not heard of the name and deeds of the Golden Lion. Didn't the Golden Lion just escape from prison? Brother, why do I feel like he is coming for us? Monet looked at the Golden Lion above with some worry. Chapter 82. At this time, Chen Fan's expression was also rare, showing a trace of solemnity. Finally found you. The Golden Lion floated in mid-air, looking at Chen Fan. What's the matter? Golden Lion. Chen Fan looked directly at the Golden Lion without fear. He was a little confused. What was the Golden Lion looking for? You are Chen Fan, the adopted son of Akoku. How about surrendering to me, joining my pirate group, and ruling the world with me. Your father used to be my right-hand man. Golden Lion confidently stated the purpose of his trip, because he believed that a guy like Chen Fan who had just gone to sea would never refuse his invitation. Unfortunately, the opposite happened. No, it's my adoptive father's business. I don't plan to join your pirate group. Chen Fan refused outright. He never gave in to other people's ideas. Even if that person is the top strong man in the world, it won't work. What's more, the Golden Lion now has a rudder on his head and his legs are disabled. How much strength does he have left? Hearing that he had been rejected, the Golden Lion was instantly angry. Kid, do you know what you are talking about? Laozi is a Golden Lion. You dare to refuse me? Do you want to die? The Golden Lion's words and eyes were full of threats. The 3 Lafitte people below were all a little flustered. Although my hawk looked calm, his hand touched the supreme sharp sword Black Blade Knight. They also grew up listening to the legend of the Golden Lion. Is that why they know how terrifying the Golden Lion is? If you were at your peak and you came to tell me these words, would you have the strength to kill me now? Chen Fan's whole body was flashing with thunder, and his cold eyes looked straight at him without any fear. If the Golden Lion was at its peak, Chen Fan would definitely run away without saying a word. But in the current state of the Golden Lion, just a few words to make him run away and surrender are not enough. Kid, that's very good. You're looking for death. The Golden Lion's expression was full of anger, and the famous sword Sakuragi at his feet swung forward, and a golden sword energy burst out, rushing straight towards Chen Fan below. Apatosaurus. With an indifferent expression, Chen Fan's shining thunder became violent. As he punched forward, a thunder dragon rushed out containing extremely terrifying power. Boom! In an instant, the thunder dragon collided with the golden sword energy, causing a strong explosion, strong winds, and the sea water below surged slightly. It's interesting, kid. I'll give you another chance. Surrender to me, the Golden Lion, or die. The Golden Lion looked directly at Chen Fan, feeling a strong sense of oppression. Old man, what qualifications do you have to decide my death? Chen Fan looked confident and looked straight away. Hawkeye my hawk on the side also pulled out the supreme sharp knife, Black Blade Knight, as if he was going to take action together. Nico Robin's expressions were even more tense. No need, let me meet this guy from the old era alone. Chen Fan stretched out his hand to stop my hawk. With the flash of thunder, he disappeared instantly. The power of destructive thunder gathered on his right foot and kicked straight towards the Golden Lion. It seems that I haven't been out for a long time. Many people have forgotten my name. Today I will let you see what a true emperor is. The powerful aura from the Golden Lion burst out, and the figure disappeared instantly, and the cherry tree on its right foot slashed directly towards Chen Fan. Boom! The 2 people collided with each other in an instant, and at the same time, 2 king-like auras spread out. Above the sky, there were dark clouds, and dark red thunder kept roaring. The color of the sky and the earth changed, air waves spread out in circles around the 2 people, and the sea below became even more rough. What a good boy, you still have Conqueror's domineering power. No wonder you have to be willing to surrender to me. However, what you face today is death after all. The Golden Lion's eyes were extremely fierce, and a burst of blood energy burst out from his body. His left fist was covered with the 4th stage of armed domineering energy, and he blasted towards Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. Really? A new era has begun. You, a remnant of the old era, just be quiet. Chen Fan didn't show any panic at all. The darkness above his fist was extremely dark, and the thunder that was entangled with destruction also blasted out. Boom! The 2 fists collided like giant dragons. The powerful force caused ripples, strong winds blew up, and the surrounding clouds were blown away. After the bombardment, Chen Fan flew back dozens of meters before stopping. On the other hand, the golden lion on the other side only retreated a dozen meters. Obviously, in the first confrontation of forces, Chen Fan was temporarily at a disadvantage. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chen Fan's expression was full of solemnity. If he were to follow the golden lion more than 10 years later, he would definitely win today. Although the current golden lion is not at its peak, it has not declined to the point where it will be more than 10 years later. The current victory or defeat can only be known after playing Thor mode. First stage. Facing a strong man of this level, Chen Fan did not dare to drag him down. In an instant, he raised up with one hand. Above the sky, there were dense clouds, with streaks of thunder flashing in them. The power of destructive thunder filled the entire sky, and the whole scene looked particularly terrifying. Interesting, does the kid still want to resist under my hand? The golden lion looked at Chen Fan with a mocking look on his face, but he was not in a hurry to take action. Although his current strength is not as good as before, he believes that there is still no problem in dealing with a junior. On the other side, Chen Fan said nothing and did not reply. Endless thunder gathered on him. In an instant, the thunder giant of more than 10 meters was born, containing extremely terrifying power. Call out! Thunder flashed, and the thunder giant's huge fist, carrying terrifying power, charged towards the golden lion at an extremely fast speed. Feeling the thunder of destruction, the golden lion didn't panic at all. The famous deadwood sword on his left foot was extremely dark and contained terrible power, and he swung it forward. In an instant, the famous sword collided with the huge fist, and the sound of atmospheric explosion sounded. This time, Chen Fan blocked the golden lion's attack. Then, the thunder giant's huge fist continued to hit the golden lion like a violent storm. His expression was still so indifferent, and the golden lion relied on its powerful armed domineering energy to continuously wave the two famous knives at its feet, blocking Chen Fan's attack. For a time, the two were fighting evenly, fighting fiercely and bloodily, with neither one able to suppress the other. Chapter 83. Monet and Nico Robin below had worried faces. They were both wondering whether Chen Fan could defeat the golden lion. My hawk, do you think Big Brother can defeat the golden lion? Monet asked My Hawk on the side with a worried look. I don't know, but the current golden lion should not be able to reach its peak strength. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to sustain his moves together. Eagle Eye My Hawk looked up with a solemn expression, holding the black knife in his hand. Although he really wanted to take action, Chen Fan said that he could just leave it to him, which meant that he had some confidence. Hearing My Hawk's words, Monet's face became even more worried. She wanted to go up and help Chen Fan, but she knew clearly that if she went to help with her own strength, it would be a hindrance. In an instant, Monet was even more eager to become stronger in his heart, and even more eager to help Chen Fan one day as soon as possible. At this time, the battle above is still continuing. Thunder is raging and sword energy is arrogant. Drops of blood spilled onto the ground. Little guy, your strength is indeed good. I'll give you another chance to join my pirate group. I will lead you to rule the world. Otherwise, you will only face death. The golden lion was attacking as he spoke, and the famous sword under his feet was constantly swinging out sharp sword energy. You are just a guy from the old era, but you still want to conquer me. Chen Fan's huge body kept blasting forward with his fists, releasing giant thunder dragons. Boom! Dust was everywhere, the sound of explosions was continuous, and the clouds in the air continued to disperse. Okay, it seems that the world has not remembered the terror of my golden lion for too long. Today, you little brat is unwilling to surrender, so just die. The golden lion's expression became cold. Shishiwei earth coiling. The next second, a big mountain that he had prepared floated over the golden lion's head, and a strong sense of oppression came over him. Then, the mountain turned into a huge lion head and blasted towards Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. Really? Then I will let you, a product of the old era, die obediently today. Looking at this terrifying scene, Chen Fan's expression still showed no fear. 5 billion volts! Thunder Dragon! The thunder of destruction erupted, and the aura on the huge thunder giant became even more terrifying, as the thunder giant punched forward. Endless thunders gathered together and turned into a ferocious blue thunder dragon, bursting forward. Boom! In an instant, the lion head and the thunder dragon collided, causing a violent explosion. The color of the sky and the earth changed, and circles of air waves spread out. The sea water underneath became even more choppy, and waves of sea columns exploded. Chen Fan and the golden lion flew backwards for tens of meters under the strong shock wave. Gee ha 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 ha, it's interesting that it can block Lao Zi's attack, but it's not enough. Seeing that Chen Fan was able to block his attack, the golden lion decided not to retain his strength. In an instant, a powerful aura burst out from his body, and his armed domineering energy was very close to the 5th stage. An unparalleled sense of oppression came towards Chen Fan. His expression was a little solemn. Chen Fan didn't expect that the golden lion at this stage could still exert such a strong power. However, it is impossible for him to admit defeat. Call out! Accompanied by a blast of air, the golden lion's body disappeared instantly. It was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. The next second, the sharp famous knife on his right foot slashed towards Chen Fan's head at an extremely fast speed and containing extremely terrifying power. The sudden increase in speed made Chen Fan unable to react in time and had no time to dodge. He could only gather endless thunder on his hands, covered with armed domineering energy, turn around, and block forward. Clang! As the blood flowed out, Ying Shi, who carried terrifying power, directly caused a ferocious sword wound to appear on Chen Fan's arm, which was deeply visible to the bone and looked particularly scary. This was not over yet. The golden lion then waved the famous sword under his feet, and the sharp and powerful attack continued towards Chen Fan. Holding back the severe pain, Chen Fan kept waving his fists containing thunder to resist the attack. Bang! Bang! The fists were punched to the flesh, and they fought fiercely. As the sound of explosions continued to sound, and drops of blood spilled on the ground, Chen Fan was completely at a disadvantage. Under the terrifying and fast attack of the golden lion, he could only resist constantly, unable to find a chance to fight back, and small scars continued to appear on his body. On the Thor, watching this scene, Mona's face became even more worried. Lafitte and Lafitte didn't look very good either, because they could all see that their captain was at a disadvantage. Even facing Sakazuki, Chen Fan was not at a disadvantage. It is conceivable that even if the golden lion is not at its peak now and its legs are still disabled, its power is still extremely terrifying. After all, it is not more than 10 years later. My hawk, hurry up and help Big Brother. If this continues, Big Brother will be beaten to death by the golden lion. Seeing the scars constantly appearing on Chen Fan's body, Monet looked worried, but he couldn't help, so he could only ask My Hawk, the Eagle Eye, for help. No, the captain hasn't used his full strength yet, so the outcome is not certain. Eagle Eye's My Hawk's sharp eyes stared directly upward. He knew very well that Chen Fan had not yet fully used his full strength. Mid-air. Chen Fan, who was constantly being suppressed at this time, was also kicked out of the real fire. His right foot was extremely dark, containing terrifying thunder, and he kicked it away like a giant pillar. The golden lion on the other side had a relaxed look on his face. The dead wood on his left foot was swung forward, covered with armed domineering energy. Clang! In an instant, the attacks collided with each other, and the powerful force caused a roar, causing the two of them to step back several meters. Kid, if your strength is only like this, then this battle should be over. The golden lion was not in a hurry to take action, but looked at Chen Fan condescendingly. Really? Do you want to see me use my full strength? That's as you wish. Chen Fan's eyes turned cold. He had always looked at others like this. This was the first time he was looked down upon by someone, even if he was a golden lion. Thor mode. Second phase. The next second, endless thunder flashed, and Chen Fan's whole body was surrounded by wisps of blue thunder, like thunder pythons. The most terrifying thing was that a part of the thunder that was close to him had turned into a magical purple. The entire sky was filled with terrifying thunder in an instant. Chapter 84. Zitsaizi. The power of thunder continued to roar throughout the entire world. Looking at this scene of destruction, Golden Lion was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he showed an interesting expression. He wanted to recruit Chen Fan more and more. But this boy doesn't know how to praise him. You must know that even his adoptive father was once his subordinate. After thinking about it for a while, the Golden Lion decided to beat Chen Fan half to death and then subdue him. If that was not possible, he could only kill him. While Golden Lion was thinking about this, the endless power of thunder was already like a beam of light reaching the sky, converging towards Chen Fan from top to bottom. In an instant, the power of thunder flashed, and Chen Fan's whole body seemed to be covered in a thunder coat. The aura on his body rose to the extreme, his hair danced wildly, and the thunder of destruction wrapped around his body. At this moment, Chen Fan seemed to have transformed into a thunder god. The Golden Lion opposite looked at this scene with some appreciation on his face. Not bad, little guy. It's a good way to increase your strength through the burst of fruit power, but I don't know how it will be in actual combat. The Golden Lion's face was still full of contempt. After all, in his eyes, Chen Fan was just a junior, and he had such qualifications. You'll know if you try it. Chen Fan's eyes were filled with indifference. The moment he finished speaking, thunder flashed and he disappeared in an instant. The fist contained two powerful forces, terrifying thunder and armed domineering energy. It blasted towards the Golden Lion at an extremely fast speed, like a meteor. Interesting. The Golden Lion's face was still so contemptuous, and his body disappeared in an instant, with dead wood waving under his feet. Boom! In an instant, the two attacks collided like giant dragons, dust flew everywhere, and the sound of explosions sounded. This time Chen Fan took the Golden Lion's attack abruptly. Looking at this scene, the expression on the Golden Lion's face changed. The next second, Chen Fan raised his right foot heavily, carrying two terrifying forces, like a giant axe, and struck down hard on the Golden Lion. Without hesitation, the Golden Lion's fist was as black as ink and blasted forward. Bang! Bang! In an instant, fists and kicks exchanged, and the two attacks were once again evenly matched. Then, Chen Fan's fist, which was like a violent storm, contained the power of destructive thunder, and kept hitting the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion also put away a trace of contempt at this time, and kept waving the sharp swords on his feet. A series of terrifying thunders raged, and sharp sword energy slashed out. In mid-air, the sound of explosions continued continuously, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and the sea water below continued to explode. For a time, the two of them were evenly matched again. Monet and others below finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Especially Monet, who felt that he had been too worried before. With the strength of his eldest brother, even the Golden Lion could not easily defeat him. Mid-air. Feeling this terrifying power of destruction, coupled with Chen Fan's storm-like attack, the Golden Lion's expression finally showed a hint of solemnity. Because he found that this terrible thunder seemed to be constantly paralyzing his body, so that his movements slowly became sluggish. Chen Fan also narrowed the gap with himself. What a powerful kid! I take back what I just said. The golden sword energy on the Golden Lion's right foot contains terrifying power and is swung out. Thunder flashed, Chen Fan punched forward with his right fist, and a giant thunder dragon suddenly appeared. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the thunder dragon collided with the golden sword energy. The atmosphere roared, dust flew everywhere, and the two attacks dissipated between the sky and the earth at the same time. Old guy, if you want to judge me, can't you just back away if you're a guy from the old days? Chen Fan's eyes were fierce, the power of destructive thunder flashed, and in the next second, he killed directly towards the golden lion. It's really interesting. Are all young people today so arrogant? The golden lion's face also became ugly, and its body also disappeared in place. The two collided again, the fists and famous swords kept clashing, the terrifying power continued to roar, and the sound of explosions continued in the air. The surrounding clouds were constantly being blown away. Fist to flesh, bloody fight, for a time, whether it was fists, swords, or hands and feet, they became weapons for two people to attack. At this moment, both of them used their full strength without reservation. As a strong man of the era, the golden lion is no longer at his peak, but he is not willing to lose to a young man. Chen Fan is also full of fighting spirit. He wants everyone to know who is the real king of this era. Everyone on the Thor was watching the battle intently. They all wanted to know who would win and who would lose in this battle. Especially my hawk, whose right hand has never been released from Black Blade Knight. If Chen Fan loses, he will definitely take action immediately to save him. Time passed by minute by second, and drops of blood fell on the ground. Half an hour later, in mid-air, Chen Fan's fist containing terrifying power was blasted forward, and the dead wood on the golden lion's left foot was swung forward. In an instant, two terrifying attacks collided together like boulders. The powerful shock wave caused the two of them to fall back one after another, and they only managed to stabilize their bodies dozens of meters away. Hoo! Heavy breathing sounded. After fighting until now, Chen Fan's physical strength had almost reached its limit, and his body was full of vicious sword wounds. The golden lion on the opposite side was not much better. Cold sweat was streaming down his forehead, his body was covered with black wounds, and his expression had long lost its contempt. He didn't expect that today's young people could fight with him to such an extent. It's over, kid. The golden lion was too lazy to play anymore. The fight had been going on for almost an hour. It would be too embarrassing if this kid was not dealt with. If you want to die, I will make it happen for you. Chen Fan faced the golden lion, the emperor of the old era, with no fear in his expression. Gee ha 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 ha, it's really interesting. I haven't heard anyone say that they want to kill me for a long time. Even Roger Garp, they don't dare to say that. Who do you think you are? Laozi is a golden lion. After laughing, the golden lion's expression instantly became ferocious, a terrifying aura burst out from his body, and his blood was surging. His strength actually increased again, and the next second, he raised his hands. Shishiwei govern place earth coiling. The sea water below surged instantly, and water columns rose into the sky and gathered together in mid-air. Chapter 85. In an instant, it transformed into a blue lion hundreds of meters tall. Its terrifying power seemed to destroy everything. The next second, the blue lion, which was hundreds of meters tall, swamped towards Chen Fan. Looking at this scene, the faces of the three Monets below couldn't help but look worried. My hawk also pulled out Black Blade Knight, looking like he was about to take action at any time. Guys from the old era, there is no place for you in the new era. Chen Fan's eyes were full of indifference, his expression showed no fear, and he raised his right hand. 800 million volts. Thunder Unicorn. In an instant, the thunder of destruction erupted. Dark clouds covered the sky, and streaks of blue thunder flashed. Among the dark clouds, a magical thunder unicorn suddenly appeared. Carrying extremely terrifying power, it rushed straight down. In an instant, in mid-air, the thunder unicorn that was hundreds of meters away collided with the blue lion that was hundreds of meters away. The sharp right claw of the thunder unicorn was about to grab the blue lion directly. I saw that the blue lion also stretched out its right paw and easily blocked the attack. For a moment, two mysterious ferocious beasts were constantly colliding and fighting. Waves of powerful energy were raging, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and the sea water below continued to explode. Kid, you are very strong, but not enough. The moment he finished speaking, the aura on Golden Lion's body rose again. He seemed to be using his strength forcefully, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that the rudder on his head was restraining his strength, preventing him from using his full strength. The current Golden Lion burst out with force in order to defeat Chen Fan. However, it is less than 30% of the strength at its peak. One can imagine how much impact the rudder embedded in the head and the disabled legs will have on the Golden Lion. In an instant, the aura on the Blue Lion became more swollen. For a time, the Thunder Kylin was completely suppressed. Ah! Seeing this scene, the thunder all over Chen Fan's body flashed, and with a roar, he also forcibly used the power of thunder to overload, causing the aura of the Thunder Unicorn to rise. A few seconds later, two terrifying and world-destroying forces continued to collide, a crack appeared in the sky, and a violent explosion sounded. Two terrifying attacks dissipated between the sky and the earth at the same time. Circles of ripples spread out. For a moment, this powerful shock wave caused both of them to fall back hundreds of meters. After a few seconds, the two of them stabilized their bodies. At this moment, the auras on both of them were extremely weak, and it seemed that they had completely reached their limit. Especially Chen Fan, the hideous wounds on his body made him feel extremely painful. Kid, you are really strong, but that's all. The moment he finished speaking, the Golden Lion's body appeared behind Chen Fan. The sharp famous sword attacked Chen Fan, although it was not as powerful as before. But now the Golden Lion still has some strength left, while Chen Fan on the other side is almost reaching his limit. Reacting in time, Chen Fan turned around, and with the power of thunder in his right hand, he blasted forward to block the attack. Then, the two people turned into two streams of light and kept colliding. At this moment, the competition was who could persist to the end, who would be the final winner. Mihawk and others looked at this scene with some worry, because the current situation is very likely that their captain will lose. In mid-air. In the end, the fierce fighting continued, with wounds constantly appearing on the two men's bodies and blood dripping out. Facing the Golden Lion's overwhelming attack, Chen Fan continued to fight back. The two were now competing in willpower and physical strength. Time continued to pass, 20 minutes later. Hey, hey! Both of them were breathing heavily. At this moment, their physical strength had completely reached its limit. Kid, you are the strongest among the young people I have ever seen, but the ultimate winner of this battle is me after all. The Golden Lion rarely praises a person like this. It can be imagined that he really thinks Chen Fan is very strong. However, he will not show any mercy, looking at Chen Fan who has completely reached his limit. The Golden Lion focuses all its power on Sakuraju on its right foot. The tip of the sword stabbed towards Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. It was shining with golden light and contained terrifying power. Chen Fan lowered his head at this time. He felt that his physical strength had completely reached its limit. He wanted to fall asleep and rest like this. But he knew he couldn't. If this was the case, he would only lose. I don't like losing, and I don't want to lose. Chen Fan raised his head fiercely, and his fist contained the final power of thunder, which was extremely dark and blasted forward. Clang! In an instant, the sharp sword and the fist collided. The last strength of the two people was in a fierce collision. In an instant, Chen Fan felt severe pain, and the sharp knife seemed to pierce his fist. If this continues, Chen Fan will be completely chopped off by this sword. At the same time, Mihawk, the eagle eye below, can no longer hold back and leaves the Thor directly. Chen Fan, who was in mid-air, looked at the Golden Lion in front of him and felt its powerful oppression. Very strong, really very strong. Although he is no longer in his peak state, as the Emperor of the Old Era, he is still very strong. But even so, Chen Fan is not willing to admit defeat, nor does he want to lose. Ah! Along with a roar, the energy and blood in Chen Fan's body surged, and his internal organs were beating. At this moment, the peak of the armed domineering power of the third stage was completely realized. Then, the powerful penetration force blasted out directly. For a moment, the Golden Lion felt that Chen Fan's strength had become stronger, which was a bit incredible. Then, under his surprised expression, crack! There was a sound of bones breaking, and the femur on the Golden Lion's right foot was broken directly. It seems that I will win after all. Then, Chen Fan's destructive thunder fist hit the Golden Lion's body directly. The sound of broken bones continued to sound, and the internal organs seemed to be shattered. The Golden Lion, which had almost reached its limit, faced this punch and fell straight down like a hill. When he fell into the sea, the Golden Lion's face was filled with disbelief and unwillingness. He didn't believe it, he couldn't believe it, that he really lost to a young man. How is that possible? Laozi is the legendary Golden Lion on the sea. With unwillingness, the Golden Lion completely fell into the sea, and a generation of heroes came to an end. At the same time as it fell into the water, a huge mountain also fell down. It caused a huge wave and the sea water continued to surge. Obviously, this is the backup plan that the Golden Lion is keeping to escape. He has been watching out for my hawk. But he didn't expect that he would be defeated by Chen Fan. In mid-air, my hawk, who came to support, was stunned when he saw this scene. He did not expect that their captain really defeated the Golden Lion. The expressions on the faces of the three Monets below were even more shocked. They never expected that their captain really defeated the legendary Golden Lion on the sea. At this moment, Chen Fan had no intention of caring about what they were thinking. He immediately disappeared with lightning flashes and came to the deck. At this moment, blood was still flowing from his body, and the hideous sword wounds looked extremely terrifying. Chen Fan immediately came to the cabin without hesitation, took out a lot of food and started eating. With waves of weak heat, it enters the internal organs, like nectar after rain, constantly repairing injuries. Only then did Chen Fan feel that his body, which was about to collapse, stopped collapsing and slowly recovered. Chapter 86. After a while, Chen Fan finally felt that his injury had barely stabilized. Monet took out the medical kit and gave Chen Fan a simple bandage. At the same time, my hawk also jumped from the sea to the boat, holding two famous knives in his hands. He couldn't bear the famous sword to be buried in the sea like this. 3 days later, the sun was shining brightly. The news that Chen Fan defeated the Golden Lion was recorded by the communication pigeon, published in the newspaper, and spread throughout the New World. When everyone in New World learned that Chen Fan had defeated the Golden Lion, most of them looked shocked. Here, are you making a mistake? This Chen Fan is so strong that he actually defeated the Golden Lion. Yes, that's a legend on the sea. Although he was captured by Marine, it was the joint efforts of Garp and Sengoku. Chen Fan actually defeated him. It's incredible. It's so scary. It feels like a new emperor will appear on this sea in the near future. The pirates were all talking and sighing about Chen Fan's power, and they all felt that Chen Fan must have a place as the emperor of the New World. New World, aboard the Moby DK. With the sea breeze blowing slightly, a man exuding incomparable power just sitting there, holding a newspaper in his hand. When he saw the news published in the middle. Shiki, did you also fall into the sea? This kid Chen Fan is really a bit scary. Whitebeard couldn't help but sigh in his heart at this time. In addition to being a little surprised that Chen Fan was able to defeat the Golden Lion, he also felt regretful. Those old friends died one by one, which seemed to announce the disappearance of the old era and the beginning of a new era. At this moment, Marco, who was beside Whitebeard, was only looking at the thunderous figure on the newspaper, with his fists clenched in a complicated expression. I couldn't help but wonder, Chen Fan's strength has improved so fast, can I really defeat him? Looking at Marco's complicated and solemn expression, Whitebeard had roughly guessed what he was thinking. My child, you seem to be doubting whether you can defeat Chen Fan. You don't need to worry like this. I believe you are the best. Whitebeard looked at Marco with relief. Yes, brother Marco, we also believe in you. You will definitely be able to defeat that guy. Foil Baista spoke. That's right, Thunder God Chen Fan is just a kid. We are the Whitebeard Pirates. When Diamond Jose said this, his face was full of pride. Yes, I also think that the captain will definitely be able to defeat that Thunder God Chen Fan in the future. Even Blackbeard opened his mouth to encourage. It's hard to imagine that Blackbeard would do something like that in the future. In addition to encouraging Marco, he also kept his eyes on Thunder in the newspaper. Thunder fruit? It's really powerful. It's a pity that I have something more suitable. Blackbeard looked at the destructive Thunder and wondered whether he should find a way to snatch it. However, he immediately gave up the idea. First, he couldn't beat Chen Fan with his current strength, and second, his first choice was the secret fruit. On the other side, after hearing the encouragement from his family, Marco also regained his confidence. He looked at everyone with firm eyes and said, "Everyone is right, I am the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, how can I give up so easily? I have given up my confidence. I'm sorry for making everyone worried." Kahahaha, right? This is my child. Whitebeard laughed happily. At this time, he was already taking medicine. It's okay, brother Marco, as long as you have confidence, we all believe in you. Yes, you will definitely be able to defeat that Thunder God Chen Fan in the future. The captains on the Whitebeard pirate ship are full of confidence in Marco. However, they will later learn that this is simply impossible. At the same time, Marine Headquarters. Fleet Admiral offices at the moment. Cyborg, Sora, Zifa, and Garp are all in this. Garp, in particular, was uncharacteristically not eating donuts, but reading the newspaper. Golden Lion, are you leaving too? Garp was also filled with emotion at this time. As for Zifa and Cyborg Kong, they stared at the newspaper with solemn expressions. They all knew what it meant that Chen Fan defeated the Golden Lion. Even if the Golden Lion was not in its prime, it didn't even have 1/3 of the power it had in its prime. But he is still the legendary Golden Lion on the sea. If Chen Fan defeats such a person, his prestige will rise to the extreme. Coupled with his terrifying talent and strength, it may not take long. In this sea, there will really be an extra emperor. Zifa, you will step up your pursuit of Chen Fan recently. In addition to the general and Garp, you can mobilize all resources to cooperate with you. Cyborg Kong looked at Zifa seriously and said. Got it, Fleet Admiral. Zifa also knew that Chen Fan could never be allowed to fully grow up, but for the time being, he had no good solution. Because Chen Fan doesn't have a fixed territory, and it's hard to tell what his main purpose is. The new world is so big, does it depend entirely on luck to encounter it? Even if traces of Chen Fan were discovered, Chen Fan would have already left by the time Zifa arrived. This is why Zifa has been unable to catch Chen Fan for so long. But now, there is no other way except sending general-level figures to capture Chen Fan. After all, with the strength of Chen Fan and Mihawk, the Lieutenant General was dispatched, and everyone except Garp was sent to kill them. 3 months later, the scorching sun was in the sky and the sun's rays shone on the sea. At this time, there were 2 figures fighting above the Thor. The speed of the 2 of them was so fast that ordinary people could only see the after-images. The 2 people fighting were Chen Fan and Mihawk. I saw the armed domineering force on Chen Fan's fist, which was as black as ink and contained terrifying thunder, blasting towards Mihawk at an extremely fast speed. There was no fear in his expression. Mihawk also held the supreme sharp sword in his right hand, the Black Knife Knight, which was extremely dark, and the powerful sword intent was also covered on it. Then, the figure disappeared in an instant and slashed forward. Boom! The sound of a thunderous fist colliding with a sharp sword was heard, and an explosion occurred instantly. Circles of air waves spread out, strong winds rose, and water columns exploded from the sea below. With one blow, the two of them flew backwards several meters. After stabilizing their bodies, the two of them looked at each other and both decided to give up and have no intention of taking action again. Because the two of them just competed. Also, Chen Fan wants to know where my hawk's strength is now? Seeing the great strength displayed by my hawk, Chen Fan thought that no wonder my hawk would become the world's greatest swordsman in the future. His strength has now reached the level of a quasi-general, only one step behind him. Chapter 87. My hawk on the other side looked directly at Chen Fan with eagle-like eyes. He knew very well that Chen Fan had not yet used all his strength, and with his current strength, he could not force the captain to use his full strength. My hawk was also thinking in his mind at this time that his captain's talent was indeed monstrous, and this speed of progress made people feel a little desperate. But even so, my hawk never felt that he would be weaker than others. He never gives up because of frustration, and coupled with his absolute willpower, this is one of the reasons why he will become the world's #1 swordsman in the future. The two returned to the Thor and began their own training respectively. The 3 Lafitte people on the side are also training. Especially at such a young age, Monet spends more than 10 hours training every day. Of course, it's not that she doesn't want to train for more than 10 hours a day like Chen Fan, but her body can't stand it. This also made Monet clearly aware of the terrifying nature of Chen Fan's talent. If an ordinary person trains to him with such high intensity, even if he has strong willpower, his body will collapse. However, Monet's 10 hours of training a day also made her progress very quickly. Now her strength is almost equivalent to that of an ordinary major general. Not to mention Lafitte, after getting the fruit of the gate, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Coupled with hard training, his strength is now close to the level of the elite lieutenant general of the headquarters. Even the weakest Nico Robin had learned the first of the 6 marine moves at this time. Chen Fan looked at the crew members who were training hard, and he was very satisfied, thinking that the crew members he had recruited all had certain talents. It just takes time for them to grow. However, Chen Fan also realized a problem. Compared with other pirate groups, the crew members under his command were still too few. Therefore, he decided to continue looking for powerful crew members. Chen Fan looked at the island not far ahead, which was the food island of New World. This was also the destination of their Thor pirates this time. Food Island, as the name suggests, is an island full of delicious food. The most important thing is that it has a chef who is known as the best cook in the world. This is also the purpose of why Chen Fan comes here. Soon, with the rapid sailing of the Thor, they arrived at the coast of this medium-sized island in less than a few minutes. Afterwards, as usual, Lafitte stayed to watch the ship. Chen Fan and others chose to go to the food island. Thinking about being able to go shopping on the island again, Monet's face was full of excitement, while Nico Robin followed behind with a book. As soon as you enter this island, most of the buildings you can see on the streets are gourmet restaurants. You can smell the aroma of various dishes. No wonder this island is called a food island. Chen Fan didn't want to waste time, so he walked up to a middle-aged man. I want to ask, do you know where Bradley is? If you know, this gold is yours. Chen Fan took out a small gold chain and placed it in front of the middle-aged man. Although he can do many cruel things for the sake of power, he is not a murderous person. The most important thing is that Chen Mo wants to avoid trouble. After all, he is here to recruit people, not to massacre the island. Looking at the gold chain, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Of course I know, he is in front, and you also came here after hearing about Bradley's cooking skills, right? Then you are very lucky. Someone happened to challenge Bradley today, right in front of him. I can take you there. Good. Chen Fan replied in a cold tone. Afterwards, this middle-aged man with a somewhat wretched appearance led Chen Fan and the others forward. After a while, they saw a platform, and around the platform was a large group of people. On the platform, there were two chefs standing on the left and the right. The one on the left was tall and strong with a sexy beard. The one on the right had black hair that reached the ears and squinty eyes. In front of both of them was a table filled with things needed for cooking. At the front of the crowd below, there was a table, behind which sat 5 old men. Obviously, these 5 were the judges. The one on the right is Bradley. What do you think? Isn't he terribly young? He's already defeated a bunch of veteran chefs in his 20s. The middle-aged man said to Chen Fan. Well, this is your reward. Afterwards, Chen Fan handed the small gold chain to the middle-aged man. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The middle-aged man lowered his head and kept thanking, his face full of excitement as he looked at the gold chain. At this time, Chen Fan did not care about his expression, but squeezed into the crowd with a few people. Monet looked around with curiosity. It was the first time she saw such a scene. Chen Fan was not in a hurry to recruit Bradley. He also wanted to see Bradley's cooking skills. Or, he wanted to see if this challenger was stronger. At this time, on the podium, the 2 chefs were finishing their dishes. Gold on the left was the first to finish. A carp was placed on the plate. It was obviously just an ordinary carp, but it was emitting golden light and the fragrance was overwhelming. On the other side, Bradley was also ready. His dish was very simple, just a bowl of ordinary ramen. In such a comparison, the 2 are very different just from the appearance. After seeing what Bradley cooked, Gold also felt that he had won. From today on, the title of the world's #1 chef belongs to me. Gold placed his dish in front of the judges with a confident look on his face. This dish is like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Please taste it, judges. Although the 5 judges also felt that Bradley just made a bowl of ramen, which was too simple, they did not say much. Just start by tasting the dish called fish leaping over the dragon gate. They each picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks, and when they put the fish into their mouths, they felt it melt in their mouths instantly, and the fragrance spread in their mouths. It can be said that Gold's fish dish is of the highest quality. The 5 judges all had satisfied expressions on their faces. Although the results had not yet been announced, Gold looked at the judges' expressions with a smug look on his face, feeling that he had definitely won. The crowd watching also felt that Bradley was likely to lose this time. Bradley was too confident. He only made a bowl of ordinary ramen. Yes, I saw that the 5 judges were very satisfied with Gold's dish. It seems that the title of the top chef really needs to be replaced. It's such a shame that a rising star like Bradley is about to fall. Most of the onlookers shook their heads. They didn't think Bradley could win. Chapter 88. When Chen Fan looked at this scene, he didn't think so. He always felt that Bradley must have his own reasons for doing this. Soon, amid everyone's discussion, Bradley brought up his bowl of ramen. The old man sitting in the first place asked Bradley directly. Bradley, can I ask why you chose to make a bowl of ramen? I want to hear your thoughts. The other 4 people had the same idea as the old man at this time. After all, Bradley is known as the world's best chef, and his level is obvious to all. I want to use the simplest food to make delicious dishes. Bradley said with confidence. The judges who heard this sentence were stunned for a moment. Then, they couldn't wait to taste the ramen made by Bradley. The moment the ramen entered their mouths, the 5 judges' pupils immediately enlarged and they fell into memories. The taste of their hometown, the most traditional taste, made them feel endless aftertaste. It took several seconds before the 5 judges came back to their senses. They looked at each other, and then the first judge stood up and announced to everyone, Bradley wins this game. Hearing this sentence, everyone was stunned. Impossible, he just made the simplest bowl of ramen, how could he beat me? Gold's face was full of disbelief. He walked forward, picked up the chopsticks and pinched the ramen. The moment the ramen entered his mouth, Gold dropped the chopsticks in his hand. He knew that he had lost. If his cooking skills were only superficial, Bradley's cooking skills were already spiritual and were not at the same level at all. I lost. Gold lowered his head, he was convinced at this time. It's great, I said Bradley will win. That is to say, Bradley is the world's best chef, how could he lose so easily? That's right, Bradley is indeed the best chef in the world. He can win even a simple bowl of ramen. Everyone who originally said that Bradley was likely to lose immediately forgot what they had said after hearing Gold personally admit that he had lost. At this time, Bradley didn't care what everyone thought, he just wanted to find All Blue, the holy place in every chef's heart. Just when Chen Fan was about to go up to recruit Bradley. Bang! A gunshot rang out. For a moment, everyone's eyes were attracted. Ah, help, help! People on the street were running away, and dozens of pirates appeared on the street. We are the Bone Pirates, please obediently hand over your treasure to me. The pirates were talking arrogantly while snatching the treasure. Chen Fan watched this scene quietly, with no intention of taking action. Because this is the reality. Most pirates come to the island to burn, kill, and loot, and do all kinds of evil. Of course, Marine is not a good person, he is a lackey of the Draco. It can be said that this world is extremely dark. For ordinary people to live happily in this world is a luxury hope. If they are unlucky one day, they may lose their lives. This is why Chen Fan wants to have absolute power in this world. The weak eat the strong, this is the law of survival. Brother, do we want to take action? Monet asked Chen Fan who was standing aside. Don't worry, it just happened. We are lucky. Chen Fan thought to himself that if he took action at the critical moment, he would be able to conquer Bradley naturally. At this moment, the streets on the food island were extremely chaotic. The villagers were running away continuously, including the people who were watching on the platform, and they were running away without looking back. But those dozens of pirates were burning, killing and looting extremely arrogantly, and the whole street was filled with artillery fire. Bradley, who was on the high platform, watched this scene and couldn't bear it anymore, and his figure disappeared instantly. He directly attacked the pirate at the front who was holding a musket and shooting continuously. The extremely dark right foot kicked out. For a moment, the pirate couldn't react at all, his expression was full of panic, and he was kicked out directly. He fell heavily on the wall, bang bang. As bricks fell one after another, the pirate was directly kicked to death. When the other pirates saw this scene, they immediately raised their muskets without hesitation. Boo, hoo! Fire bullets and attack Bradley. However, Bradley was surprisingly fast, relying on his knowledge and domineering power to easily dodge these bullets. Then, he quickly came to the front of the pirates. Under the shocked and frightened expressions of the pirates, he eliminated the first few pirates in 3 strokes. The pirates behind looked at this scene and ran back crazily with horror on their faces. Chen Fan, who had been observing from behind, looked at this scene and couldn't help but think, no wonder, others said that Bradley was not only good at cooking, but also very powerful. The level of cultivation of both the knowledge color haki and the armed color haki is not low, and Bradley's current strength is almost equivalent to the level of a major general. Boy, you dare to kill our Bones pirates! Just when Bradley was about to continue killing these pirates, a voice sounded. A skinny pirate appeared, and his feet instantly turned into springs, bending downward to the extreme. Then, he rushed straight towards Bradley at an extremely fast speed, clenching his fists with powerful power. Seeing this scene, Bradley did not hesitate. His right leg was extremely dark and he swung forward. Bang! Bang! In an instant, fists and feet collided, and the strong collision caused countless gravel to fly and dust to rise everywhere. Bradley took a few steps back and looked at the powerful pirate in front of him. Without any fear in his expression, Bradley then rushed forward, kicking forward with his right foot as before. However, Bradley's armed domination this time has reached the second stage. Interesting, boy, you dare to attack, then let me teach you a lesson. Risk's legs once again turned into springs, compressed and exploded. The top of his fist was as black as ink and blasted forward. Bang bang! The fists and feet collided like boulders again, and the strong wind rolled up waves of gravel. This time, the two were evenly matched, and neither one retreated. Risk, the captain of the Bone Pirates, looked at this scene with some surprise. Behind him, Chen Fan smiled, thinking that this Bradley's strength exceeded his expectations, and he might have reached the level of a lieutenant general. Captain, do we want to take action now? Nico Robin asked Chen Fan. Don't worry, there are still people who haven't appeared yet. Chen Fan looked calm and looked forward. His domineering energy had already felt that there was a strong force coming towards this side. Chapter 89. At this time, Bradley and Risk were fighting fiercely on the street. The two fought fiercely and bloodily with fists, and for a while, it was impossible to tell the winner. At this time, a sharp red sword energy attacked Bradley at an extremely fast speed and containing terrifying power. His pupils widened, and Bradley noticed it immediately. He didn't hesitate. After his right leg collided with Risk's fist, he took several steps back. He narrowly dodged the red sword energy that was several meters away. Bang bang! The red sword energy hit the house. In an instant, the house collapsed and countless rubble fell. Bradley also looked ahead with a vigilant expression. In front of him, dozens of figures appeared. The most important thing is that there are two people standing in front. One of them is a vicissitudes of life old man, but he is holding a famous sword in his hand. It is obvious that the sword energy just now was swung by this old man. At the front of the crowd stood a tall, pale-faced middle-aged man with a powerful aura exuding from his whole body. Looking at this new group of pirates, Bradley looked wary. At the same time, Risk was also preparing to attack. Wait a minute, how can you be so rude to our guests of the Bone Pirates? The captain of the Bone Pirates, Peter Fan, said with a gentlemanly look. At this time, Risk also stopped immediately and had no intention of continuing. Peter Fan walked towards Bradley step by step. Bradley, on the other hand, had a vigilant expression on his face, and his muscles were tense, as if he was ready to take action at any time. You are Bradley, who is known as the world's best chef, right? I want you to join my pirate team. Peter Fan looked at Bradley with a smile on his face. I refuse. Bradley flatly refused. It's so direct, but I don't like others to reject me. If you refuse, then everyone on the island will be buried with you. Peter Van is still full of smiles. Hearing this, Bradley looked angry and said, You can try. The moment he finished speaking, Bradley's figure disappeared from the spot. The darkness on his right leg was like a giant axe, and he kicked Peter Fan from top to bottom. It's really fun. Peter Fan stood calmly on the spot, his fists covered with the third stage of armed domineering, containing powerful power, blasted upwards. Boom! At the moment of the collision, the powerful force caused Bradley's entire body to fall backwards, and he stopped a few meters away. Bone Spear! The next second, a white bone spear condensed out of Peter Fan's right hand, and then swung straight towards Bradley at an extremely fast speed, containing terrifying power. There was no time to dodge. Bradley's expression showed a hint of panic, and the darkness above his arms was blocked in front of him. Bang! As the blood spurted, Bradley's entire body continued to retreat backwards, and did not stop until he was dozens of meters away. His hands were also stabbed by the bone spear, and the wounds were bloody, with bones clearly visible. After just 2 moves, Bradley knew that he was no match for the person in front of him. How about it? Do you know the difference in strength between you and me? Be good and surrender to me, or I will kill you and then the entire island. You only have these two choices, take your pick. Peter Fan looked at Bradley with a smile. Hearing this, Bradley looked extremely solemn and clenched his fists. He really didn't want to join this BD pirate group, but he also didn't want everyone on the entire island to die. Bradley looked extremely hesitant for a moment. At this time, a voice sounded behind him. You may have a third option, which is to join my pirate group and I will help you deal with them all. Chen Fan walked forward with a smile on his face, followed by Hawkeye and Mihawk. Oh, are you trying to steal someone from me? Peter Fan had already noticed Chen Fan and others, but he just wanted to pay attention to them later. Now, he didn't expect these guys to take the initiative to hit the gun. Bradley also turned around and looked at Chen Fan at this time. He also kept noticing a few people. There was no escape from the beginning, and there was no sign of panic. This shows a problem, unless they are all fools, or they have absolute confidence in their own strength and feel that these guys can't do anything to them. So what? How about joining us and I will help you get rid of them? Chen Fan casually replied Peter Fan, and then set his sights on Bradley. His expression fell into hesitation. Bradley's dream was to find the legendary Holy Land, not to join the pirate group. However, if he doesn't choose now, the villagers on the island will most likely die, and he doesn't want to see this outcome. Moreover, these guys in front of me are much better than the bone pirates who burned, killed, looted, and were about to destroy the island. Just when Bradley was hesitating, Pete Fan behind him couldn't bear it any longer. It's really interesting. In this sea, there are still people who dare to steal people from my bone pirates. Do you feel that you have lived too long? The smile on Peter Fan's face had disappeared at this time, and his eyes looking at Chen Fan were full of threats. Oh, are you qualified to kill me? Chen Fan had a smile on his face and looked at Peter Fan with a look of arrogance. Interesting, really interesting. There are people in this world who really want to die. Peter Fan couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, and bone spurs grew out of his arms. Just when he was about to take action, the old man on the side reminded, Captain, wait a minute, this guy seems to be the god of thunder Chen Fan, and the one next to him should be the great swordsman Mihawk. When Wolf said this, his eyes kept staring at the supreme sharp knife, Black Blade Knight. This was also the reason why he recognized Chen Fan and others. To be precise, he recognized the famous sword and its owner, Mihawk. Hearing the name Thunder God Chen Fan, Peter Fan instantly remembered it, and the anger on his face also faded a little, turning into a look of vigilance. The pirates behind were no longer as arrogant as before, and their expressions became serious. Even Bradley has heard of the name Thor pirates. After all, Chen Fan's deeds have long been spread throughout the New World. He didn't expect that Thunder God Chen Fan would come to recruit him personally. What do you think? I'll help you deal with them and you join our pirate group. Chen Fan did not take Peter Fan seriously, but then asked Bradley. Chapter 90. Looking at the collapsed houses and the villagers lying in a pool of blood, Bradley's eyes were filled with anger and his fists were clenched. Faced with this situation, he naturally wanted revenge. Although Bradley doesn't really want to join the pirate group, compared with the two, he is more willing to join Chen Fan's force. Okay, I'm willing to join your pirate group, as long as you get rid of them. Bradley agreed. Of course that's no problem. How do you want to die? Seeing Bradley agreeing, Chen Fan smiled even more, and then looked at Peter Fan and others. Thunder God Chen Fan, are you too arrogant? I am the pirate Pete Fan with a bounty of 800 million. Do you really think you can defeat me? Why don't we just let each other go, and I can take Bradley away for you? Peter Fan didn't want to fight Chen Fan, but that didn't mean he thought he would definitely lose. It's just you, are you worthy of letting me go? Chen Fan had a sneer on his lips, and the thunder of destruction flashed all over his body. The entire figure disappeared in an instant, and his fist was covered with armed domineering and thunderous power, and it blasted straight towards Peter Fan. Feeling this terrifying power, Peter Fan did not dare to hesitate. A bone spur appeared directly on his fist, covered with armed domineering energy, and thrust straight out. Clang! In an instant, two powerful attacks collided together, sending countless rebels and dust flying everywhere. The terrifying force directly caused Peter Fan to fly backwards dozens of meters before he stopped. The pirates were full of surprise when they saw their captain being beaten away like this. They looked at the figure in the middle that contained the thunder of destruction. In their eyes, they couldn't help but feel fear, and they all stepped back for a moment. Except, Wolf pulled out the famous sword in his hand, which was covered with the second stage of armed domineering, and prepared to attack Chen Fan. Just as he was waving his famous sword, a figure holding a supremely sharp sword appeared. Clang! He easily blocked his attack, and the person who made the move was none other than Mihawk. There are rumors in the outside world that you will become the world's greatest swordsman. I want to see if you have such strength. When Wolf saw the person blocking him, his old face was full of excitement, and the powerful sword intent on his body soared into the sky. Obviously, this old man is also a great swordsman. Seeing that it was the great swordsman, Mihawk's expression also changed to one of great interest. In an instant, the sound of gold and iron horses continued to sound, and the two famous swords continued to collide together. The sword energy spread out in all directions, causing ravines to appear on the ground. At the same time, the repulsed Peter Fan's face was full of anger, a terrifying power emitted from his body, and his whole body was directly covered with bone spurs. You are looking for death, Thunder God Chen Fan. The moment he finished speaking, Peter Fan's body suddenly disappeared in place, leaving a small crater on the ground. The bone spurs on his arms, covered with armed domineering energy, swung straight towards Chen Fan's head. His expression was full of indifference. Thunder gathered on Chen Fan's right hand, and in an instant, a thunder spear appeared. Swinging forward, the thunder spear containing the power of destruction. Bang! He blocked the sharp bone spur easily. Seeing this scene, Peter Fan did not give up the attack, and kept waving his two arms covered with bone spurs towards Chen Fan. I saw Chen Fan waving the thunder spear in his hand, accompanied by the sound of collision, and countless dust flying everywhere. He blocked Peter Fan's violent attack with a very relaxed look. Risk, who was behind, watched this scene and wanted to rush forward to help. The springs on his feet were instantly compressed to the extreme, and his fists were covered with black material and flew straight towards Chen Fan's head. Ant is looking for death. Chen Fan's eyes were full of coldness. Facing Risk's sneak attack, the thunder spear on his right hand suddenly hit Peter Fan, who was attacking crazily, several meters away. Then, the thunder spear containing terrifying power pierced directly towards Risk's chest. It is so fast and powerful that Risk, who has only the strength of an ordinary lieutenant general, cannot avoid it at all. As blood spurted out, a bone-deep wound appeared on Risk's chest, and his entire body flew backwards like a cannonball. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, and blood was still flowing from Risk's chest, looking like he was seriously injured. He looked at Chen Fan with a face full of reluctance. He didn't expect that the gap between him and Chen Fan was so big. I wanted to go up to help, but I couldn't even block a move. You go and deal with the others. This guy is not something you can interfere with. Peter Fan saw the captain of his pirate group being seriously injured by a single blow, and immediately warned others not to interfere in the battle between them. You'd better worry about yourself. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips, and his figure instantly disappeared. The thunder spear in his hand stabbed his back heavily. Feeling this terrifying power, Peter Fan quickly turned around and used the sharp bone spurs on his right fingers to resist Chen Fan's attack. Taking several steps back, Peter Fan narrowly blocked Chen Fan's attack. But, how could Chen Fan let him go like this? His body instantly moved forward, and he kept waving the thunder spear in his hand, which represented the power of destruction. As a result, Peter Fan could only continue to resist, his body kept retreating, and scars appeared on the surface of his body. It can be said that after a few short exchanges, Peter Fan was completely at a disadvantage. On the other side, Mihawk is also in complete control of the battle. Wolf now had ferocious sword wounds on his body, and he was forced back by Mihawk. Sweat continued to flow from his forehead. At this time, Wolf finally understood why the person in front of him was so young. He was called the person most likely to become the world's greatest swordsman. Although he and he are in the same realm of great swordsmen, the gap in swordsmanship is still too huge, and his domineering and physical skills are far inferior to this young man. You are good, but not good enough. Mihawk's supreme sharp knife was swung forward, and a green sword energy of more than 10 meters burst out. Seeing this scene, Wolf quickly grasped the famous sword with both hands, and then slashed forward, and a red sword energy of several meters slashed straight out. Clang! The red sword energy was completely destroyed the moment it hit the green sword energy. Then, the green sword energy, which contained the power to destroy everything, flooded towards Wolf at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, Wolf did not dare to hesitate and blocked with his famous sword. Chapter 91. Bang! The powerful force directly caused Wolf to fly backwards, crashing into 3 houses in a row before stopping. His old body was half kneeling on the ruins. Puff! Blood spurted out, and one could imagine how seriously he was injured, but he still held the famous sword in his hand tightly. In Wolf's eyes, if he could die at the hands of such a talented swordsman, it would be considered a worthy death. Looking at this scene, Mihawk couldn't help but feel moved. Then he no longer held back, and the powerful sword intention rose into the sky. He wanted to use all his strength to give the old man in front of him a certain amount of respect. On the other side, Monet couldn't help but take action. His whole body was covered with ice and snow. Snowstorm! I saw Monet raising his hands forward, and a tornado made of ice and snow swept towards the dozens of pirates at extremely fast speeds. Of the 3 members of the Bone Pirates, one was seriously injured and the other 2 were desperately resisting and being beaten. No one else could easily destroy the blizzard. In an instant, the blizzard seemed to be sweeping up everything, directly killing dozens of pirates. Most of them were rolled up in the air. Help! Who will save me? I don't want to die yet, I'm still young. Those pirates desperately begged for mercy, just like the villagers they tortured and killed before. Have they ever thought that they would be like this one day? This is the law of survival in this world, the weak eat the strong, and the strong determine the life of the weak. Most of the weak can only beg for mercy. At this moment, the dozen pirates who were still standing on the ground resisting the blizzard looked at Monet with fierce eyes. However, they looked at the terrifying figure containing thunder in the center of the battlefield, and for a moment they did not dare to rush forward and attack. Bradley from behind watched this scene, and he finally understood why everyone said that Thunder God Chen Fan was the person most likely to become the next emperor. 80 million pirates were unable to fight back in front of Thunder God Chen Fan, and could only desperately resist the attack. It is indeed terrifying to have such strength at such an age. At the same time, in the center of the battlefield, Chen Fan had completely suppressed Peter Fan, a sneer appeared on his lips, and he said slowly, "It's time to end this battle." Then, with a sudden force, the thunder spear in his hand threw Peter Fan away heavily. His body fell backwards involuntarily, until Peter Fan stopped a few meters away. Looking at the smile on Chen Fan's face, Peter Fan couldn't help but look panicked. He felt a little regretful at this moment. Why did he come to this island? This thunder god Chen Fan is too evil. How can he be so powerful despite being so young? Chen Fan didn't care what he was thinking, the thunder of destruction flashed all over his body. 600 million volts. Endless thunder punishment. As Chen Fan raised his right hand, dark clouds suddenly filled the sky. Zitsizi. The roar of thunder continued, and in an instant, dozens of thunderbolts like giant pythons blasted straight towards Peter Fan below. Looking at this scene that seemed like the end of the world, Peter Fan couldn't help but feel a hint of fear, but he couldn't give up just like that. Bone-spurred tiger. I saw Peter Fan's whole body bursting with strength, his internal organs beating, and the bone spurs all over his body extending until he was more than 1 meter long. Then, he waved his hands upward. A huge tiger made of bone spurs rushed towards the thunder above. Boom! The thunder that represented the power of destruction kept hitting the bone-spurred giant tiger. In less than a few seconds, the bone-spurred giant tiger was blown away and disappeared between the heaven and the earth. No, it's impossible. How could I lose? I still want to conquer this sea. Peter Fan looked at the incoming thunder, his face full of fear and unwillingness. But this has no effect. Boom! The terrifying power of thunder completely overwhelmed Peter Fan, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Countless dust and gravel flew everywhere. And Peter Fan was directly bombarded into pieces of meat, completely dead. The pirates not far away saw their captain being beaten to death, as well as Chen Fan, who was filled with thunder. Their expressions were filled with absolute terror. Run quickly, this guy is a devil. They couldn't hold on any longer. The first person shouted out, and the rest quickly ran back. No one thought about going to die and continued to resist. Chen Fan turned around, his whole body flashing with thunder, and he stood proudly in the mid-air. The wisps of thunder surrounded him, and his hair danced wildly, like a thunder god. If you want to run away, have you asked me? I saw Chen Fan raised his right hand upwards, and the power of thunder continued to gather in his hand. In an instant, a giant thunder ball with a radius of several meters was born. As Chen Fan threw it forward, the giant thunder ball containing the power to destroy everything rushed straight towards the dozens of pirates. No matter how those pirates escaped, they couldn't be as fast as thunder. Just a few seconds. Ah, ah! Along with screams, a huge pit appeared on the ground, and rubble flew everywhere. The dozens of pirates turned into charred corpses, lying in the ruins, and some even disappeared into ashes. After finishing all this, Chen Fan calmly returned to the ground. Dealing with the bone pirates was a small matter for him. At the same time, my hawk, the supreme sharp knife in his hand, Black Knife Knight, directly smashed the famous knife in Wolf's hand. His supreme sharp knife also directly pierced Wolf's body. Blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth, and life was draining away. Wolf's old face showed a smile. He could die in the hands of such a powerful swordsman, and he would die without regrets. As Hawkeye my hawk pulls out the supreme sharp knife, Black Knife Knight. Bang! Wolf's body fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Since then, the bone pirates have been completely destroyed. Bradley, who was not far away, looked at this scene with an expression of surprise. At this moment, he clearly felt how strong the Thor pirates were. Facing the bone pirates, they were absolutely crushed. Welcome to join our Thor pirates. Chen Fan walked over slowly and said to Bradley with a smile. Bradley knew he had no right to say no, and he had no intention of breaking his promise. The next day, as the morning dawned and the sea breeze passed by, the Thor continued to sail on the sea. Of course, starting from today, there is one more crew member, Bradley. At this moment, Chen Fan and others were sitting next to the dining table, quietly waiting for the food. And Lafitte also got down from the helmsman's position. Yesterday, when the bone pirates came over, Lafitte didn't know that the two docked in the opposite direction. Chapter 92. After a while, dozens of plates of delicious food were served. Monet couldn't help drooling when watching this scene, and he immediately started to eat, and so did the others. The moment the food entered their mouths, they immediately felt the fragrance splashing, like a fish entering the sea. Even Chen Fan's expression changed slightly, and he began to enjoy the food in front of him. Bradley, your cooking is so delicious, so good. While eating, Monet did not forget to praise Bradley's cooking skills. Just eat as much as you like. Bradley looked at everyone eating happily and a smile appeared on his face. Half an hour later, everyone enjoyed their meal, took a break, and started training. Chen Fan's whole body was flashing with thunder. Those strands of thunder entered his body, constantly activating the cells and stimulating the flesh. This cycle repeats itself, making Chen Fan's physique continue to grow stronger. If this continues, it won't be long before Chen Fan's physique will reach an astonishing level. My hawk, the eagle eye standing by, was swinging his sword towards the sea as usual. Every time he swung his sword, a burst of sword energy would come out, causing the waves on the sea to surge and columns of water to explode continuously. Monet and Nico Robin are also training their fruit abilities. The blizzard that froze everything caused waves and a tornado to appear above the sea. At the same time, on the other side, vines generated by countless arms appeared above the Thor. Including Bradley, who was also actively training. He was wearing the gravity bracelet given to him by Chen Fan and practicing kicking. Except for Lafitte, who needed to control the navigation of the Thor for a short period of time, the rest of the people were actively training. However, whenever Lafitte has free time, he will start training his fruit abilities and domineering. It can be said that Lafitte, who possesses the Dor fruit, is already the third most powerful fighter on the Thor, besides Chen Fan and Mihawk. A month later, the sun was shining brightly in the sky, and the scorching sun was shining on the sea. The sea breeze was blowing, the blue sea was boundless, and seagulls were flying above. The Thor was now sailing rapidly towards a medium-sized island. Captain, who are we looking for? Nico Robin put down the book in her hand and asked slowly. Tyrant, Bartholomew Bear. Chen Fan looked at the island ahead with a calm expression. He thought about it and decided to look for high-end combat power first, so he bought the information about the island where Bartholomew Bear was located from the black market a month ago. Who could have imagined that such a tyrant, the king of a country, would now be staying on a medium-sized island? Tyrant Bartholomew Bear. Nico Robin had heard this name from the newspaper, and her expression changed immediately. You know, although the reward for this guy is only 300 million, his strength is extremely terrifying. Who is Bartholomew Bear? Tyrant, that title sounds very powerful. Monet, who was standing nearby, also came over at this moment. He is indeed very strong. I heard that ordinary lieutenant generals in the headquarters are no match for him. Nico Robin replied slowly. What's so strong about that? It's not like you haven't killed a lieutenant general before, brother. Can you defeat him? Monet asked Chen Fan in front of him, but his expression was full of certainty. She just asked this casually, because she knew very well that Chen Fan would only make any decision when he was sure of it beforehand. And in his eyes, Chen Fan is the strongest. Of course I can win. Chen Fan smiled and replied, then he looked at the medium-sized island. If Bartholomew Bear was at his peak, it would still be a bit troublesome to fight. However, if you are unwilling to join based on your current strength, then beat him until he joins. Soon, the Thor arrived on this medium-sized island. The medium-sized island in front of it looked like a huge turtle. Most of it was covered with woods and there were no buildings. Obviously, no one lives on this island in normal times. As usual, Lafitte, who owned the gate fruit, stayed on the Thor, while the other four headed to the island. As for Bradley, he was sent by Chen Fan to buy and sell a piece of information. Chen Fan walked to the island and looked at the land and green areas. The fresh air made people want to take a deep breath. Monet and Nico Robin were also attracted by the natural scenery in front of them, and they kept walking forward. However, Chen Fan and the others came here this time to find the tyrant Bartholomew Bear. Therefore, Chen Fan didn't want to waste too much time. In an instant, the domineering energy that could cover tens of thousands of meters covered the entire island. The flow of living creatures can be seen clearly in Chen Fan's eyes. Soon, he locked onto a powerful aura. The flow of this aura is even stronger than that of an ordinary lieutenant general in the headquarters. It is obvious that one can have such strong strength on this island. Apart from them, there is only one person, the tyrant Bartholomew Bear. Let's go to the right. Chen Fan turned around, said to several people, and then walked to the right. Monet, who was playing around, also stopped. Several people followed Chen Fan and moved quickly towards the right side of the island. Half an hour later, Chen Fan and others saw a river and a burly figure 6 to 7 meters tall. He was wearing a hat and holding a Bible in his hand. Who are you? When Chen Fan and the others approached, Bartholomew Bear discovered them through the sight of SC Haki. The tyrant Bartholomew Bear is very interesting. The majestic king of a country is actually staying on an island. Let me introduce myself, I am Chen Fan, the captain of the Thor pirates, and they are my crew members. Chen Fan introduced himself with a smile on his face. Thunder God Chen Fan. Bartholomew Bear had also heard of this name, and his expression instantly became serious. Because he knew Chen Fan's great strength. What do you want from me? Bartholomew Bear thought for a moment and then asked. I want to recruit you to join my pirate group. It was rare for Chen Fan to go around the bush and directly state his purpose. I have no interest in becoming a pirate anymore, and I'm ready to join other forces. Bartholomew Bear thought for a moment, but still refused. He no longer wanted to become a pirate in his heart. Hearing this, Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. He guessed without thinking that the other forces must be the Revolutionary Army. It seems that in addition to himself, the Revolutionary Army is also recruiting Bartholomew Bear, but it is normal. The Bartholomew Bear later is indeed a member of the Revolutionary Army. I don't like people rejecting me, so I hope you won't reject me either. Chen Fan still had a smile on his face, but his cold eyes were full of threats. Chapter 93. Hearing this, Bartholomew Bear's expression became more serious, and his aura quietly burst out, ready to fight at any time. Go find someone else. I'm not interested in being a pirate anymore. Bartholomew Bear refused again. That's really interesting. My hawk, it's your turn this time. Chen Fan said to my hawk, the Hawkeye, that he didn't want to do everything himself. He did not refuse, drew out the black knife in his hand, and looked directly at Bartholomew Xiong with his eagle-like sharp eyes. Although he is not a battle maniac, he also likes to fight with strong people. The Bartholomew Bear in front of him was obviously quite powerful. There was no sign of panic on Bartholomew Bear's face, but he felt a little troubled and was thinking about how to escape. He didn't think he could beat Thunder God Chen Fan and Hawkeye my hawk. Unfortunately, my hawk doesn't care. What is he thinking? The powerful sword intent on his body soared into the sky. Bang! A small pit appeared on the ground, and in an instant, my hawk's body disappeared from the spot. The black knife in his hand was extremely dark at night, and the powerful sword intent was like a dragon, entwined around it, and slashed towards Bartholomew Bear at an extremely fast speed. Feeling this powerful blow, Bartholomew Bear did not dare to hesitate at all, and his huge right palm turned as black as ink. The most important thing is that it is covered with a layer of something like a white protective shield. In an instant, the sharp sword and the huge palm collided like a huge rock. Suddenly, dust rose up, gravel flew everywhere, and circles of air waves spread out. The two looked at each other and without any hesitation, began to attack. Hawkeye my hawk's supreme sword, the Black Blade Knight, contains terrible power. However, on the two huge paws of Bartholomew Bear, there is a white barrier like a protective barrier to resist the attack. The sound of collision continued to ring out, and everything around was destroyed. The trees next to it were cut in half and fell to the ground. Chen Fan and his companions also retreated several hundred meters away. Big brother, who do you think will win, my hawk or this Bartholomew Bear? Monet looked at the fierce battle ahead and couldn't help but ask. Right now, the two of them are just testing each other and haven't used their full strength yet. It's still hard to tell, but I believe my hawk will win in the end. Chen Fan was also looking forward at this time, but he was thinking about something else in his mind. Has the revolutionary army already begun? Next to the river, two figures, one big and one small, were constantly colliding fiercely and fighting bloody. Minor wounds began to appear on both of them. The sounds of swords and horses continued to ring out, and blood was spilled on the ground. However, the two of them didn't care about it at all, because they knew that the other party had not yet used their full strength, and this was just a process of testing each other. Bang! The huge fleshy palm and the sharp knife collided again. For a moment, the water column exploded, and the sound of explosion sounded. Two figures, one large and one small, stepped back several meters before stopping. Bartholomew Bear looked at the powerful swordsman in front of him and the thunder god Chen Fan who had been staring behind him. He couldn't help but feel a lot of pressure. He knew very well that he had to get rid of them quickly to have a chance to escape. Pressure cannon. I saw Bartholomew Bear's right hand extending forward like a bear's paw, and a white light wave was born. In the next moment, a white shock wave, containing terrifying power, shot straight towards my hawk. Cut! Facing this powerful attack, my hawk looked indifferent, clenching the black sword in his right hand, and the powerful sword intention covered it. As he waved the famous sword in his hand, a green sword energy of several meters burst out. Boom! The white shock wave and the green sword energy collided like a dragon, and everything around them was destroyed. In an instant, gravel flew everywhere, dust flew everywhere, and cracks appeared on the ground. The next second the smoke dissipated, Bartholomew Bear jumped into the air and pushed out with both hands at the same time. Two white shock waves containing terrifying power shot straight towards my hawk below. His expression was still so calm. My hawk waved his supreme sharp sword, and two green sword auras burst out in an instant. Boom! The sound of explosion sounded again, and the two green sword energy and the two shock waves caused two large pits to appear on the ground, and then disappeared together between the sky and the earth. In an instant, my hawk kept waving the famous sword in his hand, and the green sword energy was like a storm, heading towards Bartholomew Bear. Seeing this scene, Bartholomew Bear did not hesitate, and continuously fired white shock waves from his two huge fleshy palms. Boom! For a time, the sound of explosions continued to sound throughout the island, deep pits continued to appear on the surface, and countless large trees were blown off. The whole scene was like cannons constantly bombarding the island. After the test was over, my hawk didn't want to waste any more time, his expression was cold, and his figure disappeared instantly. The supreme sharp sword is entwined with two forces, the aura of armed domineering and the soaring sword intent. Like two dragons, my hawk then appeared in front of Bartholomew Bear, and swung down the sharp sword that contained terrifying power in his hand. With a solemn look on his face, Bartholomew Bear did not dare to hesitate. His arms were covered with the third stage of armed domineering, blocking in front of him. Clang! As the blood spurted out, Bartholomew Bear's entire body fell back, and a terrifying sword wound appeared on both arms. The bones were clearly visible, which was particularly scary. But the next second, a red gas ball popped out of Bartholomew Bear's injured arm and floated in mid-air. The injury on the arm was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon stopped bleeding. Watching this scene, my hawk's expression finally changed. But even so, he still didn't hesitate at all, his figure disappeared from the spot again, and he attacked directly with a black knife in his hand. That sharp famous knife contains extremely terrifying power. Seeing this scene, Bartholomew Bear did not dare to hold anything back. The two huge palms were extremely dark, constantly resisting the attacks of the Black Knife Knight. Clang! The sound of collision continued, and for a moment, two figures, one large and one small, were engaged in fierce collisions and bloody fights. The sword energy was raging, and the fists were hitting the flesh. Cracks were constantly appearing on the surrounding ground, and the big trees were cut in half, and the sound of explosions kept ringing on the island. Chapter 94. At the same time, on the other side, Chen Fan, who was watching the battle, suddenly had a slight change in his expression. Because of his domineering attitude, he noticed that there was a strong aura coming from him. Turning around, Chen Fan saw several figures appearing in the air. To be precise, it was a huge crow, carrying 2 people on it, and another person flying in the front, with strong winds raging around him. The most important thing was that his whole body was covered by a cloak and he wore a black mask. Interesting, it seems we are not very lucky. Chen Fan looked at these 4 people and did not feel any panic, but took out the phone bug from his arms. A number was dialed. Lafit, you come to the right side of the island now, we are here. Receive. Lafitte, who was on the Thor, immediately opened a portal in the air in front of him after receiving Chen Fan's order, and then stepped in. The door disappeared as he entered. Meanwhile, to the right of the island, these 4 people also landed from mid-air. Except for the cloaked figure at the front, the 3 at the back, and the one on the far right is a tall woman holding a huge flag in her hand, with pink hair and sunglasses on her face. Next to him, there was a guy with blue curly hair, a fat figure, wearing tights, and he couldn't tell whether he was male or female. As for the one on the far left, it is the crow that just flew. At this time, he had transformed into a human form, wearing a black feather coat and wearing something like a bird's beak on his mouth. Big brother, who are they? Enemies. Monet looked at the 4 people in front of him with a serious expression. Strictly speaking, they should be considered enemies. Chen Fan looked at the cloaked man with a smile on his face. This smile made Long feel a little uncomfortable. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't explain it. Thunder God Chen Fan, can you give me a favor and ask your crew to stop? Bartholomew Bear is one of ours. Long looked at the fierce battle ahead, and then said to Chen Fan in a calm tone. He didn't want to offend Chen Fan. I don't even know who you are, why should I give you face? Chen Fan sneered. If it were Long at his peak, he would definitely turn around and run away. But the current dragon does not have this strength yet. On the other side, seeing the revolutionary army coming, Bartholomew Bear stopped and continued to attack. My hawk, who was on the side, did not take action. He wanted to see how things would develop next. Then I wonder what your excellency, God of Thunder Chen Fan, can do to let my friend go. Long was not angry because he knew that Thunder God Chen Fan was not a character to be trifled with. He then asked in a calm tone. It's very simple. Bartholomew Bear just follows me and joins my pirate group. Chen Fan looked directly at Long. Impossible, I don't want to help your ambition. Before Long could speak, Bartholomew Bear was the first to refuse. He had already repented for what he had done before, and he did not want to become an out-and-out pirate again. My partner said that he doesn't want to go with you. Please give me a face or tell me your conditions, and I can agree to it. Long's tone was still very calm at this time. I hate it when others reject me, and they rejected me twice. I don't need to give you face. Chen Fan's expression became indifferent and he did not give Long any face. Chief, don't talk nonsense to him. Thunder God Chen Fan, teach him a lesson and let him know what it means to be high and high. At this time, a sharp voice sounded, and it was the Demon King standing behind who spoke. A guy who is neither a man nor a woman dares to talk to me like that. Chen Fan's expression became indifferent. Zitsizi. The power of thunder surrounds him. You can insult me, but you can't insult my partner, Thunder God Chen Fan. I'm warning you again to ask my partner to follow me. Just pretend that this incident never happened, otherwise. This time, Long's tone was full of anger. Oh, even if you want to warn me, then give it a try. Chen Fan had a look of disdain on his face. The current dragon definitely could not reach the level of general. There was no need to be afraid of him. When Chen Fan refused again, he didn't give him any face at all. Everyone is angry, let alone a dragon. At this moment, the dragon was raging with strong winds all over his body. The three people behind are also ready to go, and the war is about to break out. At this time, a gate appeared out of thin air in mid-air, and a figure holding a scepter appeared from it. Door fruit. Long said these 4 words. He wanted to get this fruit before, but CP9 got there first. Now he didn't expect it to fall into the hands of the crew of Thunder God Chen Fan. Go ahead, get rid of them. When Chen Fan saw that Lafitte had arrived, he did not hesitate and gave instructions to the people behind him. Then, his whole body was covered with thunder of destruction, flashing with thunder and lightning. Chen Fan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and his 5 fingers turned into claws, which contained terrifying thunder, and clawed directly towards the dragon's chest. There was no hesitation. As the leader of the revolutionary army, Long would not be afraid of Chen Fan. The strong wind was raging, and the 5 fingers were also formed into claws, which contained the power of the strong wind. In an instant, the 2 people's attacks collided like boulders, strong winds raged, thunder roared, cracks appeared on the ground, and countless gravels flew across and dust was everywhere. Seeing this scene, the 2 of them did not hesitate and immediately flew into the air at the same time. In the process, the 2 of them kept colliding. Fierce battles, bloody fights, fist-to-flesh attacks, the endless violent wind seemed to destroy everything, and the destructive thunder seemed to annihilate everything. There were constant sounds of gas explosions in the air. If an ordinary person were here, they would only see 2 meteor-like figures constantly entwining and colliding. On the other side, Lafitte and others also chose to take action. Lafitte immediately disappeared from the spot, and the next second, he appeared behind Kara's. The scepter in his hand was covered with armed domineering energy, carrying powerful power, and pierced Kara's back. Seeing and hearing the domineering force made Kara's react in time, black wings sprouted from his back, and the right wing waved back. Clang! In an instant, the sound of collision sounded, and circles of air waves spread out. The next second, Kara's left wing slashed towards Lafitte's head at a very fast speed, and the sharp feathers seemed to cut off everything. Without hesitation and with a calm expression, a gate appeared out of thin air behind Lafitte, and he immediately escaped in. Then, in an instant, he appeared on the left side of Kara's again, and the black scepter stabbed towards his head. Seeing this situation, Kara's fist also contained armed domineering and rushed out to block the attack. Then his huge wings, covered with terrifying power, attacked Lafitte. Just like before, a gate appeared out of thin air, and Lafitte disappeared inside it again. Chapter 95. The next second, he appeared out of thin air and attacked. Kara's then used his huge wings to counterattack. For a time, the 2 of them were fighting neck to neck, and no one could defeat the other in a short time. At the same time, behind. Seeing that they could no longer reach an agreement, they started fighting. Mihawk did not hesitate. The black knife in his hand was covered with 2 powerful forces, and his figure disappeared instantly and rushed straight up. The same goes for Bartholomew Bear. There is gas like a white protective shield on his palms, and his huge body goes straight up. Clang! The sound of collisions continued, explosions continued, the surrounding ground cracked, and countless trees flew across. It was obvious that this island could not last long under the attack of everyone. At the front of the battlefield, Monet and Nico Robin stopped the Demon King. At this time, Monet's body was covered with ice and snow. She trained hard every day just to wait for today. Armed. Gun. I saw Monet's 5 fingers turned into claws, which were still covered with ice and snow. The elements of his body disappeared in place, and he grabbed the head of the Demon King at an extremely fast speed. Se Wind Kick. The human Demon King's right foot was covered with armed domineering energy. Facing the direct attack, he kicked his right foot suddenly, and flames ignited in the air. Bang bang! Under the collision of the two attacks, Nico Robin took a few steps back, while the Demon King stood still. Obviously, in the competition of strength, Monet fell at a disadvantage. Just when the Demon King was about to attack again, palms suddenly appeared on the ground, wrapping around the Demon King like a giant net. "You want to stop me just like that?" A sharp voice sounded. In an instant, the Se King's legs were covered with armed domineering energy, like a tornado, scattering the palms of his hands. But at the same time, the tornado covered with ice swallowed everything and rushed towards the human Demon King at the fastest speed. Faced with this situation, the Se King showed no signs of panic and took out a needle from his arms. Hormonal injections. I saw the Se King quickly inserting the needle into her arm. In an instant, her internal organs beat rapidly, her blood surged, and her strength increased significantly. Her fist was covered with armed domineering energy, and she suddenly blasted forward. A huge hormonal fist burst out, and it destroyed the tornado made of ice and snow. In an instant, countless pieces of ice fell on the ground. However, the next second, a huge palm formed by countless palms swatted towards the human Demon King. Seeing this scene, the Se King immediately moved quickly to avoid it. Bang! There were clods of soil everywhere, and in an instant, a huge palm print appeared on the ground. For a time, the Se King seemed to be able to face the combination of Nico Robin and Monet with ease. However, she couldn't solve the problem of Nico Robin and Monet joining forces for a while. In the center of the island, the battle was going on fiercely from all sides, and no one could quickly deal with their opponents. Bello Betty, who had been observing the situation from the rear, saw the people fighting fiercely, but she did not go up to help. Flag of encouragement. I saw Bello Betty using the fruit ability. She raised the huge flag in her hand and waved it continuously. A stream of energy was transmitted from the flag to the dragon, Bartholomew Bear, Karas, and the Monster King. In an instant, the dragon's power increased by 10%, Bartholomew Bear's power increased by 1.50%, Karas's power increased by 20%, and the Monster King's power increased by 30%. It's not that Bello Betty doesn't want to increase Long's power, but her ability can only go so far. The stronger she is, the less she can improve. In mid-air, the color of the sky and the earth changed, strong winds raged, and thunder exploded. Long and Chen Fan were fighting fiercely. In an instant, Chen Fan felt that Long's power had increased by 10%, although it was not a huge increase. But if the strength of the two people is almost the same, this 10% improvement is enough to be fatal. However, Chen Fan didn't look too panicked. The current dragon was only at the level of a quasi-general. And he has reached the boundary between quasi-general and general levels. Even if his strength is increased by 10%, he can barely cope with it. Chen Fan looked at Bello Betty below, this kind of auxiliary fruit or auxiliary talent that can enhance strength. He was extremely greedy. At this time, Long discovered Chen Fan, who was in a daze. His right foot was as black as ink and covered with endless hurricane winds. Like a giant axe, he kicked Chen Fan's chest from top to bottom. Reacting in time, Chen Fan's fist contained destructive thunder and black matter, and it was blasted upward. Bang! Bang! The sound of violent collision sounded, and ripples spread out in circles. The powerful force caused the two of them to fly backwards several meters away. Long looked at Chen Fan in front of him with a solemn expression. He did not expect that Chen Fan was so strong. Even with the blessing of Bello Betty, I couldn't suppress Chen Fan. No wonder he is called a monster, it is indeed terrifying. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart at this time. I have changed my mind. How about you give me the person with the auxiliary fruit, and I will let you leave safely. Chen Fan looked at Long with a smile on his face and said, thunder flashing all over his body. Both Bartholomew Bear and Bello Betty are my partners, and I can't give them up to you. When Long said these words, he was filled with anger, and endless hurricanes raged throughout his body. Although he didn't want to offend Chen Fan, he didn't feel that he would definitely lose to Chen Fan. What a shame, you made the wrong choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan's expression turned cold, and a thunder spear appeared on his right hand. Then, with the flash of thunder, the figure disappeared instantly, and the thunder spear in his hand stabbed towards the dragon at an extremely fast speed. Looking at this blow containing terrifying power, Long's expression showed no signs of panic. In an instant, endless hurricanes appeared on his hands and blasted forward. Facing the two hurricanes that were several meters long, Chen Fan could only temporarily stabilize his body, and suddenly swung the lightning spear forward in his hand. Boom! At the moment of collision, the thunder spear containing destructive power directly destroyed the two hurricanes that turned into tornadoes. But the next second, the dragon's figure appeared behind him, and the fist was as black as ink, and the winding hurricane blasted towards Chen Fan's head. Relying on his powerful domineering power, Chen Fan turned around and swung his thunder spear straight out. Bang bang! The two attacks collided like dragons, the surrounding clouds dispersed, and the sky changed. For a moment, the two people collided fiercely, like two meteors, constantly entangled and fighting. Blood spilled on the ground. The endless hurricane will destroy everything, and the thunder of destruction will annihilate everything. In a short period of time, with the strength of the two of them, there was no way to tell the winner. At the same time, below, on the ruined land, the huge fleshy palm of Bartholomew Bear contains terrifying power, and it keeps hitting my hawk. With a cold expression, my hawk wielded the supreme sharp sword Black Blade Knight and resisted the attack. Powerful sword intent soared into the sky, and streaks of sword energy burst out, but a white protective shield formed on Bartholomew Bear's huge palm, blocking all the streaks of sword energy. At this time, my hawk's expression also changed slightly, and he glanced at Bello Betty behind him. Because he could clearly feel that Bartholomew Bear had become stronger because of that guy. Otherwise, Bartholomew Bear, who was suppressed by him just now, would not be able to reverse the situation and fight evenly with him. Bartholomew Bear didn't care what my hawk thought, and kept hitting my hawk with its huge fleshy palms. Facing this fierce offensive, my hawk kept waving the black knife in his hand. Clang! The ground exploded, and countless rebels flew up. Within a short period of time, Bartholomew Bear and my hawk were fighting fiercely, but they couldn't tell the winner. In the center of the battlefield, a portal appeared out of thin air. Lafitte escaped into it, and then appeared in another place. The scepter in his hand kept attacking Karaz. But Karaz can always react in time, using his huge wings to block the attack and counterattack at the same time. At this time, Lafitte looked a little ugly. He had the upper hand with the help of the Door Fruit's ability. But now, Karaz suddenly became stronger and could keep up with his own rhythm for a while. As a result, Lafitte could no longer control the situation of the battle. Chapter 96. At the end, Monet and Nico Robin were struggling to deal with the attack from the Demon King. Monet was resisting the attack of the Monster King in the front, while Nico Robin was harassing him in the back. In a 2-on-1 situation, the two of them were still at a disadvantage. After all, they were too young and had not grown up yet. The situation at this time was not optimistic. With the blessing of Bello Betty's inspiration fruit, the power of Long and the other four people had been significantly improved. Long and Chen Fan were fighting neck to neck, and for a while they couldn't tell the winner. Bartholomew Bear and Karaz, on the other hand, relied on the bonus of the encouragement fruit to go from headwind to evenly matched situation. The most important thing is Nico Robin and Monet. They are at a disadvantage and can be said to be the most dangerous. Above the sky. At this time, Chen Fan could also feel some pressure. After increasing his strength, the dragon gave him a stronger sense of oppression than Akainu. Endless hurricanes raged, and the thunder of destruction filled the entire sky. In mid-air, there are endless hurricanes on one side, and thunder that destroys everything on the other. Dividing the sky above the entire island into two halves, the entire scene looked extremely terrifying. "You are very strong, dragon," Chen Fan said as he blasted forward with the thunder of destruction contained in his fist. Hearing these words, Long was momentarily stunned for a moment, and saw Chen Fan's fist covered with terrifying power had arrived in front of him. He quickly covered his arms with armed domineering energy to resist the attack. Bang! The dragon's entire body flew backwards and stopped dozens of meters away. After stabilizing his body, Long's expression was full of solemnity at this moment. He couldn't understand how Chen Fan recognized him. Obviously, he graduated from the Marine Academy a few years ago and has almost disappeared on the sea. This guy who has only been out in the New World for a few years should not normally have heard of him. How could you possibly recognize me? Are you confused? Why can I recognize you? Do I also know what your next purpose is? As the voice fell, thunder flashed, and Chen Fan appeared behind the dragon. A thunder spear instantly appeared on his right hand, covered with destructive thunder, and pierced the dragon's back. Relying on the powerful domineering power of seeing and hearing, Long reacted in time, turned around, and gathered a cyan hurricane on his right hand, and swung it forward. Boom! In an instant, the endless hurricane and the thunder of destruction collided, the sky and the earth changed colors, and everything around them was blown away. Before this was over, Chen Fan's eyes became cold, and a kingly aura emanated from his body. Suddenly there was lightning and thunder, and dark red thunder appeared in the sky. Long also looked directly at Chen Fan without any hesitation. The king's aura burst out, and dark red thunder roared in the sky for an instant. The entire sky was divided into two halves, the clouds receded, and the two kingly momentums were colliding. For a moment, the two conquerors' domineering forces faced each other tit for tat, but there was no crushing situation. The people fighting below also felt the momentum of these two kings. However, none of these people were idiots, and the two conquerors' domineering auras were not directed at them. Even Nico Robin could barely resist the aura and was not affected. Above the sky, after a few seconds, thunder flashed, strong winds rolled up, and the king's aura dissipated. The two disappeared at the same time, violently colliding together, bloody fighting, punches to the flesh, and drops of blood spilled on the ground. Both of them were merciless and rushed to kill each other. "You're going to die here today." Long K didn't care how Chen Fan knew his identity. Or, did he guess what he was going to do next? Long already had the intention to kill Chen Fan, and his whole body revealed murderous intent. The movements of his hands are also getting faster and faster, and every move is a killing move. "Really? Can you kill me?" The power of thunder exploded and he easily resisted the attack. Chen Fan looked at the increasingly impatient dragon and smiled instead. As the saying goes, the more anxious you are, the easier it is to make mistakes. Chen Fan deliberately angered Long and made him eager to kill him. Bang bang! The sound of collision continued, and Chen Fan's thunderous fist containing destruction, carrying terrifying power, blasted straight towards the dragon's head. Seeing this situation, Long's expression showed no signs of panic. He stretched out his right hand forward, covered with the power of the hurricane, and easily blocked the attack. Then, he clenched his left hand into a fist, carrying a cyan hurricane, and swung it towards Chen Fan's face. Chen Fan did not choose to dodge. His left fist also contained the power of thunder and was blasted forward at an extremely fast speed. Bang! In an instant, the two hit each other, and then flew backwards several meters before stopping. The moment the two stabilized their bodies, they disappeared again almost at the same time and attacked each other. Boom! In mid-air, the sound of explosions continued, and the color of the sky and the earth changed. Two meteor-like figures kept intertwining and colliding. For a while, it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. However, at this moment, Chen Fan had a smile on his face. What he was least afraid of was close combat. Because every time a blow collides, your own thunder power will erode into the opponent's body. Over time, the opponent's body will slowly become paralyzed. Although this paralysis is not fatal, it can cause the body to react more slowly. This is absolutely fatal in a life and death battle. Obviously, Long, who was still fighting fiercely with Chen Fan at this time, did not realize this immediately. At the same time, the ground was already dilapidated and turned into cracks. Hawkeye Mihawk and Bartholomew Bear were also fighting fiercely. At this time, Hawkeye Mihawk's expression was full of seriousness, and the sword intent on his body was soaring. He felt that he was in more trouble than before. With the blessing of the encouragement fruit, Bartholomew Bear himself was not absolutely sure of defeating him. However, this piqued Mihawk's interest. Because he never feels that he will lose to anyone. He is not a fighting fanatic, but he doesn't like losing, and he doesn't think he will lose. Mihawk's sharp eyes like an eagle stared directly at the Bartholomew Bear opposite. The sword intent soaring from his body burst out and gathered on the Black Knife Knight. As he wielded the supreme sharp sword Heyday, green sword energy swung straight out, covered with unparalleled power. Seeing the powerful sword energy coming towards him, Bartholomew Bear did not hesitate and immediately stretched out his hands forward. Small circles appeared in front of the huge fleshy palm. Then, white shock waves blasted forward at extremely fast speeds.